In the year 3069, 6 super ultimate ancient kings fell from the sky, bringing about apocalyptic destruction across the entire planet. Creatures known as demons emerged from the ancient kings and rampaged to slaughter humanity. This young man had already defeated all 7 evil spirits alone, but Aki didn't expect that the ancient vulture also harbored the existence of the 8th spirit, an evil spirit even more powerful than the 7th. Exhausted and defeated, Aki finally accepts his fate to be destroyed by the 8-stage demon in front of him. But in the darkest darkness, a light suddenly appears. Aki was startled awake by the familiar sound of military commands, and he looked around in shock at the strange, unfamiliar surroundings. Could this be a dream? Just a second ago I was facing death, and now I find myself here. But this feeling of reality is nothing like a dream at all. Realizing something is wrong, Aki touches his body all over and then holds his head in shock. This isn't my face, my strong and handsome body, or my charming masculinity. Who am I? Where is this? Now in your mind there are countless questions with no answers. First, this is Venus Fortress Town, surrounded by sturdy high walls, and the speaker is Captain Kukdio Duong of the 3 Venus cities. Do you understand what participating in the warrior trial represents? The so-called warrior is a symbol of protection and hope. Then, Kukdio Duong begins to tell the origin of the warriors and the dawn battle that took place 60 years ago. Aki was terrified to realize that he had traveled to the future after dying, and moreover, the history he heard seems to be mistaken. The strongest demon is not Chixia, but Bajia, although not certain he truly saw it. Humans still do not fully understand the true power of demons. The more Aki thinks about it, the more terrified he becomes. Meanwhile, Kukdio Duong's inspiring speech was still ongoing. Without those warriors, we wouldn't be here now. Without warriors, there would be no current life and home. That is the greatest destiny, representing hope and protection. Do you now understand what the warrior represents? All the test warriors present are shouting loudly, expressing their determination. At this moment, Kukdio Duong heard a muttering from behind. No, that's not right, Baki Akma. These words caught Kukdio Duong's attention. He walked straight up to Aki, a murderous intent clearly visible on his face. It seems you still don't understand what the warrior represents. What's your name? Aki hesitated to answer, but suddenly reconsidered. Should I say, I am Aki myself? Will anyone believe that I am Aki from 60 years ago who traveled to this weak body? At this moment, Kwok Duong Duong looked at the nameplate and laughed. I didn't expect it. Ha ha. Indeed an insult to the great name. You share the name with the greatest warrior. You, a foolish fool, don't even understand the basic qualities of a warrior, yet you dare to insult the great name. So there is a reason for that. Kukdio Duong couldn't hold back his anger and slapped Aki hard. Before he could react, Aki spat blood and flew backward. This useless body of yours can't even respond to such a strike. But I share the same fate as that previous life of yours. Luckily, someone caught you, so nothing serious happened. But you managed to attract the attention of Kukru Duong during the upcoming warrior assessment. After dealing with the troublemakers, the Extreme Sugar ordered all the trial warriors to head to the testing arena. Next up is the physical test. Following the order, all the trial warriors headed to the physical test arena, except for the one concerned about Aki lying on the ground. Are you okay? Is your name Aki? Indeed, the name is quite impressive. My name is Sino. I look forward to your guidance. At this moment, a girl named Tudu sneers. As expected, she dares to call herself Aki the Fool. You think having the same name means having the same strength? Ouchie is being insulted because of her own name. Aki is extremely resentful. What's my name? What does it have to do with her? Shino immediately said. You don't even know her. She's the most valued trial warrior in our current assessment. Tudu Lu, known as the girl who never smiles, is the eldest daughter of the Tudu family, the most renowned martial arts clan in Venus City. We mentioned the Tudu family, and Aki felt a bit familiar but couldn't remember anything. After recovering from the shock, Shino helped Aki up to make it to the testing arena on time. At this moment, a flash of light suddenly went off. Truly, male friendship is so captivating. Oh, you two don't need to worry about me. Just go ahead. Aki looked at the girl seriously and asked, Who are you? You look pretty cool, but with your nose bleeding like that, you just seem kind of clueless. But Sino only cares about the photo the girl just took. Referring to the photo, the girl's eyes light up. I'm Tomo. Hello, I am the shining love interest that caught both of your attention. Haha, truly an impressive document. I'm speechless. Moving towards the sports field, Aki looked cool as he stepped forward. Ha. Even with this body, I am still the strongest warrior, and yet you dare to talk about what a warrior is in front of me. It's laughable. This level of test makes me threaten all of you with my record of terror. The first round of the test, the first half, is the endurance run. From the very start, Aki sped ahead of everyone behind him. He planned to take the top spot in one go and break the record at the same time. But life is not a dream. He ranked last but also broke the record for the longest endurance run in history. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for air like a loser as the other test warriors mocked him. Not only did he struggle with endurance, but in all other physical tests Aki became a laughingstock, barely passing and almost breaking his own hand in the process. In the end, he ranked last in the physical tests, with an unbelievable poor performance, and was immediately disqualified. I can't believe I was once the strongest warrior of humanity, and now I'm so weak. Aki despairingly hugs his head and collapses to the ground. Only Shino comes to comfort him a little. Tomo also took the opportunity to capture the final intense moment between the two. The judge then approached to speak with Kook Duoduang. Captain Duoduang, Aki's performance was so poor that he doesn't need to take the second test. He's disqualified directly. Although he was previously dissatisfied with Aki's attitude, Kook Duoduang simply shook his head. Even though that guy has no hope, he still has the right to participate in the second round. This is probably his last evaluation. Then he turned around and ordered the second round of testing to check the synchronization rate with the device. Hearing the announcement, Aki smiled confidently. Checking the synchronization rate with the price device is an opportunity. 60 years ago, I was the strongest existence with an average synchronization rate of over 96%. This body's physical strength isn't great, but synchronization rate is a matter of will. You all laugh at me like a joke, so watch this. What level is the synchronization rate of the strongest warrior at this realm? Aki's eyes burn with determination, different from before, as he heads straight to the next location. After putting on the expensive equipment, he couldn't help but marvel at the current technology. Compared to 60 years ago, the level of convenience has improved significantly. At this moment, Tudu's test results were announced, with a synchronization rate of 39% from the assessment. Hearing the results, all the examined warriors below began to discuss excitedly. Wow, Tudu's 39% is impressive. This is probably the best result of the year. Noble martial families truly nurture exceptional talents. How can I possibly pursue such an outstanding younger sister? A girl like her looks almost glowing. Hearing the gossip from the kids, Aki sighed in frustration. You haven't cared about her romantic interests for a long time. After finishing the test, Tudu removed his device and swaggered straight to the waiting room. From her expression, it's no surprise that this is the result. The gossip about her continues to spread non-stop. Everyone wants a good background, strong abilities, and beauty like hers. But as soon as she entered the waiting room, Tudu revealed her true nature. She blushed shyly, her face turning red and hot enough to smoke. Well done, Tudu, 39%. Hey. Everyone probably saw just now. This time you really stood out. It's true that being cold attracts more fans, but staying humble is better. Stay calm, Tudu, stay calm. It turns out this girl has a strong case of teenage syndrome. Aki was quite surprised by her results at the testing area. You didn't expect to be able to check a synchronization rate of 39%. At this moment, Shino walks over and puts his arm around you, as expected. He's really strong. She really has spirit. I can feel her overwhelming aura. Not sure how to respond. Aki just said he felt the same to get through it. Suddenly, Sino asked why you didn't seem stressed at all. With such terrible test results, passing this warrior assessment seemed impossible. Aki didn't really mind and just said he's used to it. This made Shino a bit curious. How accustomed could they really be at their age? The test continues, and many newcomers exposed to the expensive equipment show expressions of suffering. For first-time users, the body endures a certain amount of load, and some cannot withstand the shockwave from the demon core and choose to give up. And as long as the synchronization rate is above 10%, they pass. Of course, there are also a few people with surprisingly good results. Sino reached 24%. Tomoe reached 30%. Watching the entire testing process, Kook Duoduang showed a satisfied smile. It seems this test has identified a few promising seeds. The assistant next to him immediately reports the test results. That's right, including the girl named Tomoe just now. This time 6 people scored over 30% compared to the C-grade members. Overall, our warrior assessment isn't bad. At that moment, Kook Duoduang suddenly interrupted. There are also those with poor qualities. His gaze is on the next person to be tested, Aki. When the others saw Aki step onto the stage, they started mocking him. Hey, Aki is up now. His body probably got crushed under the weight again, spitting blood. Ha. The first round of tests all ranked as small. Hearing this, Aki tried to act like he was fine, but inside he was really hurting. Keep smiling. You kids who haven't seen the world yet, don't open your mouths too wide later. Stepping onto the stage, Aki pointed to the red core, the strength core. The demon cores collected from the battlefield are divided into 6 types, with red, yellow, and green being the most common. Red symbolizes power, yellow represents defense, green stands for recovery, blue indicates agility, purple signifies illusion energy, and black, representing space and time, is extremely rare. Among them, the black core is extremely rare. The so-called synchronization rate is most important, which is willpower. The strength of your will determines your ability to endure the demon core, and is the key to controlling it. Before starting the first test, the staff carefully asked Aki if he was ready. Having gone through this countless times, Aki confidently requested to start the assessment, and as soon as it began, a blazing red light engulfed the entire hall. Even in the resting room, this light is clearly visible. Aki shouted loudly, confidently looking down, feeling extremely satisfied inside. Open your eyes wide and see for yourselves what the synchronization rate of the strongest warrior really is. Everyone was stunned by Aki's test results. Soon, the synchronization rate reached 40%, but that still wasn't enough to satisfy Aki. 40%, huh? I used to have a synchronization rate of 96%, and I can go higher. The aura emanating from Aki now is nothing like when he was measuring his synchronization rate. The number keeps rising. In the monitoring room, the extreme sugar level almost shattered the glass in his excitement. This is the first time he's seen such an incredible synchronization rate. When the number reached 80%, everyone started to panic. Meanwhile, Aki Jiang spreads his arms like a savior, claiming, "I am the strongest warrior revered by all soldiers. Aki, if this core wasn't so weak and this body wasn't so fragile, my aura could make you all kneel. This is the difference between me and you. Kids." Aki feels extremely satisfied as he slaps the faces of the kids who mocked him earlier. But suddenly the surging power vanished, and the demon core appeared with a crack. Aki could no longer endure and crawled along the ground. "I can't go on. This body can't take it anymore." The frightened staff members shouted out in anger. What the hell is that? It turns out it was really a malfunctioning device. The synchronization rate has dropped to 10%. The secretary also reports this to Kook Dieu Duong now. The report from the team that just checked shows that the demon core is shattered, probably an abnormal core causing the data to go haywire. It's truly deadly. Hearing that, Kook Dieu Duong sighed with regret. He had thought humanity had produced another super warrior, but it turned out not to be the case. Aki's 10% result was just enough to pass the test, and the crowd of exam warriors started to gossip about Aki's miserable appearance. I mean, it was the work of that extraordinary evil core. That synchronization rate is almost exclusive to S-rank captains at their peak. Only Shino ran up to the stage to check on her new friend, followed by Tomo recording the tense moments. Meanwhile, Tudu breathes a sigh of relief. That was close. I thought there might be someone shining brighter than me here. Absolutely not allowed. Aki now looks exhausted, pale, with blood coming from his mouth. I really shouldn't have argued with these kids. Luckily, I made it through. After recovering a little, Naisu carefully sat in the waiting room pondering the previous situation. What was that just now? It's as if deep inside my heart, suddenly all my strength was drained away. This has never happened before. My willpower should have at least held up to 80%. Even the lowest level core shouldn't break, right? Why is that? In his mind, countless questions with no answers. Even a veteran warrior like him couldn't find a reasonable explanation. At that moment, the waiting room door opened, and Aki tremblingly tried to stand at attention. Kook Dieu Duong then entered the room and said, "Congratulations on reaching the final test stage of real combat training. You will soon face a demon for the first time in your life. I hope you can pass the test safely and smoothly." After the encouragement, all the examinee warriors were asked to line up and proceed to check Zone 3. Aki, exhausted and gasping for breath, still dragged his battered body forward, too tired to notice the gaze of Kook Dieu Duong fixed directly on him. At this moment, Kook Dieu Duong suddenly saw something near where Aki had just sat. When he picked it up, he realized it was a fragment of a demon core gradually disintegrating. Clutching the shard in his hand, he looked at Aki's back. "You really intrigue me, Akai. On the contrary, I want to see how you would perform in this outside maze hunting competition." After all the exam warriors gathered, the giant gate of Venus City was opened. "Wow, is this the first time you've been outside the city? Do you think the outside of the wall has really always been shrouded in mystery?" Anaki was quite surprised to learn that after 60 years, humans still live isolated inside the city-states. Seeing the inexperienced young men, the judge sternly warned, "Don't linger here. Go quietly outside the city, and take some time to check your equipment, or you might not realize how you'll die later." Aki carefully checked that the energy core was perfectly intact before it was approved. You don't think the problem earlier was with the energy core. At that moment, your power suddenly disappeared, as if something inside you was rejecting the core. But no matter how much he thought, he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Could it be the aftermath of the cross-dimensional travel? As Aki followed the crowd out of the city and stepped onto the ground outside, he immediately sensed that he had emitted a signal from within his body. This signal kept spreading out, attracting all the demons around him, all the way to a divine cave. Feeling the signal, a terrifying voice echoes from the cave saying, "No one is more advanced than me, a demon even more powerful than I am." The scenes unfolding before Aki's eyes leave him stunned. What is this? What I just saw were demons. In an instant, a resonance seemed to arise deep within my soul. At this moment, Tudu spoke up, snapping him out of it. "Are you going or not?" Aki didn't know how to explain and felt embarrassed to apologize. Sino and Tomo also approached when they saw the commotion, and suddenly the judge looked at the four of them and shouted loudly. The four people behind formed a team and started walking while the others had already finished preparing, so let's go quickly. Tomo saw this and misunderstood that it was Aki's strategy to form a team. Aki didn't have time to explain before Tudu interrupted. "Just tell him not to be a burden." Although she appeared cold, she was actually feeling relieved inside. Just now she was worried no one would team up with her. Sino approached and patted Aki on the shoulder. "Let's go, Aki, we have to try our best too." Tomo used her camera to record the team's first moment, but she had no idea that something terrible was about to happen. This trial might be possible thanks to an object called the Shattered Stone Tablet. The black stone tablet is made from solid rock, which contains a special material capable of dissolving the mist. After everyone gathers, the judge announces the rules of the test. The third round will be conducted in teams of 4. The test content is probably clear to everyone, which is hunting monsters outside the wall. Now each team is given combat knives and small-scale fog dispersal devices. Your task is simple. Reach the designated light point in the mist, and set up the fog dispersal device to hunt the vengeful spirits without being surrounded. Each person's performance will depend on their individual abilities and team coordination, and whether they pass or not will be judged accordingly. Good luck to all teams. Hunting the fog monsters outside the wall is the final fear that newcomers must face in this fog-covered world. The battles soldiers face are fraught with hidden dangers. To become a true warrior, you need not only strength and talent, but also a steady mind that fears no illusions. Facing the unknown, rely on team cooperation to overcome fear and seize the vision to slay the randomly appearing demons on the battlefield. Finally, after the first slaughter, they received the title of Battlefield Champions and took turns moving to the outer ring to carry out their missions, while Team 2's captain, Dada Jago, watched from above the wall. This time there are quite a few outstanding newcomers, but the only one I'm interested in is Tudu. What about the others? Captain of Team 2. Joel is carefully observing. Coming from a martial noble family, proper training is essential. Maybe he could become an outstanding soldier. Kukdio Duong crossed his arms and said there was another notable newcomer in the group, his gaze directly fixed on Aki below. "I specifically checked his core and it's fine. What exactly happened to him back then? What are you thinking about?" Duong was teased, causing Kukdio Duong to blush and shout loudly. "Don't call me Duong. It's clear that the relationship between the three captains is very good." They were joking around, but Jago suddenly became serious. "Have we confirmed the level of the demon yet?" The test requires confirming that only scaleless demons are arranged to exist. The extreme alcohol once again confirms that the inspection was extremely thorough, ensuring no mistakes. Joel also smiles confidently. If it truly exists, we will eliminate everything to protect these future warriors." After a few teams passed the test, it was Akile's team's turn. Their team drew all eyes with the combination of the strongest and the weakest from the previous 2 rounds. All 4 of them were confident they would complete the test quickly and easily. Suddenly, Tudu snatched the device from Aki's hand and charged forward. In my opinion, just like before, Tudu's mind is filled with childish thoughts. Follow this dazzling, shining person. Although Aki was a bit annoyed, he had no choice but to follow. Into the maze, Tudu leapt high and spun a beautiful loop in the middle of the stage. Aiming carefully, she inserted the device into the correct position. This performance earned praise from Jago. Clearly the core has recovered, and his agility is no less than that of the swift azure core. This is the true strength of a martial family. Feeling the human presence, the 3 blood-red demons rush madly towards Tudu. Immediately, Aki signals Shino to charge forward. I don't know why, but Shino instinctively followed Aki's instructions, jumping in front of Tudu and raising his shield against the monsters. This time, even Ruo Duong praised him for doing well, having mastered the use of the core's power. Just as the monsters are thrown into the air, Aki signals again, and the 3 of them rush forward, each taking on a monster. Round 1, equipped with the agile core. Tomoe repeatedly slashed at the demon with her knife before suddenly kicking it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Sino delivered a punch that sent the demon flying away. This teamwork has earned praise from Joello. Wow, these two work together surprisingly well, especially that girl. Heh. Hardcore moves quickly and sharply, making the body more balanced and harmonious. As he spoke, he smirked maliciously. I really have no words for this first team captain. The Battle of Tudu. While the demon is still flying in the air, she quickly drives the dagger into its body. A greenish-blue light suddenly shot from the dagger into the demon's body. Soon, the demon's body swelled up and exploded into pieces. As expected from the best, so powerful. In the end, it's Aki's battle. In a very short time, Aki identified and attacked the 3 weak points of the demon: the neck, chest, and abdomen. But somehow, not only was the demon knocked down, but he also rolled around on the ground. Fortunately, Aki had planted the dagger into the ground, which stopped him. The explosive power of this fragile body is truly limited. Seizing this real combat opportunity, his eyes shining brightly, he charged straight at the demon without hesitation. Relying on his experience, Aki dodged the attack and then stabbed directly into the demon's side. But because this body is too weak, the blade couldn't penetrate deeply. The demon only took minor damage and immediately used its foot to attack. Like lightning, Aki leans back to dodge the attack and then switches hands to stab the belly again. Overwhelmed by pain, the demon rushes forward, intending to crush Aki with its massive body. But Aki remains calm, jumps back, and seizes the opportunity to slash its throat, causing the demon to fall to the ground. Although those moves looked perfect, Aki thinks this body is very weak. The reflexes are too slow, the body temperature is the same, and the burst of strength is not enough. Fortunately, thanks to experience from countless battles, this demon is nothing special. If it had been someone else, they would have been defeated long ago. Aki's playful movements with his prey earlier left Shino in awe. Tei also watched from start to finish, but Tudu was not very pleased. How dare he steal my spotlight? He's clearly doing it on purpose. All 3 team captains' eyes are now fixed on Aki. It's truly surprising for a frail kid to perform such skillful moves. Kukdyo Duong has been watching Aki from the beginning without saying a word, only silently observing. From the start, he felt that Aki had too many strange points that he couldn't explain. Returning to the test, the judge announced its end. Aki was still panting after the series of moves. My entire body and even my previous skills are useless now, yet every gentle movement makes me gasp for air. As expected, it's very fair. My evaluation is over. Then I should also end you. After catching his breath, Aki charged straight at the demon, aiming to free it from suffering. Suddenly, something burst up from the ground and pierced the belly of the demon. Luckily, Aki reacted quickly and stepped back, avoiding the attack. But they were completely surrounded by vines and couldn't escape. The 4 team members looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, a demon tore open its belly and crawled out from the body of the previous demon. It only let out a growl before its murderous intent spread all around. Kukdyo Duong sensed the murderous intent and frowned, shouting, "The most dangerous demon, everyone retreat into the city." Hearing this, the trial soldiers lost all resolve and fled in panic. Immediately, Jago and Joel jumped down from the wall and charged straight at the ultimate demon. On the way, Jago didn't forget to reassure the exam warriors. Don't panic too much. Head to the safe point around the extreme alcohol path, Captain. He will protect you. The ultimate demon inside the vine wall suddenly spoke. Which human has the scent of a demon? Aki's eyes widened in extreme confusion. Humans smell like demons? What is it saying? As it spoke of the most powerful demon, it advanced toward Aki's team. Its murderous aura made everyone tremble with fear. Even Tudu, who was supposed to be brave, didn't dare to move. Is this really the most powerful demon? The ones earlier were completely different. It feels like we could be torn apart in an instant and remain completely motionless. With this battered body, even veteran warriors like Aki feel suffocated. This weak body clearly isn't a match for it. Is this the first time I've felt the pressure that other warriors often talk about when facing demons like this? Meanwhile, the demon Ichiki seems to be searching for a human with a demon scent, which is why it hasn't attacked. Unable to distinguish, it decided to take all 4 of them. 4 beams of light shot out from its hands, hitting the heads of the Aki group and knocking them out instantly. At that moment, a crack appeared in the vine wall. Jago and Joel rushed in and attacked violently. Try touching them and see what happens. In response to Joel's threat, the most sinister demon sneered contemptuously and said, "Hello, come with me." A countless number of vines burst out from the ground and wrapped the demon along with Aki's group into the earth. Standing at the edge of the pit, Jago and Joel froze, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, the ground deformed sharply in one direction, seemingly indicating the movement path of the demon beneath the earth. Seeing that, Joe shouted loudly, "Chase after them!" But after only a short pursuit, the trail was already broken. We lost the trail here a few days ago, so why is the most dangerous demon still appearing? He has never been careless about this before. Damn it, something like this has never happened before. At this moment, Kuyet Duong arrived after settling the situation in the city and immediately asked loudly, "Jago, Zoel, how are the kids? Why did you stop? Keep chasing them." Joey calmed down and walked steadily. The trail here has been cut off. Jago also shared his reasoning. That last demon's level seems to have stopped here. We shouldn't go any deeper. The area ahead is uncharted. Continuing forward wouldn't be a wise move. Kukdio Duong touched the ground, recalling the terrifying memories from childhood, and in his anger, he punched the ground hard before beginning to blame himself. "It's all my fault. I didn't confirm clearly. It's all my fault." Knowing that this can't go on, Joel proposed a necessary course of action. "Let's head back first. The city must be in a panic already, and all three of us can't be away from there." Later, they sent a scouting team to observe the city area and confirm whether there were any first-level demons. Jago also stepped closer to comfort him. "Honestly, those 4 kids, we don't want the current situation to happen, but we need to stay calm. I understand you're upset right now." Before she could finish speaking, Kukdio Duong pushed her hand away and stood up. "You two go ahead. I'll stay and check things out, don't worry." Joel was about to stop him when Jago interrupted. "So we must get back before sunset, okay?" Kukdio Duong, looking exhausted, nodded and headed straight into the maze to search. Watching his back as he left, Jago could only feel helpless. He also knows we can't persuade him. Joel just scratched his head and sighed. "Yeah, I know. Back then, his brother was taken by a demon and he's always blamed himself." Talking about this, Jago feels a bit sad. If his younger brother were still alive, he would be about the same age as those kids. Those kids reminded him of his brother. It turns out that Kukdio Duong paid so much attention to Aki because he saw his own reflection in him. Fate truly is cruel. Aki's side slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Where is this? It seems like everyone is still alive underground." Just then, the voice of the top demon sounded from behind. "Are you able to wake up?" "You woke up so quickly, you're indeed extraordinary." "Not ordinary, I'm very curious." The most powerful demon slowly stepped forward and suddenly grabbed Aki's neck to question him. "Why do you have our aura? Why does a human's aura feel stronger than mine?" Aki didn't understand and asked again, "What are you talking about?" But this is just a delaying tactic to catch the demon off guard. He uses the energy from the core on his chest to unleash his power in an instant and break free from the restraints. The strongest demon was also pushed back by this overwhelming aura. Breaking free from the restraints, Aki quickly grabbed the bone at his feet and launched his attack. But with this speed, the ultimate demon easily dodges aside. It pays no mind to these tricks and counterattacks immediately. "Ro, you're strong." Knowing he's at a disadvantage, Aki chooses to dodge rather than block. I quickly jumped back and thought of a strategy. Damn it, if this were my past life, I could have taken its head before it reacted and saved the 3 of them. It belongs to the pink-blooded demon with agile movements. Its joints allow for faster attacks and reactions. But because of that, those joints also lack strong protection, which is both an advantage and a weakness. Using his experience, Aki quickly analyzed the opponent's weakness. Before Aki's attack, the first-day demon didn't even bother to move, and simply stabbed straight at his head with one hand. Aki couldn't react in time and had to block the strike with his shoulder. But this was also part of his plan. At the exact moment the demon's arm pierced his shoulder, Aki immediately grabbed its arm. Only then can he find the opportunity to attack the weak point at the joint. Endure the pain. Aki repeatedly stabbed the joints on the captured demon's arm with a bone he picked up, then jerked hard to successfully cut off one of the demon's arms. "Don't underestimate me, you bastard. I've killed countless top demons before." Aki just landed a hit and already looked so proud. He was immediately hit in the face. The one-armed demon's power didn't weaken at all. Aki didn't even have time to react before being kicked away. Regaining his arm, the ultimate demon begins to reconnect it. "Hey, you know my weakness, but I am a redwood-type system, so I can recover." Aki lies on the ground, struggling even to open his eyes. "Isn't it only the 6 core demons that can recover? It just said it's a wood element. Could it be that demons have evolved over the past half-century?" Realizing the truth, Aki was stunned into silence. He had underestimated this demon race too much. After reconnecting his hand, the top-tier demon looks as good as new. You're the one who underestimates your opponent. At this point, it only needs to use one finger, and countless vines sprout from the ground, piercing through Aki and pushing him forward. The top demon grabs Aki's head with his hand and begins to mock him. "I really don't understand you, just forget it." In this desperate situation, Aki's mind begins to fade. Hey, did it go through my internal organs? It hurts so much I can't breathe anymore. Did you have to die like that right after transmigrating? Will they also die, just like my comrades from the previous life who died beside me? Sorry, everyone. Haha, I just can't accept this. Damn it, Aki is starting to hallucinate from blood loss and no longer knows what's real, while the demon lord Not Kai, sensing his weakness, opens his mouth wide, ready to feast. Oh, are you dead? Humanity's weak evolution eats. Can eating lead to evolution? Just eat. At this moment, Aki's aura suddenly erupts. The consuming demon instinctively retreats far away from Aki. Aki's body suddenly undergoes a transformation, and the core in front of his chest begins to crack and shatter. This voice is completely not his. No, you can't die now or the plan will fail. I never expected to use my last mental energy here. The Demon King was so terrified by Aki's aura that he trembled with fear. The aura was too terrifying. 5th and 6th stages. The core in Aki's chest is now blazing red, and the wounds on his body are gradually healing. Suddenly, red silk threads sprouted from the core and wrapped around his entire body. His hair also turned white. Before long, Aki's whole body transformed to resemble a demon. He just opened his eyes when a huge, blood-red energy burst out, soaring straight into the sky from the ground. The energy spread through the surrounding space, instantly turning all the unranked demons into dust. The energy then gathered on Aki's body, and now he has grown wings, flying in front of the Demon King. I am Bat Kai, the only one, the strongest bloodline ruler, the king of you all. Hearing this, Atmanat Kai was so frightened he couldn't stand steadily. 8, Bat Kai, our king, the Demon Lord. Bat Kai spreads his arms wide, his voice full of authority, then kneels and says, "My name." Atmanhat Ki immediately knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Sichuan Ki, elsewhere at Kukdieu Street, was still frantically searching through the fog, destroying any demon he encountered without hesitation. I've scouted the entire area. There are only 2 non-variant demons here. Looks like the kids aren't here. Let's keep searching. We must find them before sunset. He looked up at the sky, deeply worried about the safety of the kids. At this moment, a blazing red energy beam shot out from behind, and even the residual energy fluctuations were enough to make Kukdieu Duong struggle. After calming down, he pinpointed the source of that terrifying energy and returned to Zichuangqi. Its foot structure begins to change, so it can walk on the ground. It steps forward and speaks to the demon, Not Ki. Ha! I didn't expect that outside would still be a dark place without light. To answer my question, since I disappeared, are there still only those 5 people remaining in the Vuong Ki? The Demon Lord Not Kai hesitated and stammered in response. Yes, it's those 5. Those 5 kings. Hearing that, Sichuan Ki suddenly became excited. It is still the 5 of the 5 kings Kai, unchanged. It seems they live together very peacefully. Hey. Have they forgotten what they did to me 60 years ago? With just a wave of his hand and overwhelming momentum, he nearly scared the fiercest demon to pee himself. After calming down, Crimson King Shi looked at his arm and muttered, "Choosing this body," called the strongest warrior, as a vessel. Who would have thought that after crossing over, the body would be so weak, disappointing me? My last spark of spirit was wasted on this ridiculous situation. Maybe only when I fully awaken again can I reappear. It really tests my patience. I have to wait until this strongest warrior gradually experiences Kai's memories. Hearing these words, the demon of the highest stage immediately wondered. Memory of the Kai? The memory the King of Kings calls upon during evolution as a gift. The Crimson King Kai explained it to him. The number of tumors on our bodies determines our rank. The more there are, the higher the rank. Our Shadow Clan grows new tumors and evolves, requiring the tumors' memories. This is a unique ability of our race, and also the reason why our strength always surpasses other races. This human named Aki now resembles you, but you need to consume higher-level dark races to evolve, while he must seize a more advanced dark race to access Kai's memories. Then he evolves. This can also be considered as a gift I give him. He. After hearing this, the most powerful demon suddenly looked up to the sky and shouted, "King, I support you. I will do everything to help you, become your arm, and help you awaken." But before he could finish, he was wiped out by the Crimson King. You are not worthy. Your value is to become the memory that helps this human warrior awaken the most powerful. Human warrior, I have already prepared the first step for you. Don't disappoint me on your path to advancement later. I need you to gradually awaken to Bachi. By then, I will awaken from my sleep and return. Aki's body gradually returned to normal, but the light in front of his chest grew brighter and brighter, as if some genetic code was slowly invading his body. The demon's power seems to be consuming all of Aki, who now appears to be reliving the final moments of his previous life. Lying in a pool of blood, Aki, the strongest human warrior, gasps for his last breath, looking at his comrade's body. Our strongest king? I don't want to die yet. She's still waiting for me to return. You won't die. You won't. I will get everyone out. Suddenly, the corpse of a teammate grabs your hand with a face like a demon. But we all died? Why are you still alive? Realizing it was all just a dream, he hugged his head and forced a painful smile. Just then, 3 teammates pulled back the curtain to visit him. But why has your hair changed color? Could it be that the demon specifically took you there to be sacrificed? And honestly, I'm speechless with this girl. Aki was startled by the million-dollar view, but suddenly remembered an important matter and asked, "Wait, are you guys okay?" I remember we were brought to his cave by the most dangerous demon. At this moment, Kukdio Duong stepped forward to interrupt. It seems you remember something else. Tell us what happened in the cave. It turns out that all 3 captains were already present behind the curtain and ready to question Aki as soon as he woke up. Just by looking, Aki recognized the 2 behind Kukdio Duong as the captains who stood at the city wall during the inspection. Even though he guessed the reason, he still played dumb and asked Captain Kukdio Duong why everyone was here, and Ju immediately spoke up. Hey, you 4 are the ones that Duong Duong brought back. In front of the new recruits, Kukdio Duong whispered a reminder to Jago. Don't call me Duong Duong, Jago winked. All right, Duong Duong, I really am so embarrassed. There is no longer the image of a strict captain. Shino's group had to try very hard not to laugh out loud when they heard the name Duong. At this point, Joel also spoke up, noticing that you were on the ground outside the cave. Everyone was unconscious at the time, and luckily the most notorious demon seemed to have disappeared. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether you could all be safely brought back. Then Jago approached again and handed Aki a mirror. The 3 of them had already woken up, showing no memory of the mountain cave. Only you were unconscious. And another change had occurred. You just said that inside the cave. Try to see if you remember anything else. This is my hair. So what Tomo just said actually means this. What is going on? After time travel, everything is just too unbelievable. I only remember that after being attacked inside the cave, I lost consciousness, and I don't know what happened afterward. Should I tell them about my crossing? No way, it would be too troublesome. Besides, whether they believe it or not. And I still don't even know my current condition. So I have to continue acting as Aki to clarify everything. After thinking it through, Aki looked up and responded to the team leaders. I only remember the vague moment of waking up, so I knew I was brought to the cave. Then I fell into a coma again. The remaining things are unknown. I woke up here already. After hearing the answer, Kukdio Duong pondered silently. You also fell into a coma? I guess I was overthinking. But I noticed that inside the cave there are bloodstains all over the walls, as if they were violently sprayed and they were caused by some kind of substance. At this moment, Jo Heo also stepped closer to Aki. Your name is Aki, right? Just like our great warrior. I've looked over your test scores, and they're the worst, but you're very calm when fighting demons. Have you fought against demons before? Joel's smile hides a hidden meaning within it. Caught revealing a secret, Aki hurriedly explained, No. I just always find fighting interesting. I've only ever collected and analyzed the weaknesses of demons. Jago nodded in approval. Oh, so this is the rationalist faction. A good warrior like you should be well trained in this. Speaking of which, Aki then asked how the test results turned out and whether he managed to pass. Tomo smiled brightly. After passing the warrior assessment, we are still one team. Since this incident was also considered a coincidence, Kukdio Duong divided the 4 of them into a group. And now the silent person from earlier, Tudu, spoke up to remind everyone. We've fallen far behind the other teams. Aki, hearing this, was completely confused. How much could we fall behind right after the test just ended? Kukdio Duong explained. Teams need to complete missions to accumulate points. He was in a coma for 3 days. Your team's current score is still 0. Hearing that I was in a coma for 3 days, Aki shouted excitedly. You thought you only fainted for a moment, but it turned out to be much longer. After Aki fully recovered, the 4 of them immediately put on their gear, preparing for the upcoming point-collecting journey. At the gathering place, the villagers started to whisper excitedly. Just 3 days ago, they had already seen a new team of warriors gather here. All the warriors are still very young, the new hope for humanity. After gathering, Kukdio Duong said seriously, I will now give a brief overview. First of all, congratulations on officially becoming a warrior and returning safely from the hands of the demon First Kai. Truly, congratulations to you all. As I said before, 4 of you will be assigned to a squad under my command, which means I am the team leader responsible for you. Becoming talented means, now the rules for warrior troublemakers are much more complicated than 60 years ago. Back then, strength and status depended on killing demons. But times have changed and Aki still doesn't quite understand this. Shino then said, Aki, have you really never heard of the squad ranking before? Seeing Aki look confused, Sino continued that their squad is currently at the bottom of the rankings, while Tudu still appears cold and disdainful. Don't hold me back, Kukdio Duong explained upon seeing that. The so-called achievement points are just the team ranking. Teams under the same leader compete with each other, mainly to encourage progress among the teams. I oversee 9 squads, which means you need to compete with the other 8 teams. You can earn different points by completing various levels of missions, and the higher your accumulated points, the higher your ranking. Each month, the subordinates of the 3 squad leaders, including me, specifically the 2 highest-ranked squads in the team, a total of 6 squads, can participate in a squad showdown with rewards for the top team. Similarly, the lowest-ranked squads, each team leader must face a penalty. For now, let's call it the cleaning team until the lowest-ranked team is formed. Aki looked around after hearing this. Yeah, it's such a hassle. No wonder the city is so clean. Qiu Zuidoi continues to speak. This is the rule of warriors. Only through competition can there be progress. The demon keeps evolving, and the warriors cannot let their guard down. So your squad can choose Tudu, the one with the highest overall score, as your squad leader. No objections? Shino and Tomo both enthusiastically agree, while Aki is a bit annoyed. Why not pick me? I'm Aki, known as the King, the strongest warrior. Honestly, you only dare to think it in your head. Anyway, your test results are ranked from the bottom up. Gaining trust, Tudu stepped forward, shouting loudly and determined to complete the mission. She was so happy inside she almost laughed out loud. Wow, of course I'm the team leader. If not me, then who else would they choose? Before leaving, Kukdio Duong carefully reminded them. All right, it's still noon now, so you can go check the mission board to see if there are any missions and also check the scores of other teams. And also, you need to figure out how to adapt the nano-wings of the combat suit in real combat. If there are any issues, come directly to me. Kukdio Duong just left. Tudu immediately signaled everyone to follow. Let's go. We've missed 3 days of points on the mission board. We have to catch up. Suddenly, Tomo shouted, Wait, there's something more important before that. Tudu turned back and asked what was wrong, but she was so panicked she almost cried. Did I forget something important? Arrange the team members' positions and prepare backup supplies. No, these things can be dealt with after accepting the mission. Did I make a mistake just by becoming the team leader? Has the perfect glow of our team leader been ruined? Truly, over the top in the final stage. This one is beyond saving. But Tomo insists on taking an official team photo, making Tudu freeze up. Aki, however, thinks the idea isn't so bad. You also want to keep some memories with these new teammates while the 3 captains observe from a nearby high place. When asked how he felt, Jago stretched wearily. You think the evil spirits around the cave all died violently, and there are traces of violent bloodstains of evil spirits inside the cave that are unclear. Joel lit a cigarette and shared his suspicion. Are you suggesting that those 4 kids did it? Kukdio Duong thought for a moment and then said, I suspect that Kid Aki has something strange about him. I am very sensitive. I always smell a familiar foul odor on him that is hard to describe. The tense atmosphere suddenly breaks as Jago embraces him. Just calm down. It's best if the kids come back peacefully. Otherwise, it's our squad, and their strength is quite formidable. Train well and don't lose to my squad. Kukru Duong's face was flushed and his ears turned red from the mountains pressing against his back. Gel remains calm and collected. He believes it's best to observe first and deal with any abnormalities if they arise. Over on the other side, Aki was focused on the town's central mission board. Seeing the remaining 3 A-rank missions, each worth 10 points, Aki shouted in excitement. Shino and Tomo are explaining to you now. Ah, Aki, it seems there's something you don't know. A-level missions are the highest rank we can access. As for the other 3, they are probably the 3 hardest among the A-level missions. Compared to the 6-point B-level mission, there's also a 3-point C-level mission. A 10-point A-level mission is truly enticing. But B and C-level missions are quite reasonable and safe. A-level missions often involve casualties. Aki sighed and said, just take all of them. Coincidentally, Tudu stepped forward and tore up all 3 missions at the same time he said that. It really is a case of great minds thinking alike. After accepting the mission, the team immediately set out to carry it out. In the illusionary fog, the 4 of them moved forward without hesitation. At this moment, Aki gently pressed the core on his chest. The nano-wings have been successfully activated. He runs to a nearby large rock, leans against it, and begins to test the nano-wings. Next, imagine analyzing the nano-wings to manipulate and form weapons. Just one attempt was enough for him to successfully create a sharp weapon. After 60 years, human technology has advanced significantly. Others have also succeeded in creating their own weapons. After preparations are complete, the target of the mission is in sight, 2 immortal demons. Following Tudu's orders, the team split up as planned. The mission commander is the squad leader, Tudu, holding 3 A-rank objectives to complete and cannot afford a prolonged battle. Fast attack and quick victory. First, Shino blocked their line of sight. Aki and Tomo simultaneously disable their abilities, then Shino throws a stun attack, and finally she finishes the fight herself. Everything unfolded exactly as Tudu planned, with no mistakes at all. Standing with her back to the explosion, she struck a cool pose and admired herself. Very good. I was also very perfect in shining this time. After destroying the 2 immortal demons, the main part of the mission to eliminate the illusion is next. Compared to the test, the actual battle was much more difficult. But luckily, one of the 2 demon monsters contained a crimson core. This mission turned out to be profitable. After completing the A-rank task, I got 10 points, and the mission was automatically cancelled. Seeing this advanced technology, Aki was once again amazed. Tomo, used to Aki's lack of knowledge, explained it. Anyway, now all the technology is focused on the evil mama. The mission includes a chip linked to the town's point system. The mission is complete, and the town's scoring board will automatically tally the points. We've just finished the task of clearing the mysterious zone outside the town. Let me see the others now. As she spoke, she reached out to take the mission paper from Ai's hand. The remaining 2 tasks are to capture 3 evil spirits alive and to obtain 10 core crystals of the evil spirits. After just a glance, Tamu collapsed to the ground in despair. Just looking at it makes me realize how tough it is. It took all afternoon to get just 3 core stones, and there are 7 more to capture alive. I heard that's the hardest mission of all. Sinu comforted him with a laugh. Looks like things won't be easy this time, since while we're on our mission, other squads are also constantly earning points. At this moment, Tudu completed the remaining 2 level A missions and then took on another level. A task, rushing straight to the top. These words successfully ignited a blazing fire in Shino's heart. Tomo also didn't forget to capture the cool moment of the team leader. Seeing that Aki didn't say anything, Sino then asked what he thought. Aki smiled in response. You're right. The other teams are probably also trying hard to earn more points. If we don't work faster, it will be hard to catch up with the other teams. No matter when, only those quick and agile can win. Just watching won't get us anywhere. At this moment, Aki suddenly felt a surge of indescribable emotion, as if her heart, after over 50 years and 2 lifetimes, had become hardened and scarred. I never expected that staying with them would make me feel strangely younger. The stubbornness and resilience of youth truly give a sense of vitality. Then the whole team decided to move forward and complete the mission before sunset. After some struggle, they finally succeeded in capturing the 3 invincible demons. Fortunately, the tranquilizer darts used to capture the demon were also nearly exhausted. Ammunition is specially distributed to each squad and is quite limited. Seeing Aki staring intently at the gun in his hand, Tudu sighed helplessly. They really have to explain everything all over again. This is also made with nano. The tranquilizer gun for demons, like the dagger, is a beginner weapon pre-installed in the nano wing. But the assembly standards and procedures are more complex. Then Aki looked at the demons lying on the ground and pondered silently. Now we can use anesthetic to catch the monsters. Before, we could only simply knock them out with force and capture them alive. Researchers are always resentful that we crush a few demons' brains. Ha ha! After cleaning up, Shino finally let out a sigh of relief. Being able to capture the demon after just running out of bullets was already a great success. So, this mission is also complete. Because we captured these 3 alive, we ended up killing a bunch of small demons. There were about a dozen of them. Judging by this scene, the recent battle was not easy at all. Now Tamu finally stretched wearily. The warrior must return to the city before sunset. This is the rule about being late and getting fined. Let's go home and have dinner. When thinking of home, Aki suddenly realizes he knows nothing about the identity of this body and is unsure if he even has a home in this world. Tudu took out a device from his hand, preparing to return to the city. I also need to go back to the dojo early. Now just use the locator device to send the coordinates to the research team. They'll come here to retrieve these 3 demons and our mission will be complete. At this moment, Aki asked, "Do you feel a sense of death aura?" Before he could finish speaking, a bullet flew in from somewhere and killed 3 demons in an instant. I can't let you complete this mission. You are the rookie team assigned to all the A-level missions on the mission board. That's the mission we wanted to take. Who gave you the right to accept it? They suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Just looking at them, you could tell they had no good intentions. Aki frowned in annoyance and asked who you are. The red-haired guy, who seems to be the team leader, responded. We joined the Extreme Glory Path team during the last assessment. The Hack the Wong squad. Simply put, we are your seniors from one of the 9 squads. You are new members of a squad, yet you didn't greet your seniors, which is disrespectful, and without our former team members' approval, you took on all the A-level missions. Do you think we don't matter? At this moment, Tudolu's gaze is fixed on the corpses of the newly slain demons. These are the demons her teammates risked their lives to capture alive, and she cannot simply overlook them. The red-haired guy kept rambling to himself. Who is the leader of your squad? He still doesn't know how to introduce his team members. As soon as he finished speaking, Tudolu charged forward to attack. The red-haired guy isn't useless either, so he stepped back to dodge. How dare you attack your senior? The new guy is so rude. Tudolu is furious and ready to attack again. Do you even deserve to be called a senior? Lu, don't act rashly. They are seniors after all. Let's try to reason first. 2. He calmly addressed the red-haired guy. Why aren't you using reason? But still, you can't kill the demon we struggled to capture, right? The red-haired guy didn't listen to a word, his eyes wide with anger as he shouted threats. Ah, this is what arguing and competing are really about. Are you all so naive? This comment has completely enraged Tudolu, and her inner turmoil is starting to surface. Yet she still ruins our mission. How much effort have we wasted on you bastards? And what about the honor of my captain? I won't say anything else. I'm risking it with you guys. Seeing that he couldn't hold back the captain's anger, Sino turned back to ask Aki for help. Aki, the sun is about to set, tell them, but before you finish speaking, Aki's battle aura has already escaped. Get the hell out of here. Before the red-haired guy could react, he was kicked in the mouth and spat blood. Aki then boldly declared to suppress the newcomer. I've never heard such damn words before. Do you know how much energy it took us to catch those 3 demons? In my decades of life, Aki has never encountered anything like this. It really is the dog-eat-dog rule. Your action earned a like from the captain, while the others were left gaping in shock. The red-haired guy, struck by the rock, trembles with anger. Bam! Daring to treat the senior like that, the entire Black Mark team is ready to fight. Upon receiving the order, the other 3 members of the Black Mark team drew their weapons, prepared to attack. The other side also refused to back down, and was ready to fight. Just as the duel was about to begin, Kwok Dio Duong suddenly appeared, causing chaos. With a simple move, he blocked the red-haired guy and Aki's attack, then pushed both of them away. Aki, seeing this, felt a bit disappointed, as he had planned to use this opportunity to test the skills of this young warrior. Kukro Duong sternly scolds both squads for their reckless fighting. Kids who don't know life or death, the sun is about to set and they're still fighting, are they trying to become food for demons? The red-haired guy immediately tattles first to gain the advantage. The captain of the extremely exhausted team was the one who attacked us first and knocked off my mask. Tudolu, standing nearby, complained, Are you a kid or what? Damn it. The captain of Kukro Duong. The red-haired guy is speechless now, frustrated but unable to do anything. At this moment, Tomo pointed with his camera and said, I have photos as evidence that they killed 3 demons we captured alive and even dared to report it first. Truly a professional photographer, capturing every moment perfectly. Kukdio Duong heard that and approached to ask, So capturing the demon alive is an A-level mission. Did your team accept it? Tutulu reports with hands behind his back, serious. The mission was already completed, but was sabotaged by the Blackthorn squad. I see the situation now, but you're planning to just walk away. I understand. You might think they're too much, but everything you're going through now, their squad has already experienced as newcomers. Of course, how you handle it is up to you. In the end, the squad is still judged by points, except for intentional injuries and life-threatening risks. All other competitions are allowed. All the rules of the towns are like that. As a warrior, you'll face even tougher situations in the future. You didn't need to train at such a low level then. I stepped in to stop it. It's not that training isn't allowed, it's just that the sunset is coming. Everyone get back to the town for me. Then, after drinking heavily, he looked towards the Black Market squad, while you guys were robbed of your A-rank mission by the rookie group and beaten. I already feel embarrassed just hearing that. Go back and reflect. Feeling extremely bitter but unable to do anything, the red-haired guy could only obediently go back. As he passed by Aki, he asked, Do you dare to report my name? The atmosphere was tense until Aki revealed his name, causing the red-haired guy to burst out laughing. Ha ha, did you hear that? He actually dares to share the same name as the greatest warrior. After laughing, he put his hands in his pockets, looking dangerous. Aki, I definitely won't let you earn points easily. I guarantee that your team will end up last in this match and I will pay you back double later. At this moment, Kukdio Duong warned that the Blackthorn team may not be the strongest among all teams, but they are known for their quick execution, and they will definitely try their best to interfere or sabotage your mission. Moreover, the team leader of Blackthorn is very skilled with guns. He didn't use a gun during the earlier confrontation. I am sure that although you are rookies with real strength, there are also talented warriors among you. If everyone shows their full power, victory is not guaranteed. All right, let's head back to the town. She realized that her impulsive action earlier could endanger her teammates, so she ordered everyone to return. What are you standing around for? Trying to look cool? But that kick was really cool. It seems like our guy already has his first female fan in this life. On the way back, Shino had an umbrella, but Aki refused to go to the canteen for a meal. Aki already had other plans for the evening, which was to personally capture the 3 demons alive. At night, the entire city wall is under strict quarantine with continuous alerts. Please note, for your safety, do not leave the town. In the darkness, a figure is lurking near the city gate. After careful observation, Aki analyzes the situation carefully. The road to the city gate only has continuous broadcasts, and there aren't many people in the town who are locked in. At this point, I guess I can only stay at home. Wait for me to finish my mission. I also want to go home and see. The guard at the main gate doesn't seem as strict as I thought. Just this sign, is there not enough personnel? Maybe because no one expected someone to go out late at night, but leaving a gap in the door is a bit strange. Unlike my previous life, we don't care whether it's night or not. Sometimes we even organize night hunts because at night it's easier to find demons. Using the forced methods from my previous life to capture 3 evil spirits probably won't be a big problem. That masked man seems determined to block our team, but just when he least expects it, we'll finish the mission. Looks like I'm still a genius. Aki, laughing like a fool, was startled when he heard a voice beside him. Sure enough, when Aki turned his head, he saw Tudu standing against the wall, having been there all along. She looks so cool, but inside she's totally excited. A is so TG. Going out at night is so exciting. After becoming a warrior, I really am much freer. Is escaping from the dojo just a convenient excuse? Hearing Aki's plan during the day, I already knew this guy would act tonight. I really look forward to seeing what the night outside the city is like. Even though she has become a warrior, she's still just a curious young girl exploring everything. What are you talking about? I was just out for a walk, ate too much, so my stomach is still full. This is Aki, the strongest warrior in the previous life, but a bit slow in life. As he finished speaking, his stomach growled from hunger. Honestly, I have no words for this excuse. There's no other way, so you just have to admit it. Ice. All right. Honestly, I was planning to surprise you tomorrow. I just wanted to use the night to complete the mission that was interrupted by those people earlier. The mission time isn't over yet, right? But if you get caught, there's no way out, so don't report it. I'm heading back now. Aki thought Tudu came to stop her, so she was about to turn around and leave. How come she said she would join, and asked what your specific plan is? She thinks she's really a genius for coming up with this excuse to go out at night. Just thinking about the black team's mission tomorrow already makes her feel uneasy. Seeing Tudu smile naturally, Aki knew right away that this was not going to be good. At this moment, on the tall city wall, a guard was yawning repeatedly, looking very bored. Standing guard is always a torture. So sleepy. Who would go out at night now? Are they looking for death or what? Wouldn't it be better to just close the gate directly? The guard sitting nearby eating also had to remind when he heard these words. Hey, you idiot, don't let the 3 squad leaders hear you say that. Leaving the door open is for emergencies only. Could it be that you forgot that a few years ago some escapees came to the town to seek help? As a result, the door was only a few seconds late opening, and everyone was slaughtered by the demon. Since then, it seems that all the towns have left an emergency gap at the main gate. Nothing in this world is more important than surviving. The guards, after being briefed, understood the situation and apologized. Then the 2 of them shared a rare 18+ magazine together. I was speechless with these 2 guards, and while they were distracted with their lewd acts, Aki and Tudu successfully sneaked out of the city. The place in front of them is where the previous trial was held, and the night of chaos will be much denser. After turning right as Aki instructed, the 2 arrived at their destination. Tudu quickly made a preliminary assessment of the place. Staying away from the city walls can avoid detection, and the rotten forest trees are a good hiding spot. Then Aki explained his plan. According to the plan, I will lure the monster in, attack its head multiple times until it faints, and then wait for me to come back. Seeing Aki's figure disappear into the fog, Tudu felt a bit scared, trembling all over. Even though Aki was very confident, was he really going to venture into the foggy night alone? But she quickly regained her composure and prepared herself. No, I'm the same. Alone in the forest outside the city at night, it always feels like a dense fog, and darkness could swallow me at any moment. Fear or excitement, I can't let it show. I must stay focused and be ready to send reinforcements to that guy at any time. Aki's skill in luring the demon surprised Tudu, because she always lures a different Voki demon each time. This certainly greatly reduces the difficulty of capturing them alive, and for Tudu, this completely unfamiliar and intriguing forced method is something she has never encountered before. She gradually adapts and quickly becomes more mature. Following Aki's guidance, the two bodies move nimbly as if playing with the unusual demon, whose head has been attacked multiple times. By continuously attacking the head, the demon gradually tires and falls unconscious. This method of forced capture has been around for half a century, and tonight it happens again. Although the process was relatively smooth, this method of hunting using pure energy seemed to test physical endurance. After a struggle, Aki was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. After this, you need to train your body physically. In your previous life, you hunted alone, just like playing with the mindless demons. At this moment, Tudu approaches the third demon unconscious, and the final task is complete. Her first hunting experience made her feel much more exhausted than training her strength at the dojo. When hearing Aki say they would leave these 3 demons here, she was extremely surprised. Aki explained, "The mindless demons have no intelligence and don't know how to save their kind, plus they won't come too close to the city walls. It's fine to leave these 3 here. With this method of hunting that hits their heads, they won't wake up for a while. We will leave early tomorrow morning and just submit the mission directly." After thinking for a while, Tudu wondered why a rookie would know these things. Aki, having spoken too much, was confused and didn't know how to justify himself properly. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed. "Found it. I found that human species." As expected, they do smell similar. The appearance of 2 top-tier demons leaves Aki frozen in place. "This is bad. This is really bad. Why are there 2 top-tier demons? The current situation is completely beyond our reach. Damn it! Why did 2 appear?" At this moment, sirens are blaring loudly from the city wall, and the 3 captains have gathered immediately. There is a reaction from the ultimate demon, and searchlights are turned on. 2 guards hurriedly hide the secret documents and begin executing the order. Jago doesn't understand why the ultimate demon appeared at this moment. She wondered if that was the demon that appeared during the trial, but Kuo Duoduang said that demon had already died in the underground cave, and this one was different. After shining the light around, the locations of the 2 most powerful demons were revealed. The sudden appearance of 2 of them was extremely strange. But now is not the time to think about that. Joel immediately ordered his subordinates. "Don't panic. Close the city gates. They can't hurt us. The defensive cannons are ready. All the cannons on the city wall are charging up and can fire at any moment." Just then, Kuk Duoduang shouted loudly, "Wait. Don't close the city gates. It seems there's someone down there." After shining the light on the demon's location, Kuk Duoduang gritted his teeth angrily. "Those 2 bastards, why are they there?" Jago couldn't understand why these 2 rookies were outside the city walls late at night. Kuk Duoduang, now helpless, said, "I know about the 3 imprisoned demons. The master, in the dead of night, completes the task of capturing alive, disturbed during the day." Johio grits his teeth in anger, showing that having some ability makes it easy to act impulsively. Impulsively. The novice warrior's common weakness is inability to stand still, so Kuju Duong charges fiercely at the 2 top-tier demons. Jago quickly follows, leaving Joel behind to command the city defenses. The 2 demons also sensed someone approaching, and Aki, aware of the situation, told Tudu to hide behind her. Now, the best option is to buy more time and wait for reinforcements. Carefully reconsider and think through why this situation has occurred. Is it because they target me like the last highest-level demon since I was reborn? Or did something happen earlier when I was in the cave? As the situation becomes tense, Tudu suddenly steps forward. "No, we must fight together." She doesn't want Aki to face the 2 strongest demons alone because of her. If she must fight, she won't cowardly stand behind. But this move was nothing but a joke to the 2 demons. They both leapt down to the ground, ready to attack. But only the green demon landed. The gray one suddenly disappeared. In a flash, the gray demon appeared behind the 2 of them, attacking Tudu with its sharp claws. Kill the useless one first. Luckily, Aki reacted in time, pushing Tudu aside and saving her at the last moment. The attack from the gray demon was so powerful that the ground cracked open with a single strike. Immediately after, Tudu kicked back in a counterattack, but her strike was blocked by water. When she looked closely, her body was bound by blue silk threads. This is the power of the green demon. Tudu was caught off guard and tied up, unable to move. Aki tried to go to help, but became the target of the gray demon instead. Damn, losing focus is not good. At this moment, Kuk Duoduang arrived just in time and punched the demon in the face. Don't even think about harming them. Just arrived, Jago analyzed the characteristics of the 2 demons. It seems to be a water element core and a earth element core. Now our urgent task is to rescue Tudu first, But the gray demon that was just knocked back has returned. Surrounded by rocks, it seems to have suffered no damage at all. Luckily, I managed to dodge. Almost got my brain smashed in. Seeing the stalemate, Joel immediately ordered the defensive guns not to fire to avoid injuring his own people. Suddenly, a hasty warrior ran over to report that Captain Joe noticed a large number of bizarre monsters approaching us, an uncountable number of evil spirits. Under the blood-red moon, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Below the wall, countless unknown monsters had gathered, creating a terrifying scene. Joel was sweating profusely and shouted orders to his subordinates. Hearing the alarm, all the warriors inside the city immediately went into combat mode. The warning just sounded, and all the warriors gathered at the city wall, ready to sacrifice themselves to protect the safety of the people inside. On Aki's side, the Demon Lord completely ignored them and headed straight for the town. This must be because the two top-tier demons summoned it. The two captains had to fight quickly and return to the wall. Realizing the urgency, Tudu shouted desperately, "Forget me. Go and support the town." She thought this was entirely her fault, that she had caused trouble for the captains, but before she could finish speaking, she was silenced by the green demon with water. Quiet now. At this moment, Kuk Duodwang decides not to retreat, but charges to attack the two most formidable demons, followed by Jago and Aki. The gray demon, seeing this, places its hands on the ground, and countless sharp stones immediately emerge. Its only targets are the two captains. It charged past Aki without attacking. "Ha ha, go over there. This move is also too confusing. Kuk Duodwang doesn't understand why, but now is not the time to think about that. The two captains are held back by the gray demon, unable to move forward anymore." At this moment, the blue demon signals with its hand, "You, follow me." Then it turns into water, carrying Tudu into the forest. Aki saw that and stood still, inner struggle intense. The trap to separate me from the captains was clearly a trap. Despicable. Stay calm. Don't get agitated. My current strength still isn't enough. Although we're fighting fiercely, the two leaders almost shout at the same time. "Iki, don't go over there. You're no match for it." Aki's whole body trembles, grinding his teeth in anger. But Tudu might die. This look is so familiar. How can I not chase after her? How can I just ignore her? After Ha made up her mind, Aki immediately pushed herself to chase after. "You will save Tudu at all costs." The demon took Tudu a short distance away and suddenly stopped. He stands in front of her and begins to speak. "You humans are interesting, especially because we are very curious. Curious about the rich emotions of humans. I hear that when humans are desperate, they scream. Please beg for mercy, Ha. I want to hear you plead." After a while, it realized that with the hostage's mouth covered, there was nothing to hear. "All right, stop. Please spare me." But contrary to its expectations, Tudu's eyes were filled with resentment. "Are you also worthy?" The demon was confused and asked again. "Huh? Am I also worthy? Am I ultimately worthy or unworthy?" Although the Demon Lord is intelligent, it doesn't seem very smart. Tudu explained to it, "I was born into a noble martial family and will never bow to enemies. Weakness is a disgrace to us. Either kill me or fight me." After a long moment of hesitation, the demon angrily kicked Tudu in the face. "Angry, I am angry. You are the bait, you will die." Tudu fell to the ground, eyes filled with fury, wishing he could fight to the death. At this moment, Aki arrived just in time. "Hey, let her go. You're after me, right?" The demon jumps for joy upon seeing Aki. You really came." The lure was successful. You are the target. The target. Hearing these words, Tudu completely didn't understand what was happening anymore. Her mind was filled with questions, but Aki surprisingly cared about her condition first. With unwavering spirit, she shouted to Aki, "I'm fine. Why did you come alone? If you're not the strongest demon, then get out of here now." The demon immediately kicked her in the stomach to silence her. It can't let anything interfere with its target. Seeing that, Aki was furious. "Hey, don't hurt her. If I'm your target, then take me instead and let her go." The demon, after hearing that, sneers and says, Everyone must die." Its speed was terrifyingly fast, rushing in front of Aki in an instant. Aki's attack not only missed, but was also struck hard in the ribs. With her current body, Aki couldn't react quickly enough to this speed. The demon turned its body into water and kept attacking Aki. "You smell like us. Curious why?" Aki struggles to hold on while thinking of a strategy. This is a water element. The water demon has now evolved to have multiple attributes. This weak body can't use any skills besides martial arts. If this continues, Tudu will be lying on the ground, helplessly watching the battle. She knows that if things go on like this, Aki will die. Suddenly, she saw a sharp piece of rock protruding from the ground nearby, and unable to accept death quietly, she used all her strength to crawl toward the rock near Aki, whose one arm had been encased in water by the demon. Although immobile, this was also her chance as the distance between them had narrowed. Immediately, he stabbed forward with the dagger. The idea was good, but with his body's speed, his attack was seen through. Now both of his hands are controlled by the demon. You are in the cave, killing not Kai. You shouldn't be so weak. Are you pretending? Aki struggles with all her might to find a way to fight back. I honestly have no idea what you're babbling about. What do you mean killing the top demon? Aki's fierce attitude made the demon furious, and it decided to punish him by twisting his arms. Aki's mind was spinning as he cried out in pain. The demon still wouldn't let him go and wanted to torment him even more. Lying won't save you. You must die. Quickly tell me the secret on your body. Aki was kicked away and helplessly lay on the ground, unable to move. It hurts so much. Have my internal organs been shattered? Unexpectedly, I found myself in the worst predicament, being attacked by a powerful demon. Tudu was desperately trying to escape from the ropes, even as his hands bled. The demon doesn't care about her and slowly approaches Kai. You refuse to admit it, then kill and eat. I feel like you can help me evolve, so I will take you with me. As it reached out to grab Aki, it suddenly sensed danger and tilted its head to avoid Tudu's blade. After kicking away the demon, Tudu stands in front of Aki with sharp eyes and says, "Do not touch my team members. If you want to kill them, I will be the first to die." Aki now faintly sees the wounds on her wrist and ankle, realizing she forcibly broke free from her restraints. You never expected that one day a little girl would stand up to protect you like this. Following Tudu's will, the demon decided to unleash a final attack. Drops of water burst from its body, forming countless sharp needles that then shoot forward at an incredible speed. Seeing herself as a burden, Aki gasped out, "Lu, get out of the way," but Tudu quiet refused to run. She used all her strength to deflect the incoming needles, protecting Aki. At this moment, the demon reached out with his hand forward. "Watch your step below." The needles that were knocked away earlier suddenly gathered, piercing through Tudu and knocking her back toward the demon. The demon grabbed her by the neck and grinned eerily. "If I want to fight to the death, I won't hold back. I'll torment you and make you scream." Watching this scene faintly, Achi's inner voice seemed to be crying out in helplessness. Let go of her. It's so ironic, living again only to see my teammate die before my eyes. Nothing has changed. I still have to rely on a girl's protection, even unable to protect myself, let alone others. At this moment, the core in Aki's chest suddenly shatters, his eyes blazing red, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. At the very least, I can't stand by and watch my teammates die in front of me without being able to do anything. Aki punched the ground, a powerful shockwave spreading everywhere. As the demon just reacted, a shadow darted past and snatched Tudu from its hands. Aki hadn't even attacked it yet, but already its arm was covered in wounds. It was all caused by the pressure of the wind. Aki carefully lifts Tudu in her arms and gently says, "You did very well as a team leader for the first time. Lu, leave the rest to me." Aki's eye turned red, no longer human at all. The demon also sensed this change in you. "You're human, Our breath is so strong. Indeed, you have a secret." After gently laying Tudu on the ground, Aki turned around fiercely and said, "I don't know exactly what happened with my breath right now." He held his head in pain, and the power in his chest kept spreading upwards like it was about to break his body. Suddenly, a surge of power burst out from his body in a fierce explosion. On his chest, where the demon's core was before, a new core with a special symbol appeared. As soon as it saw it, the demon immediately recognized the heart. That heart. Is it Wonki's? Tudu, lying faintly on the ground, sensed something unusual about Aki, but unfortunately she had no strength left to speak and could only helplessly lie here. After fully unleashing his energy, Aki's body transformed, with the left half of his body appearing to turn into a demon with horns and sharp claws. The ultimate form has awakened. Now every step Aki takes makes his clone fear and retreat. It's time for you to die. Elsewhere, the gray demon holding the two captains suddenly sensed a tremor from afar. Stunned, breath steady. Really strong among your kind? While it's distracted looking the other way, Kukru Duong suddenly attacks. You're distracted, Mutt. Jago also threw a stone at its face, knocking it away. But the two captains immediately charged forward with relentless attacks, causing the demon to stagger for a moment. Too strong, it can't fight back. Before it could regain its senses, the two captains combined their attacks to carve a hole in its body, turning it into a demon. Finally, Jago kicked it into the air. The demon still had a little breath left, reaching up to the core in front of its chest. Yet they still dug a hole in the person, and now humanity is dying along with them. Realizing the demon intended to self-destruct, Ju immediately shielded Choi Ryu-Ru. She knew both of them would struggle to withstand the explosion from the demon's ultimate self-destruction, so if sacrificing herself could save her teammates, she was willing to do so. At this moment, the demon was shot and crashed onto the ground. Before the self-destruct process could complete, it was already defeated. The arrow-shaped streak just now was fired from the defensive gun. Although the situation on the wall was extremely critical, Joel gave the timely order and successfully saved the two captains. At this moment, Joel is still fighting fiercely on the wall, but no matter how many demons he kills, their numbers seem to never decrease. With the situation like this, the monsters will bypass the city walls and slaughter the humans inside. There's no other choice. So Joe shouted loudly to the two captains and immediately turned back to the city. The demon army is attacking. Jago, upon receiving the news, Ju is planning to return and save them. Come on, we must immediately return to the city. They need us there. But Kuktuduong hesitated and looked back. Damn it, what about the two kids? Understanding my teammates' feelings, Ju still had to advise him. My mood is the same as yours, but we're not just leaders. We're also warriors. These words awakened Kuktuduong, and he could only grit his teeth in helplessness before rushing back to the city wall. On the other side, the blue demon was trembling uncontrollably. What are you doing? Our kind is human. You demon of the highest order. Huh, that's not right. You're even stronger. Ha ha. Why can humans grow horns? No, it can't be true. Why? Now its mind is flooded with unanswered questions. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Unlike it, Aki calmly gathers a small light sphere on her finger. Maybe this is the meaning of my rebirth, to possess all the power of the demon and then change everything. With a flick of my finger, the light sphere flew straight to Tudu and healed all her wounds. Seeing this scene, the demon was stunned with his mouth open. Huh. Sister Lu, Aki from the wood element, placed her hand on her chest and muttered to herself, I think I have some memories from back then. Maybe it's because I absorbed the previous wood type of the strongest one. If I absorb you, I might also gain water-type power. As the words finished, countless tree roots sprouted from the ground, forming a massive throne. Standing tall on the throne, Aki spread his arms wider, increasingly resembling a demon. Ha, I am beginning to look forward to the power of the demon. Hearing what Aki just said, the demon is utterly terrified. Absorbing the core of the most powerful demon of the wood system. Becoming us. Seeing the demon tremble in fear, Aki smiled with satisfaction. Truly fascinating. I've never seen this even in my previous life. So even demons can feel fear like this. That's why I decided to drag this out a little longer. The branches begin to grow, wrapping around Aki's feet. As the branches develop, Aki can move freely and hang in front of the demon. Come on, attack me with all your might. I want to see what power this form of mine still holds. The demon couldn't bear the repeated questions in its mind and screamed wildly. Are you ultimately human or demon? As it shouted, it swung a water blade forward, but in this state, Aki easily leapt back to avoid the attack. Controlling the elements. I remember the wood-type demon I absorbed used this move. Aki extends his hand forward and then slowly clenches it. Countless branches grow from the ground, trapping the demon in an instant. But he didn't stop there. He clenched his fists and crossed his arms, causing the branches to tighten even more. Aki could easily control the surrounding wood elements as if they were part of his body. The demon screams in agony as it is tightly bound. If this continues, it will be torn apart in unbearable pain. With no other choice, it was forced to use its trump card. In an instant, it turned its body into water, broke free from the restraints, and charged straight at Aki. Aki managed to dodge, but the demon immediately restored his upper body and attacked furiously. Ha! Not enough. You won't be able to kill me. Your wood system can't dissolve yourself like I do, right? It grabs, tears off one of Aki's arms, and continues attacking relentlessly. Ha ha ha, humans don't understand, my demon power is stronger. I create a giant hand to catch the body being thrown and slowly stand up on the ground. You're right, I don't fully understand how powerful a demon's strength can be, but you know what? I am the strongest warrior, my learning ability is very strong, and to kill you, I just need to keep learning and adapting to demon power. In an instant, Aki's arm gradually grew back, just like the most powerful demon in the cave. This scene left the blue demon utterly amazed. Wood system, self-healing, huh? I understand instantly. Soon Aki's arm was fully healed. He immediately charged forward, launching an attack with his demon power. Countless small branches sprouted from the ground where he landed, continuously pushing him forward. By the time the demon reacted, Aki was already in front of it. It hurriedly backed away to avoid a blow, but its legs had been caught without it noticing. At this moment, Aki grabbed its head with both hands, his eyes full of savage intent. Oops, don't run anymore. Fighting you has become a bit boring. This scene is really hard to describe in words. At this moment, the demon feels something is off with its body, suddenly swells up and explodes, just like the technique Tudu often uses. Just when everyone thought it was over, droplets of water from the demon's core began to gather and form its body. Foolish. Haha, I can split myself apart. The demon is happily laughing, thinking it pierced through with a branch and is no longer able to struggle. Of course I know, but as a demon, your most important core cannot split. Foolish, are you overconfident in your own abilities? The demon's core has been pierced out by the branch, so its body can no longer be separated. Watching its core slowly drift away, the demon helplessly reaches out. My core, my core. It clings to its last hope to survive. But it's already too late. Aki grabs the core and grins menacingly. Your core has been destroyed. Even if you're a level 7 demon, you'll only die. I will take your water-based power. Without the core, the demon's body gradually became immobile and dissolved into a pool of water. Aki then crushed the core, absorbing the energy from the water element core. Ha ha ha. Make me stronger. This look doesn't resemble the strongest human warrior at all. The demon's thoughts are gradually invading Aki's mind. After fully absorbing the core of the water system, Aki's gaze suddenly turns towards Tudu. Even though he has only just absorbed the core, he can already skillfully transform his body into water. Standing before Tudu, Aki increasingly resembles a ferocious demon. The demon devours, humans kill. The demon devours, humans die. Under the blood-red moon, Aki repeatedly repeats this phrase. It seems like his mind is being controlled by an absolute command. Without hesitation, he slashes his sharp claws straight into Tudu, shattering the wooden healing barrier. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the sky red. But it was a cheese blood. Turns out, in that critical moment, his human side regained control of half his body and shielded Tudu with his hand. Stop, damn it, stop. How could I kill my teammate? How is that possible? I have to bring her back. Damn voice. Get out of my head now. Aki clutching his head, shouting loudly as the core of the Demon King once again shines brightly. At this moment, the will of the Crimson King once again falls into slumber, yet it can still resist my will. Interesting. All the soldiers on the city wall are fighting desperately. The demons have successfully climbed over the wall and are beginning their assault on the city. During the fight, Shino shouted to Tomo, "Why don't I see Aki and Liu? Our squad only has 2 people, it's not enough." Tomo calmly replied while killing the demon. Just now, when I arrived, I overheard other squads say that 2 soldiers secretly left the city and were targeted by the Demon King. It seems like Aki and the others are worried about dying. Hearing this, Shino gasped in shock. What did she say? I can't believe any idiot would do something as crazy as that. Tomo could only hold her head and sigh, unable to imagine the consequences if the 2 top-tier demons targeted her. But now is not the time to think about other things. The 2 need to focus on fighting if they don't want to die here. At this moment, Kukdyo Duong and Ju have also returned and joined the battle. As soon as he saw them, Joel asked about their core status, and Kukdyo Duong, still fighting, replied that their energy consumption wasn't too high and they could still keep killing these damn monsters. The warrior's core will be depleted, and the more intense the burst, the greater the consumption. As a result, their strength will gradually weaken. But luckily, just now, the 2 captains worked together to deal with the top-tier demon, and the core situation is considered stable. Otherwise, this afternoon's demon attack would be very troublesome. Soon, the 3 captains gathered together. Jago then asked Joel what he planned to do next. While fighting, Joel explained the plan they needed to carry out. Killing one of the top-tier demons clearly reduced the attack power of this mindless horde significantly. The last one Kai is also not here. These demons are like headless snakes, attacking aimlessly and without discipline. These mindless monsters may not have consciousness, but they know the fear of death and are afraid of us. This will weaken their desire to attack and give the defenders on the wall more time to recover. Confidently seizing each person's core, they suddenly unleashed a burst. Knowing the plan, the energy source of the 2 captains' cores suddenly exploded. Both of them leapt into the air and crashed down like 2 bombs, smashing countless demons into pieces. Including the attack from the most powerful demon earlier, today marked the 2nd time their core energies erupted. If not for the limits of the core and body, the extreme sugar level would continue to kill in this state forever. The extreme sugar level and Jago turn into 2 streams of red light, crazily sweeping everything in their path. The explosive state of the red power core is indeed the most intense, but Lamhotch, like Joe, also refuses to give up. With lightning-fast speed, he charges straight ahead, taking down every demon in his path. At this moment, Tumo surprisingly stops filming. Impressive. I've never seen the team leaders attack like this before. Wow, so powerful. Damn, I'm speechless. And Shino is carefully observing the fighting styles of the 3 captains. This is the true strength of the core warriors that Hang has always dreamed of. He swore that one day he would become a warrior of this caliber. After the slaughter, the 3 captains stopped in front of the city gate. The bodies of all 3 are still in a stable condition. Nothing to worry about. The demons, frightened by the recent slaughter, dare not approach the 3. Seizing this opportunity, Joel looked up at the wall and gave the order. The warriors reinforced their stance and continued fighting, forcing the demon tide to retreat. Encouraged, the warriors were ready to fight on with full vigor. Only then could Joel breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Joel's pupils suddenly shouted, "Watch out, something is coming this way." The three captains immediately prepared to fight the remaining top-tier demon. From afar, the monsters kneeling on the ground form a clear path, but what appears next leaves the three captains speechless. Walking among the countless monsters, Aki carries Tudu in her arms as she moves forward. Jago looked at Aki, still not understanding what was happening. She remembered clearly that Aki had been chasing after the most powerful demon. Aki's success in saving Tudu is truly unbelievable. Joel is extremely panicked right now. Hey, Aki. Even though the evil monsters we just defeated have lost their will to attack, you can't just walk through like that. The two of them will be overwhelmed in an instant. Exactly as expected, the demons immediately pounced on Aki to tear him apart. The three captains saw that and all rushed forward, willing to sacrifice themselves to prevent their subordinates from being killed right before their eyes. Standing among countless demons, Aki remained completely still, not wanting to be disturbed in the slightest. With just a cold glare, all the demons were frightened into retreat, each trembling and not daring to take a step forward. When fear reaches its peak, they decide to run away. They understand clearly that if they stay, only death awaits them. Although the distant monsters didn't understand what was happening, they also learned to run away with their tails between their legs. Aki stands amidst the horde of monsters, yet remains safe and unharmed. The three captains quickly slammed on the brakes when they saw this. Witnessing the demons retreat, the soldiers on the wall thought it was thanks to the three captains and praised them, but the person being praised didn't understand what was happening before their eyes. Is it because of us, or is it because of Aki? At this moment, Aki collapses exhausted onto the ground. In a daze, he feels as if he's lying on a giant demon's head, surrounded by a vast ocean of blood. In the dark space, a voice echoes, "Are you really enjoying this?" "My power." Aki didn't react at all and calmly asked back. "Who are you?" The voice continues to speak. "You met me before, half a century ago. You should still remember." Aki thought for a moment and then said, "Batkai. You are one of the two Batkai I saw back then. How many Batkai are there in total?" Suddenly a voice rang out right next to a Kai. "Oh, don't worry about that. You'll find out soon enough." As Aki turned around, he saw a blazing red demon sitting beside him and casually said, "I am Crimson King Kai, the strongest of the 8. No wonder you're not afraid when you see me. No wonder your mind is so strong that you can resist my mind control. You're indeed the strongest warrior, but I definitely won't harm you for now." Ignoring these words, Aki got up and kept asking questions. "Why did you choose me? What exactly happened to my body?" Too many questions are starting to annoy Crimson King Kai when suddenly another Crimson King Kai appears, hugging Aki's body from behind. "You will find out soon enough. No need to rush. And as for your body, it is now also my body. Due to certain reasons, I may have to fall into a deep sleep for a while. For my safety, I will make you work hard to evolve later and then approach me infinitely during the perfect period." Hearing these words, Aki couldn't hold back anymore and mustered all his strength to punch the demon in front of him right in the face. "Huh. What do you guys really think humans are? You bastard, I will kill you." At that moment, a call brought him back to his senses. "Aki, wake up." By the time he realized, he saw two protruding mountains right in front of him. They were so white that he could tell something was wrong, but Aki still kept his eyes fixed tightly without looking away. "Wait, what am I doing?" Then I was attacked and beaten by Tudu's guards. "Kid, where do you get the guts? Damn it, even if you're the one who saved the young lady, I can't forgive you." "Damn it, how dare you disrespect our young lady like that? I'll cut off this arm and then kill you." Everyone in the room bowed in respect to this man. Seeing Tudu call him father, Aki looked on in confusion, not understanding anything. Joel then introduced, "This is the head of the martial arts family of our town, everyone knows, Tudu family. Tudu, Hwansung. You are from here, right?" "Why does it seem like you don't know?" Aki guessed that while he was unconscious, this person took good care of him, so he immediately bowed in greeting. "My apologies. I should have been more careful. I am sorry." "Ha, it's okay. You saved my daughter's life. Our Tudu family must thank you for your bravery." Then he told the three captains, "Tonight everyone can rest at our dojo and then celebrate our victory over the demon today. You three have grown up under my watch, so no need to be polite. You can consider the Tudu family as your own, and my daughter is bothering you. She's naturally stubborn and has been punished a lot, so in the future you will need to teach and train her more." Kuk Duodwang replied, "Don't worry, Lord Huan Kung, we will do our best. It's clear that the Tudu family's status in this town is extremely high. Even the three captains must show respect when standing before Lord Tudu Huankung. At this moment, Kukdiu Duong suddenly asked everyone to leave the room, only Aki remaining. When only the three captains and Aki were left, Kukdiu Duong carefully asked Aki, "What do you know about the appearance of the most evil demon during the warrior trial and this demon's appearance this time?" This. Joel suddenly interrupted beside him. Even as a member of his team, there is no room for hesitation. "Let me go." Facing Aki, the three captains all radiated a deadly aura. "Aki, are you a demon?" Hearing this question, Aki froze for a moment, then scratched his head awkwardly. "I am a demon. Ha ha, are you all deliberately teasing me? The remaining demon, not Ki, is with Duong Duong and Jago, and they must all be eliminated. Could you really handle that one demon, not Kai, all by yourself? Tell me, how can I help you smoothly get Tudulu out of there?" Aki was panicked and couldn't think of any reasonable excuse. At this moment, Joel's eyes shone brightly. "Maybe because you're an accomplice of the demon, so you can escape from them every time." Aki gritted his teeth, unsure of what to do. "Should I really reveal my secret here? Is it okay to tell them my secret? If I tell them, what will happen to me? They will kill me immediately. They can't miss this chance. If they don't believe I'm human, they'll only see me as a demon. After all, I am the strongest demon in my body." Seeing Aki stay silent, Joel prepared to draw his weapon, and I didn't say anything. I would act first. Aki clenched his fists, thinking about the worst-case scenario of fighting the three team leaders. The atmosphere is extremely tense right now, and a fight could break out at any moment. Just then, someone stepped in to stop it and said, "Stop causing trouble. Only a fourth-stage demon or higher can transform into a human form." It seems that Aki isn't a fourth-stage demon after all. Even if he can reach the sea-level town, it doesn't really matter to us. Kui Yuetang also spoke up. "One more thing. Demons won't save their teammates. They have no concept of friends. They are the selfish and treacherous type. But Aki risked everything to save Tudolu. I don't believe he's a demon." Joel then relaxed his killing intent and smiled happily. "I knew it. I knew it. I was just trying to tease him. Why are you both so serious? You and Lu have already gone through hell. It's been tough enough. Honestly, I'm speechless with this, Captain. We were about to get into a big fight." Although I no longer doubt Kukdiu Duong still has a question for Akai, but Lu told us that when she was fighting the strongest demon, she fainted and then didn't remember anything. In the end, you saved Lu from the demons. What exactly happened? Jago has the same question. Could it be that you really defeated that most powerful demon? This question helped Aki come up with the answer. You have always thought about the demon inside your body but forgot about other abilities. Without hesitation, you confidently reply, "I am actually a genius." Aki cleared his throat and explained that he can blink to absorb most of the core energy for temporary power surges beyond his current strength. "This is my secret weapon," Jago then asked. "So when you blink and absorb most of the core energy, it's like us activating the core power, right?" Aki nodded without hesitation. The three captains looked at each other before continuing to ask, "So you mean that both last time and this time, you used this ability to defeat the ultimate demon?" Aki confidently made up a few more lines. "Yes, it was also when I first discovered this ability. The body suddenly absorbed all the power from the core and launched a fierce attack, exploding the demon's body while it was unprepared. Because it was her first awakening, she also lost consciousness afterward. This time, she used this method to defeat the most powerful demon and make Lu leave. Because his body couldn't withstand the sudden surge of power, he fainted again after bringing Lu back." Kudyu Duong listened in silence, pondering that if what he said was true, it could also explain why the core in his chest had shattered several times. That was because the power within the core was being drained to its extreme limit. Is it really like that? Because Aki is a genius. If what you say is true, your ability truly exceeds the usual limits, but now you can control it. This is actually similar to how team leaders activate their energy. Our team captain can reduce the body's load to the minimum during training when activating powers, so we can control it. So, before you learn to control it, try not to use this power, or it could be dangerous. Kuo Tang suddenly interjected. "Jago is not wrong, so let me try your ability." "Aki, if you're a genius, let me test it a bit." They go to the martial arts arena. After changing clothes, the two head to the arena to exchange techniques. It seems that Kwakdiu Duong still doesn't quite believe what Aki is saying. From the very beginning, Kwakdiu Duong has assumed a stance as if ready to devour Aki. Aki can no longer fight at all now. Although the abilities of the team leaders compared to him in the previous life are just basic, his current body cannot utilize those techniques at all. Aki places his hand on the core, hesitating whether to use the demon's power or not. At that moment, Kukdiu Duong rushes forward, attacking at lightning speed. Luckily, Aki reacted in time to dodge the attack, but judging by the force of this kick, it seems Kukdeo Duong has no intention of holding back anymore. Jago, standing outside watching, also has to warn him to keep his limits. Although all his expressions are bad, Aki's reaction ability is commendable. This entirely relies on Aki's fighting experience, and this level has already reached its limit. Not giving Aki a moment to rest, the extreme sugar demon throws a punch straight at his face. Even the sturdy training ground was smashed to pieces by the punch. Luckily, Aki managed to dodge the attack once again. Suddenly, Kukruo Duong appeared from behind and grabbed him by the collar. With his weak body, Aki had no chance to escape. At this moment, Kukdeo Duong swept his leg to kick Aki into the wall. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, Joel tried to stop him, but was blocked by Jago. Kukdeo Duong clenched his fists together and taunted him. "Is this all the strength you have? So you're not a genius after all." Aki is really getting angry now. "I really don't like being looked down on. After all, in my previous life I was praised by all the warriors as a king. Extremely sweet sugar, extremely sweet sugar. He can only be considered my descendant. Claiming to be a genius, but lacking the true strength of a genius means he won't make it through. If it's reincarnation, I can't keep judging myself by the standards of my previous life. Just secretly use the power of that damn demon inside and don't mind this 200-month-old kid playing some tricks." When Aki stood up, the core in front of his chest began to glow, and his aura completely changed. He moved forward without hesitation. "Captain Kukdeo Duong, it's my turn to attack now." Aki's aura erupts and spreads out widely. After using demonic power, his body is surrounded by red aura, and the synchronization rate rises from 19% to 30%. The low-level core synchronization rate in his chest also increases. It seems that now I only need to use my consciousness to activate this body with more potential and abilities. Leon opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Can you feel his synchronization rate constantly rising?" Jago was also surprised by the aura emanating from Aki. "It can't be that our FF city has a genius among geniuses, right?" Crazily grinding his teeth, he stared at Aki with worry in his heart. With this aura, his synchronization rate has already increased to at least 40% and is still rising. He thought of Tudu Lu and remembered that his synchronization rate was 39%. Aki surpassed Lu. Suddenly a voice interrupted his train of thought. "Captain of the Extreme Glory Team." Aki walks through the smoke, slowly moving forward step by step. "Don't get distracted." In a flash, he teleported to Kukdeo Duong and raised his fist. "I'm here." And then he punched straight into Kukdeo Duong's stomach with great force, but was blocked by Kukdeo Duong with his hand, making him can't help but hide an excited smile. This kid Aki's speed is twice as fast as before, and his body data has also increased accordingly. Aki's voice rings out. "Captain Kukdeo Duong, you turn around and kick up." That was just a fake attack earlier. Then he kicks straight into Kukdeo Duong's ankle, making him lose his balance and lean to the side. Seeing how Aki fights, he has some difficulty facing him, but still manages to smile. "Well done, kid." Taking advantage of the gap to distract his opponent with a counterattack, he strikes again, causing imbalance and demonstrating clever tactics. He looks down and senses something is off. Aki suddenly kicks him directly without warning. John watches the fight and feels overwhelmed by the relentless attacks. Where does Aki get all this rich combat experience from? The voice behind suddenly rang out. Fighting up close is what he specializes in, so there's no need to be cautious. The one who just arrived is Tudu Wankung, head of Tudu Gia. Leon and Jago shouted out as soon as they saw him. "Truk Huan Palace." Jago happily took his hand. "Lord Huan, when did you arrive?" Tudu Wankung looks quite relaxed, but as soon as they arrive, the two are too focused. John scratches his head nervously. "Sorry, Uncle Huankung, I borrowed the training ground." Clashing with this kid caused a bit of a stir. Tudu Huansung looked at the arena and broke into sweat, calling this a little disturbance. John still remains very confident. He even dares to come openly. Tudu Huansung just smiled and let it go. "No problem. I also want to see if the little guy shares a name with the greatest warrior." How to face Xiaodong's counterattack. At this moment, Kukdeo Duong has already grabbed Aki's leg. He swung his leg back to gain momentum and glared with murderous intent. "Got you." Tudu Huangong talks about Kukdeo Duong's past and is confident he will win. Tudu Duong has been like this since he was a child. As long as he gets a chance to counterattack, even if it's small, he can seize it. Moreover, after years of fighting demons, he's developed an extraordinary sense of timing, so once his foot is caught, he can't struggle free. That kid Aki will probably have a lesson he'll never forget. At the same time, Kukdeo Duong raised his fist, ready to fight Aki. Aki didn't seem afraid and smirked. "No, your eyes flash with a terrifying look, just like the greatest warrior. I caught you." "Captain Kukdeo Duong." After saying that, he jumped up, pushed the person back, and then forcefully slammed his forehead into Kukdeo Duong's. The three of them were all stunned by this move of yours. Kukdeo Duong leaned back, clutching his forehead in pain. He releases Aki, steps back a few paces, feeling resentful, that guy of yours. But at that moment, Aki also jumps away. You land with your eyes blazing red. Humanity's forehead is very strong, but the middle of the brow is quite fragile. He said, then quickly teleported to Kukdeo Duong and launched an attack. Keep going. Captain Kukdeo Duong. Kukdeo Duong's eyes lit up, and it seemed like there was a change in her body. He regains his fighting stance, his body emanating a red aura. I've made it this far. John sensed something was wrong and shouted a warning. It seemed like Duong Duong was no longer planning to raise his hand. The large rocks surrounding Kukdeo Duong, Aki immediately guessed Kukdeo Duong's move. Is this your ultimate attack? Instead of worrying, you seem excited. Let's test this demon power a little more. Your hand reaches out to control the demon's hand, grabbing those rocks. In the blink of an eye, Kukdeo Duong's move was destroyed. Kukdeo Duong couldn't believe this happened. What? Aki's figure suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye and reappeared behind the extreme righteous path. Jago was once again surprised by A's attack, taking advantage of the smoke to circle around the opponent's blind spot. Using Duong Duong's technique to counterattack, John sighed and said, "Indeed, a person with a grudge always repays it," while Tudu Huancong retorted, or rather, praised their astonishing learning ability. At that moment, Kukdeo Duong turned around and reached out his hand to grab Aki, but he forgot that this was my move. I understand it better than anyone, but unfortunately this match has already reached its end. Kukdeo Duong couldn't fight back against Aki. Tudu Huancong keenly realized that Xiaotang had already lost. As Aki's fist lunged forward with a powerful strike to Kukdeo Duong's stomach, he managed to deflect the punch to the side. Kukdeo Duong couldn't help but be amazed. Aki's powerful punch was deliberately aimed to miss. Aki slowly retreats, while Captain Kukdeo Duong always uses grabbing as his method of attack. If I had used my true skills from the start, I might not have gained the advantage. Explained to Kukru Duong. A hit to the forehead can cause visual damage and double vision, leading to misjudgments. I just happened to exploit this weakness. You smile and wink, so everyone believes what I said this time, right? Jingyu only closed his eyes in silence, wondering if he's a genius. Tudu Huangong watched the match with excitement, unable to hide his smile. A chi if it's this young man. Maybe he really can. Suddenly there was a noise behind, and Tumu and two others appeared. What are you all doing instead of eating? Hearing the noise, she looked around and saw that Liu had prepared a lot of delicious food, and the room was very luxurious. Waking up to this scene, she couldn't help but be shocked. Hey, what is everyone doing? The scene looks pretty chaotic right now. Aki just scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Well, most of it was done by Captain Kukruo Duong. Tudulu looked at the wreckage and wondered, what happened? John went to Kukdeo Duong to ask, You admit defeat, right? He just snorted. Aki explained that he used it for him because Captain Kukdeo Duong has always been fighting demons. Suddenly, the opponent changed to a kid like me. No wonder he's not used to it. Suddenly, Tudu Huancong burst out laughing, winking cheerfully. No need to be so polite anymore, just come closer, tonight's celebration party has already started. After saying that, Aki left, without forgetting to turn back and thank you. Just in time, I'm hungry now, thank you, innkeeper. Then I won't hold back anymore. He just watched silently. His eyes fixed on the figure of his back, unyielding, capable, and knowing his limits. Saw keep Tu Duong's face intact. His combat intelligence is definitely excellent and his potential is limitless, so he turns to call Tudulu. Lu's imposing figure suppresses Tudulu's small frame. He suddenly asks her, That young man is not bad. Are you interested in him? She blushed, startled, and shouted, Huh? A moment later, the moonlight outside was very romantic. Inside the dining room, everyone was eating and chatting happily with Tudo Huan and his son. He raised his cup of wine gratefully and looked at everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I, on behalf of all the residents of this town, thank you for your protection, and also to the soldiers who fought until the very last moment. I am deeply grateful to them. And you, young and talented Aki, thank you for saving my daughter. Aki saw him mention her and raised his glass, bowing politely. Should I do it? Huansung headmaster, without hesitation, was about to clink glasses when Kukruo Duong suddenly charged at him and punched him so hard his eye nearly burst and his brain almost exploded. You're already a young man, huh? Still dare to drink alcohol? Aki doesn't even know what year or day he was born, but he still argues. I'm an adult now. I'm already 18, probably. Isn't the soldier assessment only open to those who are 18? Jago couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Ha ha ha. I'm taking this opportunity to get my revenge. Tudu just smiles naturally without any forced politeness. It's okay, it's okay. He cast his daughter a meaningful glance, making Tudu blush and appear embarrassed. She sighed and recalled what happened earlier while her father, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked at her. Dad just watched the fight and realized he's quite talented, with potential not inferior to his own. If it were him, he might be able to make the proud and aloof person fall for him. Tudu pretended not to understand on the outside, but inside he was screaming, "What kind of words are these? What could possibly move me?" I remember Aki grabbing her collar and almost tearing her clothes this morning when Tudu chodoi and criticized her. Dad, stop joking, and that guy is such a big fool. Right now, To's eyes are shining as he keeps grabbing the dishes one after another. It looks so delicious. Sino and I got to share some with you. Sino finally had a chance to ask Aki, which made him a bit flustered. Aki, how are you able to repel the most formidable demon? That's amazing. At that time, I didn't know how to explain. Luckily, the great strategist next to me spoke up. He can forcibly extract most of the core's power to temporarily unleash a strength beyond his current ability. Jago added, like how our team leaders draw out the core's power. Maybe he unleashed his power at a life-threatening moment. Hearing this, she looked worried, but this was also extremely dangerous. After all, he hadn't been trained, so it would put a huge strain on his body. Many times like that, even resulting in severe injuries. Joel added, just now we had Aki rubbing against the wall. He smiled, raising his glass. His power was truly astonishing, but Aki needed more training, or his body wouldn't withstand it. Meanwhile, Aki was thinking differently. If he told them he had absorbed 2 demon cores from the most evil, with the wood healing ability, he could recover quickly even if his body couldn't handle it. But I knew I couldn't reveal that now, so I just smiled and let it go, not saying more, letting them think I had the ability to absorb core crystals like the captain's. The situation was already very good. The captain was right, so I lost consciousness afterward, and it seems I need to strengthen my physical training. Ha ha! Hearing that, Sino looked at Aki with admiration, while Tomo, like meeting a hero, kept taking pictures of Aki nonstop. Thanks to you, I still have this ability. Aki is amazing, we can't fall behind either. I'm so powerful. Tudu Kong Awa just keeps it to himself with friends, but this guy has such abilities. No wonder he was able to save me back then. At this moment, Kukdeo Duong sat cross-legged and spoke, initially condemning Aki's nighttime actions with Lu as wrong and deserving punishment. But the following words made both of them breathe a sigh of relief, though they still considered the possibility of killing the demon in the first round to atone for their sins. Joel and Jago chuckled and reminded them, hey, but don't celebrate too early, the team's competition is still ongoing. Your team is still at the bottom, so you need to try to earn points tomorrow. Aki clenched his fist and affirmed, our team's goal is to be at the top after that demon event. And now, a month has passed in the fierce competition for points, with many teams aiming for the highest A-level missions, which are very difficult to complete, even temporarily. So after Lu and everyone discussed, they decided to find a fat sheep to earn accumulation points as the stake for challenging other teams. When the Black Wound squad leader heard about the challenge, he was stunned. What, using accumulated points to challenge? He sneered mockingly. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Midway through speaking, Tudu cut him off, cutting the chatter. 10 points. Solo. The squad leader of the Black Wound team immediately agrees and wears a mask. 10 points? Aki already has an A-level mission score for this match. You dare to challenge me. I have no problem with that. This time, there won't be the amazing Captain Duong Kanu. The new team will settle old debts all at once. The entire Black Poison squad was ready with murderous intent, and a moment later, hearing someone challenge them at the small-town arena, everyone gathered to watch in a crowd. The new team is using challenge points against the old team? Are they serious? A match worth 10 points, no wonder the new team doesn't know their place, probably not even able to kill a few demons. Which squad is so arrogant they probably can't complete their missions by the end of the month, so they resorted to this underhanded tactic. Interesting. The Black Market squad doesn't hold back. They dare to look down on the 2 girls on the arena. But Aki couldn't care less, and the crowd keeps growing. It's not too late to regret now. Don't say we bullied the newcomers, or you might be the ones losing face. Aki glanced over and asked, Captain, why don't you go up? The redhead seems to want to be fair to easily earn points, so you put the girls up. But if you lose again, it's just an excuse not to give points. He introduced Sister Ong on the arena, and our vice captain is also a girl, so dealing with you is enough to save face. Hearing that, Aki forced a smile. Is that so? I advise you not to underestimate our captain. His eyes flashed with a golden light as he turned to look at the red-haired girl and warned her she's not an ordinary girl. Te kept capturing moments on the arena. Lu is starting to move. So Tudu begins to approach her opponent to take the initiative. channeling the blue of her demon core to score quickly. Quick attack, quick victory. 10 points, 10 points, bring it back to me quickly. Sister Ong over there still prefers to talk first. She is the eldest daughter of the Tudu family. Tudu Lu is known as the smiling Lasak girl. She channels the energy of the blue vein of the core into the sharp spike in her hand. Today I must learn a lesson. Tudu Lu, lazy to waste time, charged straight at Sister Ong with incredible speed. Go up. In the blink of an eye, a powerful punch came close, forcing Ong to raise her hands to block. Ong clenched her teeth, thinking to herself, isn't she a recovery system of the 6 hallucination system? How can her speed be as fast as the agility system Lam Hotch? Sister Ong sensed something and looked down at her arm, seeing Tudu Lu channeling energy through her contact. She quickly knocked the opponent's needle out of their hand, taking away their weapon. Seeing the plan succeed, she thought to herself, as expected. This former member may have become a soldier earlier than us, but most of them rely on team cooperation. When fighting alone in attack and defense, there's no order. Teamwork is good, but individual ability is often overlooked. Ong's sister gritted her teeth and thought to herself, channeling energy into her muscles to force her muscles to contract suddenly and withdraw. Tulo transmitted energy into her 2 temples, opening the central gate of the Great Forbidden Duel, and she rushed forward like an arrow, quickly striking multiple acupoints on Ong's sister's body with both hands, leaving her unable to react in time. The red-headed guy below couldn't believe his eyes. All strikes hitting only muscles and joints. Soon, Ong was knocked down and rolled onto the floor, losing her fighting ability. Tudu Lu glanced down. Tudu is excellent at martial arts. Done. She flicked her hair and turned around gracefully. She quickly let 2 team members climb onto the stage amid the cheers of the audience below. Deputy Captain Tudu Liu truly lives up to being the top seed among the newcomers. Their team probably relied on her to get up there. As expected, Lasat doesn't smile. So cool. Turns out Tudu Lu really is hard to predict now. The theory of argumentation is probably no one can match. Te smiles and turns to the redhead to remind him. Gave 10 points. Remember to bring it to our squad. The red-headed guy, furious and bloodshot-eyed, thought to himself, damn it. Tudu Lu is not bad. He steps forward to challenge Aki's group. Let me go up myself. Do you still dare to fight? 20 points of maximum effort. Hearing that, Tulo Liu's eyes lit up, her face calm but secretly pleased as she activated her demon core again. Nice 20 points. But Aki raised her hand to stop him. The team leader just finished his match. Take a break. He pointed at himself with a confident and commanding look that made the redhead furious. Let me do it. Seeing this, the target becomes irritable and points a finger at Tudu Lu. You have no right. Get out of here. I only fight the team leader of yours. Aki looked at him, a smile on his face as if watching a good show. I also said she is our team leader, so shouldn't you defeat me first to earn the right to challenge our leader? You shrugged dismissively, not even confident enough to fight me. I'm fine with that. The people behind the target whisper to each other. Ha! Your tactics are so clumsy. The target points his index finger at Aki and taunts, hitting her so hard she doesn't even recognize herself. Everyone behind is panicking. The team leader has taken the bait. Sino looked behind Tomo. Aki was already on the stage, holding her camera excitedly taking pictures. The target and Aki head onto the field, surrounded by a crowd watching as the target uses their ability to transform into a gun. I've swapped to training air bullets now. I look proud saying, it won't hurt if you're not injured, but it still stings to shoot. Aki looked at him, his eyes full of thought. So you even have training ammunition now? Impressive indeed. He continued to think, recalling that before he had this, sharpshooters could only improve by using real guns and real bullets on the battlefield, gradually moving forward with confidence and an unreadable expression. So aim carefully, someone below is shouting. No wonder you're a new soldier, but the captain's aiming skills among the troops shouldn't be underestimated. Saying this without losing face, huh? The target is looking at you and frowning. Having confidence is a good thing. His stance looks ready for battle. I allow you to use any weapon you want. What do you want to use? Don't tell me you're bullying the newcomer, my old friend. Aki hesitated for a moment, then said, weapons, huh? I might as well take a small standard weapon to fight with. But my previous life's weapon. Your eyes are fixed on it with determination and nostalgia. That one-of-a-kind existence is also my comrade. I don't know if it's still there. Aki regained his confidence, rubbed his hands, and said, forget it. It's okay. Can I use my power? The target is surprised. What do you mean by power? Even the black squad below is just as surprised. Do I have the right? What did he just say? The target leans to the side, mocking. Ha ha, you want to fight me unarmed. Are newcomers this arrogant now? He even added a few words, saying I already gave you a chance. If you chose to fight unarmed, then I'll make it happen for you. Aki turned his head in annoyance and said, "You really talk a lot. Maybe I should install a soundproof device on his mask." The target unexpectedly growled. "But I warn you, even when a lion pounces on a rabbit, it does so with all its might, eyes full of warning. I won't raise my hand. I'll take back all the points I lost in one go." Aki's face was calm, full of confidence. "All right, it's best to give it your all." Shino is chatting away with Toma downstairs. I really want to see what their expressions would be if they knew Aki single-handedly repelled the demon of the most dangerous period and even defeated the captain of Kukdio Duong. Tomoe agrees, so he's really looking forward to the battle. Tudu looked a bit sad, her mind filled with many thoughts right now. Beating Captain Kukdio Duong in the match really drew attention. Is he even more outstanding than me? Tudu was doubting herself. As the captain, I can't be weaker than the team members. Her face started to flush pink, but then she remembered her father's words earlier, and seeing that fool again made her think of her father's advice. No, I can't think about this now. Let's cut to the scene at the arena. At this moment, the referee has signaled to start, and the target rushes forward at full speed. His speed is so fast that it creates illusions, thick fog, and the saying goes, "An inch is the most, an inch is the strongest. I will fire a barrage of bullets at you before you can reach my face." Tudu looked surprised and seemed to realize something, but instead of shooting immediately, he used his footwork to find a position. So now, lost in my own thoughts, the three captains roughly understood my strength, so there's no need to hide anymore. My emotions are hard to read, and my goal now is simple: to win first place this time, as my spirit seems to be revived. Moreover, if I want to fight the demon inside me, I must recover my previous strength as quickly as possible, even surpassing my past life. Only then can I be stronger than before. My speed is skyrocketing, and it seems the target has sensed the danger. He grabbed his gun and quickly aimed at the target. I already said I wouldn't hold back when I said I would kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired a shot slightly forward. Its power is quite good, so I must use it to control the demon inside my body later. You smoothly sidestepped the shot from the target, your eyes shining as you moved toward it. He was also unfazed, preparing for the next shot. Ha charged forward, immediately loading the gun and firing continuously at the target. His voice is teasing as he uses a guided bullet in his right hand. "Do you understand, fool? 3 shots are fired in quick succession. Their speed astonishing. This high-velocity, sticky bullet type is so fast that even agile demon lords of the Lam Hach element find it hard to dodge." He thought to himself that as long as he hit once, the remaining shots would all hit thanks to the sticky property, so he concentrated and thought carefully, realizing that intentionally provoking him to become an opponent was also a way to test his own abilities. The water element user swiftly twisted and dodged each bullet. Everyone below was amazed. He avoided the captain's shots. How can his speed be like a fluid? I can't see anything clearly. The target was caught off guard. He didn't expect to be able to dodge my bullets so easily. Annoyingly, I didn't want to use my ultimate to win, so I rushed toward the target so quickly that my face was barely visible. At this moment, someone in the arena was also watching the fight and analyzing the weapons of the opposing team, noting that the captain's greatest advantage was his ability to store energy inside, then combine it with a powerful shot on the battlefield. The target raises the gun in front of his face, confident he can avoid the highly precise explosive bullets I've enhanced to the maximum at this close range, then clenches his fist to gather his power. It seems he anticipated his opponent's move, as vines suddenly appear on the ground, catching him off guard. Huh. What? That shot went straight into the sky. Everyone around is surprised. Did the Blackthorn miss again? Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, you quickly rush forward, grab the gun's barrel, and punch down on the target's arm. He immediately loses his balance and continues to attack. You kick him square in the stomach. The black market team below is worried. "Captain." They saw the target being kicked dozens of meters away. He puts down the target's weapon and loudly shouts, 20 points to the hand. The target turns pale. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be this strong. How is this possible? Down on the field, the whole team is cheering. Sino is delighted. Well done. Tomoe keeps capturing this moment with the camera. Liu crossed his arms, quietly thinking that even he couldn't tell where that guy's body cultivation was at. Successfully earning 30 points from the Black Merchant Squad's challenge, Liu's challenge also attracted the attention of other squads. More and more young warriors are eager to challenge each other, and even many veteran teams are proactively issuing challenges. After tasting success, the 4 members of the Liu team adopted a rule of continuous challenge and scoring battles. Shino and Tomo also performed well, while Liu's team lost less and won more, steadily accumulating points as their score continued to rise. Using incredible speed, by the end of the month, Liu's team stunned everyone with their pace. topping the Kukdyo team's score table. The group stood proudly together, each face shining with joy. They received the final qualification to compete, so the final battle among the last 3 teams is about to begin. Time is running out at the arena as the month comes to an end. Today is a beautiful sunny day, and a voice from somewhere echoes. At the end of each month, this relic in the town stirs up many emotions. Watching the teams grow and improve, even if they are all familiar faces each time. Ha ha ha. Joel thought for a moment before evaluating. Lu's team only used a few days, but their accumulated points had already moved them from the deadline to the top of the first team of Duong. Surpassing 9 teams would not be easy. Jago crosses her arms and shares the information, saying they use their accumulated points to bet on matches against other squads, winning more and losing less. She strokes her hair. This is indeed a chaotic method. You're somewhat reproachful, but I don't see you trying to stop them. The mighty divine path has spoken, earning points based on strength, so there's no reason to hold them back. He explained seriously that Aki and Lu, their team, were not weak, and I had secretly watched their matches. Even the other 2 were quite good. All 3 of them stopped in front of the stone door, seemingly arriving at the gathering arena. Joel's eyes showed a hint of amusement. It's been so many years, this is the first time 3 teams have made it to the finals with new teams. He added, right now, things are really heating up outside. Kukdyo Duong then reached out and gently pushed the stone door. A blinding light shone out, eager to see who would win this time. Behind the main door is the gathering arena, where all the teams are assembled. All eyes are on them, and the captain of the Essence team looks disdainful. They haven't even earned a name yet, and they're already advancing to the final. What are the other teams from Kukdyo Duong doing? The black-haired person next to him whispered, covering his hand. Don't let them hear us. The leader of the elite squad snorted and then fell silent. They are the winning team of the Yoga squad, the elite squad. Over here, the captain of the light squad also spoke. The impressive captain over there is from the new team that scored the highest. I thought he was just bluffing. He crossed his legs, looking like he was mocking them. Looks like he's serious this time. The person earlier was the winning team leader of Joel's squad. The light squad switched to Toe's side, and she's observing with a fierce aura. Shino stretched his arm and looked at her, brilliance and spark. Then he softly explained, the strongest squad under Anga and Joel, and also quite famous in our city. He seriously respects his opponent, and I've even heard that the future 3rd captain is someone who will be chosen from among them, the successor of the 3rd captain of the extreme path. Aki warms up, flexing his shoulders with a look of interest. R is so powerful, our squad has to do our best. He winks thoughtfully, even though his body is still his weakness. Right now, he relies on his secret abilities. At least in the fight against the ultimate genius time leader, the core soldier didn't fall behind. He was full of confidence, and this time, securing the top spot wouldn't be a problem. The question is, what's the reward? Jago, with his attractive figure, decisively walks in seductively. She confidently and cheerfully shouted, "Come here, everyone!" Immediately, the 4 of them ran over. Captain Onga gently pats the leader of the Tinhoa squad on the head, her eyes filled with affection as she looks at them. Captain of the elite squad, Tin Hoa, said proudly, "We are ready to take first place. If we do, we want a bigger reward." She pouted and asked for a reward like a child, such as taking us to the level B town to buy things. Someone interrupted the conversation and loudly said, "To buy things in the B-grade town. Is this your grand goal for the Celestial Flower Sect? Your tone is sarcastic, truly admirable." The squad leader sneered and said, "Our team really looks forward to going to the B-level town to meet stronger warriors." He put his hands in his pockets, looking arrogant, eager to exchange blows with them. The team leader from the elite squad glared fiercely at him. "Yeah, what do you understand? Buying things is also a kind of cultivation for female students, you fool." The Tin Hoa squad members also agree and are annoyed. That annoying team of light always clashes with us. Joel asked, "Are you guys about to bloom your love?" The leader of the Tin Hoa squad frowned angrily. Captain Joel is never so serious. Kukdyo Duong looked at Aki's group and shouted, "Lu, you guys come over here and gather too." The whole group responds in unison, "Yes." Tudu Lu leads the group. Let's go. All the squads have gathered. Kukdyo Duong briefly introduces a few points. I believe everyone already knows each other, so I won't introduce anyone else. I'll seriously explain the rules now. The final consists of 2 stages, team competition and individual challenge. Finally, Jago raises his hand to continue explaining the specific rules. At the start of the phase, I will explain the details to you to emphasize your spirit, but first I will reveal the reward this time. She winks. I know you all dream of rewards. This time's prize won't disappoint you. Joel enthusiastically stretched out his arms and said, "Just as you wanted, the first place competition this time will allow you to observe and learn in B-level city for a week. All the squads are excited, cheering that it's amazing and they really get to go to a B-level town. That's awesome. This time, we have to win first place for sure. It wouldn't be worth it if our efforts weren't rewarded. Sino looked at Tomo with curiosity. Are you really going to the B-level town? What do you want to do, Tomo? Tomo looks at the old camera. Of course, I bought a better camera. Kukdiu Duong announced that squad leaders should come here for the draw. The members below are whispering. Level B? The reward this time is big. I heard that the items in Level B are more abundant than those in Level C. One by one, the captain stepped forward, and the noise below started again. Is the B-level town really that far away? Level B has soldiers capable of possessing the heart-core duality. The murmurs continue non-stop. The heart-core dual phase, so they are even more formidable than the three captains. Theoretically, yes, I'm really looking forward to the heart-core dual phase soldiers. Contrary to the chaos around him, Aki quietly ponders, resting his chin on his hand, and even half a century later, many changes remain unclear. Level B, back in my day there wasn't such precise ranking. Everyone fought and provided for themselves. Aki fell into deep thought, his face serious. He remembered Sino saying that Fuss City was a Level C, the lowest, then Level B, and finally, Level A. He imagined the hierarchy of the stronghold divisions based on strength and rank. There are first, second, and third stage core soldiers rewarded with Level C. Second and third stage soldiers are Level B, and if there are fourth, fifth, and some sixth stage soldiers, it becomes a Level A town. The magnificent city appears in Aki's mind, and the one who determines the rank of these towns is the only S-level town, Bin Min, located in the center of the Hopeland. The entire location is also clearly remembered by Aki. I heard that Hope City is extremely vast, not only with 5th and 6th Corps soldiers, but also with the strongest 7th Corps soldiers. That person's image appears, with a mark on their chest, representing the strongest human concentration in power. Aki recalls the old fortress, the only S-rank fortress in Min City, a name that shines brightly, perhaps not as grand as the previous holy fortress he once led. Recalling the past, Aki feels a bit troubled. He sighs, wondering if after that great war 60 years ago, his town still exists, and if his trustworthy comrades are still alive. Remembering this, Aki's face looked a bit sad. He thought of the images of his old comrades, and suddenly a voice interrupted his train of thought. Aki is Sino and Tomoe. Sino watches as you seem to care about Aki. Are you daydreaming? Tomoe then grabbed your arm. Don't be dazed anymore. We're about to go on the field. Then she looked at Captain Tudu and everyone, her face extremely calm. She held up the card with the number 1. The first match was now underway on the field, and the referee loudly announced that the weapons had been replaced with training tools. The light team faces off against Team Liu, both squads exchanging glances as if ready to fight at any moment. Tomoe suggests an idea. Our squad still doesn't have a proper name, right? Do you think we should come up with one too? Sino smiled and expressed his agreement. That's true. A good team name is also very important in case we become famous later and need to be recognized. Aki also agrees, not bad. After the fight, we can discuss it. Tudu looks quite tense, clearly stressed. The squad leader's voice rises in dissatisfaction. A sluggish team still wants to compete for first place? He frowned in frustration and gave the order. Listen up, everyone find your own target to fight, leave the Captain Liu to me, the rest of the team all agree. The referee signals the start of the match, a shout rings out, then the order to disperse the team follows. Quickly, a pre-planned solo attack plan appeared in Liu's mind. This kind of one-on-one strategy is very effective when you have the advantage in strength, but unfortunately, her sharp eyes were completely immersed in the battle state. She signals for everyone to fight together, and immediately Liu's squad rushes forward. Aki continues to plan silently in her mind. It seems Liu also sees through the opponent's tactics. For our squad, directly breaking through the team leader is the most effective strategy. Aki quietly observes and makes a prediction. The weakness of splitting up in battle is that each person fights alone. If the leader falls, the others will immediately lose their will. Aki watched Liu's back and judged that his intuition wasn't bad. Someone in the light squad has noticed the problem. Do they want to break through the team leader first? The entire squad quickly mobilized, retreated to defend, encircled them, changed tactics, and aimed to take down the team leader first. The target is Tudu. Behind Tudu, 3 enemies suddenly attacked, and she calmly maintained the formation to cover. Immediately, Sino and Tomo charged in to break the encirclement. The leader of the Shining Squad feels the pressure and wants to take me down directly. His eyes are determined. Don't underestimate me. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, ready to break through Tudu's attack, as Tudu now held a staff coming from across the river. The squad leader of the light team spun around and charged forward, smiling with a cold gaze as he threw a move at her. Anthien Quang Go. Tudu reminded everyone to close their eyes and defend. She silently focused her energy into a blazing light form, even affecting his team. His move was so powerful that it flashed with light, making everyone cover their eyes. Kukdio Duong covered her eyes and said, "That kid still likes to fight this way, don't you remind him? If it's one-on-one, his skills can be considered an advantage, but in team battles it will obviously affect the teammates too. I've said this many times, but it's still ineffective." Sometimes personal habits have to suffer a bit before they can change. The squad leader of the shining team spun his sword and thought to himself, "Don't act all high and mighty in front of my light. Deal with the squad leader first, or your team will lose all combat power now." He swings his sword. "I don't care if you're from the Tudu family." Aki charged forward to block the attack for Tudu. "Hey, have you ever thought that your teammates might also be affected? Since when did your little glasses-wearing kid use a water-shaped optical camouflage?" Aki didn't answer, only sneered and explained to him. Putting teammates aside in the battle team isn't a smart choice. Water-shaped glasses are glasses made from water that bend all barriers and block out blinding light. Tudu couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the boy. Since when has he been like that? Then Aki walked past her, smiled, and said, "Next, let her handle him." She saw him struggling and thought to herself that he still couldn't stand up straight. Aki made that guy suffer. Was that when everyone closed their eyes? Aki is impressive. Then Tudu turned around and rushed toward the squad leader of the shining team. He grimaced as he blocked the attack, thinking how daring he was to rush forward like that, giving her a perfect shot. Then suddenly he felt weakness in his arm and couldn't lift it. That guy deserves to die. He dislocated his own arm. Unable to counterattack, he chose to fall for Tudu's move. She attacked while giving a cold stare and said, "You were right earlier about quick victory." Aki's side is much easier, mainly supporting Sino and Toma casually. They are already talented individuals, and the more they fight, the more confident they become. After a while, they heard a loud sound and turned to look. Tudu standing proudly and saying, "Captain, have you lost and are still fighting?" Everyone was exhausted and had no strength left to continue. The Aki guy still hasn't used his power. The squad leader of the elite squad asked back, not surprised by the result, "Is it really true you lost or just a joke? Is it because of Tudu? Is she really that powerful?" The captain of the Spark Squad lowered his head and said, "We also underestimated her temporarily. Next, it's your turn against an opponent who has been around for years. A warning for you." Standing before Aki's team and allies, she was lost in thought, disturbed by Tiasang's words. Annoying. Jago stood on the wall and shouted. The elite team fighting with weaponry had been changed into training tools. The match has begun. As soon as it started, the leader of the elite team rushed forward, urging everyone not to let the words of the beam shake their resolve. According to our previous training method, we must absolutely not attack chaotically and disrupt the formation. Understood. D throws a punch while secretly admiring, putting all his strength into this fist before suddenly punching the ground, causing the surrounding area to explode outward. Aki waits for the perfect moment to strike, using the dust as a cover, then launches a surprise attack that catches the elite squad off guard. Where did that goat come from? Aki quietly smirked, feeling the plan was working. It seems the absorption element from that demon still has many uses. I don't know how many other elements there are, call Sino clearly, then rush like a lightning bolt towards the elite team. The quick attack left the squad leader of the Teen Hoa team only enough time to speak, as the entire team dispersed to regroup at the annoying rendezvous point, disrupting the formation. Tu and Tudu charged together to attack the squad leader of the elite team. Their combined attack was still blocked by her. Then she called for heavy support. Her teammates tried to rush in but were blocked by Aki. Now she finally remembers what the squad leader of the Shining Squad said. Next, it's your turn. You've been rivals for years. Here's a warning. Be careful of that Aki. From what I see, he's the strongest in that squad. He connected the entire battlefield. While she was still lost in her thoughts, Tomo called her back to reality. Oh, you can't ignore us. Then why am I the agile type? Tomo teased her as she made her move. I need to be quick too. Then I used a move that made her unable to move. The cheers of victory are already ringing out from the stands. Well done, Tomo. Jago on the wall says it looks like this match is also over. Luquan's team wins the team match, and the next event is the individual competition. Both the leader of the elite team and the leader of the light beam team look serious with cold eyes for the match. Both of them pointed at Aki and said together, "You can challenge members of other teams." At will, Kukdio Duong said, "I want to challenge Aki from Lu's team." Individual challenges are 1 against 1. Aki didn't refuse and said, "If either of you goes first, it's fine. To save time, both of you come at once." You didn't hesitate to step forward and challenge them. During the duel, Aki faced the two alone, adjusting his gloves. Longtham thought, this is the final battle, so I'll play seriously with you guys. The leader of the light squad frowned and said unhappily, ha ha. It seems we've been underestimated. The team leader of the elite squad, wearing protective glasses, stands alongside the leader of the light squad. She clenched her fist and declared, I will make him regret his arrogance. Captain Zago of Team Manga watched the battle from the city wall and announced, the rules are no different from a normal challenge. Either one side surrenders or loses their fighting ability and it's over. So the challenge round begins. With that, she signals with her hand and shouts, start! As Jago finished speaking, the two squad leaders of the Spark and Essence teams quickly split apart and rushed toward Aki. The squadron leader of the light beam shouted, don't forget our plan. Tinhoa squad leader glanced at him and replied, I can't forget the nonsense. Aki stands still, crouches to gather strength, and unleashes his power, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. His eyes glow brightly. He rushes forward with lightning speed, unable to cover his ears, as the luminous squad leader and the shining squad leader charge at each other, the Tinho squad leader shouting in worry. Hey, watch out. Do you think I'm useless? The squad leader of the Tiasang team replied, and used his power to create a blinding red beam of light in his palm. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. The team leader of Tin Hoa was startled by him, feeling nothing but shock inside. Flash of light, so quick, is this part of the plan? Remember, before the match, they discussed with each other. The team leader of the Spark Squad said, listen, this time we work together. Only victory is allowed, no defeat. So we still have a chance to continue challenging. Maybe even seize the opportunity to advance to the city level. I have a guaranteed winning plan. Wear this special tactical glasses. Actually, there's only one. The specialized yellow goggles in his hand can barely block my light. I want you to distract him with a blinding flash so I can attack his weak spot. The squad leader of the Spark team reached out without hesitation, glancing at the glasses and asking curiously, such good stuff, are you giving it to me? That's hard to believe. The leader of the light squad clenched his fist tightly, his eyes shining with determination and saying, Aki is not an ordinary guy. Since we're heading to a B-class city, we must work together and use the light signal as a cue. When you see me use the flash, come back to reality. The squad leader of the Spark team is using flashlight, a bright light emanating from his hand. He rushes toward Aki, who is crossing his arms to cover his face, shouting, don't even think about running. This is 5 times brighter flashlight. Everyone in the stands can't look directly at it, so turn your face away to avoid the intense light. Zago was amazed and said, this kid has accumulated so much energy again to form an extremely intense flash, even stronger than last time. Joel, standing beside him, assessed that using so much energy from the start, the core couldn't withstand it, so it looks like a quick victory is the goal. Tamui, shielding his eyes somewhat regretfully, said, no one can do anything to turn away. The squad leader of Tin Hua stared intently at Aki, thinking that the guy must have temporarily lost his sight and increased his agility to the maximum, just waiting to defeat him with a quick strike. Found him thanks to the protective goggles, the squad leader of the elite squad quickly located Aki's position. She channels energy into her arm. The leader of the elite squad charged forward to strike, aiming to knock Aki out directly. At the decisive moment, Aki's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. He turned to look at her and said, indeed, she was the one in charge of the attack. The captain of the elite squad's eyes behind her goggles widened in shock, her whole body suddenly stiffening, unable to move, filled with extreme fear. What's wrong with this guy? Water element, a slow stream of water gradually escapes from your hand and the water keeps increasing. Then it enveloped the body of the elite squad leader, transforming into a giant water hand that clenched her body tightly, causing the protective glasses on her eyes to fall off. She screamed in agony. The squad leader of the Shining Squad was nearing his limit, trembling as he struggled to hold the glow. What are you shouting about while hitting people? The flash of light directly into the squad leader's eyes made her close her eyes tightly. She grits her teeth and shouts, I'm being hit right now. Idiot, you dropped your protective glasses. I can't see anything. Aki, with one hand controlling the water, subdued the elite squad leader and coldly said, sorry, the plan to capture him has failed. As soon as the words finished, Aki immediately used his power to make countless vines grow from the ground, striking the light squad leader's body. The glare was rendered useless. Aki used vines to knock the light squad leader away and simultaneously controlled the water to throw the elite squad leader backward. Aki directly takes down both of them at once, his power creating a cloud of dust on the arena. Kukru Duong stands in the stands watching below, unable to see anything through the dust, and he can't help but worry, thinking that both the flash and the dust are present. Kids, don't overdo it or there will be casualties. Thinking that, he hurriedly jumped down from the stands onto the arena. Kukruo Duong, unaware of who was worried, shouted out, then safely landed. He looked up at the center of the arena, and immediately his eyes widened in amazement. Aki still exudes a terrifying aura like a demon ready to devour everything around him. Kukru Duong stiffened, silently thinking that this aura was so overwhelming he couldn't even find the words, until Aki coldly interrupted his thoughts. It's over. The dust on the arena is clearing. The members of the Shining Team and the Elite Team are rushing over. Someone says, "The dust has settled. It seems someone from the ultra-strong team has won." "Our team captain?" In the stands, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "No," Tudu crossed his arms and continued, "I guess it's Aki." As expected, Aki is lifting his glasses in the arena, smiling at her as the other 4 members of his team rush down onto the field. Sino happily exclaimed, "How did you counter in the intense light and defeat those 2 at the same time?" "That light ended just as we recovered our sight, and you finished your fight already," Aki said with a wink to Sino while holding the protective glasses he casually picked up. "Yeah, I stole their safety goggles, but honestly, Aki secretly thought it was lucky that he picked them up by chance." Sino hugs Aki tightly, ruffling his hair and shouting, "That's so like you." Tomo stands beside them, continuously taking photos of this moment. Tudu looked at them thoughtfully, feeling that Aki always gave him a deep and unpredictable impression. Lu's team was called out by Kwakdu Duong, interrupting her train of thought as he approached and loudly ordered them to stand at attention, and they immediately responded with their hands behind their backs and a loud salute. At this moment, Kukdu Duong stepped forward and announced, "You guys won the competition and took first place. Congratulations." And then, Kukdu Duong looked at Aki with admiration. "Aki, you did very well. Every battle surprises me, especially just now when you counterattacked despite being attacked by the 2 squad leaders." Aki modestly smiled and replied, "Oh, you're flattering me, but deep down you still believe you're the strongest soldier. Even in this body you can't be beaten by those 2 kids. It's probably just experience that helped me win. And to win quickly I had to use some power, which is basically bullying them." Kukdu Duong's eyes lit up as he continued. "So basically, you guys are first place this time and earned the reward. Tomorrow morning you'll go through the underground tunnel to the nearest B-level town to seize it." 1 week into the training, unlike Aki and Tudu's calmness, Tomoe cheered and jumped up. Zhang Rong shouted with both hands raised, and even Shino couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement as Kukdu Duong finished speaking. The Lu squad all shouted in unison. The 4 of them left together. Sinu excitedly said, "I heard the B-level town has a core warrior of the 3 tier. I can't wait." To immediately volunteered. "Then I'll help you take photos with them," Aki asked Tudu. "Is there anything you want to do in the B-level city, Lu Konko?" Tudu asked calmly, arms crossed. Joel watched their backs as they laughed and talked, thinking Aki is truly terrifying. If he used his full strength, we might not even be able to defeat him. Kukdu Duong looked at Joel with some hesitation. He looked at Aki's proud back and said, "He doesn't belong here. He will move forward, and you want to lead them through the underground tunnel to get there." Joe looked at Kwakruo Duong and asked, then continued, "That's fine. Safer than the surface route." Jago stood beside him, arms crossed, a bit worried, and said, "We still need to stay alert. Sometimes there are unpredictable demons that wander in." Even though Kwakdu Duong is only a core-tier warrior, he confidently replied, "Don't worry. The highest-level demons come and go as they please. Even if I don't intervene, it won't be a problem." The underground tunnel, a complex underground transportation hub, is now abandoned and only serves as a passage between the city-states. A terrified soldier desperately runs forward through the underground tunnel. Behind him, a red light chases closely. In an instant, that red light transforms into a hand, swiftly striking him down. The giant red hand with long black claws gently lifts the head of another soldier. These human soldiers are so weak. The giant fiery red demon scratches its head and keeps wandering in the underground tunnel, searching for an exit. "I'm lost. How did I end up underground?" The demon walks past the soldiers' bodies and moves forward. It is a second-stage demon with unknown abilities and attributes. The Massacre Journal records 21 new soldiers, 9 first-tier soldiers, and 2 second-tier soldiers. At the same time, Aki's group was gradually entering the tunnel. "Oh, so this is the underground tunnel? This is the first time I've seen something like this underground." Tomo kept taking photos from the front and back, but it seems like this old structure was built a long time ago. Kukdu Duong half closed his eyes and said, "Ha, this underground tunnel has lasted longer than I have." Even the old spider web that Tomo didn't want to ignore. She knelt down to take a photo as a keepsake, then curiously asked, "It looks very desolate. Is someone really using this?" Kukdio Duong explained that after the Dawn battle, many great warriors perished, the number of elite fighters decreased, and they could no longer explore territories or carry out large-scale missions, causing the energy crystals used for survival to become severely depleted due to the lack of energy. Crystals providing large amounts of energy. This vast underground tunnel network is gradually being abandoned. It was built during the glorious era of King Aki. Everyone in the squad turned around to look at Aki, who was walking at the back. Tui laughs and says, "Oh, Aki, that was built during the reign of the king who shares your name." Aki put his hands behind his head, looking relaxed. I guess that's how it is. Kukdio Duong, hearing you happily claiming the credit, gets angry and can't help but turn back to scold Aki. So what? You're just a partner, not the one who deserves the credit. Don't make the greatest soldier a joke. Aki was startled by the scolding. He looked at Kukdio Duong, rubbing his head with an apologetic expression, and said, Don't tease me. Captain Kukdio Duong, to burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, it looks like Captain Kukdio Duong is really fired up. Sino laughs comfortably, even Tudu Lu, who is usually so cold, can't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Silly fool. Kuzuyedo suddenly covers his mouth and clears his throat to hide his embarrassment. He thought to himself that being with them was too reckless. Losing some composure, he glanced at them and sternly ordered, "Hurry up and keep moving forward." Aki looked at the underground tunnel, lost in thought and feeling ashamed to admit that this grand project was actually a plan he had proposed himself. He followed everyone forward, his gaze becoming more serious. "But Captain Kukdio Duong, you are mistaken. What you call an underground tunnel is actually a vast underground city network that back then connected not only major towns but also served as a highly secure and prosperous trading route." Aki reached out to touch the tunnel, never expecting that the project once hailed as the greatest achievement would be abandoned after his death. At this moment, Sino suddenly asked, "Captain Kukdio Duong, is the energy crystal you just mentioned like the evil core in front of us?" Kukdio Duong replied, "Yes, you can think of it as a collection of evil cores. A single evil core can supply energy to our warriors. Gathering and refining evil cores will lead to what?" According to this principle, after many failed attempts, they successfully combined and refined energy crystals into large energy cores that can power the current fortresses. This time, the B-level town team is PER, not only to broaden your knowledge but also to receive the energy crystals distributed to our forest town. Tomoe asked curiously, what would happen if the town's energy core was completely used up without being replaced? Kukdio Duong turned to look at everyone, his face looking a bit terrifying and completely paralyzed. Hearing this, the members of the Lu squad were all shaken, powerless, and unable to carry on normally. The most important weapons and defensive structures of the town will become useless. In the end, without protection and with devices unable to operate, people can only be forced to abandon their homeland. Exile is a disaster for the town. The members of the Lu squad are all a bit worried, sweating profusely. Kukdio Duong smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. No need to worry, our town isn't very big. The energy crystals are still enough for about 3 months, and every month we go to Per City, this time just to prepare in advance, so everyone relax." Tui glanced at him, sticking out his tongue and making a face, secretly thinking that the captain's words are really scary. He. Kukdio Duong told them to prepare the signature this time. Per City is a B-rank town, not only with some second-tier core soldiers, but also 2 third-tier core soldiers. His expression grew a bit serious. "I heard that the synchronization rate of one of them reached 69%, which is extremely impressive." Everyone was amazed, their eyes shining, and Sino couldn't help but repeat. "Oh, the third-tier core soldier has a 69% synchronization rate." Tomo exclaimed, "Really? That's incredible." Aki stood behind everyone, one hand on her hip, the other holding her backpack, thinking to herself that behind you all is the strongest core soldier of the 4th stage with a 96% synchronization rate, while Tomo accidentally saw the red button on the wall. What is this? "Stop! Don't press it!" Kukdio Duong quickly rushes over, angrily hitting Tomo hard on the head. "Don't touch around here." Luckily, Aki was careful. To holding his swollen head in frustration, said, "But the button is over there. I couldn't control my hand." This is the emergency shutdown button, used in urgent situations to block the passages. It has a warning label in yellow and black on it. Kukdio Duong looks up at the ceiling of the rear passageway. "Do you understand? Once pressed, a large piece of metal will appear above and close shut in the blink of an eye. This is the emergency countermeasure for the most dangerous moments. To preserve the passages and other cities, Aki stands by with his hands in his pockets, seeming to confirm that the crucial function of the passage is still operating normally. Suddenly, he felt a strong tremor throughout his body. his brows furrowed, his eyes sharper, and his whole body tensed up with a heavy sense of danger coming from ahead. Moreover, something was approaching. Seeing Aki ready to fight and moving forward, Kukdeo Duong hesitated to stop him, but then he was startled to realize the smell of blood and decay. Had Aki detected it a step earlier? Kukdeo Duong looked at Aki's back, secretly admiring. His nose couldn't be more sensitive than his, just relying on intuition. Isn't it time to think about this now? Kukruo Duong shouted loudly. Everyone prepared to fight, put down their bags to hold formation, and shouted together. After a moment, a stretch of red liquid appeared in the dark corridor before them. This is blood. Chuggington is shocked and worried as he heads toward Per City. What's happening? A red light appears in front of them in the dark tunnel. Kukruo Duong grits his teeth. What is that? A demon? A soldier is rushing quickly towards them. Kukruo Duong and Aki shouted at the same time. He is a soldier from Per City. The wounded soldier ran back towards them, clutching his chest. You're from the first city. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened and he collapsed to the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Aki looked worried and asked him, Hey, are you okay? Kukdeo Duong rushes over quickly. He's injured. What's happening in P City now? The severely injured soldier collapsed to the ground, trying to say a few last words. It was the demon tide, the demon invasion, attacking Pier City. Pier City has issued a city evacuation warning. Kukdeo Duong opened his eyes wide, unable to hide his shock. Tutu Leo looked at Jideo Duong shouting, Captain, what does abandoning the city mean? Are we going to reinforce them? Kukdeo Duong silently, then said sadly, Any city only sounds the alarm to abandon the city when all soldiers have fought to the death. Everyone was stunned and terrified. Aki clenched his dagger, trembling as he broke through the wall, wondering how many more lives would be lost. Before anyone could react, a streak of golden light shot out from the dark passage and precisely struck the fallen soldier on the ground. Aki was startled, damn it, distracted, and before she could react, the yellow light pulled the fallen soldier into the darkness before everyone's eyes. The demon grabbed the soldier's head and found you. It carries the fallen soldier out of the darkness. Why is there still someone else? With its sharp teeth, it's hard to leave anyone alive to hand over. A soldier from Per City, using his last strength, said, Run quickly. Before he could finish speaking, the demon snapped the soldier's neck. The dead can't speak. The demon forcefully slams its hand into the tunnel, still holding the corpse of the fallen soldier, its sharp-toothed mouth opening and closing as it continues to slaughter. The demon retreats against the wall, revealing itself outside the light. Second stage demon, core, crimson, fire attribute, recorded for slaughter. 21 new soldiers, 10 first-stage soldiers, and 2 second-stage soldiers. The two-stage demon holding a long whip with a sharp blade at the tip, still stained with the blood of innocent soldiers, looks at them with cold eyes. So many humans. As it spoke, it moved toward the group of alcohol addicts, gripping part of the whip's handle and spinning it rapidly. The blade on the whip forms a deadly golden ring. Which one? Which one is it? It opens its mouth and a slimy liquid oozes out. I've decided, you go. Kid, Sinan reacts, only able to stand frozen with wide eyes as the increasingly approaching blade, a flash of red light suddenly streaks past, and Kukru Duong rushes forward at incredible speed to block Shino's face with both hands, trying to stop the blade. Ugh! A loud explosion echoed as the blade ricocheted off the ceiling of the tunnel, and the demon lord gently scratched his face with his claw. Oh, you're impressive. Much stronger than the one earlier. Kukdeo Duong's arm, which just blocked the blade, is bleeding and trembling uncontrollably. He is panting heavily, exhausted. The fire attribute second stage demon is stronger than he thought. Damn it, I can't block an attack like that again. Kukru Duong grits his teeth. Now is not the time to show off. I have to prioritize protecting the kids. With no strength to think much, Kukruo Duong clenched his fists and Aki, Tudolu, Tomoe, and Shino turned around and ran as fast as they could in the opposite direction. The demon immediately speeds up, trying to catch you. It stomps its foot, launching a blade attached to a long whip that chases after them closely. Its immense power is even beyond what Choi Ruo Duong can withstand. He hurriedly shouted, Press the button, quickly go through that door, I'll press the button. The demon still wouldn't let them go. It charged to attack Kukdeo Duong before he could get them to run through the door. All of you will die. At this moment, Aki suddenly stopped, pushed Kukru Duong forward with force, and then rolled on the ground to evade the attack of the demon. The 4 members of Kukdeo Duong were pushed through the door and fell face down on the ground. Their voices echoed, and both Shino and Kukdeo Duong shouted in unison, Aki, Kukruo Duong turns around. Aki sticks the dagger into the ground to stop. The demon only manages to get a little further behind him. I told you it would come at you, and everyone would die. Aki stood up and glanced at the demon. He turned to face the demon, one hand gripping the star-shaped dagger, the other forcefully smashing the protective button cover and pressing the red button immediately. The door behind him instantly lowered. Aki! Tutu Liu shouted and rushed forward. Be careful. Come quickly. Aki turned to look at her, his face extremely calm. The demon was getting closer and closer until the door was completely shut. Aki! Tudu Liu collapsed to the ground. Tudu stands up and frantically pounds on the door, calling out, Aki, are you okay? There was no response from her. Kudyu Duong's face paled as he lowered his head, recalling Aki pushing him away and saying to protect the three of them. Calm down, Aki. He has given us hope to survive. We can't waste his effort. This place isn't safe. We must leave immediately. Sino shouted, Captain, that's a second-stage demon. Even if Aki is dealing with the second-stage demon, Tomo immediately responded. That's right, we can't leave Aki behind. Tutu Liu punched the door hard and shouted, breaking it open to rescue A Kai. Kukdio Duong explains that this door is made from special materials and alloy, capable of resisting attacks from a third-stage demon, and it's very secure. We didn't even hear any sound from the other side. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. Sino was about to rush forward in frustration. Captain, please reconsider. Tu-E agreed. Is that really the only way? Tudu Liu clenched his fists and considered a more feasible alternative. Let's go back and call Captain Joel and Captain Anga too. Please give the order, Captain Kukdio Duong. Kukdio Duong closed his eyes in helplessness and said no. Even Joel and Oga can't guarantee it. But then an idea struck, and Kukdio Duong suddenly opened his eyes wide. Yes, there is another path. Let's go back with me. Kukdio Duong leads the squad quickly forward. These are the branching paths of the tunnel, one of which leads to the A. Bryan town, where we can go and ask for their help. Kukdio Duong stops at a fork in the passage. This is it. The others rush into the passage at full speed. Choosing this path, we don't care about the other door or the B-level town. We believe in Aki. He will definitely survive. On the other side of the door, streaks of blue blood from the demon shooter splatter onto it. It was stunned to see Aki. This seemingly weak soldier was able to hurt it. Aki pulls out a dagger, kicks the demon back, then places his hand on the ground. After transforming into his demon form, a blood-red horn appears on his forehead. Finally, I no longer need to hide my power. The demon looks at Aki confused. You human demon. Aki laughs. I'm not sure either. You just now had to try harder than it. Maybe I have no choice but to transform in front of them. But right now I'm just curious about your fire attribute. As soon as he finished speaking, Aki immediately unleashed his power, his eyes shining brightly. He licked his lips with a crazed look, surrounded by a red aura. The demon was surprised and said, First stage? No, the aura is even beyond the first stage. Aki completes his transformation. Vines grow all around him, and he controls countless vines to attack the two-stage demon. The demon is unfazed, crouching and growling. If you are a first-stage wood attribute, then my fire perfectly counters you. As the words finished, a large flame erupted around the demon, burning all the vines Aki had controlled before. Seeing this, Aki remained silent and calm. The demon is unaware of the danger approaching, baring its fiery mouth and saying, I will devour you and turn you into my power. He. It opens its mouth wide as a fireball gradually forms inside. It roared, and the fireball shot directly, heading straight for where Aki was standing. Aki's eyes flashed with a spark, swiftly dodging the fireball. The fireball crashes directly into the door but has no effect at all. Aki quickly uses the vine to rush toward the demon. The demon lord was a bit surprised, but then quickly dismissed it. In close combat, you can't even touch me. Getting close is just self-immolation. Aki ignored the words and circled behind the demon, his hand curling into a claw, with faint water streaks visible on his hand if you looked closely. He used the water attribute to launch an attack, his palm directly piercing through its body and precisely grabbing the core. Who told you that? I only have the wood attribute, now I am the one controlling you. Water attribute? Are you a human with two attributes? The demon was stunned. Before it could deny, Aki directly pulled the demon core out of its body. A loud explosion echoed. The demon's body burst apart. Thick dust and smoke billowed up, piercing through the swirling fog. Aki looks incredibly terrifying. He stands there, still in his demon form, one hand holding the core, the other gripping the skull of the two-headed demon. At the same time, the sounds of dozens of demons rushing out of the tunnel collided and trampled over each other. And then, Kot attacked Aki. Aki heard the noise and quickly glanced toward the tunnel. The demons rushed at him, baring their sharp teeth as they attacked. Aki thought to himself, Hapmavokai, it seems the sound of the battle earlier attracted it. Then he looked at the demon's heart in his hand and muttered, "What kind of power will the Hachtam Hoa Heni key bring me?" Thinking it, he decisively squeezed the demon's heart with his hand. As soon as Aki crushes the heart, it releases a powerful burst of energy that pushes back the demons, forcing them to retreat. Aki raises his hand and shouts, "Fire demon, become my strength." Then he channeled that energy into his demon core. In an instant, Aki extended his hands as the energy began to spread around, enveloping his entire body as the final rays reached Aki's eyes. At that moment, Aki had completed his evolution, transforming into a two-headed demon form. 2 red horns appeared on his temples and his eyes turned yellow. Very good. I can feel the blazing flames boiling inside my body. The demons continue to roar fiercely. They baring their teeth to attack Aki, seeing them like that, he thought to himself. These multiform demons are really numerous. Then he realized something he remembered, and he opened his mouth to mimic the attack move of the demon he had just fought. The energy source gradually gathered into a sphere right in front of Aki's mouth. As he thought that fire could be used this way, he blew it directly at the demons like a tornado, turning them into dust. Your attack shot so far that no demon could return from it. While the demons scream in the sea of fire, Aki calmly walks through the flames. The beasts use your pitiful cries to comfort the soldiers who have died in the tunnel. After saying that, Aki continued forward, leaving behind the burning flames still consuming the demons. At the exit of the tunnel, surrounded by fallen electrical equipment, suddenly a flame erupts from below, blowing away the barrier door. Beneath it, Aki's figure calmly steps up the staircase, through the thick smoke. As soon as Aki set foot on the ground, he was stunned by the scene before him. The exit was now filled with the corpses of innocent civilians scattered in pools of blood. The entire city was then engulfed in a sea of flames. Buildings collapsed onto each other, turning into ruins with no signs of life remaining. Aki gazed in astonishment at what lay ahead and thought to himself that the fortress town had been completely destroyed. Then he carefully stepped over the bodies of the fallen civilians. He walks and thinks that this is a very high-level demon lord. Then he sees a warrior sitting with trees piercing through his wood-type body. He imagines the demon stabbing the civilians with its hand, thinking of a one-hit kill move. Then Aki steps out slowly. This is a large-range skill. This power is probably the work of a triple-stage demon killing civilians. Then Aki imagines the scene of people being burned by the demon and mutters in anger, "Annoying." Now there are 2 core warriors of the 3-stage demon. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows Aki away, carrying the smoke towards him. The crows also began to flap their wings and fly away. When Aki looked up towards the flying crow, he suddenly saw someone's leg hanging in the air above. Now on the tree are 2 warriors pierced through by branches. Aki looks closer and realizes they are the 2 core soldiers of the 3-stage core, but they also lost their lives. Aki quietly stood there, looking at them without saying a word. Then he uses his archery power, gradually moving closer to the 2 fallen soldiers. After laying the bodies of the 2 warriors to rest, Aki quietly bowed his head before them. Everyone is a skilled warrior. Then he gently placed his hand on the face of a fallen warrior who was not yet closed eyes and softly closed his eyes. Looking at the 2 soldiers, Aki felt sad. Take a rest, at least get a good sleep. You think about everyone fighting with those demons, quietly pondering in your heart. This is a fierce battle, and suddenly a voice echoes behind you. "You damned demon, what do you want to do to them?" Hearing that voice, Aki couldn't help but be surprised and think, the survivor. When he turned to look at him, he saw him holding a knife, trembling all over, eyes brimming with tears, but still raising his voice. "You must be a higher-level demon to take on a human form. My life is their salvation. If you harm their bodies, I won't ignore it." Aki closed his eyes, looking sad and wanting to explain, but he thought his appearance was doomed, and this kid didn't believe him at all. This time it's tricky. While everyone was distracted, the demons suddenly attacked the man. Aki was caught completely off guard, and the survivor from the previous attack lost consciousness. He gradually leaned back. Aki quickly used his power to defeat the demons surrounding the man. You hold his head to prevent it from hitting the ground. Damn it, there are still hidden demonic pressures lurking in the city. Then he used his wood element healing ability to treat the man's wounds. "Now don't talk, let me help the kid recover." The survivor was too exhausted to do anything else and could only whisper, "Are you really a demon, or are you one of us humans?" And then, just like that, he slammed down on Aki's hand, leaving him stunned for a moment. He wondered to himself, am I a demon or a human now? The demons, sensing someone nearby, rushed to surround him. Aki began to stand up, whether demon or human. He observed the demons carefully and then slightly frowned. There is one point that never changes, so he begins to use his power to prepare for the attack, and his determination is to eliminate all the demons. As they start rushing up, Aki's fiery wings are fully transformed. He stomped hard on the ground, causing it to crack open into a large gap, then shot forward like a missile, rushing straight into the enemy's encirclement. But instead of aiming directly at them, he flew into the air and released fireballs over a wide area to wipe out the demons. Aki gently landed somewhere nearby. He turned around and muttered, "It turns out that storing fire energy on the back can not only increase speed, but also release explosive flames that can't fly. What a pity." Then he continued using his attack to fight the demons. "Try this. The demons caught in your attack can't resist and are simply knocked away." Aki immediately flew to their side, quickly grabbing the neck of the demon hovering in midair and pouring his flames into its body, causing large flames to erupt from the demon's form. You just threw the demon straight to the ground and shouted, "Get back to your herd of beasts." Aki smiled faintly and whispered softly, "Surprise!" And then the demon he just threw down suddenly exploded, causing the sky to shake and the earth to tremble. Seeing the previous scene, Aki couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, suppressing the flames and channeling them into the demon's body. Could it turn into a demon bomb? Watch this elemental power and the ability to create many tricks with your mind. Seeing their comrades defeated so miserably, the demons looked at Aki in fear, shouting and then immediately fleeing. He looked down at the fleeing demons and glared, refusing to let them go. Without a word, he charged straight at the demons like an arrow. As soon as he landed, he quickly stabbed his hand into the ground and used a technique to create 2 pillars of fire on either side, burning the demons into dust. Standing in the middle, he watched them fade away, softly chuckling to himself, "It's too late, you beasts." A moment later, all the fleeing demons had been defeated. Aki simply stepped on the head of a dead demon. He remembers the members of his squad, who were eagerly awaiting this mission, and Captain Kukdio Duong also wanted to come here to retrieve the energy crystal, but he doesn't know how they are now. The Ferris Town's energy core can last for 3 months, but now the route to Paris has been blocked. If I can't bring back the energy crystal, the entire town will be in danger. I am determined to find the storage place for the energy crystal here. We have to bring at least one back. Thinking that, Aki looked around and realized there was no way out. He frowns and calculates, realizing he can't just wander around. He must consider the resources he has. Suddenly, his eyes light up as if he's just thought of something. He uses his ability to summon nearby roots and controls them to explore the surroundings. The energy crystal is a fusion of the core, likely emitting 3 energy signals. We can try to scan the entire town, detect the 3 energy signals, and locate the crystal. After a while, the roots gradually searched beneath the ground and started scouring the area. Aki sensed that the roots were about to find what he wanted and used extra power. As a result, the roots detected the energy crystal. Aki looked back with a joyful heart. "I found it." Immediately, Aki shot forward like an arrow, seeing a large hole in the ground and thinking that the underground energy fluctuations were very weak, probably well protected. "Great, no hesitation. So you jumped straight into that lake." As he jumped down and looked at the energy crystal, he couldn't help but be amazed. There's actually a cave underground. Finally, Aki gently lands and looks up at the energy crystal. Is this the level B transmission system of the city? This is really impressive, but suddenly there's a sound behind you from the energy crystal. "Please, soldiers, from the energy crystal, soldiers." Hearing this, Aki immediately turned his head to look at the source of the sound, the automatic generator. It's here, the place where the crystals are stored. Then he hurriedly rushed straight there, not knowing how many were hidden. As he stepped inside, he widened his eyes in shock at the scene before him, with only desolation and scattered corpses remaining behind the door. They are the ones who tried to protect the crystal stones. Seeing that, Aki was visibly annoyed and secretly cursed the demons. Annoying, disgusting demon. He slowly moved forward, glancing to the sides. These soldiers are still risking their lives to protect the crystal, even as they die, so I reached out and touched the red crystal. Their attack was very deliberate. The demon invasion here aimed to destroy the crystal, and they seem much smarter than the demons before. Then he sighed. It seems this place no longer has perfect energy crystals, so he has to find underground base for supplies and equipment. He clenched his teeth and silently vowed to bring back the energy crystals at all costs. If Director Dio Duong and his team also encounter trouble, then the city of Forvarus will face a major threat. Aki quickly concluded that they must find a new stronghold within 3 months and bring the energy crystal back to Forvarus. At that moment, the equipment room door blared with a warning siren and suddenly a flash of light burst through, shining straight ahead. Aki drives the car straight ahead, speeding forward. Inside Aki's heart, the command echoes non-stop, starting the search for a new town. Sitting in the car, Aki ponders as the town outside remains unspied, the fog thickening by evening. And in no time, he reaches the desert terrain. The big city from the past is now buried under the desert. These ruined buildings used to be bustling, but now they are probably the resting place of demons. Aki was driving and looking down at the map in his hand, muttering to himself. The next town is marked on the map, so this direction is probably correct. While Aki was driving, someone on the side was watching him intently and quickly drew a knife to cut the rope. Suddenly, the trees tied with ropes were lowered, startling Aki. He quickly swerved to avoid them. Using his skilled driving, he sharply turned to create a curve around the fallen trees and managed to avoid them just in time. After avoiding it, Aki steps out of the car, takes off his glasses, and mumbles to himself, "What is that?" Then he looked at the fallen trees in front of him and thought to himself, "This place isn't a demon. There's a rope." Could it be that suddenly someone approached and ordered him not to move, pointing a gun directly at him and shouting, "Who are you? Which hunter team are you from? State your name here." And this person is indeed a member of the hunter team. They are human soldiers who do not live in the town, usually form small squads, and have very strict requirements for individual abilities. Aki looked at the person in front of him and sighed inwardly. Well, unlucky, it's definitely a hunter. The hunter standing on the wooden planks shouted loudly, "Name yourself, I won't ask again." Aki thought to himself, this is really troublesome. I didn't expect to run into a hunter here. Don't misunderstand, I don't belong to any hunting team. I'm just an ordinary soldier passing through here. The hunter team consists of human fighters who do not live within the town, usually operate in groups, require strict individual skills, wander outside the town without a fixed residence, and a focus on exploration and resource gathering, combining armed combat with highly organized actions. When they hear this, they shout, "A soldier!" lying blatantly. Town soldiers would never act alone like this. "You're the scout of the Silver Wolf Hunt team, right?" I thought in surprise. The Silver Wolf hunting team then calmly replied, "I already said I am not a member of the hunting team. It's really hard to explain at the moment, but the opponent didn't care about what I said and immediately raised his gun and shouted loudly." And then a shot was fired, but the bullet only grazed A's leg, leaving him speechless as he looked over, and the person continued angrily shouting, "Shut up! You monsters are no better than beasts. Is my teammate from the Lost Hunter team still alive? Answer quickly." Hearing those words, Aki stared at the other person intently, thinking to herself, Lost Hunter team? What did she just say about her teammates still being alive? It seems like it's the team of the Silver Wolf Hunters. Thinking that, he calmly looked at the person in front of him. "Listen, I can't prove I'm a soldier or that I belong to the hunting team right now, but if you keep pointing your gun at others, we won't be able to communicate." Suddenly, Aki glanced to the side and sensed someone else. The opponent, noticing this, became suspicious again and pointed the gun at him once more, forcing him to stay still. And in an instant, a few bullets shot into the girl's hand, leaving her stunned. Two figures are rushing towards them on bikes from afar, one of them smirking at his teammate. "Hey you, the one with the weapon, go first. Lak Thuong is indeed still alive, so he can demand a meeting with the boss. Let's go check it out. They are actually members of the reconnaissance squad, the Silver Wolf hunting team." On this side, the girl suddenly gets shot in the arm, losing all her strength and unable to hold her gun anymore. Then she wonders to herself, are they from the Silver Wolf team? Annoying. I can't lift my hand anymore. One of the two guys climbed up, grabbed her head, and laughed loudly, teasing, Hey, you're a girl too, that's awesome." Then he lifted her head. "Let me see what you look like." Because she was injured, the girl could only glare at him in anger. The guy turned to look at his companions and said, "Damn it, get to the good stuff and make it tough before bringing her back to the boss. Let our brothers have some fun first." Aki couldn't stand to watch the scene any longer, so he charged forward and kicked the guy. The other one, seeing this, was terrified and stared at him with wide eyes. Then I kicked him away and landed softly on the ground. Aki stood in front of the girl and said, "I don't want to get involved in your team's personal grudges, but it seems your Silver Wolf Hunters are truly a bunch of trash." Already having a lot on my mind today and in a bad mood, I glared at the guy and snarled one word, "Get out." Seeing that, he was so scared he quickly raised his gun, thinking I was a demon. But Aki grabbed his gun with his hand, squeezing it tightly, then looked at him angrily. Being aimed at twice with a gun was really uncomfortable. The other guy looked at you in horror, trembling, and said, "Go away, we'll spare your life." But you didn't say a word and used your wood element power. Then, the vines sprouted and formed a hand that punched the guy into the air. The girl behind watched in shock. After the punch, he was thrown several meters and landed in pain. He clutched his stomach and shouted, "Hotch Tom, with a core device, are you human or demon?" Aki, while crushing the gun with her power, repeats his question, "Human or demon?" Then, in an instant, he crushed his gun into pieces. He clenched his teeth in anger and stepped forward towards the other guy. "It doesn't matter to you." Then only the terrified scream of that guy echoed loudly across the area. Then Aki used his ability to slowly heal the girl's wound and reassured her, "Don't worry, I just happen to have healing powers." The bullet only went through the muscle tissue of her arm. As long as the muscle is healed, she'll be fine, thank you. Then she shyly turned her head to look behind, where the body of the attacker who had assaulted them was now pinned down by iron bars piercing through him. And seeing her wound almost healed, she couldn't help but feel happy. "It's really healed. I can't believe it's just a skill. I've heard that 4-core warriors can have skills that create extraordinary phenomena. You're really impressive." She eagerly looked up at him with sparkling eyes. Could he be a 5th-tier warrior? And now, Aki quietly thinks to himself that he can clearly feel the power of the 2-stage demon within his body. Although his strength is much greater than that of the 2-stage warriors he remembers, he still smiles brightly and replies, "I am a 2-stage warrior, just possessing a special ability." Hearing that, the girl was so happy she quickly bowed to apologize to you. "The 2nd core is also very skilled. In short, thank you for saving my life. I'm sorry for pointing the gun at you earlier. It's okay. Staying outside the city alone is the right thing to do." He looked at her and asked out, "Do you know the nearest town to here?" Suddenly, she was silent for a few seconds before slowly replying, "I know the way, but if you want to go, can you take me with you?" Hearing this suggestion, Aki was surprised but agreed to take her along. "We just met, and we don't even know each other's names. Do you trust me that much? What are you going there for?" The girl bit her lip tightly. The nearby town is Tanvai, a very small sea-level town. Then she recounted that the place had already been taken over by the deadly Silver Wolf hunting team. "A few days ago, our Lost Wounds team had intended to rescue the town from them. But my teammates' failure was due to their ability to win. But unexpectedly, the leader of the Silver Wolf team had recently broken through to a 3rd-tier warrior, greatly increasing their strength. My team leader is a 2nd-tier warrior. Facing a 3rd-tier warrior is still not enough. In the end, only I was lucky enough to escape. Saving the city won't affect your actions this time. I want to ask for your help. I will use my entire life to help you." Hearing that, Aki looked at her. In his mind, he remembered that in his previous life, although a hunting team had appeared, there was no cross-border situation under his management, and now they dared to forcibly occupy the city. "What is the manager doing right now?" The girl continued to recount, "I heard that the Sanyan Lang team occupied the town to steal the energy crystals. I don't know what their purpose is." Hearing that, Aki seemed to understand that their goal was the energy crystal, and he thought to himself, they even dare to steal the city's basic energy source. Then he slowly stood up and led the way. "No matter what the situation is, your angry tone is enough to drive me crazy." The scene shifts to a hilly area surrounded by trees, where Aki and the girl are driving forward together. The girl announced that the front is Xiaodanvai. "We need to hide the car before approaching Xiaozhen." As he finished speaking, the wheels also started to stop. Aki quickly got out of the car, looked around, and thought to himself, Chengzhen had no impression in his previous life, and didn't even appear on the map. Now it is occupied by the Silver Wolf hunters. After a quick glance, he wanted to enter the town for a closer look, but suddenly a demon appeared behind him, baring its teeth and ready to attack. The girl turned around in shock and then screamed as the demons rushed to surround them. Aki silently used his wood element power to summon roots that tightly bound the demons. The moment he punches his hand down on the ground, the root allies crush the demons flat. He coldly looks at them and says, "Work together a little, you beasts, so we won't be affected by their intrusion. We haven't killed them yet. The blood of the demon might attract more of its kind." Then he calmly turned his head and urged the girl, "Let's go." The girl grew more and more admiring. Aki happily accepted her proposal. "Understood. Yes." Then she hurriedly followed after him, secretly impressed. He's so strong. Town or allies, there's real hope now. As they both hide behind the bushes observing, Aki suddenly speaks up. Strangely, the city wall has no guards at all. That's right, even the city gate is wide open. Suddenly, from inside, a figure carrying someone stepped out through the gate. Aki quickly noticed and announced, "Someone has left," but the man holding the boy in his arms screams in fear for help as the hunting soldier behind him reaches out to grab him. He quickly seizes the man's head and forcefully slams it into the ground. The girl witnessing the scene couldn't hold back anymore and raised her gun. The trashy wolf Aki saw her acting so boldly, immediately grabbed her hand to lower the gun and stared coldly at her. "Doing so will reveal that location. Let me handle it." Suddenly, a giant hand reached out from behind the gate. Seeing that, Aki quickly looked over and saw the giant hand grabbing the man and the boy tightly. And then, that hand gradually withdrew behind the door, witnessed by the surrounding hunters. On this side, the girl shouted out loud, There is a demon in the city. Meanwhile, Aki was secretly calculating that if there was a demon, waiting to plan and prepare wouldn't be possible anymore. He could only rush in and save whoever he could. With that in mind, he immediately sped forward, surprising the girl. He quickly defeated the two hunters, and the girl hurriedly rushed forward to see. "Wait for me. This was originally my request." Then she ran past the two lying hunters on the ground, unable to hide her amazement inside, as she suddenly realized something about the Ngan Lang member she had just defeated. She was stunned inside as she observed those two guys more closely. What's going on? The flesh seems rotten, as if it had been dead for days. Then she looked up and shouted loudly ahead. Everyone in the city is under the control of the Silver Wolf, but Aki pays no attention. He like a missile, taking down each one. He grabs a knife from one of them and realizes they are all corpses, controlled by the demon's special power. Then he swung his sword decisively to attack them, so there was no need to hold back anymore. Using his speed and strength, Aki took down each one like a professional assassin. Then he gently touched the ground. Aki looked down at the bodies emitting strange energy and thought that perhaps through the black cords linked to them, the demon had this special ability, which was almost a solo action. Then he noticed the purple smoke drifting in the distance and decided to follow the scent of the corpses to find it. Then he loudly told the girl, "I'm going to save the father and son from earlier." She searched through the town to see if anyone else was still alive. Then they split up and went in different directions to act separately. Aki runs through each house one by one, finally arriving at a nearby shrine. He heads straight for the door, certain in his heart that this is the place. Then he decisively kicked open the door without hesitation, but what he saw before him was a scene that left him stunned. The man and the boy were now only the remains of a corpse. Seeing that, Aki muttered angrily, "Damn it, I was a step too late," and now in front of him is a demon that appeared some time ago, staring intently at him. Then it spoke. "All the people in this town belong to me. Whether alive or dead, if they try to escape the city, they have crossed the line." Then it suddenly beckoned you over to see who the visitor was. That demon is the third-tier demon, with the abilities of Deathcore, illusion power, controlling corpses with an unknown attribute. Aki still stood there, staring intently at it. Behind it, there were 3 energy crystals. The Silver Wolf hunting team took over the town to steal the energy crystals, so is that why the demons were attracted here? What do the demons want with the energy crystals? The 3-stage demon laughed loudly. "Are you human? Or demon, stranger?" But Aki only stared angrily at it without replying, secretly thinking, "Indeed, a rare core of deathly color." The Death Crystal demon has unique illusion powers, and then Aki approaches it. "Did you kill everyone from the Silver Wolf team?" "Captain Nganlang, even if he breaks through to become a 3-stage warrior, facing someone with your ability to control corpses, he probably wouldn't be a match." Hearing this, the demon looked puzzled and asked the 3-stage warrior, "Huh, you're..." Then suddenly pulled out energy crystals. "How do I say this?" Suddenly something rushing towards Aki surprises him. A different demon suddenly attacked him from the side, but luckily he dodged quickly. Aki immediately stepped back to observe, and only then did he notice the core soldier of the 3-tiered system silently assessing him. That person is the former captain of the Silver Orchid hunting team, a core member of the Triple Core. And even more surprisingly, many points of light flickered from the dark corners, and one by one, people stepped out. Seeing this, the 3-stage demon lord happily shouted, "Come on, everyone, we have a guest." Seeing the situation, Aki frowned and thought, not only the Nganlang hunter team but also soldiers from other towns, the number is already too many. Seeing your performance, the 3-tailed demon lord laughed loudly. "Welcome to my feast." As he finished speaking, the soldiers viciously charged at Aki one after another. The horde of demons began to rush forward and surround him. Aki frowned and thought irritably, the 3-tailed demon is now in a second form. If I were a normal 3-tailed demon, I might be more troubled. But luckily, it is a Deathcore demon, not specialized in fighting but in using illusion energy to control the battlefield. Without thinking further, he immediately used his power to create a flame that enveloped his hand. He threw a punch straight into the ground, releasing energy that burned and pushed back the demons around him, clearing out the warrior demons in just one strike. Apmatam Kai shouted in shock, "You don't look like an ordinary person at all." Then it used its power to command them to stand up and fight, but Aki remained calm and helpless. I used fire to manipulate their corpses. Apmatam Kai couldn't help but tremble after hearing this. Damn it, my precious treasures were hard to gather. Aki is no pushover either. He spoke coldly, and although it might seem disrespectful to them compared to being controlled by you, this was the best outcome for them. With no corpse to control anymore, he stomped his foot to strike. Like lightning, in a brief moment, Aki lunged the knife towards Amatam Kai's face, then shouted that your combat ability was directly weakened. He kept punching it so it couldn't defend itself. The demon, unable to hold on, immediately shouted, "Final strike to the core." Suddenly, in front of Aki, the boy stands in front to block, making him stop. Then he stares in shock at the boy. The kid who saw you hesitate earlier shouted, "You're wavering," and delivered a decisive punch to your body. Its punch was so powerful that even after hitting Aki, it could still drive straight into the ground and cause a tremor. Aki quickly dodged to the side and immediately used his water element ability to withstand it. Annoying, I still have to rely on water element to avoid a fatal wound. Seeing that, the demon smiled at him and said, "I don't just know how to control it. I also have the element of sharp metal." Aki was surprised to learn it could also use the metal element. Then he uses the wood element to heal the wound, thinking deeply in his mind he must quickly treat the abdominal injury. The three-tailed demon suddenly speaks. "It seems that to defeat you, I have to take a risk and try using what I've worked hard to obtain." And then it ordered the corpse of the man to come over. At that moment, in the man's hand was a blade containing a green liquid. It then turned to look at the two corpses. "Father and son, you both have your uses, so take the tube." After grabbing the tube, it decisively put it to its mouth and took a sip. At this moment, Aki felt something was wrong. Although he didn't know what it was, he relied on his instincts to sense danger, and he couldn't recover in time, forcing him to suppress his wound and rush forward to break through it. Then he used fire on the dagger, aiming straight at the three-stage demon. But at this moment, it had already swallowed the tube down its throat. The demon of the three stages immediately created a shield to block Aki's attack, knocking him back and catching him off guard. It was pushed back. Where did it get that explosive energy from? It forcibly draws energy from the energy crystal? No way. The energy in the crystal is a wild energy refined and condensed by humans. Absorbing it like that would definitely cause it to explode and die. He muttered to himself, "I proved this theory in my previous life, but seeing the three-stage demon like that, I suspect that the energy in its body, although fierce, is limited by that potion. That thing absolutely cannot be something the demon created. How is that possible?" Suddenly, the three-stage demon screamed, "Evolve! Evolve!" and a flash of purple light suddenly burst out over the demon's body. Seeing that, Aki realized it was using energy crystal evolution. In just a moment, the three-stage demon had transformed into a four-stage demon with death-type illusionary powers. Aki's metal attribute clenched tightly as he thought, annoyed, "This fourth-stage demon lord is troublesome this time." Seeing his reaction, the fourth-stage demon couldn't help but feel excited. Is this what fourth stage feels like? Then it summoned several spheres around its hand and shot them upwards. The spheres flew straight toward Aki. The demon Tukai reveals a cunning smile, sharp and cold. The spheres have already surrounded Aki, ready to attack, causing Aki to momentarily panic. It's over. It now possesses the abilities of the fourth stage demon. Then you quickly use the power of the wood element. The roots grew all around him just like that. As the spheres fired their bullets, Aki quickly curled up inside the roots, but quickly, the four-stage demon jumped up and closed in on Aki, then delivered a powerful kick straight to his body. One of its strikes sent you flying from midair to the ground, where everything around was shrouded in thick smoke and dust. Aki was almost sprawled on the ground, unable to move or defend himself, and seeing him like that, the demon horse immediately stomped hard on his body. "See, I told you so. Every evolution has a limit you cannot cross. You're finished here." And then it channels its power into its hand, "But I really like you." Then it shouts, "Become mine and get ready to stab Aki with your hand." Of course, it's a corpse. But the blade hand of the four-quarter demon was about to stab near Aki's neck when it suddenly stopped. Suddenly, the space around both of them twists and distorts, and Aki, lying motionless, also feels surprised. The space is bending. The bending space is increasingly appearing around the four-armed demon. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the warped space and grabbed the head of the four-armed demon, accompanied by a cold voice saying, "Look, a strange demon emerging from the distorted space." It tightly grips the four-armed demon's head and whispers into its ear, "The plan can't be ruined by those insignificant pests." Hearing that, the four-eyed demon trembled and asked, "Are you the Dark King?" But the demon did not answer, and simply said one word, immediately silencing him. It decisively snapped the fourth demon lord's head to the side. Then his head was pulled into another dimension, and gradually the fourth demon lord disappeared before Aki's astonished eyes. Now only thick smoke remains in the air as the demon begins to set foot on the ground, and that demon is the fourth demon, the Black King. That demon eagerly looked at Aki, indeed unable to trust a worthless human like him. The Black King tear gradually became more visible before Aki with an incredibly beautiful appearance. Aki frowned and looked at it, thinking to himself, this oppressive feeling of the Demon King is just like the red one inside me. Suddenly he realized something was unusual. He remembered that there was still a black one left at that time, and now the Black King had appeared in front of him and spoken, ignoring everything. He didn't know when the Red King would awaken, and even the fourth king couldn't fight back. As expected, a race like humans is truly inferior. Aki angrily retorted, "What did you say?" She pointed at you mockingly and said, "Too bad you're supposed to be the strongest human, but you digest too slowly." Then she used her power, shouted, and lifted your entire suffering body into the air. Suddenly, the Black King sphere in his hand charged forward with a shout, obediently evolving into the fourth stage, and then the sphere pierced through Aki's body. You immediately stepped back, let out a muffled cry, then knelt down and looked at the spot where the sphere had just been inserted into your body. She directly inserted the core of the four-stage demon into her chest, skipping the three-stage entirely. After a moment, Aki began to feel the pain. He cried out in pain, screaming uncontrollably. "I'm about to explode. My chest can't take it. The power inside the four-stage core is too great." Stupid Black King stage, just watching from the side, biting her nails and muttering, "Really doomed, so weak. Even the power of the four cycles cannot be absorbed." Aki shouted loudly, "I can't do this. I'm about to explode. My body can't take it. Think of a way. Stupid demon, figure out a way." And at this moment, long wet streaks began to appear around his body. Hak Vuong Kai immediately used 8 space-lock shields to trap him, then shouted, "Space lock around you, worthless human, hold on for me." At that moment, Aki's body swelled up and he cursed at Hak Vuong Kai before continuing to scream in pain. At this moment, inside Aki, someone with closed eyes suddenly muttered in a husky voice, "Sorry to disturb my sleep." Then he slowly opened his eyes, and Hak Vuong Kai, standing nearby, exclaimed happily, could it be that in just a moment, Aki's body had recovered, and he was furious with killing intent in his eyes? "Have you forgotten what I said earlier?" Hak Vuong Kai quickly punched through the shield surrounding him, and even she was stunned in surprise. At this moment, Aki has completely transformed into someone else, that person being Sich Vuong Ki. Hak Vuong Ki, seeing him, trembled and called out, "Sich!" just like that, as she rushed forward and embraced him tightly, finally revealing her true form. Sich Vuong Ki also embraced her beloved, softly sighing, "It's been a while since we last met." Black King Kai looked at Red King Kai calmly and said, "I have been secretly watching him all along. His strength is too weak, he cannot fight the recently advanced fourth stage. If he dies, isn't it Sich Vuong Kai who will hold her face and gently reply, 'The body needs constant tempering. Human bodies are not like ours. They are fragile, but full of the unknown.'" He was originally at the second stage of fusion evolution, but she directly let him pass the third stage and absorb the fourth stage energy, which his body definitely cannot withstand. But this time, the fourth stage energy release has also caused me to temporarily wake up from my deep sleep. Sich Vuong Ki reminds you not to interfere with his evolution anymore. He needs to gradually evolve step by step to become a perfect vessel in the future. Then, Red King Chi glanced at her. "Got it? Whatever you say goes." Then she suddenly remembered something. "That's right, you've been pretending to be dead lately." Although the 4 Royal Realms act, none of them take the initiative to strike, maintaining a balance among themselves as you predicted. After hearing this, the Crimson Realm Lord chuckled softly. "At first, they feared my power and united to eliminate me, but now it seems that even without me, they cannot change their fundamental suspicion of each other. Maybe you've forgotten your original mission. What about you? Are you doing okay lately? They don't suspect you, do they?" She quickly snorted coldly. "Luckily, you still remember me? Even if they suspect, they don't have the energy to investigate what really happened at the beginning, so I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Then she gently touched Sich Vuong Ki with her hand and expressed her feelings. "I just want to welcome the strongest person back." Sich Vuong Kai also smiled and assured her that it was only a matter of time. "I have forcibly evolved this body to the fourth realm, but he needs to gradually adapt and stabilize his power. You should also try not to get involved with this human to avoid unnecessary attention." "It ruins our plans," she shyly replied. "I just miss you and wanted to come see you." Even though she is just your vessel, when the girl accompanying Aki suddenly entered, she drew their attention. The girl trembled. Bat Kai, how can there be an evil demon Bat Kai existing?" Hearing that, Black King Kai covered his mouth and laughed. "Ah, I forgot to handle this area." Sich Vuong Ki stood silently beside her, staring intently at the girl. Like that, the girl gradually fell into Sich Vuong Kai's gaze, and then a slash appeared. At that moment, deep in her subconscious, Aki was sinking further when a voice echoed. "So, you are the demon Aki." Hearing that, Aki suddenly snapped out of it, and just as he regained consciousness, he was stabbing the girl he was with. He shouted in panic. The young hunter girl had lost consciousness at that moment. Seeing her like that, he painfully shouted, causing this place to tremble as he looked down at his own hand. "It's all my fault." Then you clenched your teeth, suddenly erupted with power, and screamed in pain. His power formed a lightning bolt shooting straight into the sky. Then he clenched his teeth in anger, finally reaching a new state. The quadrupedal form has fully evolved. At this moment, Aki recalls what the hunter girl had told him. "I want to go to Binmin City to check it out. Then, if possible, I want to become a flower apprentice there. Actually, I really like flowers." Returning to the present, you're still standing there. But the girl back then is no longer in front of you. She has already been engulfed in the sea of flames. She is inside there. The voice from the past still echoes. In this brutal apocalypse, I feel like I need even more beautiful flowers. After everything that happened, Aki thought to herself that she couldn't forgive herself for this mistake because she couldn't suppress the demon's power. I hope the flames can help everyone avoid the shame of the demon and no longer suffer. The current 4th stage power within my body leaves me no mood to test my strength anymore. There are many issues to consider and clues to clarify one by one. The female demon of the 8th stage with terrifying powers, I wonder if she has any connection to the royal stage within my body, which causes my body to forcibly surpass the 3rd stage and reach the 4th stage. Damn demon. What exactly is all this about? That suspicious thing the 3-stage demon used to break through to the 4th stage? It's not something a demon can make, so how did it get it? Or perhaps the person providing those advanced mechanical weapons is only capable of manufacturing in the highest level city. Could it be coming from the city of Dawn? In short, we must quickly find a large town to at least inform their team leader Joel that they are safe. And I worry I don't even know where they are. What's the situation now? Then you get on the car, put on your glasses, hoping they escape the tunnel smoothly and successfully reach the town, heading straight ahead in this direction. There is an A-level town called Pedia, where at least news can be sent to First City, so the vehicle kept moving forward. Another night has passed, and the next morning, 4 of them arrived safely at the A-level town Brian. Brian, the core soldier of the 5 Marvels commanding the battle, Sai spoke up. "Sorry, we can't send reinforcements. We just received news that the A-level city Pita has encountered a high-level demon. But Truong Quan, this soldier of ours, has a special talent. He might be able to survive in danger." After hearing that, he responded coldly. "Ran level A. This place is not short of young soldiers with special talents, but they also cannot survive in such a large-scale demon attack." Hearing this, Kwok Duong remained silent without replying. But in this apocalyptic world, every life is precious. Although we can't send direct reinforcements, I will at least dispatch the scouts from Tuan Duong to check the situation. He just stepped out and announced that the high-level demon invasion in Pita City might also affect the upcoming monster hunting competition in Min City. Kwok Duong replied softly, "I've heard about it too. There will be a monster hunting contest soon. But for us, we are only a level C town. No problem. If you're interested, you can stay a few days to learn about the only level S town. The city of Binmin will hold a monster hunting competition. The lowest registration level is B rank. Although your city currently doesn't qualify, those 3 young soldiers behind you might in the future, so it's good to learn more. Feel free to explore this office in town. It will surprise them." All 4 of you bow respectfully. Kuk Ro Duong shouted loudly, "Thank you." After he left, Tamo softly called out Captain Kuk Duong. He turned around and asked, "What is it, Tamo?" She curiously asked, "What is the ghost hunting competition?" Kuk Duong explained that it is a competition unique to Bright City, where they hunt demons of various levels to select the strongest new generation of fighters and award them special prizes provided by the city. This is a regular event and the goal for all fighters. Unfortunately, to participate, you need at least a B-level township. But I also believe that in the future you will definitely have the chance to participate. Sino is worried, but Aki, I wonder how he's doing now. The ghost hunting competition in Bright Dawn City would definitely interest him if he were here. As for Pita City, encountering a high-level demon tide, I hope he can survive. Waiting for the demon tide to be pushed back, Tamo also chimed in. I didn't expect that the first time leaving the city we'd encounter something like this. Lasat Mew was standing there looking out the window. He only fell into danger because of us. Then she kept staring into the distance, while Kuk Duong could only sigh. Then he comforted everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, we can only wait for news from the reconnaissance soldiers. I use the communication device here to report the situation to the FF side. For now, let's stay here. Brian, it's hard to get here, so you should learn and observe. There are many excellent soldiers in this place." Outside, the sky was clear and blue, with clouds drifting lazily by. In the Apicidia-level town, inside a room that has become Pedia, two people are sitting together. Someone spoke up. We have verified the information you provided. Indeed, as you said. Petacity Grade B has been destroyed by the demon. He gently flicked the cigarette into the ashtray. They also helped you send the news to Foresee City. Clearly explain your squad's situation, and I'm sure you'll receive a response soon. But your remaining request? That girl put the cigarette in her mouth. Sorry, she refused, Aki. We cannot provide energy crystals to use. And that person is the core soldier of the 5 divisions, Combat Commander Pedia Paresi. She said that providing the crystal is not our decision. It is usually allocated by the Upper City Authority. Your Upper City PETA has been destroyed. You can report this to Bright City and request a redistribution of the Upper City Authority. Aki thought to himself, the City of Bright Dawn, I didn't expect the glass distribution system to be so complicated. If that's the case, maybe I should go to Bright Dawn to investigate the demon's breakthrough equipment as well. Whether I can enter the City of Bright Dawn is also an issue. With that in mind, I immediately responded, thank you for the reminder. I want to represent our forces in Binmin City. Is that possible? But she replied sternly, you can't unless you are the captain of the FF team, or have authorization from the FF town, otherwise you have no standing, and can't send a representative to negotiate. Then he thought to himself that if he wanted to request authorization, he would still have to go back for a troublesome trip. But suddenly she spoke again, adding that there was one more possible scenario, that is having an upper-level city guarantee. For example, me, Aki asked in surprise. Are you saying you can guarantee for me? I can guarantee for you, but I have a condition. Hearing that, Aki showed an interested smile. Oh, go on then. She replied with a soft smile. The ghost hunting competition in Binmin City, you've probably heard of it too. If you can become a foreign soldier and join our squad as a frontline member to help us scout during the match, I will guarantee your safety. But I must warn you, I can't promise your life will be safe. The Vanguard member in the hunt competition, to each team will send out a Vanguard member. Their role is to scout the level of demons and gather intelligence, like reconnaissance members. But due to the extremely high difficulty of the demon hunt, the demon levels are also very high, making the frontline members extremely dangerous, and casualties are very common, often serving as cannon fodder. So it seems none of your team members want to take this position. It's okay, since you ultimately decided, I accept it. Then he thought to himself. After all, this demon hunt competition is a major event he founded himself. At the armory, Nami, Baresi, and Aki were walking and chatting when she spoke first. Finding you as a frontline member was also involuntary. Basically, the towns participating now haven't chosen important members to take the lead. Because in recent years, the lead has been injured or hurt, she gritted her teeth and said, so I warned you earlier that I can't guarantee your safety, only to try to meet your requirements for the arrangements. Let's move forward. I see. Then I'll take a look. Watching Aki's back, she secretly evaluates this guy. The core level symbol on his body is too damaged to see clearly, or maybe he's an inconspicuous core from Foresee City, with strength no more than a second-tier soldier, but he seems very confident in himself. A soldier from a C-grade town, could he have a trump card? After some consideration, he decided to go with this one. Looking at the object in front of her, Aki couldn't help but feel pleased. The male wing could transform into a great sword now. She silently calculated that although Zhao Dao fought flexibly earlier, his damage wasn't enough. When she saw him touching it, she shouted, wait, the Nami Wing's specifications require at least a third-tier core soldier to use. Your strength makes it risky to use it carelessly, as it could harm yourself. But you ignore that and remove your energy core. Then a burst of bright light radiated around him, causing Baresi to instinctively cover her eyes. Then she stared intently at him as if she had discovered something. Could it be that the small dagger was spinning in the air before finally stabbing into the ground, and he held it in his hand, praising how it felt just right, with a weight that felt very solid? Seeing this, Baresi couldn't help but feel fear, amazed that he could succeed so smoothly. Could it be that he has special knowledge about the Nami? I've heard that some warriors possess quite high innate talent, and today it really is surprising. Then Aki turned to ask, by the way, you must have a real combat school, right? And then both of them stepped out the door. I will try to meet your request, but why go to a combat school? Aki then turned to look at her. I just want to test Nami's new wings on the Demon Lord to warm up. Baresi nervously confirmed again. You're definitely planning to go alone. Although we've set up the battlefield, occasionally the highest level demons still appear. If necessary, I can go with you. Setting up the flag, using equipment to dispel the extreme illusion outside the city, to temporarily occupy the outskirts for investigation, combat, or experimentation. You calmly reply, it's fine. If there's a top-tier demon, I can still handle it. Watching Aki Baresi's back with a pleased, confident, and daring smile, this is a rare trait in a soldier. Then stay safe. I still have a few 4-core soldiers waiting for instructions if they gain confidence like you. Everything also becomes much easier. Then both of them turn and walk in opposite directions as if they are returning to meet again. Then Aki revealed a sinister smile, thinking to himself that of course she couldn't be allowed to come along. Because I not only want to test this new weapon, but also to see what abilities I have in my Force-Seal form, Aki is walking around a ruined area where the flag has been planted. He muttered to himself, "This area has been flagged, the illusion has been dispelled. Looks like this is the place." Suddenly, a demon's cry sounded out. Quickly, Aki realized that a demon was already targeting him from behind. As you predicted, the demon quickly charged at you to attack, but Aki swiftly dodged and then summoned the little sword. In just a moment, Aki cut it in half decisively. Seeing that, Aki couldn't help but be pleased as he looked at the Than Zhaodao. As expected, the great sword still feels more comfortable. Then, standing in front of that fierce demon, Aki slowly sheathed his sword, then glanced down below. Now the other demons have appeared too. Aki smiled happily and said, "That's great. I was worried you wouldn't come out during the day. This time I can try out my new weapon and fight freely." Too many frustrations lately, I won't say more. He stomped his foot on the ground to gather strength and then soared into the air, aiming precisely at the approaching demons. Aki swung his great sword, each swing splattering blood and limbs of the demons flying everywhere. In the frantic, blood-soaked dance, Aki's body moved gracefully like a dance, as if he was born to kill evil without using the 4 elemental forces of darkness, wood, water, fire, and metal that he mastered. He swung his sword with relentless force, honing the fleshly memory of this life. In this wasteland, Aki is wildly slaughtering a horde of mindless demons, or rather, single-handedly fighting them all off. In the darkness, only the echo of the demons' anguished screams can be heard. I don't know how long Aki has been fighting, but the last demon's head has fallen. Aki decisively stabbed it in the head, then sighed tiredly. Has this body evolved through the demon power within me? Although I am much stronger than when I first arrived in this world, other aspects are still not enough for me. And I get out of breath after just a little movement. Suddenly, behind Aki, roots appeared, rushing rapidly toward his back. Aki quickly sensed the danger, swung his sword to cut down all the vines, then glanced behind him, where a demon appeared and spoke. I said something feels off, and that's the one-armed demon. The wood element muttered, "Humanity." The warrior appears, suddenly showing up, and he immediately laughs in amusement. "Finally, you guys are here?" First, Kai Demon. Seeing his calm attitude, they exclaimed in shock. "Oh, you're not afraid of us. Strange, strange." This is probably a look of fear. But at this moment, his face was filled with extreme happiness. Suddenly, a demon turned to the other. Vokai is always behind him. The other one responds, "Huh." So the fire element began to charge forward and shouted loudly, "I'll try it," and kept yelling, "Burn, burn away." Suddenly, a powerful flash of light struck with some force, knocking the fire element back to its original position. Seeing that, the remaining demon was stunned and confused about what was happening. Without giving them time to recover, Aki rushed toward the fire demon lying on the ground, exhausted. Then he stabbed it with his sword and looked down on it. The best way to deal with fire is using metal elements. Then he turned to the other demon and decided to test the power of the 4 seasons. As he finished speaking, his body began to transform. Seeing that, the demon retreated in fear, trembling uncontrollably. "Are you not human? You think to yourself that the power of that 4-stage demon core can control a soldier's body, so if I consume it, I will..." So you channel your energy into that demon and order it to serve me. In just a moment, the demon began to rise, causing the opposing demon to gasp in shock. No way. And then the demon behind Aki, exuding murderous intent, stared fiercely at the demon opposite, now completely terrified after being controlled, able to manipulate the corpse demon. On the Piccadia side, the sun begins to rise. The commander of the Piccadian 5-element core soldiers. Barris frowned and shouted, saying the young man I let out the gate still hasn't returned. He clasped his hands behind his back and reported seriously, "Yes, Commander Paris, the sun is also about to set now, because it concerns the evil spirits of the PA city wall. According to the request, the city gate will soon be closed, including the side entrances." She furrowed her brows even more, reporting on the recent appearance of demon ranks. He begins to report to the commander. Recently, not only have the most powerful demons appeared frequently, but there are also 2nd and 3rd rank ones. Even the 4th rank has been reported. She lowered her eyes and bit her nails, secretly blaming herself. Damn it, isn't that kid already inside the demon's stomach as food? Tell him to come back soon. I've already submitted the competition list. Don't cause me more trouble, kid. And she immediately ran off, leaving only her afterimage. I'm going to the combat school to find that guy. I'll leave before the gate closes. Van stood up right there, yes. She moved so quickly that only a streak of red remained as she brushed past the branches. I was careless. Then she tumbled down onto another branch. That kid is just an ordinary soldier at City Level C. I shouldn't have let him go alone to the combat training field. Even though he stubbornly insisted, and the training ground is basically only inhabited by demons, years ago even level 5 warriors appeared here. Thinking of that, she gritted her teeth and sped up even more. If he died during the actual combat training, my reputation as a 5-star soldier would be completely ruined. She first felt more guilty about the city, then she forcefully struck and leapt up. Kid, it's best if you're still alive for me. But then she seemed to sense something. The aura of a demon. But why does the death aura feel so intense? She furrowed her brow and clenched her teeth, then dropped onto a nearby branch. The direction of the battlefield she begins to judge based on her night perception. This aura doesn't seem very stable, and there appear to be quite a few demons. There are mostly second-stage demons, and some second-stage ones, but no third-stage ones. What's going on? This isn't like a monster attack. Why are even the second and third tiers starting to gather in large numbers? Just as she was landing on the next branch, a demon ran past, glancing sideways as if it had sensed something. What it saw was the 5-star badge on her shirt. That was what made it panic and come to a sudden stop. The demon immediately turned and ran away, but she was faster. Before it could run away, she appeared right behind it from the tree branch and kicked with her foot over its head. A shockwave is also generated, with winds and smoke spreading around the area. The demon that was about to run away is now lying at her feet, with greenish fluid splattered everywhere, but she furrowed her brow. This feeling is strange, different from usual. Just as she sensed a lot of demons are starting to emerge from the shadows. She asked suspiciously, "When did you all start gathering like this?" Immediately after, a long sword gradually appeared, suggesting time was a bit tight, but the demons kept trembling uncontrollably. She also sensed something unusual. These demons are like corpses, full of death energy, only moving forward, but they don't scare her. In fact, they make her even more excited, and she laughs, then gets ready to swing her sword. Whatever. All demons must die. Then she put all her strength into her arm, making her muscles bulge, and with a single slash, she split many demons in two. That strike also created a destructive shockwave that tore through the forest. Yet after the shockwave passed, she saw another pack approaching in the distance, and calmly raised her sword as new enemies drew closer behind her. Before she could continue her thoughts, he jumped down from above, startling her. "Why are you here?" Instinctively, she swung her sword behind her, but he blocked her. Hey, it's me. Look carefully." "Aki, it's you. You're okay." Then she widened her eyes as if she just realized something. "Wait a moment. He managed to block my attack. The strike just now was completely instinctive, with strength and speed that were not weak. Isn't this kid from City O, Grade C? When I looked at him, he was already sheathing his weapon. Even a 4-core warrior has to fight with all their strength to hold it off. Yet he just dusts himself off and looks past her. Hachnam's 5-stage power is really impressive. My hand is starting to tremble. I got so caught up testing some moves that I lost track of time. Sorry, she's not bothering with it. Just forget it. It's fine. For now, we need to deal with these strange demons. There are quite a few 3-stage demons among them, which are very threatening to you. Follow me." But before she could finish speaking, you had already moved ahead of her. "Oh, you mean these? Don't worry, they're all dead now." Then you snap your fingers and a purple flame appears, destroying all the demons there. She is terrified, her eyes wide with surprise. All the demons fell at once. After dealing with them, you turned around and smiled. "It's done. Let's go back to the city." But she grabbed your collar and pulled you closer to question you. "What did you just do? All those demons were under your control. You clearly have a powerful core. What is your ability?" But you calmly brushed her hand away. "I don't need to tell you." She fell into deep thought after hearing that. Then he continued. "I can tell you that I can control the dead demons from the end of the world. A soldier with some basic skills, right?" She looked down at the recently fallen shadow demons, the demon control ability that had already died. Among the 5-star soldiers, this is also a rare ability to hear about. My larva friend, Cold Protection. Told you, if that's the case, we can leave for Bright City tomorrow. Hearing this, you couldn't hide your joy. "That's great. The sooner the better. We need to quickly solve the energy crystal issue for Forest City," he said as he walked ahead of her. "And tomorrow she will follow him. It seems there is more hope placed on him in the monster hunting festival." At this moment, Barris hurried back to the city, unaware of the situation far from the battlefield, rushing to the scene of his recent fight where the place was in ruins, blood and demon corpses everywhere. According to subsequent reports, the training ground was completely destroyed by an unknown force. Aki and she left with the crowd, while behind them was a scene of destruction, trees and monsters scattered throughout the city. Based on subsequent reports, the actual battlefield was completely destroyed by some mysterious force. The sturdy armored vehicle has arrived at its destination. Baresi, looking quite serious, reminded Aki that they had arrived and to get off quickly without tarnishing their town. Aki gazed at the city for a long time, observing the scenery and terrain along the way, and realized that her suspicions were true. He looked up at the towering fortress, which was indeed the town he used to oversee. The Kwang Palace, the only level 9 fortress, seems to have been renamed after his death in the previous life. Is it because of that campaign called the Eastern Battle? But it seems like this place has changed a lot since back then. You frown and think to yourself, I thought it would be a long time before I could return to the old city in this life. Wait a moment. Aki reveals her face full of joy. Could it be that we will see the 6 of them? In my past life, I created the strongest team, known as the 6 heroes, the 6 most powerful subordinates under my command. I recall those who once fought alongside me on the battlefield and can't help but wonder. After the Battle of the Eastern Form, I wonder how they are now. If I tell them what happened, will they believe me? What's wrong? Were you scared stiff the first time you entered the Bright Palace? Ha ha. Don't be so surprised yet. You haven't even entered inside. The Bright Fortress is the only city of our race, symbolizing ultimate power. She moved forward. Not everyone is lucky enough to reach the Bright Fortress even once in their lifetime. I suddenly realized that as a 5-element warrior, Paris must have learned some useful information. I hesitated before asking her. I want to ask after the Dong-style battle. How are the 6 heroes now? Baresi stopped and asked back with suspicion. That's a strange question after the Dong-style battle. Are you asking about the new 6 heroes or the old 6 heroes? Aki pretends not to know. What do you mean by new or old? What are you implying? Aren't the 6 heroes just those 6 people? They are former subordinates. Oh, so those are the ones called the strongest warriors. The group of 6, led by the servant Vu with a name similar to mine, is the 6 strongest people. Aki hadn't finished speaking when Parisi covered his mouth with her hand. Is this guy really that stupid? Or just pretending? She nervously told you that everyone knew the 6 new heroes didn't like hearing others talk about the old 6 heroes. You shouldn't say things like that in the city. As for the king, the dynasty has changed. The old king is no longer king. Now the strongest warrior is the new king. You said the king, the strongest warrior, has the same name as that guy and has become the old king. She waved her hand and said seriously, I warn you one more time, don't say these senseless words inside the city. Meanwhile, Aki kept repeating what he just heard. The new king, the 6 new heroes. So tell me, what happened to the old 6 heroes? Baresi angrily grabbed your shirt and shouted, Do you not hear what I said? Aki didn't answer her. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere became extremely tense, with a subordinate calling her name, Commander Parisi. Barisi lowered her hand. All right, I don't quite understand why you keep calling that Aki. Maybe it's out of admiration, but at first I wasn't planning to ask. She just pointed directly at you and threatened. I warn you, at least in the glorious city, don't mention the old king or the 6 legendary heroes anymore. With that, Parisi walked away, but still looked back. Maybe in your Kashlak II castle. The people you mentioned are still revered, but not everywhere recognizes them. Especially the old king who sacrificed himself that year. In the Kwang estate, no one acknowledges him. Aki didn't respond to these words, standing frozen in place. Baresi glanced at him and quickly urged him into the city. Remember what I just told you? The 3 of you enter the city. Aki walks away, but his mind is filled with worries. Not everyone acknowledges me. Not everyone acknowledged my sacrifice. In the end, what happened after I died? He recalls the scene from the past when he led 6 heroes and all the soldiers fought desperately against those demons. And Aki recalls the bloody scenes where he fought alone, entering the ancient king's tomb to uncover the secrets of the demons. The ancient king's tomb of 3069 features 6 massive ancient king's tombs towering down from the sky. Red, green, blue, purple, black. 6 types of demons with different colors continuously pour out from inside the tomb. This is the origin of the demons. No one knows what is truly hidden inside the ancient king's tomb. It now seems that only Aki previously discovered any secret inside the ancient king's tomb. After everything, he feels truly wronged. Is everything I do just meaningless? Am I not leaving like a hero? Aki slowly approaches the gate. Here, people and animals are busy, happy, and lively. After passing through that door, you arrive at a new place. Covering your eyes from the sunlight, you look up at the city. Is that the center of the city? It looks much more advanced. This enormous city called Thuong Quang City seems too vast to be just a city. Within the city, there are urban clusters, numerous independent buildings with different styles, forests, lakes, and mountains, forming a separate world with its own ecosystem. This vast city is surrounded by towering walls and divided into 7 districts, with 6 great heroes governing each of the 6 major areas. The new king lives in the central area, enjoying the fresh sunlight. Although many things have changed, the division remains the same as before. Even the atmosphere feels similar. I still remember that there used to be a statue of me in that spot, with a giant, strange statue in front and a cloth wrapped around its face. Barizi thought you didn't know, so he introduced it to you. That old king statue you worship has been there for decades, carved by the people of that time. When the old king was still in power, that person was very popular among the people, but no one talks about old age anymore. In short, I hear that soon this statue will be moved, and a new king's statue will be carved right here. It's even bigger, Barizi muttered, clutching his head. Who can say if it's lucky or unlucky? Over there, right at the foot of the statue, is the person you kept mentioning, one of the 6 old heroes. The other member of the 6 old heroes, Lena, was once the strongest warrior of the 7 stones. Mentioning this person's name, Aki trembles as she recalls her image. Lena Linda heard someone calling her and quickly took off her hat to reveal a lovely face. Someone is calling me? Some fierce guy pushed her aside, causing the flowers to fall from her hand. How many times have I told you not to stand here reminiscing anymore? Wow, she is also the last of the 6 old heroes. Lena Barizi also speaks about this girl. The patrol soldier? Though a healer by trade, he's known for being hot-headed. Haha, Aki suddenly felt interested. Now there's something interesting to watch. Those 3 insignificant soldiers are acting like saints. Sorry, are you surprised by their attitude, Aki? Those 3 arrogant and smug guys watch her with satisfaction as she bends down to pick up flowers from the ground, one of them still looking fierce. Fong Mong glares, but who cares what her status was in the past? Those 6 so-called old heroes would no longer be warriors if they lost their right to possess the core. If the new king hadn't allowed you to stay in the city, we would have already left the imperial residence and perished on our own long ago. That guy raised his hand to slap her. It's all because of your damn old king who thought he was always right. If it weren't for humanity, I wouldn't have to live in fear like this. The statue of that guy should be removed as soon as possible. The half-baked fool is taking up space. Wow. While he was spouting nonsense, Lena silenced him with a slap across the face. This slap doesn't seem to calm her down either. The nameless patrol soldier, unwilling to accept defeat, tries to grab her. A lowlife like you dares to hit me? Who would have thought you'd be threatened right in front of Aki's blade? He stared at him fiercely, his eyes radiating deadly intent. You dare face the sharp sword right in front of you. He trembled, too scared to speak. Aki pressed the tip of the sword closer to his face, revealing faint lines across his features. You dare to have these 2 accomplices protect their gang. Kid, this is Thukwang City. What do you want to do? They drew their guns and aimed directly at him. If he didn't let go of his sword, they would shoot. Aki is determined to fight to the death against those who don't know this. What difference is there between you, these immoral people, and the city's outside hunting teams? Today, I need to teach you a lesson. Barizi firmly holds the sword's hilt. That's enough. She stepped in to rescue him. It's just a misunderstanding. We are warriors from Pikia Grade A Town participating in the Sanma tournament this time. Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the warriors outside? Barizi is calming you down. And you too. Put away your sword, Aki. Don't forget that you are now a warrior representing Pikia. Aki reluctantly sheaths his sword. Put those 3 aside, whispering to each other. Turns out they are the warriors attending the event. Come on, don't cause conflicts with the warriors from other towns anymore. That's right. If the enforcement captain finds out, we might also be in trouble. That soldier is still stubborn after hearing this, so he clenched his teeth and gritted his words. If you're a participating warrior, just obediently go back to the hotel. This time you're lucky. We're leaving now. Lena suddenly asked Aki, do you know me? He was about to speak but hesitated, almost wanting to tell Lena directly that your strongest warrior has returned, and that speaking carelessly might cause her more trouble right now. Barizi said in place of Aki, this troublesome guy's name is Aki. Lena looked at him with a hint of surprise. Aki. Aki closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Aki shyly scratched his head and replied awkwardly, well, it just so happens that my name is also Aki. Lena was disappointed, but said nothing, quietly pulling her coat hood over her head and walking away. It really gives me a headache. Barizi feels her actions are really strange when talking about her. I said, after all, she's your senior. Aki helped regardless of good or bad, and she can't even say a basic thank you? Aki stopped her. Let's not bother her anymore. I regret watching Lena walk away so far. I will definitely find a chance to explain everything clearly to her later. Lena also has many things she wants to say to me directly. The red door fluttering in the wind is like a parade for the magic contest. Chu likes Pikia. Barisi's team is praised wherever they go. Too handsome, you have a new face. Barisi turned back and whispered to Aki. Wait until the competition is over. I will vouch for you and introduce you to the person in charge of the energy crystals. She still remembers this, so keep it in mind. Thank you, Aki confidently promises Barry. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you results that will satisfy you. Hopefully that's the case. A voice of warning echoes somewhere. Only you can hear it amid the noise. You have to be careful not to die in that competition. Hey, handsome, look here, keep going. Aki realizes it's Lena standing among the crowd and gently curves his lips into a smile, waving at her. Lena knew you recognized her, so she pulled her hat down closer to her face. Thu Quang City. The competition forest inside the city. The competition forest is as large as a town, with a city within a city structure. This type of structure is quite common in Thu Quang Than for such a massive scale. I'm not a contestant, I can only bring you here. Once inside, it's up to you. Barisi forcefully slams the flag onto the ground to honor Pikigia. Be brave and hunt the demons, warriors, for the glory of the town. No responsibility. Aki forced a smile with the team and asked, should I have shouted along with them just now? Please follow my instructions continuously and let the smaller teams enter the arena in order. The team captains of the leading teams, including Aki, should gather in the referee's room. You look towards the door. It's starting so lively. Over the past few decades, the magic competition has grown into such a large-scale event, hasn't it? It used to be just a small competition in their town. Next up is Pikia team, Warrior Aki. They even bowed before you. Eternal friendship. Tomoe looked at you as if he was about to cry. The intelligence gathering mission is entrusted to you. We will forever remember your dedication. Everyone looked at you with longing, as if this were the last time. Warrior Aki, or shall we shake hands once more? Don't worry, I'll do my best. Oh, and I haven't died yet. He helplessly watched them, silently thinking, do they also realize how dangerous the frontline position is? Everyone looks like they're saying goodbye to me. Being chosen as the vanguard is like a near-certain death for them, isn't it? The hopelessness of their survival. The main character instructs, the vanguards are ready. First, I want to express my highest respect to all of you. Your mission is full of unknowns and dangers. Members of the hunting team are excited. Those who dare to stand up for this are truly admirable. Your mission is to venture deep into the competition area, gather information and clues about the demons for your team as much as possible. The audience is cheering more and more enthusiastically. Pioneer, keep going. Please be careful and pay attention to your safety because you will face unknown-level demons. Aki pondered silently. Just now, after a quick observation, most of the participating warriors are two-element warriors. The current demon competition can be considered a kind of selection process. To choose the town with the best new generation warriors, of course the most advanced warriors won't be allowed to participate. You laugh, clearly aware that my strength far exceeds that of two factors. Luckily, as long as I don't reveal it, no one will suspect my true strength. And besides, let's give a warm welcome to this esteemed guest. This time, you will also participate in the competition as the chief judge. He is one of the 6 greatest warriors. Hearing this title, you are very sensitive. He is one of the 6 greatest warriors. The mysterious man steps out, our strongest human warrior. Please, go ahead. The young women are cheering. Honey so handsome, the greatest among the new 6 heroes of the Vandyland green-haired rejuvenation warrior. This is the new 6-haired green-haired rejuvenation warrior, Vandyland. The moment he stepped out, making all the young women stand and cheer. Husband so handsome. He was one of the great new 6th rank Van Hao, the 7-star warrior, walking with pride and confidence. One of the new 6th rank green-haired recovered Vandan warriors. Everyone watching here knows him. Many people cheer and shout his name excitedly. Lord Van the 6th. Vandion. Vandion, you quietly observe him very carefully. Soul Core technology, which was still in the conceptual stage in the previous world, has now been realized. The core of the soul represents the power of 2 beliefs. No. If the synchronization rate is high, it can even unleash surprising power. The warrior's ability comes from the energy supplied by the demon core. The higher the synchronization between the warrior and the core, the more it can activate the hidden power of the demon core. But the higher the synchronization rate, the more the human body must endure the shock of that dark power. It's like a crushing force of energy. That's also why some warriors with lower affinity to the core, or weaker bodies, have a lower synchronization rate. In the previous world, human technology could only develop devices to connect and decode a single core. It seems that now, the new Luke Hao of this world not only has a device to connect 2 cores, but also possesses greater strength. All the pioneers here respectfully bowed their heads to greet him. You've worked hard, taking time out of your busy schedule to watch the match, except for Aki, who did nothing. Thinking about the condition of the old 6 Hao, I suddenly feel uncomfortable with him. I will not bow to you like that. He said with satisfaction to everyone here, excellent pioneers. Knowing the danger of this position, but everyone still dares to stand here. You are also great and wonderful warriors. To praise everyone's bravery, after the battle I will personally give each of you a 3-ring core as a keepsake. I hope everyone returns safely. The vanguard responded in unison. Thank you, sir. Someone noticed you didn't bow and asked, why are you so disrespectful? Hurry and bow your head. Unable to tell the harsh truth, Aki nervously scratched his head and said, sorry, I have a backache and can't bow. So Aki faced Van Dai Lan directly. He didn't look angry, but made a leering face that made him shiver. What a disgusting thing. Why would a man smile lewdly like that? The guide continued. Next, you will witness the 4-vine demon hunt led by the great warrior Van Dian, one of the new 6 heroes to ensure the perfect success of this demon hunting competition. Please welcome Lord Vannon. We've waited a long time. Now the MC will lead everyone forward. Next, please follow me to the sidelines of the stage to observe. Waiting for Vanden to take the stage, sir? Aki looked displeased at this proud fool. The 4-vine demon hunt performance. Now we have to use this method to demonstrate the strength and prestige of the new captain. Capturing and safely imprisoning the 4-vane demon is not an easy task. It seems that today, the overall strength of Thu Quang City is much greater than before. Dan stops in front of her and asks, are you the new commander? The commander thought she had caught his attention, so she was very polite. Yes, it's an honor to meet you. Dan suddenly leaned in close to her ear. Ah, Lord Van, you're just whispering into her ear, making her freeze in shock. So, wait a moment and have someone replace you, huh? We are the only 6 stars. Whenever that new 6-star name is mentioned, that word new is really harsh. If you weren't a warrior of Thuong Quang Than, I might have accidentally broken your internal organs with a punch. What are they saying? I can't hear anything. Oh. And Lord Dan also bowed his head especially, very gentle. Get lost. The girl ran away in fear to catch frogs several times. And luckily Aki saw everything. The seminar is connected to Dan, and he begins to put on a kind and benevolent expression. Then let me represent Liu Hao and show everyone the 4-sided demon hunt. Wishing this demon hunting competition goes smoothly and also marks the beginning for the brave vanguard warriors. The audience on the broadcast call down, Lord Van Dai Lan, Lord Van Dai Lan, they are not worthy. A giant machine imprisoning a demon appears. Lift it up, he says happily. Open it up. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will provide a detailed commentary of the battle through the radio broadcast. To catch the 4-fin demon in the transport box, we deployed 3 4-element warriors. That shows how terrifying its power is. Now appearing before you is a 4-red, 4-yellow demon, extremely fierce and powerful, rare among 4-vay demons. The demon sluggishly steps out. It growls, looking like it's been trapped for a long time. What is this? I don't know what you humans plan to do, but if you don't kill me, leaving me here in an outdoor area with everything prepared like this isn't very smart. Crack! It crouches and leaps up. Your warriors are not smart. I admit this demon is fast, and its attack even affects the audience on the platform. Oh my god, 4 sides. But it didn't expect there was a glass shield on the platform. It clenched its fists in frustration. The protective barrier was immediately knocked down by the magic belt. Now you see, right? Isn't everyone smart enough? The protective layer around this area is quite solid. This protective barrier was created by one of our 6 heroes, known as the strongest illusionist warrior. The young girls and boys all look at Dan with the blue aura surrounding him and admiration in their eyes. Look over there, brother. It's like an invisible curtain is covering him. The demon is truly interesting. The wounded demon is dying. And Dan was very proud. So, may I ask about the next act? Dan clearly enunciates each word. Die. The demon pleads with him using the last of its strength. No, don't. Then it got up and shouted, stay back, it throws attacks, but they are meaningless. Dan kept walking unscathed. Who's to blame? It's just a low, stupid demon who doesn't even know how to speak politely. The stubborn demon keeps attacking, seeking death. But even if it tries to crush him with its giant hand, nothing will happen. Dilan stands calmly in the protective barrier, crossing her arms and watching it attack like a clown. You have no right to fight back. As expected, this scene makes the Demon King desperate. What's going on with the power of the 6 core regions? Why is there such an aggressive attitude? The introduction section generally uses green to represent recovery. Most of the warriors' medicines are from the 6 core warriors. The demon is determined to fight to the death with Dai Lan. A human warrior, even with only 1 arm, would still drag you to death. Before finishing his sentence, he was struck directly in the mouth by his opponent's power. Hold them all tightly. Oops, let me say that again. Although I am a core warrior, I am also a 6-armed dual-weapon warrior of the 6 stars. Watch out, demon. Open your mouth and get caught. Huh? The organization has increased their production again and hasn't launched another attack from Dailan. You talk too much. Then let's start with your mouth. The giant monster kneels before the ordinary man with unpredictable power and finally explodes as he happily spreads his arms to catch the blood. Demonic blood. The start of our demon hunt tournament. Now let's officially begin the demon hunting competition. The crowd on the stands cheered even more passionately for him, repeatedly shouting, "Lu hao, lu hao, lu hao." Aki, who was also watching from above, assessed this person's strength as truly terrifying. Based on how his energy works, the energy supplied by the twin core is not just double that of a single core, it even supports each other to create greater power. New Luke Hao, he's not simple. I suddenly realized that mysterious person. I don't know what the so-called new king will be like, but the way they treat Lena makes me very uncomfortable. Commander Quan announced, "First, let's invite our great Liu Hao off the stage." Meanwhile, the vanguard returned to the arena, continuously praising Dawn. Oh, the vanguards pass by one after another, bowing and greeting. They are truly beloved. Diane brushed past Aki, and both sensed each other. Wait a moment. Dan spoke first. It seems you are somewhat dissatisfied with me. It's true, Aki doesn't like him, but I still have to play along a bit. It was a misunderstanding. I have a habit of staying defensive before going on stage to stay alert. You know, being on the front line isn't easy either. He looked at you silently, then spoke to brush it off. Ah, he's an interesting warrior. Then I will keep an eye on you. I hope you won't let me down. You find that line really funny. Don't let me down. Yeah, while I was playing with the demon guts, your parents might still be bored playing around. The commander began reading the instructions to everyone. Now, the vanguards of each team, please gather and get ready to listen carefully to the rules. Vanguards are the front line, the eyes of the team in action. Your task is to use each team's strength to find the most optimal route to fight before the time runs out and the monsters are hunted. Scoring in this competition is not only for monsters without encirclement, but also for some monsters with 1, 2, or 3 layers of encirclement, which are randomly distributed throughout the city forest area this time. Aki listened carefully to each rule. The inner city forest area is vast, and the pioneers of each team need to carefully inspect the reconnaissance routes. During exploration, please pay attention to your safety. This is not a joke. Please pay attention to your safety. Remember that you're alone. Try not to attract A's attention. The pioneers whispered among themselves when they heard this. Do we really need to be reminded of this? Who would want to provoke a demon? That's right, although a 2-vein or 1-vein demon isn't a problem, it's still dangerous. That's right, since we don't know if it might attract other demons to attack, the 2- and 3-layered demons are even more dangerous. In short, take care of yourselves. Don't forget that in previous demon hunting competitions, the survival rate of the vanguard was only about 36%, and only Aki quietly acknowledged it. These 2-core warriors only have core 2, which may be even weaker than the actual strength of the 2-core. Regarding synchronization, a warrior's morale is also an important factor. Perhaps due to their youth and lack of responsibility as team leaders, they seem inexperienced, unlike the sharpness of elite warriors like the Extreme Path members. Those are skills and awareness, cultivated through battles to defend the fortress in resource-scarce towns, with trembling warriors speaking unconsciously. Aki even saw that some warriors had already begun to fear the 2-vine, and there were 3-vine ones as well, with the final instruction mentioning a special round in each competition, the existence of the 4-vine demon. Yes, there is a 4-claw demon in the arena, trapped inside a container. If your team is strong, you can consider it a target. Just successfully capturing the 4 fins will end the competition immediately. That team will win. Aki's lips curl slightly. Ha ha ha. As expected, this arrangement has remained until now. Ha 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 ha. Everyone knows about this. The 4-finned demon represents the leading score position, but no team dares to take the risk. That is the 4-finned demon. The 4 fins officially announce it. The competition begins, and the warriors start running wildly. Aki also begins his hunt. His legs are very powerful, sinking the ground beneath him. That's right, the 4 fins are my target. Aki's powerful legs run so forcefully that the ground sinks with each step, and his determined face shows he's confident that this 4-headed demon is his target. You suddenly stop at a point. After dispersing around, most still stubbornly follow the main force forward. It seems that the vanguard of the other squads has no intention of seeking out the 4-armed demon. The boy looks up at the other soldiers, knowing that the 4-armed demon symbolizes victory, but these young warriors still fear the threat of death. Along with that, Dan activated the large monitor to observe Aki and calmly told the assistant, "Get me the soldier's dossier." "Yes, Lord Den. May I ask which frontline soldier you want to learn about first?" "He's the one with white hair." Walking leisurely, the assistant had already looked up the information and found out that he was a registered soldier for Pekia City. The registration level is Tam Hach. He narrowed his eyes in thought, Tam Hach. I remember this frontline position allows Tam Hach soldiers to participate, but very few Tam Hach soldiers are willing to join this competition. It's exhausting and offers no benefits higher than other competitors, so maybe that's why he looks down on everyone, huh? Then he asked his assistant, what is his name? The assistant replied hesitantly, his name is Aki. He suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent upon hearing that name. What did she just say? The assistant recognized this attitude and quickly explained I was just reporting based on the information in the documents. Sir, look at what the system shows him, Akipikia Akia. He really is a damnable bastard. The audience cheered passionately as before. Charge forward, Vanguard. Vanguard, it seems the frontline team has discovered the demon. The warriors jump onto the trees to scout carefully. During the broadcast, the pioneers detected the demons. They are using every method to record the coordinates and carefully remind each other. This is the gathering place for the timeless demons, and then the pioneers proceed to the next location one after another. Aki lazily stretches and notes down the coordinates, plotting the route and planning the best path to earn points. This is the duty of the vanguard. He smiled at this scenery as if it were truly familiar. Pushing through the trees, it was indeed a nostalgic moment. In the Pikasia dressing room, everyone probably felt annoyed by his unusually relaxed attitude. His demeanor was completely like someone taking a stroll. Is this name really trustworthy? Asked Commander Bayeo. Barris, look at that Aki girl. She's swaying as she smokes a cigarette, sitting with her legs crossed on the sofa. I see now. She recalls what you told her. Barris, if you trust me, I won't follow the same beaten path as the pioneers before me, but I can guarantee that Pikasia will achieve victory. So what? I guarantee we will win. The confidence in his eyes back then didn't seem like a joke at all, nor did the abilities he had shown in the actual battle. That little brat is getting bolder and bolder, daring to call out my name directly. Ignore her. I find you even more interesting. Someone. Remind the vanguard leading the way. This warrior seems vulnerable now that 3 level 3 demons are chasing him, but there are actually 3 gathered here, so try to stay away from this coordinate or it will reduce your score. The others are just as panicked. They're level 2 demons. The level 2 red core is bleeding heavily, hoping to escape. Level 3 demon. Run quickly. Run now. Someone running past Aki saw him calm and warned him, there's a level 3 demon over there. If you want to live, don't go that way. Aki still stands firm there. 3rd stage, this is just the only path I have to take. In front of you, many pioneers are scattered like feathers after being thrown by the demon, only able to cry out in despair as the demon gets closer and closer. It growled loudly. Yes, this is the Atmatam Kai with a blue-green core element and the audience watching anxiously for you. Look at the 3rd stage demon. Get out of there quickly. Young warrior, the hateful demon keeps cursing. Damn it, humans have kept us imprisoned here for a long time. Humans are truly despicable. He stands there pondering. Because they are imprisoned here, most of the demons inside the battlefield are much more brutal than those outside. It quickly accelerates towards Aki, no chance to run. You easily dodged it, but you didn't show your full strength. Having so many people watching isn't really convenient. Aki makes a quick decision, trying to resolve the situation as fast as possible. He moves so quickly that time is measured in just 0.25 seconds, with the core position at 0.5 seconds, 0.75 seconds. It's time to make the final move, but Tuki is still waiting for me. Sorry, I don't have time to play with you. In 1 second, he lands a single strike that hits the demon directly. The entire arena falls silent. That warrior defeated the 3rd level demon in just 1 second. 1. The vanguard alone killed the demon. Yeah, the demon is dead. The gemstone rises from its chest, infused with the golden element into the sword, enhancing its sharpness and destructive power as Dandam observes Aki closely. That was the fluctuation of the gold element just now. Aki sighs and withdraws his achievement. Whoa, there's the core, the flexible system core of Tamkai. Take a breath and lighten the load. Whew. Then I moved forward again. I don't have much time to think anymore. Tukai is probably somewhere ahead if that design hasn't changed yet. To give the most distinguished guests a chance to enjoy the spectacular panoramic view, the 4 demons will be placed at the highest point near the main hall. This is the perspective from the cross-sectional image of the auditorium. Dark Dan's face darkened as he realized your true purpose. Aki seems to understand that your target is the 4-Kai demon. The battle continues, each of your moves like an explosion across a vast sky. Your sword pierces through a monster. The 5th child, you stand firm against that monster, shouting as you think. At the deepest point, the aggression of these demons has increased several times abnormally. Some monsters wanted to observe the research closely but couldn't avoid killing them. They kept chasing and attacking me. No wonder few are willing to take on the frontline position. For a low-level soldier, it's really like a life force. But since I became the vanguard and killed 5 two-stage demons for the team, they should be able to see the significant increase in our squad's points, right? I hope I won't surprise them. Despite that calmness in the combat preparation room, all of Aki's teammates are staring in shock at their accumulated points. Aki looked up to the highest part of the fortress. Surely the four-armed demon is at the top of that mountain with the highest ground. The person in the highest viewing gallery is Van Dien from the new regiment. Van Dien also observed him and smirked silently. You have a great ambition, targeting the four-season demon. Is that your team's decision or just yours alone? Akai. The two of them stare coldly at each other, knowing the other is watching. In the observation room, everyone is discussing excitedly about Akai's direction. The pioneer from Pygia City is heading towards the 4K demon. Strange. How does he know the exact location of the 4K demon? Could it be that he wants to set up a route to kill the 4K for our squad? Our team's strength cannot defeat a 2K. This is the decision of the Lord. Why, Commander Paris? She didn't respond to everyone's questions, still watching the screen while smoking. I don't know what that guy really wants to do either. Aki, you brat, don't cause me any trouble. Our squad's strength can't defeat the 4King demon. The commentator suddenly said, he has found the 4King demon. In front of Aki is the place where the 4-kill demon is sealed, and it seems that the pioneer of Pygia City is secretly observing the surroundings and planning in his mind. He looks around, and I am sure he is preparing to leave. As long as he successfully reunites with his squad, they will be the first team to set out. Suddenly, everyone froze at his action. He had broken the seal of the 4King demon. Both the audience and the commentators seemed frozen in that moment. Aki, with a cold gaze, said, "Come out here, 4King demon." Van Dien sat in the air, unable to hide his excitement about this action, laughing loudly and saying, "Is that so? Interesting, very interesting. You didn't plan for your squad to fight and kill this 4th year, but to fight alone against the 4th year. Do you want to use your role as the vanguard to directly win the competition? The commentators are overwhelmed after your action. I can't believe Pygia's vanguard has lifted the restriction. This is a situation that has never happened before in the history of the tournament. A lone vanguard fighting against the 4-stage demon. Lieutenant Paris was so shocked he dropped his cigarette. Is that brat Commander Paris crazy? On the screen, the commentary sounds become increasingly chaotic. The tournament atmosphere is reaching a climax, and Aki's actions have excited the entire audience. But this is a 4th-stage demon. He's definitely going to die. The commander just watches the screen and thinks, even with your incredible control ability, the 4-armed demon is not as easy to deal with as you think. When I fought the 4-armed demon, I had to use 100% of my strength to fight him alone. Aki, are you confident you'll win? The moment the 4-tier demon seal breaks, he appears. The 4th-level demon has the water element of the blue crystal. Finally, it can be broken. He looked down at Aki with contempt and said, "There's only one human warrior, so I'll start with you first." The fierce drill pierced forward, but Aki calmly struck with his sword, causing the earth and rocks to rise up as a shield against the attack. Over there, the commentator continued to watch as the warrior swung his great sword, forming a wall of earth, but the speed of the demon had turned into a drill that was unstoppable. To the 4-stage demon lord, this earth wall was nothing more than a sheet of paper. Our warrior is in danger. The 4-stage demon roars angrily. How dare a lone human warrior fight me? You will be shattered like the dirt wall earlier. Aki's final defensive wall finally shows a crack, but suddenly from the ground appears a demon as large as the 4-stage demon, grabbing his hand. Aki calmly replied, "Who said I was alone?" Van Dai Lan, sitting in the air, was surprised as the 2-tier demon he had just defeated and another demon appeared, both rushing to attack the 4-tier demon. He was struck hard and thrown far away. The smell of death from them. What's going on? Can you control the zombies? Aki laughed and replied, "So this was originally an exclusive ability of your demons, right? But I don't feel like explaining it to you right now." Lieutenant Paris chuckled to himself. So his special ability has finally appeared. Control. The commentary section in the stands is more lively than ever. Did we see the right thing? What exactly did the frontliner from Pygia do? I didn't expect those 3 demons to help him fight. Are they the demons he just killed earlier? Oh my god. Soldiers can also have this kind of ability, controlling the death aura of demons to fight crazily. Then, with just one word from the 3rd son of the demons, they all charged at the 4-stage demon. The 4-stage demon didn't falter. He immediately fought back. You think a few 2nd-stage demons can defeat me? Just watch my water gun of death in action. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the 4-stage demon, delivering a powerful strike that buried the demon into the ground. Aki raised his hand to cover the blood spattered from the demon, thinking that just one shock attack was enough to crush a 4-stage demon. Turns out that was Van Dan, who landed with a sinister smile at Aki. Sorry, I'm really curious about your strength and abilities. I want to have a simple match with you. Van Dylan, with a mysterious expression, controls the dead demon. Hearing about this type of ability for the first time, he speaks seriously. I believe your strength is enough to defeat the 4-stage demon. He begins to use his power. Let me test your strength. Then, from behind him, a massive source of power emerged, with a skull and glowing blue eyes. A murderous aura also radiated from it. He steps towards Aki, moving just below the stands, in an atmosphere that seems completely opposite. The sunlight is gentle, the sky is clear, and everyone around is cheering. Wow, our great warrior DI is about to personally test the outstanding soldier. Everyone is excited. This time the audience is really lucky to witness this. They keep cheering and raising their hands. Lord D is so enthusiastic about the newcomer. Lord Den, everyone is making a fuss, but can they hold out longer than the 4-stage demon earlier, who is also from below? A group of people are worried. What exactly is going on here? The group was stunned as Dylan from Liu Hao personally checked Aki's strength. Barizi was confused at the start. This time it was beyond control. Aki covers his face with his hand and ponders silently. What the hell is this guy going crazy about? His gaze is unpredictable, checking his own strength. That silent hostility can't be replaced by this kind of words. DN remains expressionless. Not bad, it seems like he's not at all panicked. Your training is completely different from that of a young soldier. Aki calmly smiles and replies, I have undergone many trainings. Your focus is sharp because I was born with special abilities. So my team leader has been very strict with me since I was young. You confidently hold the sacred sword in your hand. Maybe that's why my strength is much greater than others my age. I confidently say I know that's called a genius. You secretly think that even if I make things up, you probably won't bother to verify, right? DN faces Aki calmly. Haha, you're really interesting. I'm getting more and more intrigued by you, if that's the case. Before he could finish speaking, DN charged forward with glowing eyes and a green magic aura covering his hand, rushing quickly toward Aki. Aki quickly and unexpectedly jumped away from the area. The green magic transforms into a giant green fist that crashes down onto the ground, causing a large crack and forming a huge hole. Unexpectedly, the shards of stone reassembled exactly like bullets. He quickly raised his sword to cover his face, moving with great speed and power. His body was thrown backward. If I hadn't been constantly on guard against him, I definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack. You frown and look toward Den. This is bad. It seems he's very serious. That damn thing. D grinned slyly. You're always on guard against me, huh? Otherwise, you won't be able to avoid the trick from earlier. His eyes gleam, and a strange aura radiates more intensely from him. Am I to expect more from you? Aki struggled to stand up and asked hesitantly. It seems you're not very friendly with me. Why is that? The person in front of Aki disappeared instantly, leaving only a shadowy afterimage. His voice was deep and hoarse. There are 3 reasons. Suddenly DN appears behind Aki. First, I don't like your attitude. DN uses his strength to form a fist and strike hard where Aki is standing, but he remains calm as if he hadn't used any force. Aki struggles to hold on to his sword as he's pushed away, while DN keeps appearing behind him again and again. On Monday, there is a foul smell of the demon on your body. He calmly uses his power to attack Aki. You have to keep dodging attacks. Your body seems exhausted. You hit a branch and it snaps, sweat pouring down. You keep thinking, and indeed, it still makes him somewhat suspicious, as long as there is demon power within you. But this guy's current strength he's using definitely does not exceed 50%. Aki feels immense pressure and quietly assesses the opponent's abilities. This oppressive feeling only appears when standing against absolute strength like this. Besides, Beatty, how long has it been since I last felt it? He's been putting constant pressure on me again. Tuesday, I really hate your name. Aki's face darkened at his words, and his expression changed. I really hate my name. Ha! Trunqui, you hate my royal status in the past, right? The memories flood back. I've risked my life for you and lost many comrades because of you. He gradually decided to take action. He raised his hand, pointed all 5 fingers at you, and used his power. I've played with you enough. Aki's mind is now overwhelmed with many thoughts. Ha ha, this is where our game ends. Your body feels numb, your eyes glow, and your fierce aura and power are unleashed. You immediately charged forward to counterattack. What are you? The two face each other, their powers clashing to create 2 opposing energy sources that shattered the ground beneath them. Thick smoke and dust billowed into a massive explosion that shook the entire area. The people around shouted loudly. Fortunately, the chairman protected the soup. He rushed out from the core of the D formation, his face expressionless, only a small scratch on it, with blood seeping out. He repositions himself to face the enormous source of mana directly. Aki's power leaves everyone watching the arena in awe. Unbelievable, this frontline fighter managed to withstand Lord Den's attack. He stands there, radiating a powerful aura. Everyone was stunned, saying I still couldn't understand the true strength of this pioneer. DN used the 6-hub and his healing ability to mend the earlier scratch. He pondered silently as the people on the other side of the screen assessed the situation. And though it was just a moment, it was surprising that Lord Don was injured. D bent forward, channeling all his strength, and a powerful aura radiated around him. He seemed to lose control, killing people, and later explaining that the strong demonic aura on your body was justified. The people below the arena cheered through the screen as Dion the Great unleashed his skill. It's truly spectacular. The crowd is noisy, they keep bustling around. The high-speed energy gears will crush everything. So cool, they keep shouting. I am sure that Lord DN will end everything. Let us enjoy the performance of the great DN together. Every step of DN is full of power. He stomps forward with increasing speed. Aki on this side is struggling with his own thoughts. This aura seems to be pushing me into the grave. If I keep hiding my strength, I might die here. Your reckless thoughts are forcing me into this. Van Tanluke. How? If you want me dead, even if I can't beat you now, I will break your jade and shatter your stone. Aki opened her eyes wide in realization. Your eyes are different now, no longer the calm, proud gaze from before. Now they are wilder, much more aggressive, filled with murderous intent that covers the entire sky. Two opposing energies, two passionate individuals, Hyoxian and another full of enthusiasm, face each other directly, creating a captivating scene. From afar, a figure suddenly appears, standing between the two, protecting the young girl and blocking Den's attack. He now steps back, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Her action was very unwise. Why did you attack? The number one of the former 6 heroes. The ventricular core system is recovering. Lena calmly shows her determination. You say you hate this kid, but I really like him. When Lena unleashes her move and shoots a sharp gaze at her opponent, making Aki open his eyes in surprise and look up at her. Lena stands against the light, so when he looks at her, she shines brilliantly like the sun inside his eyes. Lena, could it be she's using the 6 chakras to restore her body to its peak condition? Van Don looked at her with a hateful gaze, his gritted teeth revealing a fierce expression. Duini Lina, have you forgotten that you're not allowed to wear combat gear? Surrounded by thick smoke, he stands in front of both of you, sneering mockingly while you hold your protective stance, forming a barrier for yourself and Aki, who is injured as you struggle to keep from falling. Are you trying to provoke the king's rules? She crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze firmly directed at him. Aki suddenly remembered the image of her fighting alongside everyone, Lena happily full of energy, giving her all for her comrades. Ha, ha. Lena is still Lena, still quick-witted as before. She is the most lively person in Luke Hao. He stands behind, gazing at her back and reminiscing about old memories. Meanwhile, he had his hands in his pockets, staring intently at both of them. In his previous life, he was always in front of her, but now it's her instead. How could the person suddenly appearing here be old man Lu Hao Dui Neely? Navan Dailan sneered, her face darkening, but she and the boy remained steadfast in their stance. Oh my God, is this some kind of mysterious relationship? This demon hunting festival really has too many surprises. I respect you because you used to be a warrior, but that doesn't mean I will give you face. Shameless woman, Lena frowned and gritted her teeth, her eyes cold as she looked at him. And what about you? Why are you causing trouble in broad daylight? As Luke Hao, it's a bit inappropriate to get into a conflict like this. Lena still looked at him with that same gaze, but when she mentioned Aki this time, he was surprised and turned to look at her. The kid behind me. He's the son of an old friend of mine. Oh? You've checked him enough, or are you going to keep going? Her eyes flicked quickly toward him, flashing with a sharp glint. Your true goal wasn't actually to check. He gazed at her with a teasing smile clearly on his face, a mocking smirk curling on his lips. Huh. As expected, he suddenly launched an attack with green arrows shooting from him towards both of them, catching her off guard. The thing that makes people despise him. She tensed up, channeling her power as a beam of light appeared in front of her chest, her eyes cold and filled with hatred. Lord Di Luan used his Trizos skill to release a dense energy wave covering the area in front, preventing the enemy from escaping with their skills. How boring. Lena, preparing to use her power to block his attack, was surprised to see something flash past her face. Aki had wielded his sword to leap in front of her and intercept his move. She opened her eyes in shock and leaned forward. A figure resembling someone appeared in front of him, and another attack was rushing toward them, seemingly about to be overwhelmed. This frontliner actually deviated from the initial wave of attack. Unfortunately, the next assault seems to be heading straight for them and cannot be stopped. She rushes to grasp your shoulder, her determined eyes flashing as she orders you to go back, then uses your shoulder as a springboard to leap forward. You're grinding your teeth in frustration. It's over. The reason I showed off like that was because I was afraid Lena would attack. She jumps over, supporting herself with her hands on the ground to spring herself up, then kicks down hard to use as a step forward. Once her temper flares, she rushes forward at full speed, with one eye missing its iris, glowing bright green like an electric missile, sure to cause casualties. Over here, the protagonist is watching the match on the screen and commenting, "Is this a battle between the 6 stars? This is even rarer than the 7 deadly sins demon." He, with his cold eyes and smile, is watching her. It seems I have to use my full strength to deal with her. Both of them shot forward like missiles. Both are ready for a deadly battle. On this side, he tilts his head back and exhales a stream of gray smoke. Lord Dich Luan has used the secret technique of the demon cloud business. He's truly serious now. Van Dai Lan on this side prepares to launch her sword, and seeing that scene, she opens her eyes in astonishment. "Thank you, great warrior of Dich Luan." Lena turned back in surprise, her mouth open. "You used the eye technique, now only a white color, looking at both of us." "Thank you, great warrior Dai Lun." A deadly smile appeared on his face. As expected, it was useful. "So you shouted really loudly. The great enemy warrior, despite being busy with countless tasks, took the time to pass on experience to our younger generation. You shouted so loudly that your voice echoed across the arena, while those two just watched you, forgetting they were about to fight. I am truly grateful." Barris watched the match and immediately looked up, confused about what was happening on the arena. What exactly is going on here? The entire audience also looked at him in surprise. "Huh? You still keep shouting non-stop without getting any response. May I ask if you are satisfied with my display?" After shouting loudly, he looked at the two of them with a silly, goofy smile. "Yeah." The entire audience is lively and buzzing with chatter, and the vanguard who arrived just in time to face the enemy is very excited, sincerely expressing gratitude to Lord Dich Luan. "Did you really think the fight between the 6 heroes would just end like that? Stop making noise. Luke Hao only fights when it's urgent. Seeing Lord Dich Luan take action twice is already enough to satisfy me." Yes. The entire audience agreed with that guy's words and stood up to cheer. Great warrior. Lord Dalun, Lord Dalun. Yes, even with 100 things to do, he still takes time to mentor the juniors. Van Dan looked up at the fireworks falling down onto the arena. The chatter in the stands is still so loud. Truly, our great 6 Hao. "Everyone, let's cheer together for our great 6 Hughes." He closed his eyes and chuckled. "That's clever." Lena, Van Dyen, and Aki remain in their positions as fireworks rain down on the arena. "So, I can't continue with what I was doing just now, right?" "No, thank you very much for your guidance." Aki, with her hands on her hips, looked at him provocatively. "I believe that my junior will not disappoint you in the future. I will continue to do my best." Fortunately, this flattery was also effective. In front of so many people, he couldn't force himself to attack. Both of them looked at you with dark faces, disappointed and no longer fighting. He gritted his teeth in frustration and hatred, as if he wanted to send you down to the Yellow Spring. But his performance was decent enough to pass the test. Keep it up. Congratulations to the vanguard from another city, Dai A, for receiving the approval of Lord Di Luan. This is truly an excellent test. The rallying cry from the arena as he looked up at the screen heard him announce congratulations to Bikach Dich A for winning this year's competition. Bikach Dich A. Bikach Dich A. Bikach Dich A. Somewhere, everyone seeing this scene would be stunned and amazed. How come we can be champions even when we're just lying down? He's still standing in the arena, looking at you while she's walking towards you. I hereby declare this the fastest and most surprising demon hunt competition ever, and this achievement was made possible by the vanguard. She walks past you with a displeased look while you are surprised with wide eyes. Aki's image appears on the news broadcast screen. External support from superpower forces relied only on the front line, but the hero of the battle won the championship in this demon hunting contest. Everyone gathered around, lifting him into the air and cheering in celebration. The golden trophy is shining brightly on one side, and this kid is really full of spirit. Barizi happily hugs you. You really did it for the victory over the enemy. We won the championship. Do you know how many rewards I'll get when I go back? Ha ha ha. Aha, I don't even know what to say anymore. I almost got killed. Bali too. She puffed out her chest, smiled happily, and bowed her head towards you. Tonight, I invite you to do whatever you want. The image has been blocked. Aki immediately blushes all the way to her ears, stunned and speechless. Today, Commander Lisi, Anne seems to be catching her breath. Commander Ba, lie to, stop right now. Commander 34, lie to, calm down. She shyly looked away, but secretly glanced at him, while Aki, after escaping her grasp, cleared his throat to ease the awkward atmosphere. 3 lie to coughs. Do you remember what you promised before? She stood to the side and looked at you. Of course I remember. I will be your guarantor, so you can talk to the court's energy officer. Then I'll trouble you. Can we take off the outer clothes? The cloak is dirty. By the way, could you help me prepare a cloak for the day? Also, if there's a celebration or something similar, I won't be able to attend because I have something to do. One of them, hearing your words, opened their eyes bright as if they had 1,000 reasons. Why do they look at you that way? Does Warrior Anne have an important celebration? Is he or she male or female? You smile as Lena walks up to a hill that offers a panoramic view of the entire city. Just meeting an old friend, he puts on a long cloak and walks towards her as the setting sun casts a romantic glow over both of them. Hey, I'm here. Is there a reason you asked to meet here? She turned to look at him. As expected, you arrived. She remembered Barisi calling you by a different name, and the moment she brushed past you on the arena, you looked at her with a vacant expression. How do you know about this place? Lena asked, each step emphasizing her voice. Are you really? Her eyes filled with tears, shining brightly with sadness but also beauty. Is that Aki? Lena and Aki are standing high up on the cliff. Lena raised her voice. Aki, look, am I right? Not only is this place unvisited, but you can also see the town in the distance. Wow, I like this place. Her voice was relaxed. This is the place where I and you are. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly stopped. Lena began to recall her memories again. At that moment, she twirled a lock of her hair with her hand and said, this is my secret base. Aki was stunned at that moment and gently tapped Lena's forehead, his eyes softly gazing at her. The secret base? Your voice is gentle. Lena, are you still a child? If you keep waiting for me angrily and flick my forehead again, I'll become an idiot. Everyone wants to have their own secret base. She looked at Aki and scolded him, especially this silly Aki who only knows how to kill demons and doesn't understand anything. Aki calmly covers his ears. All right. You look towards the sunset with a gentle voice, but this place is truly very quiet. Both Lena and you like this place. She used her magic to make tiny plants and grass rise from beneath the rocks, then controlled them to carve some characters into the stone. I've decided, from now on, this will be our secret base. So those characters are your and Aki's names. Aki, you must not tell anyone else about this. Her mind returned to reality, the stone now covered in moss, her eyes shimmering with tears. Are you Aki? I just wanted to verify something. You still remember our secret base, right? Aki hesitated. Lena immediately turned away. She wiped away the tears in her eyes and apologized, saying she lost control and startled you. Lena blinked away tears and continued explaining. You look just like someone who was extremely important to me in the past. Lena's back looked very lonely. Your actions in the competition were too reckless. If I hadn't appeared in time, I might not have been able to save your life. She quietly reminded herself that this was her way of repaying the favor for your statue. Neither of us owes the other anything. Aki interrupted her with a sharp tone. Lena looked at Aki in surprise. Huh? What do you call me? Aki flicked her on the forehead, making her sting, but his eyes were gentle, like in Lena's memories. Do you still remember the secret base? It's been so many years. Are you still a kid? That voice, those words, all sound just like that old acquaintance. Aki, her eyes full of hope, couldn't help but be surprised. She called his name and then voluntarily let her tears fall, rolling down her cheeks. Aki looked at her with deep affection, feeling reassured. I am still alive, truly alive, too alive. Under the sunset, Aki admits, yes, I am Aki. My face is calm. I have returned. Lena rushes to Aki and hugs him tightly, her voice filled with playful reproach. Why are you only coming back now? She shouted. Why are you only coming back now? A embraces Lena tightly, comforting her, as the two figures under the sunset seem to fulfill their longing to reunite with those they cherish from the past, with birds soaring across the sky. Peace returns to both their hearts. Lena asked curiously, why do you say you traveled from half a century ago to the present? And also, does the ancient king's inscription contain any mention of Hung? She kept asking, isn't the highest rank of demons the 7 hells? Aki put his hands in his pockets and calmly explained, it's confusing, right? Honestly, I don't know the cause and effect either. Aki's eyes changed. Even I find it hard to believe when I say it. Simply put, the person who died half a century ago is me, who directly traveled through time to the present. Moreover, there is something strange still lingering in my body. As I spoke, I recalled the demon inside me. Lena silently looked at him with emotion, as if to say that, after all, surviving was already good enough. Aki looked at Lena with a hint of confusion. "Oh, right, Lena. I don't understand why everyone in this city is so hostile to us today. Your eyes are deep and serious. We sacrificed our lives for everyone in the past. Why do they hate us so much?" Lena sighed and said, "Actually, if I had to say, it's because of you." Aki puzzled. "Me?" Lena explains, "Do you still remember leading a group of soldiers to the ancient tavern during the Battle of Shiguang?" Most people tried to persuade him not to rush into the ancient monument, but recalling that scene from that year, she remembered the logistics officer and soldiers even going to the front lines to stop him. "Because the situation is unfavorable for us, everyone's opinion is to maintain the current balance." The image of smoke and flames along with thousands of soldiers appeared before her eyes, but at that time he didn't listen to anyone's advice. He told everyone to wait until they returned before a group of soldiers moved in. The scene was in chaos. Then news came that he had fallen in the battle at the ancient king's tomb. Aki was then pierced by a pillar that looked like a cross. Lena calmly continued to recount as news of his death was delivered, and the morale and confidence of the soldiers were completely drained. "Because the bravest soldiers fell, the king abandoned us too." Despair engulfed all of humanity. The tragic scene reappears in Lena's memory. After his sacrifice, the demons launched a large-scale counterattack. The ruined land was taken over and trampled by demons, with bodies of soldiers scattered everywhere. That battle was a major fight, with both sides constantly tearing each other apart. Lena said sadly that at that time, someone had estimated that out of 10 soldiers, 9 would be killed. For many people, they believe all of this shouldn't have happened. She nostalgically remembers her comrades. If you had listened to the advice back then and not rushed into the ancient king's monument, the number of survivors in the Thukwang battle might have been many times higher. Lena continued to recount. Then, as time went on, the new Lu Kao and the new king gradually appeared. The helplessness was that they also opposed your decision from years ago. So now, many people resent you. Lena recalls her past when the remaining members of Lu Kao were also looked down upon by others for being considered fake supporters of you. In the end, the new king stripped him of his warrior status. Aki listened to Lena's story. His face froze in place, his hands trembling. "My decision from years ago." My voice hesitates, doubting myself. Did I really kill so many people? Lena takes a deep breath, her face gentle. Years have passed. I've gotten used to it. It's all in the past. Who was right and who was wrong no longer matters. Lena still imagines her past self. Sometimes I pass by the statue from those days and stop to look up, recalling many memories. She turned to face Aki, but he had come back to life in a strange way. Aki responded, "It really is a miracle." Aki's eyes were incredulous. "You raise your voice to question. What kind of principle is this?" "In the past, I wanted to deal with the demon core by core before entering the ancient king's monument. I made that decision because I was thinking of humanity and our future generations who shouldn't have to suffer from demons anymore." Lena shows understanding, tilting her face up to lift his chin. "Akai, I understand your pain. Maybe you can't blame them because many people still can't accept what happened 5 years ago. As a ruler, you are bound to become the target of human criticism." Aki closed his eyes in thought and calmly asked, "So where are the remaining survivors of Lu Hao?" Lena's hand suddenly froze. "In the past, after you sacrificed yourself, the other 3 also died in battle." And then she bowed her head in sorrow. "There are 3 of us left, including me." Huang Hach An-Niem, the most important person to Lu Hao in the past, was seriously injured, and then voluntarily gave up her position to retreat and live in seclusion in some town. She looked down from the cliff at the city and shared her plan. "I was also planning to leave here." Leaving this place full of memories, she continued to explain. But Lam Hach Huyen Anda was beaten and broken, with both arms and legs chained in the dungeon, awaiting death. At this point, Aki clenched his teeth in anger and said, "What do you mean, Da? He treats us like that. Those damn bastards, the killing intent from him is so strong. Why didn't you team up with our supporters to resist the new king?" Lena calmly replied, "Because he's too powerful." Aki wondered, "Elemental energy?" Lena slowly explained, then made a gesture with her hand forming a symbol. Demons no longer only have 6 types of core abilities, like red, green, male, black. Now it has evolved into 5 elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Images of demons appeared in Lena's mind. "So, now, the demons are no longer as easy to deal with as before." Aki understood. "So, you're saying that there are 5 main elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which means my body is only missing the earth element." I doubted and asked again, "But what does this have to do with the warrior?" Lena remained silent for a moment before seriously replying, "What if the warrior could fuse the elemental force? Aki was surprised, thinking to himself, if the warrior can now fuse the elemental force, does that mean they can control the elements like a special ability? Lena looked at him with a determined gaze, not just reflecting the difference in strength between the 4-core and 5-core warriors. She calmly explained that now the 5-core warriors possess great power and will compete for the precious fusion core stone. The image of the great fortress appeared in her mind, reaching the fortress where Dogura's remains were buried to obtain the fusion Chi Luke. Of course, I remember this special place. Old memories resurfaced, recalling one of the most brutal battlegrounds where I led 1,000,000 soldiers to fight against demons, with the fierce scenes replaying like a slow-motion replay. It is now called the Bone Burial Fortress because it was the central battlefield of that great war. So that's why it's called the Bone Burial? Lena speaks with a deep gaze. The War of Thukwang has already lasted many years. Beneath the city of Chankot, countless human and demon corpses are buried underground, until one day someone discovered a special type of demon inside. Lena continued the story. That special kind of demon was at least a 5th-tier demon. As she told the story, she imagined them. Additionally, they differ from other demons outside in that their hollow chests contain a floating fusion crystal. Lena concluded that at least the rank of a soldier must be no lower than the 5-element core and must have greater resilience than others. Aki, curious, asked if it was possible to fuse 5 elements with the crystal, and Lena immediately waved her hand to refute. No, 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 how could it be possible to fuse 5 elements? Only one is possible, she explained. Compatible elements are different from each other, and no one has ever succeeded because, in theory, a body cannot contain multiple elements at once. Even the current new king and new marquis only merge one element. Aki was very surprised and shouted, "So they also fuse elemental power, I see." She continued explaining, "When Van Dellen and I fought, I couldn't recognize him at all, because he was worried that using his full strength would cause the arena's defenses to fail and hurt the spectators." Lena stood with her hands on her hips, clearly concerned about her image. If he had used 100% of his strength from the very beginning to fight you, you probably wouldn't have had a chance to fight back. The wind blows Lena's hair fluttering. She gently brushed her hair aside and continued to explain softly. Although I don't want to admit it, the strength of the new 6 and the new king has indeed surpassed us from years ago, not only with dual meridians but also with elemental power. As she spoke, she remembered her teammates, which was also the reason I couldn't save Deza from prison. After hearing those words, Aki reflected on herself. Is it because the 4 elemental forces already exist within my body because of that Bat Kai? But Lena is right. Even so, compared to the new 7, my current strength still falls far short of his. Aki encouraged himself. As a soldier, I can't rely on the power of Amama forever. To save Dazaza, I have to make my strength strong enough. Aki's eyes are full of determination. I see. It looks like I have to go to the Dogura fortress to bury the old one. Lena looked at him with sympathy, but he still hadn't reached the strength of the 5-core core yet. The jump from the 4th to the 5th core is a huge gap. Of course, I know Aki regained his confidence. This so-called Great Divide is the way I used to speak back in the day. It's just that in this life, you're hesitant. Aki begins to accept the truth. Maybe I won't have to follow these ways anymore. I think I can break through these limitations. As Aki and Barizi leave the nightclub, she hurriedly pulls me out. So, I thought you'd stay here a few more days to enjoy yourself, Aki said slowly. The plan has changed. After I finish discussing the energy quartz, I have to leave. Barizi straightened up and stretched her arm. Truly full of youthful energy. She just fixed her hair. Don't worry, I promise to be your guarantor, so I will definitely go with you. Aki looked back. Thanks. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from somewhere. The energy quartz supply issue for Hilo City has been resolved. He was surprised and headed toward the sound, and the person continued. We will next go to the soldier combat unit to request assistance. You've recognized the top person in front. Hey, everyone. Baresi wondered why they stopped. Tudu sensed something and turned around as if she saw the figure of that person appear before her eyes, and she shouted, Aki! The whole group turned around and called out, Aki! Aki greeted everyone. Everyone was so surprised that they ran quickly to Aki, happily embracing him. Why are you here? Captain Kukdio Duong shook hands with him. Aki, this young boy has shining eyes. He's really back, and he's become so strong. Aki looked at him and said, Captain Kukdio Duong, thank you for your hard work. Sino looked at him skeptically and asked, But Aki, have you grown a lot taller? Huh? I don't care anymore. Maybe it's because of the influence of the evil core demon? Sino excitedly recounts everything. Actually, we were just following the commanding officer of Brian's team to observe the competition. On the way here, it seems Lou picked up some news about you. We immediately left Brian's squad to look for you, but it turned out to be false intelligence. Now we have just arrived at the Guang mansion. Captain Kukdio Duong has finished discussing the energy quartz division. Kukdio Duong said, I was planning to look for you next, but it turns out you are already at the Guang Mansion. Aki happily replied, That's great. The Energy Quartz Division issue has been resolved. I was planning to negotiate as the representative. Berezi lowered her head and left peacefully. It seems you are Aki's old teammates, so I won't disturb your gathering anymore. Kukdio Duong looked confused and a bit embarrassed. We were so excited that we didn't notice you. Sorry about that, and thank you for taking care of Aki. Ha ha. Since you just arrived, you probably don't know that Aki has been taking care of me and Pijia. Zeno, go ahead and remind Lu to talk. Ever since you separated us, she's hardly eaten anything. Tamu added, Look at the photo I took of Lu. She looks so sad. Talking to her feels like she's lost her soul. Tudu Lu lowered her head, her back looking incredibly lonely. Aki gently approached her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Captain, I'm here to report, and I apologize for making you worry. Tudu Lu pouted and hit him in anger. She raised her hand in front of her, her cheeks blushing, happily reminding him that she must not leave the team alone again. He looked at her with deep affection, and the squad members all laughed and chatted happily. In the dark corner, Lena watched everything, her eyes filled with a hint of regret, her lips pressed together as she recalled memories from years ago. It really looks like us from the past, that boy's figure still so bright and warm. Near the city wall, they buried Dogora's remains, with Tudu Lu's heavy breathing as he helped Aki walk, exhausted. Surrounded by the corpses of shadow monsters, Lu kept urging Aki to hold on. In Aki's hand now is a primal quartz crystal, the fused crystal they obtained from the recent battle. She saw him gradually closing his eyes and couldn't help but panic, unwilling to let him sleep in this state. Tudu struggled to carry Aki on his shoulders, his legs trembling with exhaustion, constantly urging him not to sleep. Wake up, it's been hard for us to get this far, but before he could finish, his hand loosened and the elemental quartz fell far away. Elemental quartz can cause warriors to fuse with the demonic energy. Suddenly a demon appears and says, Low-level warrior, you have elemental quartz on you, but here your fate is only. Then it charged at the two of them and shouted the word, Death again. Tudu Lu quickly blocked the attack of the demon. Too exhausted to hold on any longer, she collapsed to the ground but still struggled to get back up. This action caught the attention of the demon, making it very interested. Oh, it can still move. Then she looked over at Aki lying beside her. I'm too weak now. I can't protect him. I'm sorry. She reached out to touch Aki's motionless body, trying to forgive him. Suddenly, Tudu Lu opened her eyes, lying on the bed sweating profusely, realizing it was just a dream. Then she slowly sat up, feeling that the dream felt so real, even the sensation of being stabbed. She sighed and decided not to think about it anymore. Then she looked down at her clothes, which were all soaked through, and she wants to take a shower right now. Suddenly, Aki pushes the door open from outside and shouts, What's wrong, Lu? Just now I was in the next room and heard your scream. Are you okay? Seeing you, Tudu Lu quickly grabbed a blanket to cover himself, his face already blushing like a tomato from embarrassment. Then she grabbed a pillow and slammed it into Aki's face, shouting, Don't look, and asking if no one told him to knock before entering a girl's room. Aki tried to explain that he only heard her scream, but Tudu Lu angrily yelled at him and slammed the door, leaving Aki battered and confused outside. At this moment, outside the C-grade town hotel, Tudu Lu stepped out and urged, Let's go! Have you finished packing? But Tudu Lu was still upset about this morning, so when she heard him call her like that, she felt very uncomfortable and reminded him, Call me Captain. If you don't want to argue with me, just agree with a smile. Okay, Captain, are you feeling better after your rest? Our schedule today isn't short? Tudu Lu still replied indifferently, I don't need to worry. Then she thought to herself, it was just a strange dream that scared her to death. Damn it, even after what just happened, this guy still acts so calm. Aki holding the map in hand indicates that we are currently in a C-grade town, which is a necessary passage to reach the Dogura Burial Fortress. If we give it our all, we could reach the Kodogora Fortress by evening. I hear that now entering the City of Buried Bones requires passing a strength test by the gate guards, otherwise you'll be considered an illegal intruder. It's really troublesome. But Tudu Lu thought that Captain Kukdio Duong had already said it, right? The Burial Fortress is a strategic location, a place where warriors of the 5th Regiment can receive quartz elemental stones, and a specially built wall surrounds the entire area. There is also an army formed by high-ranking soldiers stationed around it, with strict guards outside the entire fortress, not only to prevent unauthorized soldiers from entering, but also to be prepared in case a demon inside escapes someday. Are you really not afraid to come to the Bone Burial City with me? Although this was the request of Captain Kukdio Duong, I didn't expect her to agree so readily. After all, it's a place only the 5-period soldiers dare to get involved in. Captain Kukdu Duong doesn't trust you and straightforwardly replies, "You're not reliable because of your reckless behavior. Without a recovery system soldier by your side, it won't be safe. And I just happen to be a member of the Luke Hotch." Then she turned to look at him and explained, "And also, I'm not here because of you. I came for the mission. Captain Kukdu Duong told me to level up with you and try to become a second-tier soldier when we return, so don't forget." Of course, Aki wouldn't dare forget. Aren't Hannah and Snow also supposed to undergo the special training from Captain Kukdu Duong? It seems they are very eager. Tudu Lu again sternly reminded him of the past. "I am the captain, so remember what happened last time. If you leave the team alone, I have to keep an eye on you." Hearing that, Aki couldn't help but smile as he remembered her innocent look. Seeing his silence and lack of further words, Tudu Lu looked at him puzzled, and she couldn't help but wonder why he was smiling so strangely at Thotuk. Are they thinking about what happened earlier and then just continuing their journey to the next target somewhere else, with voices echoing all around? On this side, there's a lack of a low-level recovery system, requiring at least 5 Hall soldiers. Our squad is departing now. At this moment, at Kad Dogara Fortress City, during the inspection and preparation for war, Tudu Lu and Aki finally arrived after a long journey. The soldiers here couldn't stop talking excitedly when they saw the two of them. "Huh? 4-star soldier, there is also a 1-star soldier. Where did this little brat come from? Is it real or fake? Are you so crazy about power that you're willing to become demon food in the fortress city? Are there 2 other guys talking over there? Are these 2 lost? They can't get in. They can't pass the strength test." As he finished speaking, one of them sneered. Hearing this, Aki still didn't get angry and just stood there calmly. "It seems we are being looked down upon." The crowd around gathered and a group of 3 rushed forward. "Oh wow, they even imitate very girly." Hearing that, Aki turned around to see who was speaking to him. It turned out to be a red-haired man with 5-star strength, looking at them mockingly. He really is a 4-star fool with no strength, pretending to be tough. A 4-star warrior leading a 1-star warrior to the Bone Burial City. Who knows how he'll end up dying. Hearing this, Tudu Liu felt uncomfortable. Where did that sense come from? It's okay. This kind of cowardly provocation can be ignored. The crowd now recognizes his identity and there's lively discussion, yet he's actually the young master of the Min family from Yura City. I didn't expect him to also come to the Bone Burial City to compete for the elemental quartz. The person behind him is the 6th rank warrior, probably one of the top tax warriors of their family. I've seen information about these people on the mercenary list before. They are very powerful, and I never expected they would now sell their lives to the Min family. I've also seen them. That person obtained elemental power through the elemental quartz. With his escort, this time the elemental quartz will be in his hands. Hearing the gossip about my background, Hod grew more confident and proud in front of everyone. "I am young Master Hod of the Min family in Yura City, rank A. Surely you've heard of the Min family before? Our Min family is the greatest warrior clan in Yura City." Then he mockingly spoke to Tudu Lu. "Hey you long-haired girl, listen to me and take my advice. This city of bones is not a place for playing around." Seeing that Tudu Lu didn't respond, he pushed even further. "You're Luke Hotch, right?" He doesn't care about the girl gasping in his arms, teasingly reaching out his hand. On his left, the young master is also supporting a personal healer, which might be an exception to keep her here. Seeing that she hadn't responded for a long time, he glanced at the 2 and snorted. While he was bragging about himself, Delu and Aki, who were ignoring him, continued their own conversation, causing his outstretched hand to tremble. He roared in fury, "Don't you know who the Min family is? Damn it, I only respect you because you're beautiful." Tudu Lu also got angry and shouted, "Who gave you permission to talk to me like that?" "How?" and the blonde girl beside him were shouted at so fiercely they turned pale and immediately fell silent. Their pupils also contracted. Tudu Lu looks down on others, constantly mentioning his family name. He is definitely a useless loser. Hao Tao, insulted, angrily pushed the blonde girl aside and shouted, "Shut up! Are you talking to me? Do you believe I can crush you with just one finger?" Tudu Lu, angry, threw her luggage to the ground. Although her strength was still not enough, she had never been afraid of anything. She said she would hold back, but in her heart she thought, "A damn lecher like you dares to get angry. This young lady here will curse at trash like you who's afraid of whom. I'll fight you right now." He raised his hand, ready to strike, determined to teach him a lesson today. Suddenly, a red light cut through the air, and Aki rushed forward to block in front of Tudu Lu before Hao Tao's palm attack could land. Then Aki's foot slipped back, and Aki easily blocked Hao Tao's punch with one hand. Seeing this, he still glared with red eyes. "If you don't let go, I'll deal with you too," Aki said, still holding him tightly with disdain. "Young Master Hao Tao of the Min family, right? Today you were the one who challenged first, and if you keep attacking, this will get out and could negatively impact your Min family. Aki glanced at the entrance and continued, "And since he's causing trouble here, the guards probably won't let anyone into the city to bury the head's remains." Aki bit his lip and tightened his grip on his hand even more. "Do you want to think it over some more?" Hao Tao angrily clenched Aki's hand and retorted furiously, "Think of your mother." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Young Master Hao Ti?" The giant man with a shovel advised him, "That kid is right. Young Master Hao Ti's warriors who can come here at least have some strength. If they leave a bad reputation right away and it gets back to the family, it will be disadvantageous for you. Even if you want to teach them a lesson, you shouldn't act hastily here, and smoothly entering the city to bury the bones is the most important thing. Anything can happen inside." Then his expression turned sinister. Hao Tat seemed to understand his intention, curling his lips into a wicked smile. He jerked his hand away from Aki and declared that he no longer had any dealings with you useless trash, then strode past Aki and Tudu, leading the old man and the blonde-haired woman. "Let's go." The warrior Luke Kai glanced at Aki with a sinister look, as if he was planning something. His footsteps stomped on the ground as he silently activated the earth elemental power, causing red sparks to appear around his feet and the surrounding dirt and rocks to start rising. Small stones fly up, carrying a red light that rushes straight at Aki. He closes his eyes without looking back and throws a punch to block the old man's attack. Tudu looked back in confusion, curious about the commotion. "What's going on?" Aki just smiled and said, "It's nothing, just crush that mosquito. Let's proceed with the test. I believe we can pass the test smoothly." As he relaxed his grip, the rocks fell away because he had used the metal element to counter the dark magic of the six-color soldier, following the red-haired one. Seeing that, he glanced at Aki and couldn't help but be terrified. Is that little guy using his hand to block his hidden earth element attack? Not to mention his incredible reaction speed, his hand must have been shot through before he had to. That kid. Then he suddenly called the young Master Hao to come over, and he turned to see what was happening. The other guy said, "We need to change the list of heavyweight quartz element contenders we had planned. The kid earlier, I thought he was the most formidable contender. His strength is definitely more than just fourth realm. I can't gauge the strength of that young guy, so I plan to find a chance to kill those two first to avoid future trouble." On the other side, someone looked at the display screen and exclaimed, "Tai, with such a synchronization rate, it's up to 54%. Another person also has a synchronization rate of around 42% or higher. The staff, after checking Aki and Tudu, couldn't help but be amazed, while the two of them remained calm as if they were used to it. "If there are no rank regulations, then you've already checked our synchronization rates, right?" The staff hesitated as they looked at the results on the screen. This thing. Aki was surprised and thought to herself that her synchronization rate used to be 39%, not only increasing to the highest core level, but during this time it actually rose to 42%. The rapid increase in speed is impressive. The female staff member hesitated as she looked at the screen. "The two of you, a 4th-tier red core warrior and a 1st-tier 6-core warrior, want to enter the city to fight over the primal quartz mineral, right?" Her expression turned serious. "The demon inside is at least a 3rd-tier demon. Are you sure about this?" Quickly points at Ved to affirm, "Yes, we are capable of defending ourselves. She is our squad's healer and also a nimble fighter." Hearing that, Tudu blushed with anger, grinding her teeth in frustration. So annoyed to be called a healer. Aki is so annoying. The inspector explained that no soldier below level 5 had ever dared to enter the Bone Burial City before. Although there are no strict rules about strength, the combination of these two is the lowest-ranked team in history. I remind you that the so-called quartz element can only be found on the body of a special quartz element demon in the fortress, and this demon only appears once after being killed, then reappears after a period of time. So what you have to face is not only the demon suppressors, but also powerful warriors and contenders. Even survival itself is a challenge. Even so, you still want to go inside? Aki's eyes are determined. Of course, our goal is not just to survive. Thank you for the reminder. The staff member, seeing their determination, no longer advised them and simply led the way inside, inviting them to follow this path. Entering inside, Tudu took a deep breath. The rumors say that the bones here are 9 parts dead and 1 part alive, so he should be scared, but for some reason he feels very calm and confident, as if just having Aki here gives him endless courage. In the Bone City, the demon was searching for something, and once it left, Tudu said, "This place has been completely taken over by demons." Aki, observing the situation, said, "The fortress city of Dagura is called a fortress city, but actually it's just a city. Do you know? In the past, Dagra Fortress was just as large and popular as the current royal city because it was located in the center of the continent. It was once the most densely populated city. Then, due to the invasion of demons, it gradually became desolate and turned into a battlefield, with the central area of the ancient city taken over by demon overlords. No one dares to stay here anymore. People also gradually started calling it the Fortress City, perhaps to forget the prosperity of the past. Hearing that, Aki's eyes looked a little sad. Tudu sat opposite and said, "You really know a lot." He has already answered everything, growing up hearing all sorts of nonsense. Tudu thought to himself, that damn name. It's time for you to stand up and call Tudu. We're also heading to the special demon lord with the elemental quartz. Let's try to conserve our strength and avoid unnecessary fights. Tudu saw an explosion in the distance and asked, "Should we go over there to help Aki, should we?" Aki coldly replied, "It's better not to help. At least inside the city, don't get involved with anyone." He silently sighed, thinking that Lu, who was born and raised in Hesperus City with a kind heart, still doesn't understand the dangers outside. She believes that the annoying soldiers we meet at the gate are just a minority. There are many selfish and unpredictable people here, so it's better for us to stay cautious and not trust anyone for now. As he spoke, he turned back to look at Tudu, and his eyes suddenly filled with panic, because behind her was a demon. The terrifying sound of its strike echoes, causing the ground to shake violently. Luckily, Aki managed to carry her away to a safe spot. The 5-stage water element demon Lamhach was pleased and said, "I didn't expect you to react in time. Attacking my water system so silently is not right at all." Aki put her down. Tudu still couldn't help but panic. When did the 5-stage demon appear behind her? This bastard must be taking advantage of the calm state of the water element, using quick movements to approach us. If Aki hadn't turned around and spotted it in time, we might have already been... Aki interrupted her train of thought and said, "We have to fight quickly and win fast. Try not to attract the other demons. And the attention of the other squad members, quickly deal with it without leaving any trace. I can't afford to become a burden to Aki when I teleport." Demon Lamhach Nukai slowly approached and said, "Wait, you're trying to deal with me quickly? A 4th-tier warrior and a 1st-tier warrior, I didn't expect you to look down on me." Indeed, he then vanished so quickly that neither of them could see anything. He appeared above their heads, ready to strike, so adorable. Then he launched his deadly attack and Aki quickly dodged. His assault shattered the ground and rocks into pieces. He sneered and said, "A 4th stage and a 1st stage. Don't worry, I won't even bother to look at your corpses once." After saying that, the demon continued to attack both of them head-on. Aki circled around to block the wood and metal elemental attack. The demon was a bit surprised. How could you have 2 types of abilities? Aren't human soldiers only able to master one element at the 5th level? Aki then charged quickly at the demon, striking him with a 5-star attack that pushed him back. He defended that blow with water power. "You know, I also master the water element." Then he charged forward at such a speed that even the demon was a bit surprised. Too fast. Aki approached him confused, didn't he? The demon still said proudly, "I was just fooling you. Knowing how to use the water element, so what? Can it compare to my enhanced agility with the water system?" Aki called Tudu to quickly dodge the attack from the demon, then kicked him in the back. At the same time, Aki raised his sword and pierced through him, finishing him off before turning to say, "Great teamwork, Lu." Happy cooperation, Tudu takes out the spirit brick from behind that demon. "First-class warrior, I'll take it now. Rest assured." Then she kicked him down and said, "I don't even bother to look at your corpse." Tudu took off Lamhach Nukai and then kicked him in the back. Noticing her quickness, Aki began to assess. "The speed of your last move wasn't bad." He pulls his sword out of the guy, blood still dripping from the blade. She bows her head and says, "Don't forget that Tudu and I come from a martial arts noble family. This is just basic technique." He slung his sword over his shoulder and looked at her, who had just been pierced through the chest. "Let's get out of here quickly." The fight earlier must have attracted others' attention. Seeing a long bleeding cut on your face, she was alarmed. "Next, you got injured, so find somewhere to go. I'll help you heal the scratch on your face." You jokingly put your hand to the wound on your mouth, accidentally scraping it, but this wound doesn't need healing. To her, am I really that weak? Tudu looked at you with an even more serious expression than ever. "When I set out with you, I already said it's my duty. No matter how big or small the wound, I have to heal it, or else my existence would be meaningless." Seeing her so serious, he rubbed his head in frustration and adjusted his hair. So serious and determined? As expected from the one called Lasat, who doesn't smile at Hesperus. Fine, since she's right, I might as well adjust my state at the same time. A large shadow suddenly loomed over her, and Tudu looked up in panic with wide eyes, while Aki carefully prepared to counterattack as the attacker raised his leg to strike. Aki was stunned to see her like that. The attack had come down so quickly that the ground beneath cracked and trembled violently, causing her to cry out. Aki moved a step faster, placing his sword behind his back to block the attack in an instant. "Did you really get hit so quickly?" The guy presses down harder with his foot on the lever. As expected, it's not simple. The attacker is a 6th-tier mysterious warrior. He increased the force with his leg, pressing down hard, but you still maintained your stance to block his attack. It seems my judgment was correct. Although you are only a 4th-tier warrior, with that eye he almost wants to swallow you whole. But your strength far exceeds that of a 4th-tier warrior, right? The spear tip presses down hard on the sword, sparks flying. You swing your sword and grab the axe, then jump to another spot. Get lost. Her cold, fiery eyes stare intently at him. The 6th-period red core earth element soldier. Tudu Liu saw this and immediately used a support skill for him, but it seemed like something was blocking her, making her open her eyes in surprise. The 3-period 6-element confinement warrior immobilized her in place. Wow, she focused all her attention on her teammate so I could successfully immobilize her. Tam Kai Luke's Hach, immobilization transmission. She withdraws her technique, causing her whole body to tremble and become immobile. Damn it. This is the special paralysis skill of the healing system. Since it's also the Lucan recovery system, you probably understand the current situation, right? The paralysis skill is originally used to treat wounds, but if directly transmitted into an opponent's body, it can completely disable their ability to move. She ignored me and walked towards Aki and him. So it's you guys, no wonder I was targeted so quickly. Is it okay for your cold, sharp eyes to look at both of us and rush to ambush us instead of protecting your little young master? There is a place where life and death are uncertain. Someone is also slowly walking toward us, talking as they go, making him turn to look. You're about to die and you're still stubborn and mouthy? You appeared as Houti? You just mentioned his deep, unpredictable, mocking gaze. You, don't want to embarrass yourself in front of your woman? What do you mean she's your woman? I'm so angry I could explode. She grimaced and bit her lip to suppress her anger. Staying calm now is not the time to be angry. Hauto stepped beside her, one hand in his pocket, the other slapping her butt, making her shiver as she arched her back. Well done, little one. I'll reward you when we get home. He turned to squeeze Tudulu's chin, lifting her face with a teasing smile, but her eyes always looked toward him, and together they watched as he stood proudly with his sword in hand. I want her to see him die later, tormenting her afterwards. No woman has ever dared to refuse Hao. To here, you've really piqued my interest. His hand still on her chin, she angrily widened her eyes as he clenched his teeth in frustration. Soldier Liu Chi Hong He sat on a rock watching them and said, Young Master Hao Ta, didn't I tell you to hide and not show yourself? I can handle this one alone, but if you like that woman, I will bring her back for you. With me here I guess no one dares to ambush us. I, the young master, don't bother hiding in such a cowardly way. He glanced at you with a mocking smile. Besides, no matter what you say, I am a 5th-rank warrior. Are you looking down on me? Do you still need your hand? Many sparks of blood appeared around you. I thought you were just a spoiled brat. I didn't want to bother with you at all. Turns out you're really just a worthless piece of trash. I just want to confirm that your cold, shining eyes and clenched lips show a deadly intent. Hao Tao, I bet you've harmed many girls before, right? Tudulu's cold gaze wanted to kill him instantly, but Howdy sneered, turned around, pointed at him, and mocked. What stupid thing is that? Are you still pretending to be cool with me? Tonight I will ruin your woman. You're just a worthless trash. Here. The 6-color red-hued warrior also frowns with a grinding of teeth in frustration. A foolish young master who doesn't even realize how weak he truly is, thanks to his declining family. The 5-star soldier you talk about was only granted that title because of your powerful and influential old man hitting everyone around until they reluctantly agreed. A symbol inside a red circle, a soldier who has never killed a single demon himself. What a ridiculous false reputation. I am a 6th-level warrior. If it weren't for the generous support from your Min family, I would have already crushed your neck for being such an annoying little brat who doesn't know his limits, sitting there mouthing off while I just sigh. Forget it. The young master and the old man have already told you to follow my orders when you go outside, so I hope you won't disobey. He was interrupted mid-sentence, his cold gaze as if about to swallow them all. I will not hesitate to kill you. You dash like a lightning bolt toward him, causing him to panic while the crimson 6-hued fire element soldier speeds up to chase after you, shouting for him to dodge. Be careful, your hateful gaze carries a scent of death about to happen. Why does he have the aura of the fire element on him? Isn't he a 4-hued core? How could you grasp the elemental power? You still charged at him like a missile. Hauto stands in front of her and the Tamkai 6-horn soldier with a ready stance to counterattack, fists clenched with fierce firepower and a sharp, furious gaze. And he was terrified as you, like a starving wolf, charged at him with wide eyes, clenched teeth, and trembling. He staggered back, fell down, and shouted out in utter fear. "Ah, don't come any closer. Why can't I even think of resisting?" He covers his face with his hand, trembling as he stares wide-eyed at you. He is clearly just a 4th-level soldier, but with that look you thrust your sword straight at him. Your other hand clenched into a fist, your eyes sharp as sparks fly. You seem like a demon, ready to devour him, and that power is so overwhelming that she can't even stand firm, while she remains still because she can't move. Like a demon or god, save me now. He rushes forward, raising his sword to attack you, but you notice just in time. He swung his blade down as if to cut you in half, but you dodged just in time and prepared to counterattack, slashing him away. He gritted his teeth in anger, changing tactics swiftly. The 6-colored Crimson Hachiman soldier used his weapon to block your attack, but your strike was too powerful to be pushed back. He indeed knows how to control the fire element, but my earth element won't be intimidated either. As he was pushed back, I seized the opportunity to unleash my attack with the branches chasing after him, aiming to pierce through, catching him off guard, and surprising him. The wood element, he also skillfully dodged your attacks. The Lukai Honghach warrior was pushed back and had to use both hands to steady himself. He can also control the wood element. What on earth is going on? He smiles very brightly. That's interesting. I underestimated you too much. You're hiding too many secrets, huh? He slammed his weapon into the ground and was surprised you could control 2 elements. I'm really curious how you managed to do that. He was about to swing the spear blade directly at you. If I could also master both elemental powers, the earth element and the magma strength, I would become stronger. He sneered and mocked for 10 minutes until you finally admitted that now the person around you is surrounded by a purple-colored power. Are you creating something on your hand? Is that so? A giant blue hand grabs his arm, surprising him and widening his eyes. An 8th-tier demon, Lamhach Ningyuki, appears, controlling and blocking him from striking down. Gao controls the body of the water element demon Lamhach Wuki. The Lamhach Wuki demon appears behind the soldier. It was only then that he realized the demon was behind him and broke out in a sweat. Why couldn't I sense any demonic aura from the demon? At the moment, he realized the gem in his chest was glowing, and approaching him so closely, he finally noticed. The soldier turned around, and the 5-tier demon was a distance away. The demon throws its weapon to the ground. The soldier also recognizes its element. The water element moves swiftly. The demon rushes forward without waiting for him to act and pushes back the soldier. Feeling that things are getting out of control, the soldier turns around to ask for help. "Kid, can we pause our personal feud for now? Let's deal with this evil spirit together." Aki points his finger as if controlling something. "Stop. Think about why this demon is only attacking you," you interrupted him just then. At the same time, the demon created thousands of sharp crystals, and the soldier realized something. He turned around, but at this moment the crystals were already close enough to take his life. They were the demons he commanded. The soldier's eyes were filled with fear. That demon is his puppet. How could it be? Just how much power is he hiding? Without hesitation, he quickly raised a shield from the ground. At the same time, the rain pouring down also rushed toward him, but was blocked by the shield. Aki watched and couldn't help but admire. He's quite strong. As he shielded himself from the rain, the soldier reached out his hand as if summoning something. The axe in the distance suddenly moved and flew up. It spun and headed straight for the warrior. At that moment, the demon was already very close to the soldier, and the axe was right behind the demon, then struck straight through its back and flew back into the soldier's hand. The soldier quickly unlocked his shield mode with the axe he was given, but it still dodged. He looked at Aki because that kid was controlling this kind of power. In his eyes, Aki was no different from a demon. Could it be that he is a failure warrior? With no time to think, the soldier charged into battle with the demon to deal with this 5-stage demon first, then figure things out. Suddenly, vines wrapped around his legs. He stared in shock at the vine wrapping tightly around his leg, unaware of the demon about to attack. Using the primitive technique to disrupt his movement, the demon climbed onto him and launched an attack, but the warrior blocked with his axe. However, he was also injured and growing weaker. If it's just a 5th-stage demon, there's nothing to worry about, but with that unpredictable, mysterious kid fighting at the 8th stage, damn it. Hao Tao saw the demon and was so scared he pushed the 6th-stage warrior onto her to do the job. A demon is a demon, deal with it first, hurry up and go. You go ahead too, do you hear me? She nervously explained. But young master, I'm not skilled in combat, only in healing, and I also have to use paralysis to watch over that woman. Isn't that right? At this moment, Tudu's hand trembled slightly. Her fingers moved a little. Hao Tao still stubbornly pushed the 6th-stage soldier cowardly. What does it matter what that 1st-stage soldier does? If I encounter trouble because of that demon, you won't get a single cent. Soldier Lu Hach stammered, but Tudu suddenly attacked her from behind, causing her to cry out in pain. You sneer sarcastically at her. It's a pity for you, as a warrior. Shouldn't you be fighting hard to avoid being at a disadvantage against men? The Lu Hach soldier turned her head and looked back, her body paralyzed from the sneak attack. She struggled to speak, saying each word with difficulty. How did you escape my paralysis? Tudu glared at her with a murderous look. Ha! I am originally a 6-hex soldier, and my knowledge of healing is deeply ingrained in my mind. I just need to use my energy to reverse your skill to escape. The healing system can save people or kill them, isn't that right? The Lu Hach soldier was now losing consciousness and no longer had the strength to speak. This woman, she leaned forward immediately after Tudu withdrew her weapon. She's a healing system genius. After she collapsed, Tudu faced Hao Tao. You bastard. Now it's your turn. I've avoided her vital organs, so whether she survives depends on her, but you're different. Hao Tao's hand clenched tightly and trembled as he shouted, How dare you ambush me? You're just a first-stage warrior, only daring to attack from behind. Even though I couldn't defeat the demon, you're just a first-stage female warrior. You're definitely going to die. Tudu sneered at him, her aura chaotic and her posture weak. It seems you have no combat experience at all. You're probably the type of person who uses resources from your family to buy the title of 5th-tier warrior to boost your family's reputation, right? You're just a spoiled brat. Her eyes gleamed with deathly intent, staining the honor of a soldier, and her sarcastic words drove him to madness. That damn woman. He wondered how this damn woman knew he had no combat experience, and forced memories flooded back to him. 10 years have passed, and my father recruited many strong warriors to guide me, forcibly suppressing my core. Although the process was extremely painful and I could never resist each time, at least I gained the ability to be protected by those warriors, allowing me to barely reach the peak of the 5-core warrior. And then the image of a tall figure and a 6-core warrior appeared. For the trip to the Bone Burial City, my father spent a lot of money to recruit this warrior to escort me, and even arranged a healer for me. I could have obtained the quartz element effortlessly, but now I'm furious. Everything's been ruined, that damn woman. And that brat. I turned to shout at the soldier. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry over here and protect me. My father has given you many benefits. It's for you to protect me. He keeps jumping around while the soldier struggles to fight the evil. Do you hear me? Come here and protect me. He provokes the soldier, making him grind his teeth in anger. If you've heard, then finish it quickly and come here. I can't hold back anymore, the soldier shouted loudly. Shut your mouth, you useless trash. You're just a womanizer, a worthless scoundrel that even demons wouldn't dare to touch. For the first time, he was cursed so fiercely that he couldn't help but tremble in fear. He was about to shout, but saw Tudu standing silently with a knife in front of him. Hao Ti knew he couldn't rely on the soldier, but Tudu had already teleported behind him and stabbed him in the side, causing Hao Ti to cry out in pain. He spun around and pushed Tudu away. Get out of here. Tudu was thrown off him, and at this moment, Hao Ti suddenly clutched his head and screamed uncontrollably, It hurts so much. Glancing at Tudu, he immediately sensed something was wrong. This kid didn't usually use energy, but now he was activating the terrifying power of the 5-stage core at will. She remembers Kukdio Duong's words clearly. If the core energy backfires, it will become even more uncontrollable. When facing such warriors, everyone must quickly stay away and cannot predict their loss of control. If it causes injury, it will be a serious wound. Kukdio Duong's expression was very serious at that moment. If you encounter a situation where your energy is rebelling, you must calmly control the energy back to your familiar pathway. Otherwise, the violent energy will ultimately lead to self-destruction. Back in reality, Tudu slightly smirked. If that's the case, you still rush to Hao Ti's side, and a fitting ending awaits you. Tudu, ready to take a running start from afar, charges straight at Hao Ti with incredible speed. Almost invisible and without hesitation, Hao Ti, with a furious face and bulging veins, eyes wide open, one hand ruffling his hair while the other tightly grips his sword, still daring to challenge. He swings a powerful and swift sword strike directly at Tudu. He was almost crazy, completely out of control, raising his sword behind him, lifting his body high and twisting his whole body to gather momentum. Try my move. He launched a series of sword strikes straight at Tudu, laughing triumphantly. She was still unprepared for Hao Ti's rapid combo and was caught off guard. But with her innate skills and quick reflexes, she can still block a powerful attack. Seeing Tudu's reaction, Hao Ti felt very proud and confident, boasting loudly about himself. I am a flexible blue-core warrior, a recovery system like you can't compare to my speed. Tudu looked at him, grimaced in frustration, and told him to shut up. Tudu Lu, while defending, recalled memories of daily exercises and her father's words. She remembered having to do a handstand on a tall pole, thinking that compared to the agility training her father had taught her since childhood. Although his attack relied on the maximum energy force of the 5 orbs, it lacked any rules and was just wild slashing. Why can a mere core like you withstand an attack from someone as fast and agile as me? Tudu Lu, as if just playing around with Hao Tao, said, "Choose your attack style yourself," while she remained calm and confident, thinking in her mind that she would defeat him head-on. Tudu Lu launched a green arrow-like attack to push Hao Tao back, catching him off guard and hitting him. Tudu Lu looked straight at Hao Tao and said, "My father once said that no matter how great your strength is, if you don't know how to use it, your actual power is less than 1%. With a decisive move, she cut Hao Tao away, and he took that exact move of hers, grinding his teeth and saying, "I am the heir of the Min family, I am not to be underestimated, all of you must die." Hao Tao rushes straight at Tudu Lu with all his strength. "Perish, all of you." Tudu Lu reacts by retreating, but his uncontrollable speed causes him to self-destruct even faster than expected, making escape impossible at this distance. She drives her dagger into the ground, lowers her stance and prepares, with a blue shield surrounding her. Tudu Lu decides to face his violent attack alone, only able to rely on her protective barrier to withstand the direct assault. Hao Tao suddenly erupts, veins bulging, eyes wide open, surrounded by a dazzling blue light that radiates outward, shooting out streams of electricity that shake the ground. The intense glow also draws Aki and the Luke Ki Hong Han soldiers' attention to that side. Everyone was stunned, startled, and amazed. Aki reacted quickly and ran to Tudu Lu and Haut. And that soldier, Lu Kai Hong Hach, was standing to the side, angry. He looked down on that fool, yet he was driven crazy by a girl. A blinding light illuminates the entire area. A powerful wave of air erupts, forming a massive blue energy sphere where the two are fighting, causing a deafening explosion of fire and earth. After the chaos subsides, a huge round crater appears on the ground with thick dust and smoke filling the sky. Tudu Lu covered her face with one hand to avoid the dust, closing her eyes without knowing what was happening, only wondering if she could hold on. The protective shield held up. Suddenly a voice sounded saying, "You caused a woohoo soldier to blow himself up." Tudu Lu opened her eyes and looked up in the direction of the voice. "Good job, Lu. You used the power of metal and wood to create a defensive barrier. Only then could you protect her. Without it, relying mainly on Tudu Lu's fragile shield to assist with healing, it might not have been enough to withstand." Tudu Lu slumped to the ground, lowering his head in frustration and saying, "Why should I rely on my 5-element strength when I have such a bad personality and no combat experience? I can't even beat a seasoned 1st-element warrior." Feeling mixed and a bit chaotic, he continued, "I definitely couldn't defeat a 5-element warrior on my own. I might lose right away." Aki just looked at Tudu Lu without saying anything else, only giving her a little reminder. You were injured during the confrontation with him. Recover quickly." Now Tudu Lu is finally looking at herself. I really didn't notice earlier. Aki looked at Tudu Lu for a moment before continuing. "Your courage and determination are quite impressive." Tudu Lu, after hearing that, blushed deeply, her heart filled with a mix of joy and embarrassment. She looked at Aki with shining eyes, somewhat surprised, her hands trembling and stammering as she spoke. "Stop rambling. Is your fight over? Hey, where's the strong warrior?" Her mind was filled with questions and confusion. Why did he suddenly praise me so seriously? Aki looked over at the fight where the demon I was controlling had already gone berserk from the explosion earlier. After all, it was just a body without consciousness. And that soldier, he's the core of the 6 colors. I don't think he will. You didn't finish your sentence, but everyone can guess what it means. The 6-color Crimson Warrior stepped out of the smoke. Damn it. Ha ha. He confidently steps out with his weapon in hand, unaffected by the explosion. But the useless young master is dead. Even after I leave the Min family myself, he will probably be harassed daily by the assassin organization his family hired. Everyone knows that the assassin organization is an underground group formed by daring fighters, specializing in contract assassinations of other fighters, but at a very high price. I heard that even warriors with failed core levels and incredible strength are part of this organization, but to hire a killer with such skills, money is no longer enough. They require a deal of equal value. Nguyen Tutho slung his weapon over his shoulder and decided, "No more fighting, you two are freaks, so strong, yet only using low-level core crystals." Aki also smiled happily and agreed. "You're right. Continuing to fight doesn't really mean anything anymore. It seems I've also come to terms with my own situation. Indeed, the person I needed to protect is already gone. In a place like this, he also loses the reason to fight. The earth elemental said further, if you fight me seriously and cooperate with the demon from earlier, I really won't be able to retreat safely and control the elements to manipulate the corpse of the demon. You hide too many things. He gazed intently at you. What exactly is your strength? What is your background? Aki simply stood still, expression unchanged, calmly replying, it was just a lucky fourth hall soldier with a few special energies. With your 6-core strength, risking your life to fight me would also put you in danger. He thought grimly after hearing this. Is having special abilities a sign of a rare genius warrior? I've heard of some extremely talented fighters, truly possessing abilities that ordinary warriors don't have. He looked at you with curiosity and asked, I am very curious. If you master elemental force, why do you still want to go to the Bone Burial City to find the quartz crystal element? It should be useless for you. You just told me this has nothing to do with you. His words also made me pay more attention to the quartz element. Yes, originally the quartz element was meant for 5-core warriors to fuse with one type of element, but I want to try something else. If the quartz element can help a warrior fuse with the elemental force, then what if I gather the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into one, and then combine the quartz element to fuse all 5 elements together? This terrifying idea had been in my mind from the very beginning, not something I just thought of now. I frowned grimly, as if speaking to myself. I must find a way to make my strength stronger. You remember the image of a man in tattered clothes below, covered in blood, neither human nor demon. As a former 6 Hao, he could never be confined in a place from which he could easily escape. If I want to save Da, I can't rely entirely on the demonic power inside my body because I might have to face the new king and the new 6th Hound. Turning back outside, that soldier Luke Kai Hong Hach also had nothing left to do and turned to leave. Forget it. I advise you to leave here quickly. The shockwave from that idiot's self-destruction will soon attract countless demons or fighters, so you'd better protect your own life. He has gone far away, only leaving a wish for both of you. Good luck. Aki and Tudu stay behind to scout, investigate, and check the traces. They found strange footprints like wild boar tracks and also encountered some monsters. On the way, they saw a campfire and met a group of people sitting around it, making many new friends. Aki happily shakes hands with a girl with long hair, as if they have decided to cooperate together. Later that night, in a deserted place, a voice echoes. Aren't you going to rest for a bit? So that's Tudu Aki's voice. She is lying in a sleeping bag while I sit beside her, watching over her. You go to sleep first. I'll rest later. Tudu, half asleep and looking very sleepy, said, Aki, your combat skills and negotiation skills are very experienced. You're about our age. Where do you get so much experience from? I also didn't know what to say, so I sat and thought for a while. After a long while, I finally came up with a reasonable excuse. I guess I know how to handle this. Yeah, that's right. Tudu couldn't help but laugh awkwardly after hearing that. Look at his gestures and behavior. He really does seem like a fake uncle's soul. He sat back against the wall and looked up at the moon. It seems this scene has appeared somewhere before. The figure of the boy when he was a warrior before appears like an illusion amidst the gentle moonlight. His response was vague, full of hidden meanings. Maybe so. Finally, he didn't let her ask anymore and told Tudu to go to sleep. Sleep well. It was morning when Tudu was awakened by the sound of an explosion, a battle noise. Aki had already woken up and was standing there, looking at the hole in the wall. Aki just looked calmly, glanced at her, nodded, and moreover, there was also the aura of the demon. The first thing Tudu asked when she woke up was, Have you not slept yet? He also replied, having dozed off for a moment, It's okay. The energy waves there are very chaotic. It seems many fighters are chasing after it. Maybe the demon element has appeared. You should get ready to go out and see. Suddenly, the voice became a bit excited and eager, saying, Follow me. I have a way to find that demon quickly. 2 beams of light streaked past at super speed, too fast to see with the naked eye. Aki, feeling so excited that he couldn't hold back, looked extremely happy and delighted. Tudu chased after him, watching him with curiosity and asking, Why are you so excited? You keep your excited mood and reply, It's just okay. On the outside, I say one thing, but inside I think differently. That's right, I am very excited. For me, the new form of demon is incredibly exciting. I fought all kinds of demons in my previous life. This demon element makes me extremely curious. I have to deal with it before anyone else finds it. The shadows dart swiftly across the ruined stone walls, so fast that only streaks of color are visible in the air. Aki keeps his pace steady, looking back. Its speed has slowed down, so it must have found its hiding place. But for now, I will definitely catch it. Tudu looked at him and asked clearly, Do you know where those demon elementals are? The area here is very large. It's hard to find. Aki's eyes shine with determination. Don't worry, I know. I secretly think to myself that although I don't want to admit it, ever since the aura of the demon element appeared, I seem to be able to sense its presence. The image of the entire city appears in Aki's mind, as if he can sense his kindred. It is heading underground, and Tudu shouts loudly, pointing toward the city wall. Aki, look over there. The people on the wall are moving. At an incredible speed, it seems they have noticed Aki and Tudu. Aki frowned, his eyes sharp. It seems the squad responded quickly and has noticed the recent battle, but they still need some time to find the demon's core. A different idea suddenly flashed through his mind. There's a shortcut. You have to go now, Tudu, Aki said seriously, holding her hand. They were immediately pulled by Aki at a lightning-fast speed, heading straight down into a deep and large pit. Aki held Tudu and jumped swiftly into the lake. It turns pitch black and is extremely dangerous. Aki senses something. It's hiding beneath the fortress wall. This is the fastest way to find it. Lately, I've been quite confident in mastering the element of wood. Aki pushes himself, his face turning pale. I've always wanted to try this. Then he hugs Tudu as large branches shoot up from below the canyon, forming a crisscrossing square wooden net. That is the element of wood. The wooden nets quickly slowed down around them, and Tudu shouted loudly, while Aki felt incredibly excited. Ha! That's so exciting. A loud shout rings out as the scene shifts to someone calling Aki's name. Turns out it's Tudu. She shouted loudly, Aki, where are you? Tudu looked down, her voice trembling from below. Aki scratched his head and chuckled, Sorry for scaring you. Can you step down now? Tudu's face turned red, and she punched him. He struggled in the darkness, surprised to find a cave inside the ruins underground. Tudu behind, scared. How much further is Miss Lee still? His steps stopped very close now. In front of him, he signaled for silence, and then observed. A demon ape appeared ahead, and that was Wu Qi. It seems to be resting. I quietly found it. The elemental demon. Tudu also saw it. She gradually analyzes this as a quartz element demon and also a 5-tier demon. But unlike ordinary 5-star demons, its aura is extremely powerful. Aki added, Once we start fighting, it will attract many skilled combat teams. Lu, we must deal with this demon before others find this place. Take the elemental quartz from its chest, and then let's get out of here. You look at her with a very serious expression. I guess we only have 5 minutes to fight. I need your help, she thought to herself. 5 minutes to deal with a 5-element demon? Her eyes lowered. What do you want me to do? The two of them sit quietly in the dark corner discussing. Tudu looked at him in surprise. With such advanced energy manipulation, where did he get so much experience? I've never heard of the energy operation method you mentioned. Aki explained slowly. In the end, I believe you can definitely do it. Then I'll go ahead first. Saying that, you rush forward toward the monster. The 5-tier demon howled. Aki used his magic, his face changing with a red streak extending from his forehead to the corner of his eye. Aki's eyes lit up as he formulated a plan to deal with the monster in front of him. Based on his observations, the other teams entering the city have many warriors with extremely strong sensing abilities. If we don't use our fastest speed to deal with it, the teams with great strength will surely arrive here. By then, it won't be easy to take the elemental quartz. The 5-stage demon beast is fierce. I didn't expect it to find my hiding spot so quickly. It's not simple. He used his power to create 2 flames, orange and blue. I guessed correctly. You can indeed control multiple elemental forces. Your aura? Are you a demon? Then he mixed the 2 flames he created earlier into a dual-colored fire and launched it directly at Aki. Aki suddenly realized something. So that's it. As long as I balance the energy between the elements properly, I can control multiple elements at once. Aki focused her energy. Now, it's my turn. You created 2 flames identical to that demon's and charged straight at him. The 2 sources of power clashed fiercely, filling the air with smoke and dust, radiating an incredibly strong aura around them. Tudu remembered the scene earlier. Aki had told her not to be surprised by my upcoming strength and appearance. You can consider that my special ability. Remember, I am Aki. Tudu immediately understood that this was Aki's special ability. This aura truly resembles that of a demon. Both confrontations ended with each side being pushed back by the other's power. The 5-tier demon looked at Aki with a somewhat admiring tone, as if just one glance was enough to grasp my skills. Why can you also control the elements of water and fire? That's impressive. Aki stepped closer and struck again, leaving him no time to react. He suddenly stepped back, using the wood element to heal his wounds. Is it the metal element? As expected, you also know how to use the wood element to heal your wounds, Aki said confidently, raising his hand to look at him. I have now recognized your ability. Let's end it here. Your determined look as you use the wood element to create vines to trap the demon is very surprising. The wood element, you say, you are the one controlling it. He confidently creates a weapon with his hand, recalling how, at the Monster Hunt Festival, that 5th-tier demon used metal elements like that, and he remains determined. All right, then let's see whose elemental power is stronger. Using all my metal energy to the fullest, the 5-stage demon uses energy to create a huge power source called the 3-weapon spear. Aki quietly smiles, finally forcing you to focus your energy. Then he shouted loudly, "Lu is the time now." From afar, Lu, holding the 6-2 the arrow, entered a combat stance, recalling what Aki just said to Tudu Lu, and explained that this is a form of high-level energy manipulation. Try to gather the energy of the core, then sense its existence. Feel the flow and shape of the energy within the heart. Transform the invisible energy into a form, converting it into a weapon. Then she thought to herself, "Let me do it." Tu Lu prepared to attack with the arrow, her eyes shining with heroic spirit. "Are you going to let me deliver the final blow?" After saying that, she lowered her head, not feeling very confident. But it was a 5-tier demon, and a special demon at that. With its high intelligence, if it focuses on defense, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with it quickly. Aki looked at her and smiled encouragingly. "I will force it to concentrate its energy in one spot and counterattack against me. You probably know that when it focuses energy to attack, its defensive energy becomes extremely weak. By then, returning to the current battle, Tu Do Lu used all his strength to launch the spear he had created, as the green core energy behind the demon was struggling to withstand Aki's assault. This is my perfect ambush moment. By the time the demon realizes the attack from behind, it's already too late. They just started and already prepared this attack. Tudu Lu's strike immediately pierced through the demon's chest, causing it to cry out in pain. Tudu Lu, still holding his spear and staring at the surprised demon, thought that the law of gathering energy that Aki showed him could extract the maximum energy from his core, and unexpectedly, it could pierce through the demon. It seems that just now, it didn't release any energy for defense. The demon, pierced by the spear, tries to use the wood element to heal but fails, surprising it. Can't be healed? Seizing the opportunity, Aki rushed towards the demon at full speed, but didn't forget to praise him. "Well done, Lu." As he approached, he reached out for the elemental quartz, then grabbed the quartz crystal in his hand, which appeared behind the demon. Losing the elemental quartz, it drops to its knees, unwilling as its energy gradually fades away. So why can't it recover immediately? Aki held the elemental crystal in his hand and turned to look at the demon, patiently explaining, "Because Lu's attack was pure restorative energy, during the attack, this type of energy repels recovery methods that are not innate, causing the energy to continuously diminish." So the demon bowed its head and trembled all over. The energy rejection was calculated, and in the end, the demon had no more energy left, collapsing to the ground and only managing to utter one last word before dying. Everything that happened before is over. Seeing the demon die, Tudu Lu quickly rushes over. "Aki, are you okay?" Aki raised the elemental quartz and winked at her. "It's okay, luckily thanks to you we obtained the core. Your attack just now was really cool, no wonder you're a genius, girl." Hearing Aki call out, she looked at him blankly, blushing all over, then quickly turned away, crossing her arms to try to shift her focus. But inside she was determined. "Stop spacing out. Of course I don't want to block your way. I may praise you, but Aki still cares. And that last blow used up almost all her energy, right? It's okay, at least she can still move freely." Suddenly, footsteps behind her drew Tudu Lu's attention. She clenched her teeth anxiously and looked back. "Just as you predicted, they found us." Aki also stared intently at the back entrance. A few sensory soldiers with strong perception abilities can accurately locate the source of combat energy signals. This squad definitely includes such individual. After speaking, he immediately charged in the opposite direction. "Go." He frowned and guessed. The sound of footsteps came from the left. "Let's go to the right to find a way out." Suddenly, Aki winced in pain, causing him to stiffen. You kneel down, one hand covering your mouth as blood spurts out, and seeing Aki bleeding makes Tudu Lu stunned and confused, so she quickly rushes over to support your arm, causing the raw quartz crystal to fall to the ground. "Aki, are you still okay?" Aki, in pain, is supporting himself with his remaining hand on the floor, confused about what exactly has happened. "I can't feel the attack from the demon, but you're in intense pain, collapsing and clawing the floor with your hand. It hurts so much. What is going on?" "My body hurts so much." Aki moans in pain, collapses to the floor trembling, making Tudu Lu worried. "Aki, where are you hurt?" After some thought, he grit his teeth and endured the pain, thinking to himself, "I understand now. This body is overloaded." This body was originally very fragile, although its synchronization level is much higher than before. I recall the previous battles. but during this time I've used too much demonic energy. Did I finally reach the overload threshold of this body? Damn it, why am I only thinking of this now? Aki tries to hold out the elemental crystal and give it to Tudu. You should take the quartz and leave here first. The other soldiers are coming soon. Take the quartz and leave first. Wait for me. Without waiting for you to finish speaking, she grabbed your wrist, told you to shut up, then put your arm over her shoulder to help Aki up and guide him. Together, she supported you as they walked to the fork in the path. I don't know what happened to you, but I don't have time to hear your explanation. The woman glanced at Aki and said firmly, I am the team leader. I will definitely not leave you here alone. At this point, seeing the stairs ahead, she encouraged Aki, suggesting that going forward might lead to the surface. Keep going, Aki. If you get to the surface where there's more oxygen, you'll be better. For a fortress of such a scale, there must be other exits. Aki, now covered in sweat and enduring the pain, remained silent. After a while, the two of them reached the top of the stairs and stepped outside into the sunlight, with Tudu exhausted and sweating, quietly thinking that they had finally reached the surface. Maybe following this direction would lead them out of the fortress. But Tudu looked at the city in front of him, wondering why it resembled the architecture from his previous dream. Suddenly, from the stairs behind, the sound of tearing wind erupted as shadows flew out, obscuring the view ahead. A person with a 5-tier core in front of his chest grins. Forming a temporary team with you indeed yields results. Your trio's sensing abilities are very strong. The group that appeared is standing there staring intently at Tudu and Aki. Everyone here is 5th rank. No need for such polite words. Was it them who started the fight earlier? Tudu looked at the people in front of him as if stunned after the 5-star soldier. Damn it. A guy with 2 round black spots near his left eye, crossing his arms and looking down on Tudu with disdain. A 1st-level warrior? Am I not looking properly? Are there only 2 people in your squad? Is the other person injured? Because of the battle with the demon earlier? Suddenly he realized something and looked down at Aki's hand. He was surprised and pointed at Aki. Wait a minute. On his hand is a crystal element. The group was also stunned by this and happily shared the treasure. Nice. Ha ha ha. Looks like we won't have to work hard. The 3 of us will take this quartz. Ha ha. My squad won't agree to that. Listening to what they said, Tudu clenched her teeth in fear. What should I do? What should I do? I'm not their match. Damn it, if I were a bit stronger, I could have protected Aki. Suddenly, Aki withdrew his hand and leaned away from Tudu, surprising her. Aki tried to lift the elemental quartz for her. Help me hold the amethyst steady. You analyze the situation calmly. Their target is the quartz crystal, but here they won't let us leave alive. Seeing Aki continue to use core energy makes Tudu worried. Aki, but at least I can still fight with my body. You pull Lethankim forward, leaving behind a towering figure that commands admiration. I am a soldier. I will fight until the very last moment. Seeing the wounded figure carrying a sword on his shoulder and walking towards them, surprising everyone. Oh, a 4-core warrior with injuries, he's got spirit. You want to fight against our 2 squads? We have 6 5th-level warriors. Ha. If you know what's good for you, hand over the quartz yourself, and I'll make sure you both die quickly. Aki, panting heavily, walks forward, thinking that she can feel the demon's energy within her body, almost unable to awaken it anymore because her body can no longer withstand that immense demonic power. It'd be a tough battle. The group didn't hear Aki reply, so they started to act. Based on each person's skills, whoever wins will take it. If that's the case, let's see who can win before the others catch up. Suddenly, an image of Aki collapsing flashes in her mind, making her anxious. Why do I suddenly remember that dream? After all, I have a bad feeling about this. At this moment, the others rushed toward Aki with weapons in hand, and the aggressive thug ordered to kill them. This time, leave the core element to us. Someone from another team is trying to compete. Ha ha ha. Sorry, this time it belongs to my team. This guy seems very serious. We've already found a buyer for our team. Even if we don't need to use the core element this time, selling it outright could make us a fortune. Dividing it equally would be enough for the 3 of us to buy better equipment. It's about a minute. Aki grits his teeth, veins bulging on his face. I can feel that if I unleash the demonic power again, my body can only endure for about a minute. Why does this doomed body have to be involved at this moment? Tudu anxiously watches his every unstable sign, determined to let Liu leave here safely. Aki temporarily controls 6 attackers with his sword's power, blood dripping from his mouth. If there's even a little left, it's enough to kill you all. The true flame of power within you erupts. A 60-second countdown begins. Those villains can't believe their eyes. Is that him? That aura? How is this possible? Is he a demon? Aki moved as fast as the wind, whooshing by and then disappearing in an instant. He's disappeared. The opponent activated his ability, sensing the enemy. Zamba can't even keep up with Aki's ability. He jumped behind them without them noticing. 58 seconds. The blonde-haired guy sensed it. 57 seconds. He immediately shouted. He was about to finish speaking when he was punched in the stomach. Aki's eyes lit up. So let's start with you first. The other two are still stunned and start to get angry. At 55 seconds, the three of them rush forward together to kill this demon and avenge the third brother. At 54 seconds, 53 seconds, 52 seconds, the countdown continues. Aki's swift and agile metal and earth element techniques quickly took down each enemy, shocking everyone. His skills and speed were incredible, taking out 3 people in an instant. What exactly is he? What is he, really? A Kyungdung steps forward, counting down from 40 seconds, and the head chopper begins to reassess the situation. Although those 3 brothers understand sensing techniques better, they are still 5th-tier soldiers, and were defeated in an instant. The others are starting to cause trouble. Let's work together. It's unreasonable that we can't even defeat a demon. All right, and let's risk everything and go all out. Aki rushes toward them, so let's see what happens. Suddenly he froze, grabbing the sword's hilt with both hands to steady himself. With 38 seconds left on the countdown, he bit his hand to stay alert. My internal organs feel like they're about to explode. Damn it. 36 seconds, Tudu realizes there's little time left for him. Aki's body can no longer hold on. 34 seconds, the attackers are as happy as if they've had a good harvest. Soon they'll seize back the core of that top-tier warrior. Although it's easy as pie, this guy in front of me is definitely an unstable element. So at 32 seconds, Vochi charged recklessly at me, so I decided to kill him right then and there while Aki was still alert enough to realize. You want to rush in and kill me? Then just try it. Aki uses energy to create a protective layer, and Vochi laughs happily. It's just a shield, so just attack head-on with your skills. It seems our move was pointless. Each of them is gasping for air. Boss, should we keep attacking? We've already used up a lot of energy. The protective layer keeps shrinking but can't break through. Why does that fool doubt life and wonder why it's shrinking? He suddenly had a thought. Could it be that he was panicked and warned his comrades about the trap? Everyone, stop now. Aki grinned with satisfaction. It's too late. This move will send all the stored energy back to you, unleashing its power. Recoil. The countdown has ended, and all the attacks just now that hit your shield are now being returned to their owners. That type of energy must be related to the elemental quartz. They all run together toward that blinding light. Aki's shield has disappeared. Aki, exhausted, collapses to his knees on the ground. Tudu runs over to his side. Aki! Aki gasped for breath, barely clinging to life. Ha! Pull back! Your eyes are tightly shut and you can't speak anymore. Luckily, she managed to control the scope and density of the energy explosion. Luckily, she's okay. Aki leans back and Tudu quickly catches him. Aki immediately told her not to worry about him and to go ahead. The furious energy just now attracted many soldiers and demons. Tudu frowned in dissatisfaction. If it were you, would you abandon your comrades? Hold the quartz tightly. Let me carry you. She lifted Aki onto her back, unable to let him fight alone like this any longer. Leave the rest to me. Her eyebrows furrow as she recalls that dream. Annoying. It's starting to look more and more like that dream. Aki! The creaking wooden door opens, revealing a flood of light from outside that fills the dark corridor ahead. The beginning of the corridor still has light shining through a few windows, but the air is filled with the stench of blood and death. Knowing the danger, there is no way back. Tudu had no choice but to support Aki as they moved inside. She panted heavily, guiding Aki through the corridor filled with the corpses of demons. Hold on a little longer. Aki, you hold the elemental crystal in your mouth and grit your teeth, trying to bend down so Aki doesn't slip off your back. We got it. Still no sign of Aki, just looking at you. You must stay awake. Aki must stay awake. But Aki still didn't respond, the weight pressing down on Tudu causing her legs to tremble. You must not sleep. Aki, please, wake up. It's been really difficult for us. Really difficult. Let's stop here. Suddenly, Aki's hand loosened, causing the elemental quartz to fall to the floor and roll away behind. Tudu was overwhelmed by the scene, helping Aki to turn back and tremblingly reaching for the elemental quartz stone. As she picked up the quartz, she silently felt uneasy, thinking that the earlier scene probably started from an unknown point. She remembers that every time she sleeps, these are the scenes she has dreamed of. All the scenes match reality. So next, she swallowed her saliva, looked up, and feared what might come, only to see 2 high-level demons glaring at her from above, and when she sensed the danger overhead, her legs suddenly trembled. She decisively used all her strength to hold Aki tightly on her back and ran as fast as she could out of the range of the 2 chasing demons, but unfortunately, she couldn't match their speed, and one of them caught up with her. Tudu only managed to pull Aki into her arms for protection as the demon swung a sharp arm and roared. The fate of the first stone warrior who obtained the quartz element was sealed here. It drove its sharp arm straight through Tudulu's body, only death awaited. As it pulled its arm back, Tudu fell forward, causing Aki, whom she was protecting, to be thrown further away. How did you two useless monsters get here? I didn't expect to still get the elemental quartz. We call this worth the effort. Tudu, lying on the floor, gasping for breath, wondered if her heart had been pierced by the demon and could never recover. The demon approached Aki and kicked him backward with its foot. This guy still has a strange breath. Tudu saw the demon approaching, and Aki tried to reach out as her eyes slowly started to open. He smells bad and makes me uncomfortable. Don't touch him. The demon sat watching Aki for a long time. I don't like the smell of this man. Cut off his head and play with him like that. Hearing this, Tudu shouted with all his strength, causing the two demons to turn and look. Don't touch him. She stared fiercely at the two demons, blood continuously flowing onto the floor. The demon stepped closer to her with a mocking smile. Ah, so powerful. You're about to die, but you still know how to talk back. After saying that, it kicked straight into Tudulu's stomach, causing her to bend over. Her strength was too great, causing her whole body to be thrown backward, but her actual power was too weak. Tudu bitterly struggled in pain, thinking to herself, my strength is just too weak. She tries to open her eyes and look at Aki. She can't protect her teammate, she can't protect Aki. At this moment, Tudulu's vision began to fade. Don't let go of Aki. As her eyelids were about to close, she was still blaming herself. I hate it. I want to protect Aki so badly. It's all because I'm too weak. I can't accept it. If I were stronger, just a little more. At this moment, suddenly a voice echoed through the space. Annoying. This is really awkward. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed. A flash appeared right in the middle of the corridor as the footsteps stepped out, freezing time and space. When Tudu was kicked into the air, Huangqi gracefully stepped out of the space. She is one of the 6 great kings, the one who controls time and space. Her strange blue eyes gleefully watched the scene before her. Huangqi told me not to help that human soldier, but in the end, I did. My head really hurts. She looked at Aki struggling beside the demon about to strike him, but I can't really blame her. Isn't the one making me worried actually Huangqi, the one inside that human body? She smooths her dress with both hands and sits down. The human body truly cannot withstand the power of my beloved Crimson King. She sat back, tucking her hair behind her ear, and gazed intently at Aki. This body has been overloaded for a long time, yet you still pawned it off until now. She looked at Aki's peaceful, closed eyes, just as Huangqi said. The will of that human he likes is truly astonishing. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. I need to confirm something. Huangqi leaned in and whispered into Aki's ear like a lover. Do you hear me? The red whisper is very soothing, but there is no response. In the quiet space, she sighs in disappointment and stands up, saying, Annoying. It's rare to meet you once, and you won't wake up. At this moment, Huangqi noticed Tudu. Ah, that's right. That girl. After speaking, she disappeared and reappeared right in front of Tudu, smiling softly as she studied his face. You have a wave of energy on your body that I recognize. That's interesting. She stood there lost in thought for a long time. It seems even stronger than I thought. Your ability is impressive, but unfortunately, you're just a human and can't unleash the power you truly possess. Suddenly, she thought of something. She touched her lips with satisfaction, thinking to herself if the Crimson King had told her not to help that kid directly, then helping indirectly would be fine, right? I'm overthinking this, so let me help you evolve into a new life. Your beautiful mouth opens to reveal sharp fangs. There is a wave of time within you. Just as she pressed her lips against Tudu's slightly parted lips, she said, I will give you my power. At this moment, the green core on Tudu's chest is instantly overtaken by black, causing every cell in her body to change, turning her front core black as well. Not stopping there, the 1-cycle symbol spins like a helicopter blade, then stops in the shape of the 4-cycle, a 4-cycle black core with time and space abilities. Afterward, Black King Chi withdrew his tongue and pulled away from the delicate lips in front of him. He looked at the core in Tudu's chest, surprised that her body could absorb so much of my power. Very good. It seems your desire to become stronger is very intense. At this moment, she jumps back and flies toward the space gate, not forgetting to send a heart to Tudu, so I'll be counting on you. After Black King Chi passed through the space gate, it closed behind him. At that moment, the surrounding circles radiated out, signaling that time and space had resumed their movement. Tudu, who had just fallen and hit the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. Aki faced the sharp arm of Hoke, ready to strike down the smiling demon's head, but at this moment, a hand tightly grasped that sharp arm, preventing any movement. The blue demon was surprised by what he saw because the hand wasn't from the person in front of him. What is this? So the blue demon looked towards the other person over there. The demon was stunned by the smoke in front of him, along with the voice coming from it. How is that possible? I told you earlier. Tudu stepped out of the smoke in a completely different form. Do not touch him. Her distinctive white hair is now half black, and her eyes look just like the Black King Chi. This is her demon form. The black and white dual powers of time and space. She rushes forward to corner the demon. Try touching him and see what happens. The space control magic makes her hand reach out and scratch him, causing him to cry out. The remaining demon suddenly steps back. Oh, so you're my kind? Fellow demons, I am not one of you. The remaining demon calmly told her to pretend to be, no matter who you are. Kill. After saying that, it rushed quickly toward her. Tudu still stood there, performing some kind of magic with his hand. A cube appeared above the demon's head, and the cube struck down on it. This made the demon unable to move. Can you control space? Then it weakly struggled to cling to the ground and stand up. Don't underestimate me, huh? It's just a sword, not enough to kill me. Tudu sneered, who said there was only one blade. It turns out she cast a spell to make dozens appear around it, then angrily shattered them all. The sound shattered like glass, and the demon's screams echoed painfully. The area where the demon had been was now a deep crater, and there was no sign of it. After dealing with that one, she moved toward the remaining demon. Seeing her strength, this demon had started to fear, trembling uncontrollably as it thought to itself. In the end, how deep did that hole get torn apart by space, and your comrades couldn't even keep the body? She glared at it and said, now it's your turn. That demon trembles and steps back. Why does she seem like just a small human, yet exudes such an overwhelming sense of oppression? Wait a moment, I'm very suspicious about what you two really are. You don't need to say anything else, your ability is obvious at a glance. It's a rare space power, and your companions too. He has a kind of aura that makes us afraid. What exactly are you? Tudu calmly replied with his usual words, we are human warriors of humanity. That demon lord laughed loudly and said, do you believe in your own words because you are human warriors? Just now, that was only the strength of a first-tier warrior, but in the blink of an eye, you gained the power of the fourth tier, and even we fifth-tier beings cannot match you. Before it could finish speaking, Tudu rushed over and tore the demon apart. You're too noisy. She stood quietly for a moment, looked at Aki, then bent down to stroke his cheek and said, I used to be saved by you. This time I will save you. She gathered the demon spirit stones and helped Aki up. Let's go outside now. At Baochankot City, the exit door is knocking. The two soldiers outside the city spoke through the loudspeaker, checking if the humans were shouting. The soldier turned back and opened the door. The door opens to reveal Tudu helping Aki out, her body marked with many wounds. She tiredly says, Aki, let's go. Before she finished speaking, she collapsed suddenly. Seeing that, the two soldiers hurriedly rushed to their side and said, Quick, take them to the treatment room. Don't look behind the door, everyone becomes terrified at the sight before them. It's a group of demons being compressed by space. What on earth is this scene? How did they end up here? Sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. You are very suited to my power, little sister. You also have an untapped precognition ability inside you. I'm very curious and looking forward to it. Tudu gently opened her eyes, and before her was a different version of herself. She suddenly woke up, looked up at the ceiling, and sat up from the bed. This is the clinic in the outskirts. It seems we've been rescued. Who was that in the dream just now? She raised her hand and looked at it for a moment. Her wound had also healed. What is going on? Despite such serious injuries, they seem to have never existed. Tudu feels confused in his memories. Why can't he clearly remember his time in the city? My head hurts so much. That memory feels like it's covered by a dark shroud of bones. Suddenly, a hand draped in a coat reached out to her. You saved me and brought me out, Lu. I heard the person who brought us here already. You really persisted all the way to the city gate. Tudu was startled and remembered the recent battle, then turned to ask Aki, Are you okay? Is everything all right? Aki smiled and replied that he was perfectly fine, just a few minor wounds that were nothing to worry about. Then his voice grew a bit somber, mentioning only a few minor wounds that were nothing to worry about. Sorry, I was too careless. My body felt unwell inside the fortress because of the elemental core, and we almost lost our lives. Tudu suddenly realized something, looked around and asked, Oh, right, your elemental core. Where is the core? Aki shook the round core in his hand and then held it out to her, saying, Don't worry about me here. I found it had been tucked into my clothes when I woke up. Did you help me put it in? Thanks a lot. You're very thoughtful, Tudu said with suspicion. Me? Aki said. Anyway, we achieved our goal during this trip to the Bone Burial City. Next, we need to find a safer place. Let's try refining this core. Tudu Liu stepped down from the bed, frowning as he said, "All right, then let the medical staff know." She put on her coat and stepped outside, saying as she walked, "We can leave once we've finished the procedures." Aki looked at her healthy appearance and smiled in response, but after a while, he felt that something was off. "What happened in the city fortress, Liu? Why does she also have a similar aura to mine?" The two of them left the treatment station outside the city by car. Tudu Liu asked Aki, "Do you need a place for secluded cultivation?" Aki replied while driving, "A place that can help me focus my mind. Maybe I need to spend some time studying this piece of elemental quartz to make fusion easier," Aki thought, based on the demon element that can use all elemental forces. This quartz contains the last element I need, the earth element. What if I fused all 5 elements and then used the quartz to fuse the 5 elements into one again? Tudu Liu said, "I heard my father say that some B rank or higher towns also rent training rooms, which are usually provided for soldiers to train and might meet your needs." "All right then, there's a B rank town not far ahead, let's go see it." The B rank town of Salamanca is built with ancient architecture. The exterior is ancient looking, but inside it's a modern commercial city. Aki and Tudu Liu get off the vehicle and step into the bustling marketplace. This town seems to be quite famous. Yeah, I saw many soldiers who aren't locals on the street. Tudu Liu was surprised to see 2 soldiers with guns on their backs. "Oh, there's even a member of the hunting team here having fun." Aki laughed and said, "Even a city girl like her has joined the hunting team." Tudu Liu replied that it's just a common structure. The hunting team consists of human soldiers who do not live in the town. Traveling outside the town has no fixed destination, mainly for exploration and resource gathering. Usually, small group operations have strict requirements for individual abilities and are equipped with highly organized weaponry. Salamanca City, although a B-level fortress, is a rare trading city. Aki listened for a while and then sighed. No wonder other soldiers can also enter. The thriving trade city hopes to find a suitable training method easily. Huh? What are those 3 battle points? The boss there looked at Aki and said, "Are you serious?" A soldier who doesn't even know what battle points are. Battle points are the separate currency for your soldiers. Soldiers can use battle points to spend in any city. Aren't you a soldier? Are you still a core member of the 4 pillars and don't know about these things? Are you into cosplay? Tudu Liu pointed at the device on the table and explained that battle points are tied to one's identity. Checking how many you have is simple. Just swipe this device with your finger. Seeing how knowledgeable she is, that guy kept marveling. This beautiful girl really has extensive knowledge. Aki listened to their explanation for a while, then reached into the machine. "Oh, not bad. Let me try." In his heart, he thought that in his previous life, there were basically no battle points. Materials were fairly divided among everyone, and if you needed something, just submit a request. Truly, times change so quickly. When the machine announced there were no battle points, everyone around looked at him and then burst out laughing. Is this little guy here to make a fool of himself? No battle points, and you still want to rent a training room. The shop owner shouted furiously in front of you. "Are you trying to amuse me?" Couch-end I am. "You want to rent a training room without any battle points? This bastard is here to cause trouble, isn't he?" Aki chuckled as she twirled her ear, wondering to herself why she was so poor this life and why everything felt so ordinary. The shop owner continued shouting, "My training room is the best nearby, costing at least 600 battle points a day." While they were talking, someone on the other device checked the balance and saw 1.2 million battle points. It turns out Tudu Liu told the shop owner to book a spacious room, and both Aki and everyone there were stunned and wide-eyed. She urged them to hurry, revealing that her true identity is the richest person in Hylos City. Then the owner led the 2 into the room. Aki said, "This time I owe you, I will pay you back later." "No need," the shop owner keeps rambling on. "Please follow me, my beautiful, lovely, and dear guest." Aki stepped forward and asked, "Although I know your family is wealthy, I didn't expect it to be that rich. I know Tudu Liu secretly thinks that his father taught him to be humble." It's all because they mocked Aki. The owner stepped forward and pointed to a main room. "This is where it is." All 3 entered a very spacious room, and the old man explained that it was an extremely large space, nearly 200 square meters. The entire structure is built with durable materials, and there is a special rest area with a balcony at the end. If anything happens during training, you can hide underground. It's not a bad idea. My training room is top-notch. Aki walked in and said it's not bad. Tudu Liu replied outside, "As long as you like it, take this room and wait until my companion finishes using it to decide how long you'll stay." The shop owner cheerfully replied, Yes, no problem at all. I'll go ahead if you need anything, just call me too." Tudu entered the room and told Aki, "I won't bother you anymore. You can use it freely. I'll take a walk around the city for a while and then rent a room nearby. I also need to figure out how much I've gained these past few days." "All right, I'll contact you once I'm done." "It's getting cold. I'll lend you my coat." Tudu shyly shouted, "Who would want to wear your coat anyway?" Then she left, and both of them began their tasks. Aki focused her mind, knowing she had to become stronger. I will definitely save Deza. The illusion of Deza Lukao, the former Chi Lam Thach. Because the rebellion in Tan Chuang is now crippled with both arms and legs broken, Tan Lukao still has Tan Vuong. And when the time comes, I will make you all pay. The backlash of the demon's power this time proves that I can't rely solely on the demon's strength. I must also make the original's power more formidable. He first uses the earth element filter inside himself, then merges it with the 5 elemental forces, and then recites the spell as the core begins to glow. Hoyoung, I activate the core element. Tudu walks through the bustling streets, but remains deep in thought. On the way here, I seem to remember some things from the Bone Burial City. It's as if a certain power suddenly awakened within me, and my strength instantly reached the 4th stage. Something both powerful and unfamiliar, longing to fight and grow stronger, as if something was whispering in her ear. It felt like a different version of myself. Am I really just too eager to become stronger? What exactly is that power? I still haven't fully grasped that power. As I was thinking, suddenly I saw a place with a long line. The arena is amazing, lining up to buy tickets without pushing, so this is the place for the martial artist tournament. The arena fighter competition attracts warriors from many different factions, so this ranking board will draw a lot of people. The arena has already opened. Maybe I need to fight to master and understand this mysterious power. No matter what I mutter in my body, only one thing is certain. I will truly fight to become stronger. If you want to join the arena, it's best to hide your identity. Suddenly, she hears the sound of a mask seller's knife, selling nano jackets exclusively for warriors at the hall. She went there to buy a mask to wear, silently thinking, yes, I want to become stronger. I don't want to keep being a burden, and I don't want anyone or any demon to look down on my strength. If a mysterious power awakens within her, then she will control it herself. She steps in and also stops holding back. The boss kept marveling at the money earned today, saying it would be a huge profit. She stepped in front of him and asked, "Boss, I want to join the fighting arena. How do I sign up?" He also responded cheerfully, "Oh, what is your rank as a female warrior?" "My name or alias is fine. Warrior Tukai calls me La Sat Mu." Seeing someone come to register, the owner smiled brightly like a flower. "Welcome, welcome. Our Salamander Warrior Arena welcomes you. Are you participating today, or?" Tutu Liu tilted his head slightly, now ready to fight. The owner squinted happily at that. "That's great then. It's been a long time since a new female fighter appeared on the arena. The strength of the Southern Warrior has already been basically established, and usually very few female fighters participate in the arena. Promoting it could definitely earn a lot of money." Thinking that, the boss turned around and shouted loudly at the staff, "Come here and lead the way." He directly took this female warrior to register, while a boy hurriedly ran over with a nervous voice. Then, I run over to the boy, bow respectfully, and point towards the hallway behind us. "Please follow me." The two walk down the long corridor as the little boy stammers and explains, Yes, I've already registered her on the computer. Lhasa Miao female warrior. I will give a brief introduction to the arena rules for you." Tudulu looked at a pair of soldiers helping each other walk in the opposite direction and said, The kid was a bit surprised. "Just call Lasat Mu. No need to use honorifics." Hearing that, the boy happily smiled but still stuttered. Yes, then I'll just call you Sister La Sat Mu." Tudulu walking behind the kid was very indifferent. "It's up to you, but what is the highest rank of the participating soldiers here?" Currently, Sakalaman City's arena has the highest ranking participant as a 5th-tier warrior. But Sister La Sat Mu, don't worry, that's the male warrior arena. The highest rank for female warriors at the moment is also only the 4th realm female warrior. Since he didn't do any research beforehand, Tudu Leo was very curious when he heard that. Does he mean they still divide the arenas by gender? Yes, the number of participants in the male warrior arena is extremely high. This type of arena rarely has female warriors participating. Tudulu walked gracefully behind the kid. Why separate the male and female arenas? Competing on the same arena isn't better? It used to be a mixed-gender arena, but I heard the male fighters are unwilling to fight against the female fighters. At this point, the boy feels a bit embarrassed and says, "It's embarrassing, even the winner feels awkward and they only separate later." Villagers rarely have female warriors participate. Tudulu disliked that idea, believing strength determines victory. There's nothing shameful about it. The one who says that is definitely a weak person who thinks they're right. The little boy blushed with admiration. So cool. Thinking that, the little boy closed his eyes in admiration, snorted, clenched his fists, and said, "Yes, sister, you're right. A warrior is determined by strength." "Yes, sister." I was about to chat more, but the blinding light shone on both of them, so the little boy pointed forward. "We have arrived. In front of the two of them is a large area with a battlefield shaped like a bagjua. mixed with the cheers of the spectators. The female warrior on the arena. Tuo Liu felt a bit overwhelmed by the crowd and thought to himself, if I didn't wear a mask, I would really feel very anxious. Calm yourself and look at the arena, she asked the boy. So just to get on the stage, right? Yes, Sister Lasatmeo. Keep going. Winning will earn you a prize money. She's a rich girl, not interested in the prize money, so she turned back and asked, surprising the little boy. The prize money? Is there anything else besides the prize money? Yes, there is prize money. And at this point, the little boy hesitantly asked, ranking? Your ranking on the arena leaderboard will go up, which is also a kind of honor. This is enough. So she strode straight toward the arena, her protective cloak billowing dramatically, embodying the glory of a warrior. Seeing her like that, the boy stared in awe, then blushed and covered his face shyly. Little brother, the boy feels a shining part of the moon in the night sky. I know love now. The loudspeaker quickly announced, ladies and gentlemen, you are very lucky today. Tudu Lu is now standing proudly on the arena. Our female warrior has a new member. Let's welcome warrior Tuki La Satmu. Hearing this, the crowd cheered excitedly. Hoo-hoo, it's been a long time since we've seen a female warrior on the arena. Go ahead and fight, Tudu Lu thought to himself as he looked up at the crowd. The audience's reaction is really enthusiastic. It seems there are very few female fighters participating in the arena. I'm very curious about what's happening on the male fighters' side. The host sees the atmosphere in the arena heating up, and it seems everyone is eager, so please welcome our remaining challenger, also the only female warrior left in our arena, our goddess of the female arena. As she finished speaking, a door was pulled open, revealing a girl holding a 3-string fan with the 4-Kai emblem on her chest. Tudu Lu heard that and suddenly thought, what? The only remaining female warrior of the female arena. So she looked up the arena rankings and saw only the name Linghua Rook Ro. There really is only one person. According to the announcer's voice, a charming girl stepped onto the arena to flirt with the audience. Please welcome the dazzling Lang Hoa, my love, I adore all of you. As she steps out, the audience cheers excitedly, finally able to watch the beautiful Lang Hoa fight. Lang Hoa, kill him. Tudu Lu looked at the opponent's costume and style, also asking with a question mark. She closed her eyes and sighed, understanding now why ordinary female warriors wouldn't participate in the arena, because today's female warriors have become corrupted. Bright and dazzling, Lang Hoa looked at Tudu Lu with enchanting, beautiful eyes. Are you my opponent? Hello, I look forward to your guidance. I am Lang Hoa Ruk Ro Lam Hach Tu Kai. Tudu Lu simply introduced herself and thought to herself, Lasat Mu, Hak Hach Tu Kai. Since awakening, I can feel a strong time power and specific abilities. I need to fight with all my might to confirm them. She looks uncertainly at the friendly beauty in front of her, but given the current situation, Lang Hoa's beautiful lips opened in surprise. Oh, a rare hak-hach, and even covering her face. I'm very curious about Lasat Mu, sister. The pretty girl strikes a pose like Q Mi, raising her hand, and if she loses, she has to take off her mask. This is a bet with my sister, you know. Seeing the proud beauty of Lang Hoa shining on the big screen, the audience couldn't contain their excitement. Lang Hoa, you are so beautiful. Tudu Lu didn't want to admit it, but she didn't like this kind of hesitation, so she concluded with a sentence, deliberately looking into the camera to say, you really love to put on a show. If we're all 4-star warriors, then let's fight seriously. After finishing, both of them released their core energy around themselves. The battle between Lasat Miu and Lang Hoa Rook Ro officially begins. With a very serious attitude, Tudu Lu quickly adopted a defensive stance as soon as the announcer called the match to start. In contrast, Lang Hoa Rook Ro lightly lifted her foot, asking, are you ready to watch my beautiful dance? Hearing that, Tudu Lu also looked confused. Rook Ro Lang Hoa like a fairy dancing, every step on the arena blooming with a brilliant flower. The girl winked and smiled at Tudu Lu before singing, making the stage incredibly romantic. It is the classic Lang Hoa Vai footwork, so lucky to witness such beauty, stunning beyond compare. The audience roared loudly. Here she is, Lingua continues to dance. The host watches Tudu Lu stand still in silence, seemingly having withdrawn, perhaps because she had to face such a massive attack. Lang Hoa continues to dance closer to Tudu Lu with a gentle, sweet expression. But as she feels like singing in the midst of the splendid glow, a slap from Tudu Lu lands squarely on her face, distorting her ugly face. The audience, witnessing this scene, gasped in disbelief. The host isn't much better than the audience either. The little guide boy earlier was also stunned, but didn't have his eyes popping out. A knockout punch sends Lang Hoa into convulsions and unconsciousness on the arena floor. At this moment, Tudu Lu, behind his mask, feels very disgusted. She's even more arrogant than the useless young master I met in the Bone Burial City. I can't even sense the aura of a top-tier warrior from her, and her skills seem only meant to attract attention. Her voice echoed through the hall, making everything fall silent. Because of people like her, the female soldier no longer received the respect she once deserved. A soldier exists to fight. As she says this, her whole body is filled with murderous intent, her fists clenched tightly. Please don't insult the word soldier. Don't look down on soldiers. Damn it. The little guide trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, this is really me," raising both hands and cheering loudly. "Ngao is going to die. Lady Lasat Mu, you're amazing." The group of Langhua fans looked at each other in surprise. Then suddenly the image of Langhua on their shirts was replaced by Lasat Mu, and they cheered loudly. "Lasat Mu, so cool. Sister, please kill me." The host hurried onto the stage to announce that Lasat Mu had won. A single punch to defeat the opponent is truly impressive. With unmatched heroism, let's congratulate her on topping the rankings. Tudu looked at the host unhappily, truly childish. This is a fighting arena where only one person can stand. It's been dismantled. Take me to the men's ranking list. Does he think he misheard and is staring at her? What did she say? Tudu reveals a blue aura surrounding himself to emphasize his power. I want to challenge at the South Arena. The scene shifts to the bustling market in Salomon, where everyone is heading in different directions, but all glance back to see a young man carrying a girl on his shoulders. Look at that guy, just wearing a bathrobe to stroll around. Is the girl he's riding on his back? What are you talking about? She must be his sister. He still looks young, maybe over 20. Ignoring the gossip of the crowd, Shidieu, expressionless, happily carrying Tudu on his shoulder, pushed through successfully. The girl curiously looked around and saw a stall full of delicious sweets, pointing at the straw pole with bright red candied lollipops. I want to eat that. Shidieu held her hand and led her toward the candy stall. Oh, this one? I heard it has a sweet and sour taste. Would you like to buy some candied hawthorn? My candied hawthorn is the sweetest in town. Shidieu looked up at Xiaoduzi, who eagerly stretched out both arms, wanting to eat. He reached out and grabbed the stick of candy apples, startling the shop owner. Fine, then. Then he lifted the candied hawthorn stick and handed it to the girl who was standing nearby, and she couldn't react in time and fell backward. This isn't a greeting at all. He turned around and walked away, leaving the shop owner puzzled. Looks like that's enough for tonight, right? Let's see if there's anything else fun left. The sweaty shop owner shouted back in time. Hey, wait a minute, brother. You haven't paid me yet. Only Dieu was closing her eyes, lost in thought, while the girl looked at the shop owner with a confused expression. Seeing that neither of them said anything, the shop owner angrily rolled up his sleeves. What are you looking at, trying to cheat me? You think you're so tough. Do you believe I won't hit you? I used to compete in the fighting arena before. Shidieu's mouth opens now. The world of troublemakers is truly complicated. His eyes suddenly radiated a purple energy, as if wanting to pull the entire world into them. The shopkeeper looked into his eyes, suddenly losing focus and bloodshot, and as Shidieu's voice rang out, he seemed hypnotized and turned away. Go home. Yes. Xiaoduzi chat while opening his mouth wide to put the candies in. With the deputy squad leader and squad leader already out, his face darkened by the backlight but still showing white teeth as he smiled. That's right. Kill a few human soldiers around the city and they'll panic. He squinted and chuckled. Humans really are weak and cowardly. Wait until she finishes her mission. Then he looked up and smiled at Little Bean. Destroy this entire town. Xiaoduzi, hearing that, chewed on a wooden stick and grinned proudly. All right, let's go back to the arena. The male warrior has heard the announcer's excited voice echoing. The female warrior actually requested a challenge against the male warrior rankings. This is the first time ever. The host smilingly points to the entrance of the arena. Please look in the direction of my right hand. Now please welcome our challenger. Lasat Mu finished. Tudu put his hand in his coat pocket and stepped out with confidence. The crowd cheered loudly. Wow, a female warrior. A beautiful scene with a male warrior. As Tudu approached the host and pointed towards the opposite entrance. Initially, no one from our southern soldiers was willing to fight. But after negotiation, following the host's gesture, a grim-faced person stepped forward with the Tukai Corps emitting a blue aura on their chest. Please welcome our first challenger, Tetrakai Warrior, preparing to draw the sword. His gaze fixed intently on his opponent, thinking to himself that she was a female Tukai soldier of the same rank as him, and also a rare black core. At this moment, the host has stepped back from the arena as the two opponents face each other in the center. Next, I will hand over the stage to our warriors. Rule 1, do not cripple your opponent. Rule 2, do not kill your opponent. Both sides shake hands. Tietu. The Dao stands proudly, extending his hand with a friendly smile, but looking down on his opponent inside. I look forward to your guidance, Lasat Muja, unless there's an extra reward. I have no interest in fighting the female warrior. As their hands are about to meet, the swordholder whispers, stopping Tudu Kuang's hand. Lasatmu, let's negotiate a bit. He grinned cunningly. Maybe we should team up and share the profits at the end. This way, both of us benefit. I won't be embarrassed, and neither will you. So what? Hearing that, Tudu Liu silently stood still, staring intently at the sword-wielding attacker. You want an answer or not? Do I need to be clearer? Tudu Liu dismissively turns and walks away. A soldier like you isn't worth my handshake. Seeing himself being looked down upon like that, the warrior's foot stomps the ground fiercely with his sword in hand, as if to punish with wine instead of drinking it. I don't care about those rules. With a jump, he spins in the air and rushes toward Tudu Liu. Die. With that, he swung a gust-cutting punch toward Tudu Liu's head, but she dodged by tilting her body. Although the attack failed, he still smiled, and his left arm suddenly shot out 4 knives like a fan, with a flexible waist. While Tudu Liu was leaning back to avoid the punch with his right hand, he struck with his left fist again, just in time to hide his eyebrows. Tudu Liu's blue eyes stared nervously at the arm with the flying knives, as if she couldn't dodge in time. Boom! A loud sound echoes as the punch cracks the arena floor, causing it to shatter and sink over a wide area. The crowd hurriedly covers their eyes, not daring to look. Oh my God, did he really kill him outright? Dying on the arena? The host looks at the dispersing dust and reveals the smiling, triumphant face of the blade bearer. A full-force strike from the blade. Could it have directly killed the opponent? That is forbidden. Just as he was smiling confidently, a figure appeared behind the blade of the defensive stance, accompanied by a green light rushing swiftly toward his head. When the green light nearly reached his eyes, he finally saw clearly that it was a hand wrapped in green energy. He quickly jumped back, staring ahead as a whooshing sound of a slash made him panic. What the hell is that? Why is there someone else on the arena? Tiet Thu. The Dao stared wide-eyed ahead, searching for an answer. When he saw Tudu Liu half of his body on the ground and the other half still reaching out with his hand, he couldn't understand at all, but the host was excited. What kind of Lasat Mu is this? Unbelievable. Lasat Mu actually has a hidden trump card. Tudu Liu gradually reassembles his body through the space crack she created. It seems he's not planning to stop. Under the mask, Tudu Liu smiles to himself and thinks, Dad was right. Indeed, when Lam is cornered, he can unleash his full potential. The crowd watching this scene erupts in cheers. Is this the power of the Black Core spirit? Open your eyes wide, Lasat Mu, let's go. The stance of the sword-wielding warrior gritted his teeth in annoyance, but also desire. The power of the Black Core was truly damn strange, and made him crave it. He seized it and immediately raised his hands like an boxer rushing towards Tudu Liu in a zigzag pattern. The warrior of the Black Heart used the flexible spiritual core skill, attacking with snake-like movements. Facing the Kong, Tudu Liu calmly closed his eyes and muttered, first pretending to attack with a left punch, then throwing a right hook if he could dodge both. At this moment, a left punch from the armored warrior charged straight at him. Tudu Liu's eyes open, a blue light flickering as he mutters, finally going all out with the sword strike and left punch. Tudu Liu used her spatial ability to grasp the left wrist of the steel guard and stunned him. So it's that simple. She immediately used her space ability to appear above the sword-wielding man, grabbed his other arm, then kicked him hard in the back, causing him to crash chest first onto the arena floor and spit out a mouthful of blood. Tudu Liu was very satisfied with her clever move, having controlled his arm perfectly. The sword-wielding guard's eyes are bloodshot as he clenches his teeth, thinking to himself that his left arm is paralyzed by the energy flowing into the acupoint. Isn't this the technique of a six-hardened warrior? How does she know? Seizing the moment when Lasat Mu was close, he clenched his iron-hard hand and stared intently at Lasat Mu, channeling energy into it. You think you can beat me with your bare hands? Yeah. Seeing this, the announcer shouted loudly. The swordmaster quickly assembled a backup nanoglove, surprisingly able to operate 2 gear sets with both hands simultaneously, boasting a synchronization efficiency of 40%. The swordmaster's eyes flashed with a bright light as he used his enhanced arm to punch directly at Lasat Mu's face. Too arrogant. Just as the fist was about to hit his face, Lasat Mu activated his ability to open a space crack right beneath it. Immediately after, a palm strike emerged from the space crack, knocking Tiet Thu the Dao's fist upward. Seeing his attack fail, and him pushed back, the host explained. The swordmaster was pushed away by a hand emerging from another dimension, causing him to lose his balance and be thrown further back. Tudu Liu secretly smiled behind her mask because she had figured it out. So that's it. I remember now. My ability is to control space. Seeing the future, she withdrew her hand, feeling more confident as black energy enveloped her body. At this moment, the host's glasses kept ringing, leaving him in disbelief. Lasatmu's synchronization performance is skyrocketing wildly. This is a synchronization performance measuring glasses. The expensive sync performance monitor may not compare to precise measurement devices, but it is compact and convenient. He gaped, holding the glasses tightly as he stared at Lasatmu because the synchronization number kept rising. It has already risen to 42% and keeps climbing. 50%, 60%. It's still increasing. Is this real? How is that possible? Is my glasses broken? At this moment, fragments of memories keep flooding into my mind. I remember everything that happened at the Bone Burial Fortress, the one who gave me that power. By this point, her emotions were surging wildly because she had uncovered the truth, the demon facing Thiet Thu. The Dao clenched her teeth in frustration, unwilling to accept it. Such high synchronization efficiency? You, in the end, are not letting him spout nonsense, and the energy is gathering in your hand as a transparent pillar slowly presses down on the sword-wielding figure. Before he could do anything, the pillar pressed down on him, making his eyes bulge and spitting out a mouthful of blood, causing the audience to gasp in fear. What kind of power is this again? Is this fierce tiger really that strong? Being pressed down and almost losing sight, the sword-wielding guard still refused to accept defeat and kept barking in frustration. Damn it. I am ranked M in the men's arena. How can I lose to a female warrior? I'd rather die than submit. At this moment, Tudu Liu steps forward, making him startle. You've got spirit. After saying that, she created a series of floating pillars in the air, making the sword-wielding warrior terrified and frozen in fear. With Tudu Liu's icy stare fixed on him, he was truly terrified now. One collapsed pillar and a series of pillars would send him straight to his ancestors. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The iron saber stands ready. From now on, I will be called the Chicken Saber. The host heard this and raised his hand, laughing loudly. The steel saber admits defeat. I can't believe it. Lasatmu looks so cool. Congratulations on defeating the top-ranked male fighter. Achieving her first victory in the male warrior arena, the crowd in the stands roared wildly. Lasatmu, kill me, sister. Since the atmosphere is so intense, the host is seizing the moment. Lasatmu, do you accept the challenge? Please state your choice. At this moment, Tudu Liu, that's figure, relaxed under the moonlight, turns back with a mesmerizing look. The next person, the host, confirms again, making the entire arena erupt in fierce excitement. Lasatmu said she will continue fighting. So cool. Keep playing and go all out. Fireworks light up the sky brilliantly to cheer and signal a sleepless night. Tonight is truly a grand celebration. We will watch Lasatmu fight until dawn. While Tudu Liu was fighting fiercely in the arena, Aki was not willing to fall behind in the training room. He panted, looking down at his chest, and muttered, "Damn it, half a day and I still can't sense any wave of the quartz element." The usual earth element absorption has no effect, but he quickly regains his composure and visualizes the cycle of the elements. All right, in my previous life I had no experience with this. Calm down a bit, some element or other. I've only just encountered this new form of power in this life. He closed his eyes and fell into deep thought, sensing his body. I still lack one type of earth element. What kind of power would I have if all 5 elements existed within the same body? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Aki's mind, and he immediately opened his eyes. The Ama energy. You stroke your chin, reorganizing the data in your mind. If the so-called elemental force is a derivative of demonic power, using earth magic from humans to sense it probably won't work. Could it be that only by adopting a demonic stance can I actively sense the energy inside? Aki sighed, closing his eyes and mocking himself. Truly a paradox, wanting to become stronger on his own without relying too much on that demonic power. In the end, I have to rely on that kind of power again. Immediately, crackling sounds echoed through the room as a red aura began to emanate from Aki's chest core. Soon, the core on your chest changed to the 5-star symbol, signaling the successful activation of the elemental quartz, and stone hands emerged around Aki's seat, releasing bursts of energy. In just a moment, only a shadow was visible in the smoky room. After a while, the dust cleared to reveal Aki's sharp eyes and the giant hands behind him. By now, Aki smiles with satisfaction. I can feel the power of Earth. When Aki finished transforming, his demonic aura burst out, catching Shidyu's attention from afar. Xiaoduzi, noticing something strange, lowered his head and asked, "What's wrong, Shidyu?" He didn't answer right away but fell into contemplation, then shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Maybe he's just worried too much." Shidyu looked at the bustling night scene of the changing city from above and changed the subject. "Are you ready yet?" Little Bean, hearing that, her beautiful eyes focused intently. You have been guided by me since you reached the second stage. Shijia smiled brightly, lifting her head. I am counting on you. Don't let me down. Complete the mission, and she will earn the right to advance to the fifth stage. Tudu, upon hearing this, closed her eyes, and a pair of horns sprouted from her head. When the girl opens her eyes, she is transformed into a demon form, surrounded by purple energy. All right, everything is ready. She stands atop the tallest tower of Jiang City, hands outstretched looking down, and begins. Tonight in Prosperity City, everyone is excitedly rushing to watch the fights on the arena. Someone suggested, and the group all followed. I heard there's a really formidable female warrior on the other arena, called Lasat Mieux, I think. I got it, challenging the male fighters alone. This has never happened before. Go check it out. I heard she's already defeated a few male fighters. Before finishing his sentence, everyone rushed towards the martial arts master's side. Inside the arena, the host was listening to staff relay the current situation. My boss feels like everyone in the city is rushing over here, but now there's no more space left. Hearing this, he seems to be in a daze, stammering and then jumping for joy. Really? I'm about to get rich. I'm about to get rich. Returning to the ticket seller, he is struggling to handle each group rushing in to buy tickets. One person after another, everyone was fighting to buy tickets. I just want to buy a ticket. Give me 10 tickets. Because it was too crowded, he couldn't control the situation and could only shout, "We are really out of space. Don't push. Don't push anymore." But no one responded to his words, only crowding towards the arena. He was annoyed and thought to himself, "It's all your fault, ruining my chance to see my sister." Right now, in the center of the arena, thousands of people are cheering passionately for Lasat Mieux, chanting her name over and over. The central character in the arena now stands proudly, looking at her opponent, who is gasping for breath, each breath coming in ragged intervals. I've encountered a demon. Since when did a female warrior from Salamanca become so powerful? His eyes gradually sharpened as he analyzed the moves she had just executed. The male warriors before had all been defeated, possessing rare, dark cores. Her method of attack and her power are truly rare space abilities. But strangely, the speed I was most proud of in front of her doesn't give me any advantage, as if she can read my thoughts. As if a different idea flashed through his mind, he thought, no, the girl warrior probably doesn't just have a space-type power. To confirm this thought, he immediately summoned his weapon. I used to think my strength was pretty good, but I can tell she's very skilled. Damn it, I think I just lost face this time. Lasat Mieux, seeing him summon a dagger, thought for a moment and said, I used to often use a dagger too. Then she summoned the dagger and challenged him. Let's have a match and see. With a quick slash, she rushed straight at him, catching him off guard and unprepared, using the space to close the distance and accelerate directly towards him. How shameless. Is she mocking me? The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and I rush toward her. Let's see how they fight with lightning-fast speed. The more she attacks, the more he retreats as if he's planning something, then deliberately blocks her strike with two knives and pushes it back, making it fly away. Feeling pleased with what just happened, he smirked and said, So what? Once I find the right moment to use the knife, I can easily knock away your dagger. Are you still trying to use a dagger to defeat me? With that, he increased the power on his dagger and charged at her. Unable to counterattack in time, she could only use her space to blindfold him and sweep his legs, making him lose his balance and fly forcefully to the opposite side. With that kick and fall, he got up and cursed. Damn it, why didn't I see anything when I blinked? Suddenly, the MC appears and announces that she has left the arena, and Lasat Mieux wins. She wins again. Next, she will have to face the top-ranked male fighter. Hearing that announcement, he was stunned and then argued. Wait a minute. Who said leaving the arena means losing? The host quickly explained awkwardly. It's always been like this. Just no one has used this before. He raised his voice and demanded, I don't care. I want to keep fighting. The person behind him waited a moment, but before he could finish, a loud thud of a hammer hitting the ground made him shiver in fear and shrink back, swallowing his saliva. The top-ranked character calmly walks over to the arena with confidence, and the MC explains to everyone with a welcoming tone. He is the current top-ranked fighter and has held the #1 spot for 6 consecutive months. He is known as the strongest 5-core warrior among the free fighters living in Salamanca, and there are even rumors that his strength is only slightly below that of the team captain. Please. Welcome the current champion, Lu Lan Wu Jiala, as the announcer's voice echoes and he strides arrogantly into the center of the arena. Behind him, whispers and murmurs of doubt mingle with the crowd's suspicion. Is this real or just a joke? Are you really challenging the champion directly? Isn't that a bit too much? Why is everyone so quiet? Some people are whispering questions and answers to each other. To the staff member, he was running and talking to the MC at the same time. Boss, are you letting the big sister fight that guy? Maybe this isn't going well. Could we suspend the match? Your concern for that girl is met with the old man's shout, "What do you understand?" I am just respecting her opinion. Isn't she here to challenge us? Then he turned back to the arena with an unusually excited expression. I just need to spread this news and ticket sales will increase tenfold, definitely making a lot of money. As for those two, winning or losing has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Lasat Mu was analyzing Kala with a scrutinizing gaze and said, 5 ha. I actually want to see what the difference in strength is between me and a 5 ha warrior. Kaila's surprised remark snapped her out of her thoughts. She really is a very interesting female warrior. I've watched all her battles, her spatial power is quite mysterious, and her prediction ability is impressive. Then he releases a murderous aura to threaten and continues, "You're really not bad. Even among the four-horned warriors, you are a very strong presence that makes people want to beat you to pieces and shatter your bones." Feeling that murderous aura, she immediately adopts a defensive stance and prepares to anticipate his moves. His aura is on a completely different level compared to the previous ones, as if he has grasped the moves she would block. I see it now. He's using aerial skills to suppress me. All right, I will use my space power to attack him from behind suddenly. Suddenly, that hammer strikes her face hard, breaking her thoughts and making her fall backward. He smiled and said, "What are you looking at? Do you want to use your prediction to find my weakness? It's useless to me." The masked woman being hit like that makes her doubt her abilities and wonder what is happening. I clearly saw it, but where did I go wrong? Tudu Liu stood there, lost in thought, wondering why his earlier action was different from what he had predicted. Could it be that my predictive ability is flawed? Kari now reveals a murderous look. "Mask girl, if you're too cowardly, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle you properly, then turn the weapon behind, like in the clip, because I'm afraid they will say I bully a weak girl that would make me unhappy." Tudulu was furious when she heard those words. She calmed herself and looked up her eyes. "Originally a bit surprised, but you succeeded in making me angry." She calms herself, calmly watching his footsteps. Kari firmly grips the weapon in her hand. "Oh, angry?" Then she rushed towards Tudulu. "I like someone fiery like you." At the same time, her precognition ability activates. On the left, he will hold the end of the staff tightly and spin it to attack from the left. She quickly brandished her weapon, ready to attack. I saw it clearly, but Kari attacked from the right, catching Tudulu off guard. Oh, she couldn't react in time to Kario's surprise attack. Kari swung his weapon to knock her away. "I will smash your mask and break your skull." The audience is all shocked, everyone covering their mouths and exclaiming, "Oh my God, another punch right in the face. This Kario is so brutal. No wonder he's a former hunter." Did Lasat Mu's mask fall off? I wonder what her face looks like. On this side, Kario realized something was wrong here. Not right, she had blocked the previous attack. Tudulu didn't have any injuries earlier, she was just pushed back. The program's host shouted as he watched the fight. It turns out that Lasat Mu, in a moment of life and death, risked using a dagger to block the previous attack at such a speed that we thought Lasat Mu was attacked in the face instead. Tudulu's hand is now trembling quite a bit, as if she's a little scared, too fast to react in time. If it weren't for the power of this move, Min would have almost forgotten that he is the core of red strength. In Kokario's eyes, he is no different from a demon hunting its prey. His speed and strength far surpass hers. This is a 5-core warrior. Her eyes shone with determination. I understand now it's not my innate ability that's the problem, but he relies on his high speed to perform multiple fake moves and confuse me. What I see is just one of his fake moves. To defeat this opponent, she decided she could only rely on the power of the black core to win. Tudaliu stomped her foot down, causing the ground to crack. Forcing her to attack proactively, she vanished and reappeared, rushing like a gust of wind, with Cariel's gaze filled with deathly intent. Is it that space ability to change positions again? Do you want to take the initiative to attack? Then Kari swung his weapon up and bent down. The woman shouldn't even move that much. He activates the secret technique, Long Lan Da Ying Wu, moving at incredible speed and continuously attacking Tudulu with his staff, his eyes unblinking and impossible to follow. Kari shouted, "No matter which direction you appear from, my staff will hit you. Your techniques are useless against me." He is very pleased with himself. Spatial abilities are indeed troublesome, but as long as I defend well, it's fine. Moreover, my defense is actually my attack. In an instant, Kari created a fierce tornado. The MC from afar exclaimed, "Oh my God, Kari's staff actually spun into a tornado reaching up to the sky." "If it weren't on the arena, this building would definitely be destroyed," Kari shouted defiantly. "Come on. Let me guess where you are, then I'll beat you up like a cat playing with a mouse." Tudulu's voice rang out. "You really overestimate my space abilities." As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared right behind Kario's side, stabbing through him, blood splattering, causing Kario to cry out in pain and collapse. He lost his ability to attack and sat there watching Tudu. How annoying. Her leg was cut off and she couldn't stand up, but how could she appear beneath me? It's not just simple space movement, she can also pass through. Tudu looked down at Kario, her aura emanating powerfully, and said, "If your speed can delay me, then I will limit your speed. Shh, first. Rest assured this small wound will heal in a few days with the healer's treatment. If you beg me, I can also use the 6th chakra to heal you." Kari trembles with fear. Damn it, I underestimated her black core ability, and her aura is really just a 4th core. Tudu stood up with a slightly mocking look. Now you're no different from a dartboard. The spectators are cheering loudly. Wow, Lasat-Mu's ability really is different from Kario's. Kari's current attack is useless against Lasat-Mu. 4 Huaxue is too powerful for 5 Huaxue. Right now, a staff member is rushing anxiously toward the gate. Why does it sound like faint screams are coming from the arena? Is the fight not over yet, or has Lasat-Mu been humiliated? His eyes are filled with fear for Tudu, that Kario is the Lord of Thunder. Moreover, she has always been known for her ruthlessness. Sister Lasat-Mu is rushing too much. How can 4 acupoints fight against 5 acupoints? Even if I die, I have to stop this fight now. As Zhenan steps to the gate and puts his foot down, the MC's voice rings out. Lasat-Mu has gained an absolute advantage. Could it be that today's champion of the South Warrior Arena will have to change hands? The MC also takes the opportunity to promote, by now the first beautiful commemorative fan badge of Lasat-Mu. It will definitely increase in value when sold later. Only 1,000 units were sold, and the staff member finally relaxed, admiringly saying, "She truly is Lasat-Mu." Now the host finally turns to the staff and says, "What are you still standing there for, stupid? Come over here and help me with the narration." The host's face looks very bright. I go outside to sell the new batch of goods. Now every second counts as money. Then the MC ran over to the staff member, urging him to try to rally the audience's enthusiasm. The staff member also ran over. Yes. He takes the microphone from the MC's hand. "Please let me witness the moment you win the championship. You look very excited. Support will be handled by me. Hold the sign and give it your all, shouting as loudly as you can. Will Lasat-Mu win the championship of the Male Warrior Arena today? Let's watch and see." Everyone cheered along, and the MC, feeling very joyful, ran off happily. "Let me calculate if today goes well, I might be able to earn the revenue from 2 or 3 months of sales directly. La la. This fierce tiger is truly my lucky charm." He just passed by a little girl and suddenly stopped. His foot stopped halfway, and he turned back to confirm the body. "Huh, kid. And remind this little girl that she can't stay here. Are you lost? Where are your parents?" The voice from over there echoes. Little Tudu looks up with black pupils and red irises. Little Tudu, frightened by the threat, warns the MC to go to heaven with the ancestors. Little Tudu looks toward the lively scene where everyone is shouting, "Lasat-Mu." It seems very lively over there. Then little Tudu heads toward the bustling area, leaving behind the corpse she just killed. The arena's announcer speaks, accompanied by cheering sounds from the audience. The atmosphere is hot, and everyone is focused on the fighting ring. Today, the female warrior is about to become the champion of the male arena, proving that a warrior's gender doesn't matter, only their own strength. Kala is focusing on summoning her power when suddenly a mysterious figure appears behind her, pushing him toward Lasat-Mu. Surprised and off balance, Kala tries to keep her footing as Lasat-Mu quickly prepares her weapon and charges at him. Surprised by what just happened, he gritted his teeth in frustration, the necklace on his chest flashing red, as if containing some hidden power. She was pushed back and forth like a toy, aiming to face him directly and win. Then he counterattacked, swinging the truncheon toward her. As Lasat-Mu prepared to strike back, suddenly a vision of the future appeared before her, causing her to lose focus and stop. What was that feeling just now? Suddenly I felt so uneasy. The fleeting scene was very realistic. Could it be that, taking advantage of her distraction, Kala quickly seized the opportunity and swung the truncheon in front of her? This is my chance. Whoosh! The sound of the truncheon slicing through the air not only missed its target, but also caused him to be stomped on the head hard before landing softly. As she set her foot down, she thought back to what just happened. In just a moment, I sensed a sudden surge of powerful demonic energy. But we're in the city center. How is that possible? Why is a demon appearing here? But the suspicion feels familiar, and something deep inside her is stirring again. But that feeling just now couldn't be wrong. It was definitely the aura of a demon. The demon's power inside me, I can smell my fellow demons, and Kaila is furious and shouting out loud. Damn it, I lost so badly today. Today, I will definitely kill her. On the martial arts arena, everyone is laughing and teasing him. See what? That's the champion. That Kai Lai was kicked in the head and fell down. Despite everyone's teasing and noise, Lasat Mu didn't care. Instead, he kept looking around. Everyone is staring in confusion at her strange behavior. Big sister, what's wrong? Are you looking for something? Hey, Lasat Mu, why aren't you attacking anymore? That's right, looking around aimlessly. What are you just standing there for? Keep attacking, Lasat Mu. Her strange actions have really driven him crazy. You think you can look down on me? This trash has no spirit at all. He talks big, but deep down he's screaming in pain from the stab wound. If I were normal, I would have rushed in to help her long ago. Suddenly, the demon tiger spoke up to negotiate, saying he was afraid you wouldn't believe. Just now I sensed the presence of a demon, even if only for a moment. I was about to fight, but no matter what, you are a warrior, right? Hearing her words, he not only didn't believe, but also sneered and laughed. Where is the demon? This is Salomon City, a level B town. Where would there be demons inside the city? Are you really that stupid? Or just pretending? Before he could react, he was pierced in the chest from behind by a fishing hook. What is this? Isn't it another ability of yours? Before he could finish speaking, the wax burst apart and flew everywhere as Xiaoduzi, standing behind him, spoke with a mocking expression. Oh, a 5-element warrior. Why are you so careless? Sensing danger, she quickly retreats and stays alert, searching carefully. The child is not a demon. The audience hasn't even reacted to her appearance and Kala's death yet, so the MC needs to speak into the microphone. Then she turned to look at the MC and saw him sitting back in fear with a speechless face. Damn it, she's a demon. Everyone, get out of here quickly. Everyone in the audience is panicking. Huh? What is she shouting about? I can't quite hear it clearly. It seems to be some kind of demon. What happened to Kala earlier? Huh? Since when did this child appear? Hearing the gossip, Xiaoduzi looked back, causing those people to panic, swallow their saliva, and push forward to run. Could it be a demon? Run quickly, don't push. The inner voice says the demon appears. Get out of the way, and watches everyone push and shove as they run, making Little Doll sneer faintly. Just a little scare, and they panic like that. Humans are truly a cowardly lot. Regarding Lasat Mu, she is frowning, pondering the girl's appearance. How could a demon turn into a little girl? Her expression contradicts her suspicion, as Little Bean seems surprised by how easy this mission is. The assassination mission against the 6 5-element warriors turned out to be easier than expected, and the girl smiled maliciously. The rest of the task must be completed quickly. After all, the master said that once the mission is done, she can ascend to godhood. Hearing that, Lasat Mu was startled and reacted strongly. 4-Kai demon, what do you want to do by sneaking into the city? Now Xiaoduzi finally notices her and exclaims, wow, a rare female warrior. 1 minute, the master said 1 minute is the time for a level B city to react against the demon. If I am exposed within a minute, you human warriors will come after me. Lasat Mu looked at the girl with a sharp gaze. They can freely change their appearance, and this color is not typical of ordinary demons. Xiaoduzi suddenly interrupted her thoughts. This is the arena, right? In 1 minute, I will fight alongside you. What do you think? The scene shifts to the main character's house, where he suddenly jerks awake, sensing a strange aura from inside the city. Since yesterday, the city has felt a bit off. Why are there 2 powerful demonic auras? Aki also seems to sense that something is wrong and turns to look outside, lost in thought. Am I just being too sensitive? He frowned slightly in a somber way, but then paid little attention and focused on the main issue. No, I can't be disturbed by anything right now. A faint orange light radiates around you, and even though it's just a small glow, your face is already sweating and looking uneasy. The gemstone in front of your chest glows and emits an orange light at that moment. This quartz element can grant elemental power to the main warrior because it contains pure energy from the 5 great elements. It is normally uncontrollable elemental energy, but if you develop an affinity with it, you can accurately find the earth element you need. You sit on a stone statue shaped like a hand, but designed to resemble a human body, almost like a throne, looking extremely eerie. Aki focuses on sensing with a determined expression. Once the sensing is complete and he obtains the earth element within his body, he will gather the 5 great elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and then proceed to merge them. He becomes more determined than ever, his willpower rising steadfast as he watches what will happen. Meanwhile, outside, at the martial arts competition, the crowd is rushing towards the emergency exits of the arena. People pushing and shoving, trampling over each other in chaos and despair. Screams everywhere, step aside, don't push. Countless voices fill the small, cramped space as more and more people are driven mad by fear, desperately struggling like rats in a trap. Xiao Duzi raised her hand to her ear to listen to the sound with a very satisfied expression, as if she needed to dance to show her happiness. The screams were accompanied by crying. That sounds so soothing. Suddenly, the action stops abruptly, and little Dowsy opens her red demon eyes with a chuckle and says, "Master only said that humans are low-level creatures who fear, and fear is a base emotion that makes the true self lose calm and rationality." Teodotu proudly pointed to herself and boasted that we demons are not easily controlled by emotions or judgment. We are beings of a higher level. That's right. You can't be fooled by its childish appearance. Tudu saw the faint blue aura emanating and was certain this was a high-level demon. The words it speaks and its thoughts are completely different from those of the previous demons. Tudu, weapon in hand, prepared to fight, asked loudly, "Who is the one you just mentioned? How many of you in total have infiltrated the town?" Teodotu, who had somehow come out behind her, looked at Tudu with a sinister and ominous gaze, warning her. Don't forget that in just 1 minute, Xiaoduzu unleashed her attack with those blue beams that looked like thin but sharp needles piercing straight at Tudu. But luckily she reacted in time and used her space teleportation skill to escape. Little Doozy looked at Tudu's ability with some surprise and was stunned. Space ability? Little Doozy now looked seriously at her opponent. Your body's scent is very strong. Who granted you that power? Dark space-based ability? Could it be that one? As Little Doozy's words ended, Tuolo's power erupted at its strongest, with a surrounding green aura that seemed to create illusions of a formidable and commanding demon lord. Tudu was also surprised by the power of that little demon girl. She struggled to stand, one hand holding her face, her energy pure and agile. No wonder she's a high-level demon, and she can quickly gauge her own bestowed strength. But who exactly is that person he mentioned? I need to find a way to make him reveal some information. After thinking, Tudu immediately began her plan. She intended to sneak inside the trap. That's right, it's him, we're on the same side. What is your purpose for infiltrating the town? Little Doozy replied grimly and ominously, the evolution mission. Tudu saw that Xiaoduzi's reaction was somewhat guarded, and then stepped back. The Demon Lord evolution mission isn't based on fighting peers or higher-ups to level up, so what exactly is this evolution mission? Little Bean stood frozen, a look of confusion and surprise on her face. But then she suddenly smiled strangely and approached Tudu, who was reacting with evolution. Ha! That's how low-level demons evolve? I don't know. When Xiaoduzi appeared in front of Tudu, we don't only have one way to evolve, and Tudu, hearing this new information, reacted a bit awkwardly and slowly because he didn't fully understand. Yes, that's right, she thought to herself. Oh my god, the other soldiers don't know this news. I need to dig up a few more. That person is actually you, held by Little Dudu, but this grip is a bit strange. Little Dudu smirked. If we were on the same side, how could I not know about this? I didn't expect you to deceive me. The sharp spear shot straight at her. It's over. The rhythm was disrupted, so she couldn't deploy her space technique in time. Tudu luckily reacted and escaped, narrowly avoiding death. Having just escaped, she looked back at the formidable power, but she was still stunned. Before she could fully recover, Teodotu grabbed her hand and launched an attack directly at Diem Kwang. But this time, she reacted faster, launching a counterattack and running behind Teodotu. Luckily, I've been through a few arena fights, so I've become more skilled. I just need to adjust my stance properly behind my neck. Tudu quickly seized the opportunity and struck the back of Xiaoduzi's neck, but Xiaoduzi remained calm and still, standing motionless. Tudu seemed to see something and instinctively stopped his attack, stepping back from Xiaoduzi and avoiding the strike without hesitation. In the smoke, Xiaoduzi's voice rang out. Your technique isn't good enough, huh? That's why I had to change my form. You said you wouldn't use your voice anymore? A faint mist appeared, surrounded by a blue flame, but it was nothing. I originally planned to use my original form for this mission. Xiaozu stepped out alone in his Lam Diem form. Tudu was extremely surprised. How many secrets does this level of demon really hold? Xiaodozi, in his original form of Blue Flame Diem, approached Tudu and said, I am out of patience. I still have a mission to complete. I will tear you apart. Is it just a coincidence that this keeps happening when the captain and vice captain aren't here? Another soldier replied, I also find it strange that all the demon incidents around always follow a pattern. We always handle them very well. But a few days ago it seemed like the demons were doing it on purpose. There have been several brutal massacres around the city. Some staff members delivering supplies were also mysteriously attacked, including many high-ranking soldiers. So, to stabilize the economy and ensure the safety of our Salamanca town, the captains have just organized a large-scale sweep plan. Unexpectedly, on the very first day of our arrival, someone reported a demon appearing in the city. It is indeed strange. Never mind, let's go over there and check it out first. If the three of us, the 4-star warriors, team up, ordinary demons won't stand a chance. We're all candidates for vice captain, so don't underestimate us, damn demons. The demon perched on the roof, unconcerned with their words, chuckled silently. How strange. It seems that from now on I need to make the surprises more unexpected. Humanity really is strange, always ignoring what should be paid attention to and having weird thoughts about things that don't matter. Go see how Little Bean is performing. In the stands, Xiaoduzi and Tudu Liu are still engaged in a fierce battle. Tudu Liu, in the form of a Rakshasa cat, watched the blue flames created by Xiaoduzi's attacks and thought to himself, I absolutely cannot touch that blue flame. No matter how far away, I can feel the intense heat. Breaking her train of thought, Little Bean, in her original form of blue flame, charged like an arrow, sneering at her. You're always dodging and wasting my time. Sister of the female warrior, Tudu Liu also refuses to give up and charges forward to fight. Don't call me sister, I find it disgusting. Tudu Liu created another dimension to push Xiaoduzi away. In that situation, Xiaodudu calmly pushed me into the space. It's useless. Relying on your human abilities, you can't do anything to me. Then she tried to reach out, and the two of them flew straight up. Xiaoduzi was surprised by her action. This female soldier directly pushed me up high, but what level is her space ability? The kind of power that can pull others along must be a divine level ability. I've only seen this kind of space ability on a human officer before, but could someone really have studied space powers to this level? Could her ability really belong to that great person? Tudu Liu looked at the burn mark on his arm. Just touching it was enough to cause it to burn like that. But he could endure it because the demonic energy also affected his body, right? You need to take advantage of its vulnerable mental core when it's in the air. She grabbed Xiaoduzi's arm and smiled to herself. This move was originally just an attack technique that used the body to leap into the air and struggle with the enemy on the ground. But now, I can leverage my space ability to upgrade it to a deadly level. Then I use my foot to tightly grip Xiaoduzi's neck in her original blue flame form, preventing her from escaping, and then I shoot down to the ground like an arrow. The collision knocked Teodaotu off balance, leaving her unable to resist and taking the full blow. Tudu Liu's mask also fell off, revealing how many other demons like you have infiltrated here. Little Bean clenched her teeth in anger, surprised at how badly the human soldier had beaten her. She angrily turned around and fought back, saying, "And was the one who granted you the space ability the great Hak Vuongqi, one of the mighty kings? Otherwise, you couldn't have such advanced abilities. What exactly is your identity?" Tudu Liu heard Teodaotu's question and thought back to He Vuongqi, the person who appeared in his mind. Who exactly is the woman named He Vuongqi, and what kind of king is she? Could it be that among the demons there is also a king? Isn't the highest rank among demons the demon of the 7 stones? What kind of existence is Hak Vuongqi? Teodaotu, pressed under her foot, said angrily, "Damn human soldiers, clearly using our demon power and still acting superior. Master Chidiu is right. Humans are truly a bunch of low and disgusting beings." Suddenly, one of Xiaoduzi's arms was broken, engulfed in death flames, then blown far away from the remains, and his body was motionless. Is this a mental attack from the deathly arrogant? Why did it suddenly become the 5th stage? Xiaoduzi stood up and said, "If Master Chidiu sees me like this, she will be disappointed again. She has transformed and fully developed her power. I didn't expect you to make me unleash my full strength." Her current form is the 5-stage demon with a dual-core appearance. The soldiers, sensing the demon's power, charged in. The demon is the 5-element demon, so what if the 5-element is distracted? The 3 of us are united. It's not our opponent. All 3 soldiers are approaching the 5-form demon. Tudu Liu weakly says, Don't come any closer." The demon king of the 5 demons sneered and looked up, saying, "Humanity is degenerate. You are not worthy of being my target." The 3 warriors became panic-stricken. The Soul Seal, the demon lord of the 5 demonic clans, turns around, pointing at the 3 of them with a mesmerizing curse, then recites a deadly spell, causing blood to spray everywhere, and then she looks back at Tudu Liu and says, "You are different. You have the right." Xiaoduzi looked at Tudu Liu, struggling to stand up with trembling steps, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. "You are worthy of becoming my target, my task objective." She slowly approached her, saying that as a high-level demon, we could gain the right to evolve through the trial mission, which involved killing 6 5-tier soldiers and destroying the entire city. Recalling how her master had once taken over the entire city and helped her by luring out the strong deputy captain. If those human soldiers team up, it would really give me a headache, but there are still a few 5th-tier soldiers in the city, so that's enough. Although you are only a 4-core warrior, her strength just now was looking at Tudu, who was in torn clothes and covered in wounds, trembling and grimacing. You're already qualified to be my target. She gritted her teeth and frowned, but her mind was in chaos. What should I do now? I am a 5-core dual heart, very powerful. I'm not its opponent now. What should I do? Aki. Her thoughts came to a halt as she raised her hand to brush her hair, memories and the difficult times she and he had overcome together suddenly flashing through her mind. Strange. Why am I thinking of Aki now? Before I could regain my composure, she had already raised her hand. The flow of energy radiates out, then gathers again into a black sphere in her hand. All right, I've wasted enough time with you. That sphere gradually grew larger and started pulling in everything around it. Thank you for bringing me joy. She also snapped out of her shock as Hoa Diem was swept away. Then she forcefully slammed her hand into the ground, causing it to crack, and Tuchu charged at her with lightning speed, weapon ready. Go and die. She moved so fast that all the items in her wake could only gape in shock, unable to react in time. But she suddenly widened her eyes and was pulled into another space. Then a voice rang out. I can't act too harshly. Little sister, we are all beings we want to protect, and I have already given you my power. She was floating in the water, completely naked, when suddenly she opened her eyes and said, You are gradually mastering spatial skills, but how far you can go depends on your own enlightenment. Then the Black King Chi appeared right behind her, but she just sneered, thinking he's just a demon, and then she unleashed her power. So you're talking about enlightenment to me. As she rushes over, she suddenly notices something unusual. As expected, she then erupted, unleashing a powerful aura that sent her flying away. Surprised, she wondered if the aura was truly that domineering. It must be that Lord Black King Kai entrusted you. What is your true identity after all? Aren't you a human warrior? Lord Black King. Chi betrayed our demons, but you only summoned your own techniques. I don't care. Then you slowly rose into the air. I have to accept this source of power without doubt, because to protect him I must keep growing stronger. Then blue lightning began to gather around her, continuously evolving, and she gritted her teeth in anger, saying, Don't think accepting our evil magic's power means you can negotiate with us. Stupid human warrior. And as for what Lord Black King Chi's true intentions are, it seems that to get the answer, she summoned a phantom of a monster with a huge mouth and sharp teeth, so you better bring your head back. But she shows no fear and looks down at her. Then just try it. Even if it costs me my life, I will kill you. She immediately unleashes her own attack towards her. The demon twin cores of your family. As soon as the two techniques collided, they created a powerful shockwave that illuminated the entire city. In another place, the divine bird wears a tattered swimsuit and looks up at the sky. The weather I hate so much, so loud and annoying, I wish it would just die. Duong was so absorbed in watching the sky that someone called him. Hey, you guys, run towards him, led by Kamanen, who just arrived while catching his breath. What are you doing just strolling around here? Don't you know that demons have appeared inside the city? He calmly grabbed his bathrobe to prevent it from flying away and headed toward the crowd. There are demons inside the city. Do you want to go there and bother them? Then his face darkened, his eyes opened, and he looked directly at those people. Oh no, that's not right. Sorry, I misspoke. Do you want to go over there and deal with them? The leader, hearing this, got angry and wanted to rush forward to reply to me. Are you a resident of the city or not? Where exactly is your house located? Do you have an ID card or not? He's very suspicious inside, annoying. I've heard that a humanoid demon has appeared in the city. He chuckled, raised his hand casually, looking relaxed but with a hint of arrogance. I'm just passing through, no need to get so worked up. Then he reached into his shirt, saying, I have the ID, wait and see, but he rummaged for a long time, making everyone tense until he suddenly held out his hand and shot a heart, winking at the same time. Hey, this totally drove those people crazy. Damn it, even now, you're still joking around? No matter what you are, I will tear you to pieces. He smirked and said, No. Immediately after, a wave of dark aura and the illusory images of the monsters he summoned appeared. This truly is my proof of identity. He gently moved toward the group, snapped his fingers, and a surge of aura swept over them, causing them to scream and flee before they could react. A drop of blood accidentally splattered onto his face. He dismissively wiped it away with his hand. I dislike blood. I'd rather not be bothered by it. Exactly as I thought. He wiped away the blood and turned his back, heading in a different direction. Humans are impolite. After walking for a while, he stopped in front of a large training hall, and when he arrived here, he seemed to realize something. It was coming from this place. The strange aura earlier, then he released his aura and entered the building. All right, let's go inside and see. Aki is still focusing on training, and the energy in his body is continuously transforming. The earth element has now been purified. You should calm your mind, harmonize the elements within your consciousness, and focus on integrating the earth element into your body. Once the 5 great elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, gather sufficiently, try to fuse them together. A source of energy emanating from your yin-tang causes you to frown, but you didn't expect that guiding the earth element into your body would be so exhausting. Just a moment of distraction could interrupt the elemental energy flow immediately. It's not simple. Focus your mind, let the earth element gradually merge into your body, and absolutely don't get distracted, or all your efforts will be wasted. Big brother, what do you think that little guy is trying to do with such a big room all to himself? The shop owner leans on his chin and sighs. You don't understand the joy of being taken care of. Do you think any rich lady would like someone like me? The TV immediately kept broadcasting urgent alerts. Urgent information, urgent information. The host warns that there may be a demon in the city and urges all residents to stay indoors, as the shop door suddenly opens and the TV continues to broadcast urgent alerts. Meanwhile, Shidyu has entered the shop and the owner is immediately stunned. What are you doing? With your look, you don't seem like a warrior. Haven't you heard the news about the demon appearing in the city? The shop temporarily closed and asked you to leave, but he ignored it and kept walking straight. The shop owner was also angry. This is a dedicated training room for soldiers and cannot be entered casually. But he only uttered a single twisted word that made everyone in the shop turn their necks and look back. He pondered, so it was a dedicated training room for soldiers. Could that energy aura actually come from a human soldier? He just walked straight in like that. What kind of room could it be? Someone asked, "Who are you?" "He's not killing you," someone shouted loudly. "Where did you come from? Get out, he didn't kill you." Like that, every door he passes through bleeds. Which room is it, finally? Aki over here is still focused on training, sweating and frowning as he concentrates his mental energy. The earth element is gradually merging into your consciousness. Just a little more progress left. At this moment, Shidyu has also arrived and stood in front of your door, sighing. There's only one room left, so fancy. The guy smiled, gathered his strength into his human warrior's hand, and then threw a punch at the door in greeting. So a hand appeared to block his attack, dispersing his power in all directions. Seeing that the door was completely unharmed, he was confused. Oh, I can't break the door. This feeling. He looked down and saw a hand pressing against his own, which immediately clenched around his hand. Shich Kai Vuong appears from the other side of the door. Shidyu immediately stunned. I remember you. The red-billed bat Kai. Who are you? You put his hand to his mouth and hissed, then broke Shidyu's arm, causing him pain. King of Crimson narrowed his eyes and whispered. He turned to look at the door, now at its most critical moment, and even I was eager to silence the echo. Immediately, a red soundproof sphere appeared in that area. Shidyu was still stunned. You are the legendary King of Crimson, Lord of the Crimson King. Y chuckled self-deprecatingly. In legends, ha ha, it seems I have become a legendary existence. Those people are living peacefully, huh? Y immediately recognized Shidyu's identity. Are you a subordinate of Lord Z King? How does your current strength compare to before? He immediately kowtowed and said, We are subordinates of Lord Tuvonkai. You all are the strongest beings in our clan, including you, Lord Sichvonki. I'm already in this state now. This is not good at all. Your strength is quite impressive. You are likely one of Tuvwonkai's capable allies. I sense there is another demon within the city. Are you his companion? He still dares not lift his head and answer, Yes, he is my disciple. Today he came here to test his strength. The higher-ups have given it a chance to test itself. If it passes, it will be granted power and promoted. Adi smiled and said, The mission to ambush and kill the city is correct. The rules I established before are interesting. I continued. But this time it's not convenient. I don't want him to be disturbed. Shidyu trembled. Isn't he only here with human warriors? Who is the person Your Excellency mentioned? Is it the one with the strange aura I sensed earlier? Vuong Kai Sich looks down at him and says, Him? He's my secret. I can't let you go back and report to those traitors. Hearing this, he immediately looked furious. He quickly raised his head and promised, Wait a moment, Lord Sich Vuong Kai. I absolutely won't talk too much. I am still the master of Tu Vuong Ki, but before he could finish speaking, his upper body exploded, and he smiled. Well, with this I can rest assured, the secret I am hiding. Then he stepped back through the door, unable to let anyone know. King Sich was joking around with Aki while he trained. Impressive how you've grown, yet you can concretize the elemental force in your mind. A human warrior's body can only handle one type of attribute, yet you want to cram in 5. You frown, trying to focus. You're really overestimating yourself. Y is floating in the air watching you, but I like it that way. Yes, it must be very painful. Even though I am right in front of him, he still can't sense me. Forcibly stuffing 5 incompatible attributes into his body, he's already lucky not to have died from the strain. You grit your teeth and focus all your strength, encouraging yourself as you fully enter your own consciousness, which is already quite good for a human. Aki was called the strongest warrior by you humans in the past, am I right? I thinks it was the right choice to initially choose you as my vessel. Why stretches? Then I should also return to your body. To prevent others from bothering you, I had to reluctantly use my soul form to come out, which cost me a lot of mental energy. I still can't stop smiling and joking around, but all of this is worth it. Your physical body will improve significantly. For me, it's also a good thing. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the earth element and gradually spread to the surrounding elements. I was surprised, but at this moment the thunder still furrowed his brows. Lightning appeared in the training room sky, and only then did he realize something. Could it be that a giant lightning bolt struck the training building, destroying everything and shattering it all? Crimson King Chi wrapped himself in a red sphere in silence, and he wondered again, why is it actually thunder? Your elements are also constantly binding and restraining each other. Sai frowns and says, so you want to bring the 5 attributes into your body and fuse them into one. Is that even possible? The 5 attributes are continuously merging together. He grits his teeth and says, they are growing. Then he looks up to the sky and screams loudly as another lightning strikes directly at the building. King Seach looks at you sitting suspended in the pillar of light, thinking, this human seems to underestimate me a bit. This young boy is not only evolving to the 5th stage, but also controlling and merging 5 attributes to create this unique lightning attribute. I frowned and continued thinking, this white lightning really is unsettling. Lightning is an attribute I dislike. Thinking then, he gradually disappeared. Meanwhile, Tudu looked up at the pillar of light, lost in thought as lightning energy soared into the sky. What is that? Something is rushing straight at her. Are you out of your mind? The collision causes the ground around to crack and shatter. Xiaoduzi sighed. I'm only surprised that it's still in the 4-stage state, but possesses such incredible power. No wonder it's the strength of Lord Black King Chi. Tuo Liu was struggling to hold on, thinking that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Even though she awakened the 4-cycle power within her, this could be the 5-cycle demon with dual core. She frowned. The city captain must have received the news and is probably returning soon. I need to change my strategy and use my abilities to buy more time. Xiaoduzi immediately throws a punch. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. She saw the punch aimed straight at her face and immediately tilted her head to dodge. Soon after, cubes also began to appear around her. She strikes to send them rushing toward Little Bean and then knocks her back. She spreads her legs and stomps the ground, causing many cubes to appear. She recalls the past when she was taught that you can't be sure you can crush your opponent. So stay at a distance, observe its movements, and find its gaps or weaknesses. Meanwhile, she is continuously kicking the cubes in the present. The cubes on the side of the little one also start to show her kicks, and she wears a mysterious smile. Space of the Chi Force Ha. Immediately, she uses the Tanmi Chi Am to strike at her, causing her to instantly freeze as her mind is overwhelmed by its attack. Then she smiled as she easily blocked her kick, then used her hand to stab through her calf. Then she withdrew her hand. She quickly pulled back her leg and hurriedly retreated. She gritted her teeth, thinking her ankle had been pierced through, and even with healing abilities, this wound couldn't recover quickly. Xiaoduzi smiled. Chengzhen will surely become a dead city because of us. Even if I were to fall, of course I won't truly be defeated. If my master, the bird of prey, remembers her own master and confidently casts her spell, she could easily turn this place into a city of death. In short, this city won't survive the night. So she hesitated and aimed her attack at her, abandoning her human warrior. She couldn't dodge in time and could only watch as the attack rushed toward her. I'm about to die. Suddenly, a lightning shield appears from the sky, easily blocking the attack. Little Bean was stunned and shouted, my skill has been destroyed by lightning. How is that possible? An evil spirit immediately appeared in front of her, leaving her in shock. Oh, I was saved by a 5-stage demon, but then I immediately felt joy when I realized this feeling. It's you, Aki. Aki stands before her in his new form as a 5-tiered thunder god, frowning as he gazes at his opponent. The 3-star form trembles in fear before Aki's power. Who are you? Who are you? Tudu recognized. Aki. Are you Aki? He replied. Yes, I am. This name is very powerful. You did well. Luaki considers whether this appearance of Lu also indicates he has received the demon's power. She advised him, Aki, to be careful because it's a level demon. Not an ordinary one, it's a high-level demon, and I also know its abilities from Aki. Don't worry, a level demon, right? The thing I fought was a level demon. It said, you are also a warrior. The aura on your body, you and that female warrior both have our aura. Hearing that, Aki checked your aura again. Ha, don't act like we share the same goal as you. You unleash your power, but we are the ones who kill your kind of beasts. His words made it angry, his lightning truly unbearable. We must kill him quickly. Then it unleashed a powerful attack. Wipe them all out. Tudu cautiously remained alert, but Aki blocked her by pressing on a pressure point on her forehead. Don't act rashly when injured. Go ahead and leave the rest to me. Aki unleashes a powerful lightning strike to balance against the demon snake's ultimate move, splitting the demon's attack into two. Sparks fly around Aki as the clash of energies creates an electric atmosphere, resembling a fierce battle. The demon knows how to divide my power now. My move is pure concentrated energy. How could it be split? What exactly is his lightning power? Human strength like Aki's can even make demons fear. All around him, a protective aura of energy radiated out, shielding Tudu. Everything they saw was struck by electric shock. You say it seems that this time I fused 5 attributes to create something quite powerful. Aki recalls that this lightning type seems to be very effective against you demons. When the 5 elements fused within my body, I thought I would burn out. My whole body hurt as if pierced through. I was about to faint and die, and I thought this was the clash between elements, but unexpectedly it finally fused into this mysterious lightning attribute. I reflect on the power in my hand. I wonder how effective it will be against your demons. It seems the Demon Lord has sensed Aki's readiness. He just wants to stop my attack. Are you overestimating yourself? It's about to attack, and I have already triggered the core potential here. Ha ha. If my master finds out, he will definitely scold me. The demon recalls that back then, the master, considering me a little brat who didn't listen, but I wanted to use my strongest power to blow these 2 humans to pieces. It transformed into the most ruthless demon with the most explosive power of a demon lord. Aki is strong, but seeing it unleash its move, even he remains cautious of its core potential. What it's talking about is probably similar to the core power that our fighters quickly boost themselves to their strongest state in a short time. This guy seems to have made up his mind completely. The Demon Lord spreads its wings and presses down, causing the ground to shake, while its claws create a rebound force that lifts it up. The power is so strong that a blue-purple aura rises. It seems the sky is an advantage for the core demon. Its wings spread out and gained speed advantage, and Aki took that opportunity to attack the core demon. It shouts, "Lock it for me. Are you trying to defend with your bare hands? Damn it, the continuous attacks can only be blocked." Jiao still hasn't fully trained her lightning. It's also a highly agile spiritual core that's hard to hit. If I keep fighting against just one enemy at this intermediate stage, I will really be at a disadvantage. Although I can also mystically transform my wings, I can only maintain it for a short period. While defending and dodging, Aki asked Tudu. "That's right, Lu. What is your ability?" The core of the demon tries to attack along the front line. "Ha, I have to admit, the demonic power you possess makes me have to squint to see your human adaptability." It laughs and says, "But mankind's cowardice remains cowardice, even if you borrow our great power. In the end, still mankind's weakness. To avoid wasting words, the core demon crystal uses all its strength so that mankind can hardly survive. A force from the dark space of dark magic. This is the mysterious universe vault. This is true demonic power at its core. This move was originally meant for city destruction." The multiverse universe gradually curled up and shrank into a dark blue, mysterious whirlpool of demonic death. The great evil god's torrent. Suddenly, Aki ordered Tudu, and at that moment, he embraced her and said, "Run, it's interested, run." "Ha ha ha, run if you can't escape my whirlpool." The tornado obeys its master's command, swallowing everything around it, seizing the demon within the core of the dark magic, growing stronger and darker with victory. The core of the demonic energy was delighted. Ha, hit right on target. This time it's going to vanish into thin air, right? But it didn't expect Aki had other plans. A small pink hole appears. The space door. Could it be? It hears the sound behind. I remember now. Aki ambushed it from behind. Our warriors will never back down. Aki and Tudu unleash their power, shooting down an enormous source of energy. Both shout, "Come down now!" The energy creates a huge lightning bolt that tears across the sky and strikes directly at the small target. She has no strength left to resist. Why is his aura so arrogant? She gritted her teeth, thinking that her body was also paralyzed. Tudu and Aki jumped down. They stand on transparent crystal blocks. Aki leans forward, his gaze sharp, then confidently speaks. Lightning will paralyze the enemy, making their movement sluggish. He confidently declares, "Tonight is your death day. You dare to kill me, little brat?" Her voice, cold and steel-like, was full of defiance. "If you kill me, my master will definitely help me take revenge." My master is an extremely powerful immortal being. Aki remains calm in the face of those provocative words. Is there also an immortal existence? I may not know what kind of deity your master is, but if it comes, Aki's eyes are serious. I will kill it again and again until it is completely dead. Little Doozy, in her furious form, forcefully slams her hand on the ground and says, "How dare you look down on my master? You have no idea how powerful he really is." Aki remains completely calm, raising his hand to form a long weapon. The lightning surrounding that arrow creates an incredibly powerful source of energy. Aki, full of pride and confidence, said, "No matter how strong you are, I just need to be stronger than you." Tiny Dutsu looked struggling at the two figures before her. Tuolu wanted to help her now, waving his hand and saying, "Aki, let me help you." A stronger push. Aki nods in agreement. She uses her own space magic to quickly help Aki leap from place to place, and then accelerates his speed so he moves like lightning. Aki grabs the electric arrow, with sparks flashing across his body, before tearing through the air and shooting straight downward. The two dragons formed from your faint energy appear, representing the thunder element within you. Both powerful sources of energy intertwine and rush toward the little one. It quickly descends, causing a massive explosion. Smoke and dust fill the air, rocks flying everywhere, and little Doozy looks incredibly pitiful. She is badly injured, moaning in pain. Cough, cough. It hurts so much, Master. The images of the Master and herself from the past reappear, as she proudly lifts the little bean child into her arms. "Oh, I actually found a little elf, and it's a twin core. Ha 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 ha. I'll teach you how to evolve and disguise yourself later." Both of them have gone through months of hard training together. Inside little Duduzi's heart, there are always obsessions and the joy of slaughtering humans. The fear of facing powerful beings, these feelings are common, even low-level demonic instincts. The image of her with her master in the afternoon meadow appears again. She was much more innocent back then, carefree compared to now. But master, what is sorrow? My master just looked at her and smiled, then replied, "I don't think sorrow is a good thing. I hope you never have to experience this feeling." The body of Little Bean fades away. "Master, I have disappointed you. I just thought that if I died, I wouldn't be able to see you again." The girl immediately felt the sorrowful emotion, tears streaming down her face. The Little Bean finally understood. As soon as she finished her thoughts, her body completely vanished, leaving only tiny fragments of energy. Aki stepped down and sighed. Finally done with it. Tudu Liu hugs her shoulder. She is a high-level demon, though considered a growing demon. Her strength is truly formidable. Aki turns to look at her, a satisfied smile on his face. Based on the abilities of the Fourth Kai warrior, she has fought it to this point and has become very strong. Lu's face was flushed. Aki silently assessed again. Lu has also received demonic energy, whether it's good or bad, but I will definitely keep an eye on her. Aki saw the wound on her leg and kept asking anxiously, "How is your injury?" Tudo Lu looked down and gently rotated her leg. "I used green core energy control to manage the wound. This injury is quite serious. If I want to recover completely, I need a place to refine my energy from a purple source radiating energy." It seems both of them sensed Aki silently confirming the aura of the warrior and that their strength was not ordinary. Tudo Lu immediately grew worried about these auras. "I am sure that the squad leader-level soldiers sent out on missions have already returned. This ambush seems to have been planned in advance by this demon and its master." Tudulu quietly analyzed, her eyes deep and serious, suggesting that even if all the squad leaders leave the city, it's likely part of their plan, which also reveals the situation of the demon and its strategy this time. Remind them that the demon is not as simple as they think. Her tone becomes serious. Among them, there are very powerful beings, perhaps even 7th tier or higher, entities that humanity has never discovered before. Aki was surprised. He didn't expect that the person in front of him understood so deeply. She had already discovered this problem. Humanity's understanding of demons only extends to the level of the 7 tiers, and they do not know the specific types of demons. For example, this high-level demon, even in its growth stage, already displays strength beyond what 5th or 6th tier warriors can handle. "But do you think we're suitable to stay here with our current appearance?" Tudulu looked at herself with a puzzled expression. Sensing her thoughts, Aki explained, "You just absorbed demonic energy and can't immediately revert to your original form, right? You probably already know, I have surpassed the strength of an ordinary soldier because I borrowed demonic power," he added seriously. "Now, it seems you are just like me. Do you think that ordinary humans or soldiers would think we are human if they saw us?" Aki gestured towards Tudo Lu, indicating she should come with him. "Let's go, we should leave here now. Hold on tight." He said that, then immediately picked her up and sped forward. I took her to get treated, then we continued on our way. Breaking through the thick layers of dark clouds, the last rays of light finally appeared. In the training room, Shidio was sprawled on the floor. His limbs scattered, but his hand began to move as a strange new energy enveloped his body. Cells, blood, and other organs gather together, gradually forming a complete body. He slams his hand down on the floor, Shidyu's face full of exhaustion, as if the power he just used has drained him significantly. Luckily, I have the resurrection ability. The Crimson King is too terrifying. I must report this to Lord Tu Vongkai immediately. Stop the evolution mission and bring Little Bean back. As I think of this, I am stunned, as if I have realized something. Wait a minute. Tio Daotu's aura has disappeared. Shidyu is extremely surprised. He looked out the window, her lonely back heartbreaking to see. From above, he saw a group of people chatting. The other teams have split up to look for clues. Please make way for the villagers. A person carrying a yang approaches the Tiet through the Dao to report. Captain, this is the core fragment we collected. The Duong contains a few small pieces, probably from the 5-tier demon, but it has lost all its energy. The sword-wielding guard turned and said, "It's out of energy." Then it's no different from a useless stone. All right, just let the squad analyze it to see if they can gather any more information. The other person then closed the Duong and received the order. Understood. He gritted his teeth and frowned, realizing that this strange ambush seemed to be part of a plan and had caused many high-ranking soldiers to die. And the arena has become a battlefield where the aura of demons still radiates incredibly. Looking at the surrounding wreckage, it's clear that these are definitely not ordinary 5th-tier demons. But the problem is, who is this demon fighting with? Why did it die? And who killed it? A series of questions kept popping up in his mind. With this aura, why does it feel like there's more than one demon? A girl resting her chin in thought speculated that if the aura isn't from just one demon, could it be a battle of death among demons? He immediately said, "So you mean there are demons deliberately protecting the city? Don't say such stupid things." Meanwhile, the blonde-haired man was lining up to carry out his assigned task, thinking reverently as he walked. It's time for a new incident to show myself. I feel like the captain has been paying attention to me lately. I definitely have hope for the next promotion. Suddenly, a hypnotic voice called out from the alley, "Come here!" The guy immediately stopped and then turned around to walk toward the source of the voice. In the alleyway, Shidyu is wearing only a bathrobe. He frowns and asks, "Tell me what happened at the arena." He immediately recounted that the demon attack on the city had been dealt with, but he didn't know who was responsible, and he was silent, lost in thought. Xiaoduzi was dead. Then recalling the recent events, it was Sichuanqi who did it. No, if Sichuanqi had acted, this city would have disappeared already. He asked again, "What is inside the vessel?" The blonde-haired man declared, "The fragments of the demon's core he collected, he immediately ordered to open them." The blonde-haired man obeyed and opened the orb, then looked inside. "Little one, let me see who killed you." He stared in shock as a purple smoke gradually emerged from the fragments of the core, instantly expanding. From this, I learned that the spirit control, or the ability to manipulate consciousness energy entered into the core, allows one to see all the final scenes the owner of the core had witnessed. The more complete the core, the more scenes and information it contains. The less complete, the fewer details, and then it gradually shrinks back. A small screen gradually appears from the smoke, showing the replay of last night's battle. He is surprised as he attentively listens to the 2 human soldiers, one male and one female. "Although I don't know which divine being your master is, if I see Aki's face on the screen in the form of a demon, I will kill again and again until it is completely dead." Hearing the little disciple's plea, your master thought of this sorrowful feeling, and perhaps you have understood. He gritted his teeth until the veins on his face bulged, then he swung his hand and decapitated the blonde-haired man, clenched the fragments of the core in his hand until they bled, and rushed out. "I will report the news of the Crimson King first." He completely lost his temper and walked away, killing you all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Aki was holding Tudolu's ankle, treating his wound while saying, "This battle has drained too much of her energy, and she doesn't have enough strength to heal her injuries. My attribute core is not inferior, so let me handle your 6th-realm recovery." She blushed, thanking him, but inside she was screaming. No one has ever touched my foot before, let alone a man touching it, she wondered. "Aki, where should we go next?" he pondered, knowing that the main purpose of this appearance was to find the elemental core to fuse the attribute into my body. Now that the fusion is successful, I think I should continue on my journey to gather the information I want to find. Information? What kind of information are you gathering? A figure of her appeared in his mind, and he thought to himself, that makes sense. Besides Lena, who knows the secret of his reincarnation? No one else does. Lou probably doesn't even know that the plan to rescue Disa, who is being held captive, is outside his awareness. He thinks about the 2 opposing factions. The confrontation between King Tan and New Luke Hao, whether Lu and the others know about it, might influence which side they take. Aki lowered his head to avoid eye contact and said, "It's nothing. Maybe it will be more convenient if I go alone next time." Her current strength is already on par with a fourth-year warrior, completely equal to Captain Kukdio Duong. She worries, does he want to set out alone? He confirmed, "Yeah, but I'll go with you for a while because I have something I want to discuss with Captain Kukdio Duong. All right, your wound is fine now, but it will be a bit painful once the muscles tighten. Don't move too much during this time." As the sunset approaches, he said, "Let's go." She agreed immediately. 3 days later, in Hesperos City Level C, Tomoe just caught a picture of the bird flying over. Then she flopped down in front of the window frame. So bored. Then she suddenly collapsed to the ground, writhing in frustration, not knowing when Lu and Aki would return. They weren't here, and it was so boring. Sino is nearby lifting weights, probably trying to level up. He glances at her and smiles. "We can't fall behind either." I know, Your Majesty. I was just bored. Since they're not here, I'm so bored I could die. I want to go outside and train because leveling up in Hesperus City is too slow." Suddenly she heard a familiar voice say, "If it's so slow, how about my team leader takes everyone out to level up?" She immediately stood up and looked out the door to see someone standing there. They all exclaimed together, "Liu!" Tudu Liu let out a soft grunt. Sino ran over and asked Luko, "Where are Aki and the others?" She immediately informed him. He went to find Captain Kukdiu Duong and demanded to revoke the soldier status of the city Hesperus. Both of them, upon hearing this, were horrified at the idea of canceling their soldier identities and gritted their teeth in Captain Kukdiu Duong's meeting room. Clenching his fist, he shattered the surface of the table. He asked about canceling the status of this city. Kukdiu Duong sat next to Joel and Zago. He loudly asked the person standing with their back to the three of them, "What exactly happened?" Aki Joel raised his hand to support his chin and said, "So after training outside, you looked down on us and Hesperus." Aki chuckled and waved his hand, saying, No, Captain. You misunderstood. How could I be ungrateful and unfaithful? Keep explaining, it's just something I want to do in the future. I don't want to involve everyone or the city of Hesperus." Jago sat cross-legged and calmly asked again about involving us and Hesperus. "Actually, I don't really know how to explain it clearly. These days, saying such things is considered extremely rebellious. But in my mind, I'm thinking, who's the one suffering? I can't just tell them I'm Aki who was reincarnated. And I want to overthrow the king and the new Luke Hao now." I frown and say decisively, "It's a complicated matter and I don't know how to explain, but I hope everyone can understand my hardship. I just don't want to involve everyone else." The three of them sat silently without saying a word. At this moment, Joel also crossed his legs and sighed, saying, "This good kid has a bit of a worn-out look like I used to." Jago immediately let out an amazed laugh. She questions Joel's decision, which is completely unclear. Does he really agree just like that? Jago turned to Kwok Duong and urged him, "Say something. If he does something dangerous, what then?" Kwok Duong frowned in thought but said nothing, then stood up, resting his hand on the table and said to Aki, "It's not that I don't trust, just that I'm worried. Let's do it this way." He stands upright and clear, saying, "If you can defeat the three of us, I will agree." "How about that?" Jago turned to look at Kuro Duong. She helplessly hugged her head and said, "Only you guys can tell me what to do." "Huh? How about this? I'm just a bit stronger now, or should I try a different approach?" Kukdio Duong is determined, considering this as a test of your strength after your time away. "Who, among the three of us, do you want to train with?" Both Joel and Yoga are somewhat Chidai Aki's response, and a murderous aura erupts. Aki put his hands behind his back and said, "Let's do this." To reassure everyone come up too. Shino still wondered about what Tu Dolu said in the training room. So Aki is not only wanting to leave Hesperus, but also to cancel the soldier identity of this city, right? He bowed his head and said, "That clearly draws the line with us." Tomo also asked Tudolu, "Is Aki hiding something because he's troubled?" Tudolu looked down and said, "He didn't tell me the specifics." She recalls the time on the way back, driving on the broken wet road with the two of them sitting in the car talking. Aki told Lu that he wanted to do something, but it was probably something that wasn't allowed at the moment. "You recall your past, still focused on driving." Aki continues talking about my past. "I want to challenge some powerful forces above and rescue an old friend of mine, so as to avoid involving others later on. This time, I am returning to Hesperus City with her to cancel my current identity as a Hesperus warrior, while Liu is still attentively listening to what Aki is saying. "Why so sudden? Are you sure we have to cancel it? Maybe we can help him." Aki firmly replied that it was impossible. Liu's eyes widened in surprise. Aki said, "Even after everyone knows what happened, Banglong will help, but with everyone's current strength, there's nothing they can do." Tudu still looked towards Aki, confused by what he said. Recounting the story to Shiro and Tomo, she lowered her eyes and said, "That's right. I don't know the rest either." Shiro and Tudu remain silent. Tomo, confused, asks, "Is he considered a burden by Aki?" Shiro put his hand on his forehead, closed his eyes, and said, "Aki has always been someone who cares for his teammates and risks his life to save others. I can always see many qualities worth learning from him. If he's stubborn and wants to do it that way, then he must have his reasons. I trust him." His hand trembled as he clenched it tightly, veins bulging on his back and arm. But Zero, feeling a bit uncomfortable, said this feeling of not being trusted by anyone. "It's really terrible. You're grinding your teeth. I can't accept this." Tomo wondered to Tudu. Lu has always hated losing, so I really like her. "Are you planning to admit defeat this time?" Tomo winked at Tudu. "Aren't you planning to help us regain some face together?" Zero also firmly believes so. "Captain, we are a team of 4 and have never completed a mission together. How can we disband like this?" Tudu looked at them with a touch of emotion. "Everyone." Tomo smiled and held up the photo of the 4 of them still on the camera. She's right. No one in the squad can be missing." In the photo of the 4 of them, Tudu stands in the back with a cold expression, while the 3 in front, Shiro with Aki and Tomoe, are all smiling happily. Tudu opened her mouth but said nothing. Then she confirmed she was right. Who would have thought that Akigai wanted to leave the team alone? Tudu turned and walked away. "Let's go, we're going to find him." The 3 of them stepped out to find Aki. At the battlefield, Aki was facing the 3 who had challenged him, and Joel spoke up. Sure enough, after coming back outside, his gaze was sharper. "Ha, Aki." Joel looked straight at Aki, a smirk on his face, as if he didn't see us at all. "Don't underestimate us. We are the false guardians of Hesperus City." Kokdio Duong relaxes and stretches. Joel casually places his hand behind his neck, while Yoga leans on her hip and pushes her chest forward. Joel introduces the 3 powerful guardians of Hesperus. Yoga protests that it's not very proper. "So this is just a name you made up again, right?" Kokdio Duong also agrees that no one would use such a weird name. Joel had to step back and mutter how boring the 2 of them were. Aki still stood straight, hands behind his back, smiling as he said, "So team leaders, what's the decision on who wins? Do you think we're not enough this time?" A source of energy surrounds Kokdio Duong, his eyes blazing, fists clenched, and ready to attack. He says to Aki, "If you insist on destroying the city's warrior identity, then consider this a trial. I know you're a very talented warrior and you've improved a lot during your training outside, but claiming you want to challenge all 3 of us at once is too arrogant." Aki winks. "All right, I will follow the captain's orders." The energy on Rel's chest also begins to glow. He said, Hi is a young soldier, but right now he's just too arrogant. So we will teach him a lesson." After finishing, all 3 charged towards Aki. Joga loudly declared that if it was a test, even if Aki was his subordinate, he would not show mercy. The 3 rushed forward. Kokdio Duong hoped everyone would fight seriously to see if he had the strength to act alone. Kokdio Duong stomped hard, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. "He told me to fight Tianfeng." Quoch Ruo Duong soared into the sky, clenched his fist, aiming a punch at Aki, who has been standing calmly all this time. A loud explosion echoes, a burst of shining energy blowing everything around away. Through the thick fog, Aki's hand is blocking Kukruo Duong's trembling fist. Why is Kukruo Duong acting like this? He is held in midair, Aki's hand gripping his tightly, surrounded by a thick fog. Aki calmly said, "Captain, I told you the 3 of you should go up together." Amidst the thick smoke, Aki's hand is blocking the trembling fist of Kukruo Duong. Why is the crazy alcohol so confusing? Why is it like this? He is held in midair, Aki's hand gripping his tightly. Surrounding the 2 of them was a thick fog. Aki calmly said, "Captain, I told you. All 3 of you go up together." The other 2 rushed forward, surprised that the so-called extreme sugar was actually blocked by Aki, while Joga shouted and managed to block Duong Duong's previous attack with one hand. "How far has your little kid really gone?" Both of them stomped their feet hard on the ground, causing the bricks to crack and break apart from their strength. Duong Duong, Joe unleashes his core energy. Joe soars up and unleashes a combined attack. The 3 of them braced themselves to strike at Aki. Aki reached back with his hand. Thietngi had to avoid a direct hit on them. He spoke, transforming. Immediately, all 3 of them felt something was wrong. They were thrown back by Aki. Aki now, under the appearance of a red demon, clenches his fist and pulls it back. He opens his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. He spoke softly and raised his hand toward the 3 of them. Giant branches suddenly pierced through the steel walls, aiming to crush them. The branches slammed hard into all 3 of them, pinning them tightly against the wall. All three were surprised by Aki's recent attack as he stood below, raising his hand to control the branches wrapping around them. Joel clenched his teeth and told Aki, "Your appearance explains why the evil spirit from before kept feeling you were strange. You are an evil spirit." Aki stands calmly, his demonic nature clearly revealed. Aki's first voice says to all three of them, "I hope the captains stay calm. I have shown my abilities, and please believe that I have no ill intentions. Now I will explain to everyone." The branches gradually shorten. The three team leaders stepped forward to listen to Aki's explanation. "I believe Captain Kukdeo Duong still remembers that this time I went out with Lu to the Bone Burial City." Kukdeo Duong confirms that's correct. "I told Lu to follow you because I wanted you to have a companion on the journey." They found a small, bright white quartz crystal. Just like Aki said, I got the elemental quartz there, then due to a mistake, I processed that quartz. Receiving this unimaginable power, Aki, with a demonic appearance, gestures with his hand as he explains. He thinks about Lu also transforming with a fierce face, horns growing out, and nails changing color like a demon, then continued. Lu also gained a similar type of power during that time. However, when controlling this power, my appearance and hers changed. At this point, Aki remembered that on the way back he had already told Lu, and based on this explanation, he clarified the changes in himself and her, which are definitely related to the elemental quartz, and they must have known about it. This way, it makes much more sense. In the end, we can't say we received the power of the demon. Joga was surprised and said, "Liu also received a power similar to yours. So her current strength isn't fully revealed yet." Aki replied that her abilities are still not completely familiar and need more practice. Her current power level is roughly that of a 4th-rank warrior. The three of them were stunned after hearing that. Yoga questioned whether his ability was much stronger than Lu's. "So, what is his current strength?" Aki closed his eyes and focused on controlling his power. The power control orb rises and Aki returns to his normal form. He says that in human form he's basically a 5-core warrior. All three are stunned, speechless. Aki's eyes still shining brightly, sparking with a small lightning bolt, but controlling the lightning element with demonic power might not be certain. This thought flashed through Aki's mind. Joel was excited, truly couldn't believe it. "I've heard of that quartz element before. Only those with strength and luck can comprehend it." Joga also said that perhaps both of them received their own fate. One a 4-tier warrior, the other a 5-tier warrior who became Hesperus. So we can also be proud. The two were talking. Ramgia turned to see Kukdeo Duong just standing there in silence and asked Duong Duong why he wasn't saying anything. Kukdeo Duong remained deep in thought. Aki looked at Kukdeo Duong and called out team leader Kukdeo Duong. Only then did Kukdeo Duong say he had nothing, and he felt proud of both of them, but suddenly remembered that many years ago my younger brother was also around their age. He recalls the past, the image of the fortress shrouded in darkness with only flickering red lights like blood. He mentions that the city of Hesperus also faced a small-scale demon attack in the evening. My brother was taken by the demon. When I found him, he was only a lifeless corpse. At that moment, Kwokruo Duong held his brother's body and screamed amid the rubble, drowning in a sea of flames as a burst of power appeared, blood red. Kukdeo Duong continued, "I must become a strong enough soldier to protect those around me," he said as he looked back at Aki with a serious expression, knowing that with greater strength comes greater responsibility. Aki listened to the story in deep thought, so Captain Kukdeo Duong also had such a story, which probably explains why our squad was kidnapped by the demon at first. I heard that Captain Kukdeo Duong was searching for us like crazy, so he must be thinking of his younger brother. The image of Kukdeo Duong desperately searching everywhere for his squad flashes through Aki's mind as he pushes himself to the point of madness wherever he goes. Kukdeo Duong closed his eyes and focused, not knowing exactly why he wanted to give up his soldier status here, but seeing that he not only did not succumb to this power, but also was very skilled at controlling and bearing the pressure. He looked at Aki with pride and said, "I am proud of both of you as your captain and Lu." Joga turned to stop and say, "Wait, what do you mean, Duong Duong?" Before he could finish speaking, Kukdeo Duong confirmed, "Yes, I agree to let him cancel his soldier identity." Aki was surprised and wide-eyed after hearing that, then placed his hands behind his back and stood at attention. "I believe this young man knows what he's doing. No need to ask further. They have their own choices and future." Aki bowed his head and saluted. "Thank you, Captain Kukdeo Duong." The three of them stood outside the city watching Aki's car speeding away. Joga ran a hand through his hair and said, "That little guy really just left like that." Aki's past image suddenly appears, a weak Aki who had to fall many times before the physical challenges, sometimes fainting in the commander's arms. She recalls, still remembering when he was tested with that fragile appearance. Truly sad. Let's see how far he can go this time. The three of us look into the distance. Joel laughs and says, I don't know, but this kid, we really can't hold him back. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but that kid Naki over there. A strong soldier appears in Joel's mind. His continued words remind me of a great existence. Kukdio Duong also smiled as he watched the car grow smaller in his sight. Maybe his future achievements could surpass that existence. Under the high blue sky, Aki speeds alone on the road, pursuing his own goal. While driving, Aki thought that at least reaching the 6th level of strength would make the rescue plan for Diza more feasible. It seems there are many demons nearby that can be observed. If I gather more core orbs, leveling up might become more feasible. While on the road, I hear a noise coming from the cramped trunk behind. Aki wondered if the trunk was moving, then a fist shot up, knocking the trunk lid off. Aki was startled and shouted loudly, "Oh, what the hell is that?" Inside the trunk, Liu is there now, while Tomo and Siro are both gasping for breath. Tomoe immediately shouted that he was suffocating and couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, Tomo and Siro took turns questioning Aki. Luckily, Liu told us that you wanted to leave the team alone. Aki is a wicked person. Aki's lips trembled as she couldn't speak. Then everyone shouted loudly. When did everyone get on the car? After getting off, the squad stood together. Aki speaks as the team leader, while Tudu Liu looks embarrassed. She lowered her head, her cheeks blushing as she spoke. Well, as the team leader, I must respect the opinions of the team members, Aki interrupted. But didn't we already talk about this on the way here? Tudu Liu raised his voice. I don't want you to come again. I don't want the squad to just disband like this. You don't understand anything at all. Two contrasting expressions appear in To's frame. Tomo's voice is full of reproach. Snow and I are bored to death inside the city. And then you go out with Liu. As soon as she got back, she demanded to leave the team, standing with her hands on her hips and a determined look in her eyes. I absolutely won't agree. I don't agree. Shino raised her hand to explain and said, It has to be. If you're part of the team, then your problem is also our problem, Tomo agrees. That's right. Hutu also wants to lend a hand. Sino nodded and said, If it's something dangerous, then you definitely shouldn't act alone. Aki's hair was messy. They really are hopeless. Aki thought to himself, well, as a member of the team, I should tell them the situation. I can't tell them about my revival easily, but whether they can accept other things depends on them. Aki steadied himself, his face serious. Well then, after hearing this, everyone should be able to make a decision. My situation isn't simple, and if I involve everyone, it might threaten everyone's safety. I'll continue with my story. After a long discussion, everyone was surprised and asked, Do you want to rescue the person imprisoned by the new king in the illusion of Duke Ha? Aki calmly replied, Yes, that is my secret. You close your eyes in deep thought and then explain. Everyone now knows this is forbidden, yet everyone still intends to proceed. Tu interrupted, saying, You're so excited. This is so thrilling. Wow, I'm joining the fight against the new king to rescue the hero from before. Sino is also very excited. You are truly remarkable, Aki, hiding your secrets like that. There's no need to discuss anything else. I trust you. I will join too. Tudu Liu approaches from afar, speaking up to join in. Aki was confused and unsure how to handle the situation. Wait a minute. Their reactions made me feel something was off. Everyone can hear clearly now, right? That was against the new king. Sino confidently shares his thoughts. We, the residents of Helos, have always been loyal followers of the past king. Even without a king in the past, Hylos City wouldn't exist as it does now. Tudu Liu's gaze darkened, and she said seriously, My grandfather. From Dugioi is a subordinate of the former Liu Hao. The image of a tall man appears in Tudu Liu's mind. Surely he is someone very important to her. Tudu Liu continued her story. The image of the land being built appeared under the setting sun, making her nostalgic for the past, also thanks to following the guidance of the former king and accompanying a few comrades to build Hylos City. So I think my grandfather would also agree with this decision. Aki suddenly realized something. No wonder I kept thinking the Tudu surname sounded so familiar back then. I remembered the first time I heard the name Tudu Liu. It turned out to be that kid. Looking at Tudu Liu, he immediately thought of the brave warrior who once charged into battle with him. Recalling the first time Luke Hao brought the kid to see him and his tense yet honest expression, time really flies. Aki thought for a moment before making a decision. All right, but if everyone wants to join, then your current strength still isn't enough. He looked at everyone and thought for a moment. If they wanted to help me, I would have to take them to meet this person. The squad's eyes sparkled as they asked in unison, Who is it? The scene shifts to Violina, a former 6-star warrior of the 6 halls. She crossed her arms and stood in front of them, confidently asking, Training them? The entire squad froze in place. Aki spoke up, asking for assistance. That's right, sorry to bother you. If I do it alone, I doubt my efficiency will be high. Tudu, Tomoe, and Shino are both amazed. I need to take as many photos of Lena as I can. Why does Aki know this divine being? Could she also help train us? Lena turned to the rocky outcrop and accepted the request. Fine, but how much strength I can gain in such a short time is not something I can decide. It's right to rely on everyone. She turned around and looked in the direction, showing a puzzled expression. There's nothing we can do. After all, he's the team leader this time. Lena brushed her hair back with her hand, a satisfied expression on her face, just like before, as more and more people gathered around him. And he couldn't abandon them and leave. Lena wanted to ask even more questions. So, you have merged the crystal element and also researched the lightning element? It seems that although this body of yours isn't as strong as before, it's still impressive. Aki confidently points to himself and says, "Who do you think I am?" "I am Aki." For a moment, Lena's eyes lit up. She was extremely surprised, smiling as she pondered. "That's right, you're still the same as you were back then. The one who can do anything." The whole team looked towards Aki and Lena. What are they talking about? I can't hear clearly, but isn't Lena already quite old? Sino wondered why she looked no different from others her age. Tudu looked at Lena. "Respectfully, I am a six-hued warrior, and I want to become one too. Our goal is that before we act, everyone must at least reach the strength of a 5-core soldier. Otherwise, going there would be like inviting death, and the team would be in chaos. A 5-core soldier is truly something we never dared to imagine before. So according to the plan, I'll leave them to you while I level up myself." He calmly added, "I also need to find a way to increase their strength to the next level." Lena smiled, her mind full of thoughts making their growth to the 5th rank truly a great challenge. "If you want to get stronger quickly, you might have to use the training methods we used before. It will be very tough and exhausting. Can everyone handle it? The entire team will work together, no problem." The scene shifts to the Grand Mansion gate, where a large truck speeds out, and inside is a strange man thinking about a certain crystal. "If I can find more crystal elements and get additional dual-core equipment, it might lead to incredible results. The Crimson King appears, thanks to you merging that crystal, so lend me a hand then." He leaned back comfortably, crossing his legs on the car's edge. "The glass you mentioned, I actually know a little about it. Aki drives around stylishly, emitting dazzling sparks. Thanks to your fusion with the quartz, it has given me some strength." Sich Ki Vuong leisurely lay on the car roof. "The quartz you mentioned I know a little, but the sound of the wind rushing past the speeding car can't drown out Aki's voice. So why did you appear? Aren't you planning to sleep for a while?" Sich Ki Vuong glanced over and said, "Well, it's thanks to your cleverness that you can digest it. Some kind of elemental quartz, yet it unexpectedly provided me with a bit of spirit. Unfortunately, this spirit is still too weak." Remembering the gruesome and terrifying images, Sich Chi Wang continued, adding that last time he casually helped you deal with that troublesome guy, wasting the hard-earned spirit energy he barely had. Then he closed his eyes and smiled at Aki's bafflingly indifferent attitude. "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying, so I won't bother with you. The quartz crystal you mentioned, with that kind of foolish method, you probably won't find one in a year." Sich Kai Vuong said something that made Aki stunned with a blank face. "I can help you find some similar effective ones in a short time." Hearing that, Aki suddenly slammed on the brakes. The car suddenly stopped, leaving long black streaks on the road, and Aki's doubts erupted inside. "What method do you have? Why do you want to help me? What kind of sound do you have again?" Vicious King clenched his teeth and said, "Next time you have to brake suddenly, let me know in advance." Aki sighed. "Who told you not to fasten your seatbelt?" Sich Ki Vuong paid no attention to the reminder. "Did you fight with the twin-core demon before?" A familiar image suddenly appeared in Aki's mind. You turn to Sich Ki Vuong and say yes. It seems that you are not completely cut off from outside information inside my body. Sich Ki Vuong crosses his arms and replies, "Only the 2 evil cores fighting you are too weak. Otherwise, you would have already received a demon recovery core." "What is that soul recovery crystal?" "It works just like the crystal element." Sich Ki Vuong laughed loudly. "Ha ha! The effect is only quite powerful." Sich Kai Vuong, like a teacher giving a lecture, explained that usually demons evolve through levels or higher ones. The clear icon appears, but after enlightenment, demons, also called demon levels, can only advance by merging with rare demon cores to jump levels. Sich Ki Vuong then thought about the others and continued. "If you want to help your 3 teammates improve their strength, for you human soldiers, if you can refine the demon suppression core, you will gain immense power." Aki turned around and asked, "You said the level of the demon fighting me is too low. Does that mean it has to be a 6-tier demon, and how can I refine the demon suppression core?" just like me sensing the core energy, then resonating and merging. Done. Shichki Vuong flicked his hand and showed off a stylish pose. Ha, ha. No. No. At least a 6-stage demon with dual core must be involved, only those with 6 stages. And dual cores or higher in their bodies can have the demon suppression core. Aki is suspicious. What scheme do you really have? Why are you telling me this information? Are you planning to suddenly appear and seize the demon-absorbing core, then use my spiritual energy to control my mind, making you sweat? Aren't you also a demon, betraying your demon race, and you're fine with it? Shichkai Vuong suddenly laughed loudly. Ha, ha, including me among the 9 kings. Other demons are just chaotic products of the Kothach Bai. King Shichkai appears contemplative. You really don't understand the situation with Ndu leaving me, even if I tell you you wouldn't get it, and you look down on me too much. You're just here for the demon-devouring core and only glance at me out of curiosity. King Shichkai said mysteriously, his large hand resting on the chair beside him. Shichkai Vuong rushed to the side. Didn't I tell you already? What are you doing? A flash of light streaks through. Shichki Vuong quickly grabs Akai's 2 hands with one hand. Shichki Vuong looks at the person below him and says, I told you before that I am in your body and you are in my heart. This life, you are me. And I am you. The 2 struggle in the car, and Shichki Vuong says, if you want to evolve, I will go along with your wish. Because you evolve, I will also evolve. As you grow stronger, I will grow stronger too. Shichki Vuong's face turns serious, so don't doubt my kindness. Just focus on becoming stronger. Level up. Do you understand? Aki gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. This is the power of the king's will. Even if it's weak, it can still hold me down with one hand. Aki gasped for breath, revealing his 6-pack abs. Stay away from me, you disgusting bastard. You're almost making me sick. Shichkai Vuong snorted coldly. Aki repeated, let go. Shichki Vuong sighed and sat on the car roof. Stubborn and unyielding. Aki became serious. So where should I go to find the 6-horned demon? You don't know that these high-level demons come and go without leaving any trace. Very mysterious. Shichkai Vuong's eyes light up. Tisk. Are all of you humans so impatient? I can't help you find it without risking attracting a presence you can't handle. This is complicated. The strong wind blows, making King Shichkai's hair flutter as his deep voice echoes. I will show you how to achieve your goal. Let's see what you're capable of. Akai is deep in thought. The demon with 6 eyes and 6 horns is a high-level demon. Thinking about it, I'm no longer bored. I understand now. Although I don't like that place now, and it's very dangerous to go there, if what you say is true, then the risk is worth it. The young man's voice echoing with the blue sky and white clouds. Sit tight and let's get going. King Shichi nodded. Where to? The car is leaving now. Aki responded to the mansion. King Shichi was silent for a moment. What do you mean by that seatbelt you mentioned? The sky is getting dark and the headlights are coming from afar. Aki stopped the car. We're here. Stop here for now. It just happens to be the blind spot of the town. King Shichki sits in the car with his arms crossed. So before you obtain the resurrection core, I won't appear anymore. When I do, it will drain a lot of my spirit. Aki coldly steps down from the car. Got it. Shichi King glanced at you, and not knowing your specific plan, I remind you that after obtaining the resurrection demon core, don't think about forcing your teammates to undergo comprehension and refinement, as that will only cause their minds to collapse and die. Hey, help me out a bit. Shichki Vuong caught me off guard. Oh, you actually need my help sometimes too. Tell me. Aki shyly blushed and bit his finger. Can you change my appearance? This time, I want to go to the Bright Manor to find a way to join some high-level extermination missions. I can't use my old persona anymore, especially at the Monster Hunt Festival. Oh, and if possible, give me an additional weapon. A large sword appears. The great axe is still usable, but doesn't feel powerful enough. The Crimson King gleams with pride, crossing his arms and looking up at the sky. Ha! If I and you are not at odds now, this small matter is, of course, no problem. The body of Shichki Vuong turns into a tiny streak, which slips into Aki's body, causing him to jump back. Aki's eyes turn completely white as the tiny Shichki Vuong coils around his arm, enveloping him entirely. Shichki Vuong's gaze inside Aki's body flashes with a proud smile as he looks at the new appearance. A sword appears. I'll lend you this sword to play with. Its name is Crimson Dynasty. Thanks, you damn demon. Holding the hilt tightly, Aki confidently walks in to try joining the extermination team. The northwest corner of the Kwang Military Academy's training ground welcomes foreign soldiers registering to join the support team. This extermination mission requires a rank no lower than 4th Hotch. If the raid is successful, a huge reward will be given. I invite the foreign soldiers to enter the training ground in order. They are discussing. I heard a powerful warrior from the Bright Fortress will lead the team. Who is it? They heard the announcement inviting them to visit in order. Aki follows, thinking to himself that many different people come to sign up, but for the demon extermination mission, the more the merrier. The leader arrives with a strong, muscular body. This is the person in charge of the extermination operation, squad leader Niem Duong, a crimson 6-star warrior. He said, "Soldiers, join the extermination operation. Thank you all for your help. I am the person in charge of this extermination operation." They followed the orders, and this time the captain himself went out. It seems a serious situation is unfolding. I heard Captain Niem Duong once faced a 5-stage demon and a 4-stage demon alone, and he cut off the head of the 5-stage demon. It's truly terrifying. The 2 soldiers from Thukwang City are known to be much stronger than those from other cities. They are elite fighters. Niem Duong said that this week our scouting team was responsible for tracking the demon's whereabouts. They lost contact in the rotten forest 3 kilometers north of Thukwang City, and none of the 6 team members have returned. He also said that the leader of the scouting team is a 5-core blue core warrior, a comrade of many years and quite powerful. The other team members are also top-tier 4-core warriors. Nothing has happened for many years. According to the latest intelligence from the reconnaissance team, there is a high chance they encountered a powerful demon, at least a 5-core, possibly a 6-core demon, or even a demon king, which still poses a threat to the transportation around Tukwang City. Niem Duong also said that since the city cannot lack many soldiers, this time help from external soldiers is needed. Aki secretly thought that it might be a 6-hybrid demon, at least a 6-stage one. Coincidentally, the Zichwang stage mentioned that at least a 6-horned demon with dual cores is needed to revive the demon core. Niem Duong also added, even as a warrior, at the moment of awakening and sacrifice, you must see people die and see corpses. I must eliminate the demon, then you will command everyone. All right, everyone understands the situation. If you're willing to stay and help, then move forward. We will organize the team and set out immediately, aiming to return before the sun sets. At the northwest gate, soldiers in battle armor stand ready, with hopeful civilians before them, expecting victory and peace. Eliminate all demons. Truk Squad achieves a great victory, they shout to start. Truk Squad achieved a great victory, exterminating all the demons. Exterminate all the demons. When they arrive, it will be at a scorching desert. Ren Yang mentions that the total distance to get there is about 3 to 4 kilometers. There are many demons along the way. The soldiers must stay close to the team and keep quiet. If we split up, the demons will attack us en masse, with unpredictable consequences. Aki heard that guy's words and realized that after leaving the shop, our team had already attracted the attention of the demons. However, the arrogant soldier puffed out his chest and said, "I'm telling you, Captain Niem Duong, don't think of us as rookies. Our team has many capable fighters, so if demons come, aren't they just coming to die?" That made Nan Nan furious, whispering, "The fools!" But unexpectedly, that guy was struck suddenly through the heart and kidneys, shocking everyone. Sa tribe demon. The Sademon clan is a demon race in the desert wasteland, creatures that love to hide in the sand to ambush. It has a dark yellow color and attacked suddenly on the sand. Then, it burrowed and escaped. The teammates shouted, "Demon clan, we're ambushed." The soldiers had to fight together against the evil clan, but they found it hard to catch because of its escape and the desert environment, which is the perfect stage for the evil clan. Ren Yangguan is worried. So from behind this team, the number is almost equal to the small-scale evil spirit of the 3-stage evil spirit. He shouts and continues fighting. "Soldiers, do not fight alone. Form teams and face the enemy together." Everyone charged forward with all their might and fought with all their strength, as if they were just having fun. Niem Duong unleashes hidden murderous intent during the attack, but only a group of 3-tier desert demons. He enhances his body with the system on his body, easily piercing through many people and attacking each one individually. Desert demons unworthy of catching my eye. It is Niem Duong's victorious satisfaction that makes him grin sinisterly. They cheer, "Captain, our team is scattered, this time it's bad. Everyone gather for battle. If we're divided, we'll die one by one." Some of the soldiers have already been separated from us quite far, so if you can save them, do so. Before that, we can only hope for luck. The demons fight and kill soldiers with ease, but Aki appears and unleashes a red flame that forces the demons to retreat. The teammates noticed the black-haired guy with yellow eyes appearing as a savior to rescue them, but he accidentally broke something. Aki told the team, "Stay close and don't just stand there." They ask, "Why don't you come with us?" "The squad is getting farther away, the demon clan is growing, we need to go now. There's no more time to worry about others." Aki just chuckled softly, then activated his all-destroy mode within his sight. It was much easier to do it alone. At that moment, all the teammates fought back and attacked the monsters. They were rescued by Niem Duong. He told them to stick close to the battle formation and not fall behind. The Hoang team leader. "Soldier reporting, Captain, the team has regrouped completely." He responds affirmatively. More sounds from behind. Captain Niem Duong has a lost warrior returning. Duong approaches them and asks, "Are you the most separated group? Is there anyone else?" They said a foreign warrior had saved us to block our retreat. He stayed alone to face the remaining monsters. That was foolish of him to stay alone in the aftermath of the battle. Why didn't he retreat with everyone else? The soldier said he's brave, but that makes him an inexperienced warrior, and he's definitely heading for disaster. They say this ambush is large-scale, so if he stays alone, he'll have to face more than 10 desert monsters. I told him to retreat with us, but he didn't even bother to look back, just said one thing and kept walking. Duong asked, what did he say? The soldier said, "It seems I'm better off alone." The man behind him laughed. You're quite arrogant. If you still had your intact body, that would be a real blessing. Still, Duong's intuition told him that even with a dozen or so monsters like these, I wouldn't come out unscathed. Then he said, if it weren't for him staying behind to draw the monsters' attention, our losses would probably be even greater. He ordered, "Whether alive or dead, he is still one of our warriors. Come and see. I predict there are still many desert demons awakening, ready to fight at any moment." So they arrived there with the captain right in front, in a region of strong winds and obscured visibility, everyone paying attention. At that moment, our team was the furthest separated by the desert monsters, and the blinding sandstorm quickly put us at a disadvantage. The reality before them is a sandstorm that's hard to penetrate, the territory of desert demons. Teammates shout out, "Captain, there's a demon coming." Duong orders everyone to prepare for battle. Amidst the swirling dust, Aki's figure appears, holding a sword behind his back, cold and mysterious. "Seeing you." Duong couldn't believe his eyes. The teammate pointed to Aki as being him. The one staying behind to cover the rear is him. "Aki has seen everyone. You speak up, Why is the team here?" "Yeah, I thought you had already advanced. I was planning to follow." "But Renyang looks at you. How can your body have such a dangerous aura? Is it because of the demon blood on you? Are you okay? I heard you stayed behind in the rear guard." "Where are the remaining desert demons? Weren't there more than 10 of them?" Aki quietly thinks to himself that all the demons have been killed by him. In front of them is only a skeleton on the desert. That news shocked the entire team. He single-handedly destroyed more than 10 desert demons. "What level have you reached?" "No way, Captain. There's something strange about this guy. If he's not higher than the captain, how could he have defeated all 7 demons alone?" Aki replied, "I am a level 5 core, Even with my current potential strength, I've surpassed normal level 5 and level 6 warriors. Facing level 7 warriors is no problem. But I never lied." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Level 5 cores aren't bad, but even Duong didn't expect this. "I didn't expect you to be just a 5th tier. Even I am a 6th tier. Facing over 100 desert demons alone is very difficult. How did you manage?" Aki calmly replied, "I am simply good at mobile combat, trying to avoid them gathering, then taking them out one by one. Your suspicion is useless. I am already prepared." They couldn't help but be surprised that they fought by moving around. If that's the case, facing each one individually without giving them a chance to surround you is truly a talented fighter. Then, Duong spoke up. "The young outsider warrior did very well thanks to him. Blocking the rear, the team had enough time to regroup all right. Everyone change direction and keep moving forward. Everyone move out. Finally, our team has reached the place where the exploration team disappeared." He asked, "Is the map only marking 2 entrances? Are there really 3 entrances?" They go deeper into the decaying forest entrance. Soldier bow, "If we explore each path one by one, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. This forest isn't big, but it's not small either, and with the search, it's taking more time than usual. This time, we only have enough personnel for 2 entrances. Based on the team's combat strength, I suggest dividing into 2 groups to ensure sufficient fighting power, but we can't split further." Duong also found it hard to decide. "I understand that splitting into 2 teams is the safest, but there's still one more path. What if the exploration team is heading in the right direction?" While everyone is unsure what to do, Aki speaks up. "I'll go alone to explore the remaining entrance." "It seems you're very determined about that choice. You're going alone." A terrifying scream echoed from the forest, causing panic among the group standing in front. "Captain, this sound is misleading. We're in a hurry, so let's quickly form a team and investigate." The guy next to him also added, "This sound, based on my experience, probably means there are more than just 5th-tier demons inside." "Captain, do you know the size of this forest? Why are you asking about these things all of a sudden?" "I don't know the exact size. We haven't measured it precisely. One of the reconnaissance team's tasks this time was to measure its area. For now, probably a standard team of 10 people, continuously exploring. It will take 3 to 4 hours to finish." Aki lowered his head, hair covering his eyes. "And if that's the case, with our current number of people, 3 entrances are not enough. Aki raised his index finger to indicate his idea. If I explore one of those alone, I can still make it before the sun sets. Your face looks confident. If I didn't have this ability, any uncertainties wouldn't affect the progress of the other two teams. What do you think? I hear someone mocking us from afar. Haha, I guess I just showed off a little earlier, so now I'm acting all confident. Someone agrees with me. Captain, although what this young man says sounds very arrogant, there is some truth to it. The captain also tacitly agrees. Who's to say he's wrong? Besides, everyone knew whether what he said was true or not, and then two more squads appeared behind Aki. Captain Hyam Duong, so if we split the groups, my brothers and I would have to be in the same team. The whole group is getting all worked up. If that's the case, I have a suggestion. Don't put me in the same team as that self-righteous hunting squad. You look down on the hunting team? You guys are just a bunch of freeloaders. Alone, you can't stand on your own. Before he could finish, someone else cut in. Do you have a problem with the independent soldier? Do you believe I won't hit you? Go ahead and fight. Aki looked at the scene before him with a helpless sigh. Just like before, the chaos among the foreign soldiers was uncontrollable. Niem Duong lowered his sword to the ground and shouted loudly, "If you want to fight, wait until we finish the mission and then fight. If you're in the team now, you have to follow orders." The captain's voice is firm and cold. "If you really want to fight, let me handle it." Everyone fell silent. Niem Duong organized his thoughts. After all, as an outsider soldier, his discipline had finally cracked. In short, he needed to quickly find the reconnaissance team and return. The longer we delay, the more problems we'll face later. He agreed to Aki's request. "All right, but I warn you, kid, if you act alone and face any danger, no one will be there to help you. Maybe I'll finish my investigation before those guys do." The crowd behind started making noise again. That spoiled brat may have acted well before, but in this situation he still wants to show off. That's right. There are at least 5-tier demons inside. Niem Duong is also determined. All right, let's see who finishes first. He clearly divided the tasks, with the extermination mission unchanged. Considering the level of the demon, prioritizing rescue of the scouting team, the other members split into 2 groups and prepared to go inside. The aura emanating from the forest grows stronger, and everyone is already in a ready stance. Aki is the first to step in, moving somewhat leisurely, with everything around him clearly coming into view. From the high branches above, some creature is hiding and waiting. It jumps down and charges at him. Aki remains calm, as if he had foreseen everything. He calmly drew his long sword and thrust it straight into its body. Immediately, a greenish liquid burst out from it in all directions. His eyes softened, filled with heroic spirit as 1,000 red dots and 1,000 pairs of eyes watched him from the deep forest. That demon falls to the ground heavily, motionless as he turns around to scan the surroundings, stopping at this area. You will definitely team up, and when you see an enemy alone, you just can't resist, right? I smile smugly, but the reason I go alone is because I can use my power without holding back. Then he used his own demon power. His eyes were deep, and 2 sharp red horns appeared on his forehead. His power surges, and he stomps the ground, causing it to crack open. "Come at me. I will kill until the strongest among you appears." His voice is full of authority and energy as Aki approaches the low-level demons. They rush out of the forest, about 1,000 of them, and the scene shifts to the main squad. Even during the day, the dense trees hide the sky, making it as dark as ink. The guide in front, holding a flashlight, spoke anxiously, his voice eerily calm as he nervously looked around and muttered, "Stay alert to different directions. Never let your guard down. As long as our squad stays united, the demons won't be foolish enough to attack. Basically, there shouldn't be any major problems." Those behind quickly spoke up, saying, "Do you think that arrogant fool has already died?" Haha. Even if they haven't died yet, they'll be chased by demons until they pee their pants. Ha ha ha, the leader seems to be shining a flashlight on someone's figure. "Oops, be quiet, look over there, what is that?" With that familiar figure and back turned, he quickly reached a conclusion. It was the uniform of our reconnaissance team. He was surprised and extremely happy. It really was a stroke of luck. Our squad found it right after entering. The squad behind is celebrating. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect us to find it first. It really wasn't a wasted effort, so are we going to get a reward?" Ha 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 ha. He quickly grabbed the lantern and ran towards the body with great excitement and happiness. "Brother, are you a member of the Royal Fortress Reconnaissance Squad? We came here to find everyone. Where are the other team members? Where is the reconnaissance team leader? Brother, are you okay? Come with us." The figure in front of him was motionless, making a grinding sound like teeth gnashing. He still didn't know what had happened, so he bent down and shined his light on the corpse. "Brother, what are you digging up? It seems you've realized the problem." His eyes showed shock and fear as a demon devoured its lunch. The very corpse right in front of him. He startled, dropping the flashlight in his hand, and shouted loudly as the demon climbed from the corpse toward him, its voice terrifying and eerily strange. Just then, this guy had already been devoured completely, and the squad behind was all terrified. Their voices weak. Luke Hotch Song Hotch Tam. The twin-core green and purple demon snarled, its eyes glowing, with 2 violet orbs on its head. It is the twin-core green and purple demon. The twin-core green and purple demon smiled eerily, blood on its mouth, with its 2 fangs ready to fight and target its prey. You arrived just in time. Its left eye glows with a red light, and its mouth emits a strange and terrifying smell, as if it has just detected an opponent. The purple-blue core is a 2-core Lukai demon. Outside in the dark night forest with tall trees and thick foliage, there is a call of Luke Kai. The core is a 2-core Luke Kai demon. The green-haired guy is terrified of what's in front of him. He is a dark-faced demon with glowing red eyes, holding something that emits blue light and sounds urgent, indicating danger. He quickly signals team leader Niem Duong, hearing the report from his teammate, and presses the button on his device. Signal shot. In a dark forest, a powerful lightning bolt rises into the sky from the device in his hand as soon as he hears his teammate's report. However, beneath the sitting demon, there is a figure that looks very much like a person kneeling in darkness. The bright blue beam shines so intensely it can illuminate a small area of the forest. However, in front of it, the lower part of the demon is completely hidden, so only the person's shoes are visible. The light is so bright that it causes the demon pain and discomfort, making it close its eyes and cry out. It's too dazzling and unpleasant. Now I can see more clearly that there is a red-haired person kneeling. But this person is really strange, with their entire body in black. The demon is nowhere to be seen, but a streak of light suddenly appears behind them. That blue light sped up and soared into the sky. Suddenly 2 sharp 3-fingered hands reached out and grabbed it. It turned out to be the twin-core demon flying up, clutching it with red eyes and a grimacing mouth as if in pain and discomfort from the light shining straight down. It is determined to break that light apart. Everyone and he look up, surprised and alarmed. Yen's teeth clenched as he looked up at the demon, fear on his face and surprise in his eyes. What kind of joke is this? At this speed, some of his teammates have already run over and are looking up at the demon, exclaiming they didn't expect him to catch the signal shot with his bare hands. He seems very frightened, supporting himself and shouting loudly to warn everyone. Stop standing there, run. With a ready stance, he glanced over. We're no match for them. Quickly meet up with Captain Niem Duong, break through and retreat first. As he finished speaking, something brushed past the branch, and he looked up to see the demon flying down to the branch, looking down at the 2 people below in a rather gloomy atmosphere, with the 2 below feeling quite scared, looking around the forest with small purple lights. The demon said with a chilling purple gaze, showing its teeth with 2 sharp fangs, licking its upper lip as if craving and taunting its prey. Let's wait together. Niem Duong, with his steady shoulders and firm build, seemed a bit uneasy inside. It's too quiet. This fog always feels like something's wrong. A sword slash sounded, and at the girl's feet was a recently defeated corpse. He looked back and observed. No, something's not right anywhere. He didn't say anything and turned away. There are many corpses of monsters that just finished fighting on the ground. Her teammate looked a bit suspicious and turned around cautiously. This rotten forest isn't big, but since we entered, we haven't heard any sounds at all, as if we've been cut off. The girl has been focusing on fighting the monsters, so she didn't notice anything unusual, huh? So why do I feel normal? Then I turned my head and kept fighting. Moreover, with the commander present, the outside soldiers coordinated very well. After the battle, they all executed finishing moves, and the progress was excellent. But I wonder what happened to that stubborn guy who insisted on acting alone. With a slightly aged look, Aki appears as a warrior. A bright light flashes behind him, and a loud sound startles him. He turned around and saw the ground covered with the bodies of demons, but he also saw the 2 red and yellow-haired men collapsed. Suddenly, the girl behind him spoke and appeared out of nowhere. He is the leader of the HJ group. He quickly turns around, extremely alert. The girl from earlier has transformed into a demon, with only half of her face remaining, and the other half turned into a demon. The demon seems to be grinning mischievously with great pleasure. Do you like this scene? The demon's eyes glow bright red. Next, it's your turn. He swung his sword forcefully at the demon. Kill for me. As he fought fiercely against the powerful demon, a figure dressed in black with a red sword suddenly appeared, rushing from behind. A loud sound echoes as the 2 swords clash. Strangely, half of the forest is red, and the other half is blue. He opened his eyes in surprise. It was you, it's Aki. His sharp eyes and the large red sword he holds exude beauty and coolness as he looks quite angry, blaming and pointing his sword at the demon. Why are you protecting the demon? However, he still calmly replied, staying composed. Captain Naim Duong just happened to charge forward, causing the fog to disperse a little, but now she has blocked his sword. The girl from earlier has returned to her normal form, no longer a demon, and she is now holding a sword in a defensive stance. Look, the one you want to kill is a demon, right? He looked back in panic. Then everyone, including him, looked back at their teammates, each one clutching their wounds and shouting. They had all been affected by the demon's enchantment. He woke up and spoke. This place is affected by purple nuclear demons that influence the mind. Aki pondered with his hand on his chin, thinking. Moreover, it's much stronger than the usual purple nuclear demon. You look at the blonde-haired guy holding his shoulder with a pained expression. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have split his teammate in two. The guy suddenly shouted, "Captain! I saw everyone had already died earlier. A demon with his weapon swung at me. Everyone stands in the midnight forest as you speak out. It seems everyone will see their own terrifying illusion, disturbing the mind. If it pushes us to self-destruction and slaughter, then it truly causes our collapse." He instructed everyone to gather, and everyone obeyed, confirming the situation nearby. He was about to leave but turned back to look at you. Seeing you standing still and staring at one spot, he asked, "How did you figure that out? Don't you have another way?" Luckily you appeared just in time, or I might have killed you. You turned your back and held your red sword, radiating power. Coincidentally, I have a certain power that magic can't affect. The flames around you, the red energy, and the lightning element. These two powerful forces seem to keep men from being infiltrated. I was also attacked earlier. He carefully holds the sword on his back, alert for the demon above, preparing to jump down and fight him. Kai's red sword sweeps through the monsters. However, no matter how many times I killed them, they kept coming back, and I realized that the flaw was a trick caused by the fog. This type of fog causes hallucinations without you realizing it. Maybe you're lost here. He turned back to look at you in your full black outfit and red sword. What exactly is your ability? I didn't expect you to be able to resist the Huan technique. Are you really a 5th-tier warrior? I am willing to help, but don't ask about everything I have. Captain Hiem Duong, I am not your soldier. Maybe this time the demon really is the 6-star 2-nucleus demon I need. His face darkened and turned crimson. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the forest. "Captain Hiem Duong, save me!" Everyone looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Hiem Duong's eyes lit up as he quickly called out to everyone. "It's another squad. All soldiers follow me." The soldiers and he hurriedly flew away, but Aki still stood there holding his red sword, watching everyone leave one by one. The twin-core 6-period demon was pinning the young man down, causing him pain and grimacing. He clenched the demon's hand, surprised to find someone unaffected by my enchantment. That's interesting, especially the power that just erupted. The twin-core demon of the 6-period clenched its teeth, its red eyes blazing with excitement. "Come on, let me see. In the midnight forest with towering trees, you were pinned down and sat on by the demon. You can't resist. Who are you, really?" Aki's eyes are filled with sadness as he ponders. The purple-green nuclear demon. It's not that simple. Rushing through like that might fall into its trap. I turn away, unable to leave them behind. They hurriedly ran towards the call for their teammate, then adapted to the situation as they went. How many soldiers have died here before, and the light is getting weaker and weaker. The enemies following this team are not ordinary demons. He looked ahead with wide-eyed surprise as everyone was running quickly towards the call of their teammate, and he shouted out loud. Veins around his eyes bulged vividly, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before him. He gradually raised his voice. That's when he looked up and saw the members of the other team fainted and hanging from the branches, and he pointed and shouted. The team captain is from another team. They've all died." Aki looks at him with a cold expression. Hiem Duong, with a calm mind, remembered Aki's recent words, turned back and said to him, "Don't do that. Don't panic. Didn't everyone forget that this demon is the purple core? It's definitely the spell causing us to lose our minds. Stay calm. It's waiting for us to lose before it acts. Then it will take the opportunity to strike." Aki calmly walks over to his side. "This is real. Move forward. This is indeed another squad." He looked at you in surprise as a demon suddenly appeared, eyes wide, tongue out, drooling. Everyone is on alert and drawing their swords for self-defense. The demon is already nearby. In the brief silence, a man who had just finished fighting, with a little blood at the corner of his mouth and a weak voice, said, "Captain, help me." He looked up at the young man who had just spoken, a hint of panic in his eyes. "Help me." Hiem Duong happily hurriedly helps them down. The Noon is not dead yet. His teammates rush over. Yes. But just as his teammate approached, Aki drew his sword and swung it in front of his teammate, then lowered the sword to the ground. He looks a bit surprised by A's actions, and his teammate, startled, falls backward. Tiem Duong, looking angry, said, "What do you mean by that?" His face darkened, and his eyes started to shine. "Everyone, look carefully, Captain. It's the guy from earlier, who called for help weakly, now with the evil demon's six-limbed core wrapped around his legs, one hand holding onto him and the other pulling his head back. That demon is hiding behind the guy with a very cunning laugh. He. The demon slowly reveals its face. Oh, that makes me curious. I didn't expect you to detect my presence so quickly. That's truly strange. My Hoan magic has no effect on you, then these corpses are useless too." A beam of light from below, everyone is on high alert and scared. He is very angry about this. "You damn filthy creature." Suddenly, a huge red beam of light shoots from the tree down to the ground. He brandished his sword, ready to fight it. With an angry expression, he swung the sword from above his head to kill the demon. A mountain-shaking strike and a thunderous roar echo loudly throughout the forest with a flash of red light. Part of the forest has been destroyed, and smoke slowly rises into the sky. The large tree in that area was cut down and split in half, leaving only smoldering ruins with smoke billowing everywhere. As the forest was silent, a young man exclaimed, "Did we succeed? Oh my God, humans are so rough." Your voice startled me. Both of them quickly turned around, surprised to see that the demon had not yet been defeated. The twin-core demon, Luke Kai, sat on a branch looking smug, but still far from defeated. The small nuclear soldier Luke Kai is grim-faced and very angry because he has tried many ways but still cannot kill the demon. Then fight until you hurt it and can't go on. Many blue, red, yellow, and green lights shine down on the ground, illuminating part of the area. Wait a moment. When you hear him say that, it's a bit difficult to handle in this situation. You know the demon is very strong, and you secretly think, damn it. There were too many people for anyone to stop them. Their anger had made them lose their reason. Everyone launched their attack at once on the demon sitting peacefully on that branch. The demon's purple eyes flashed with a cunning smile, as if challenging them. "Then, let's play a game. The red sword is stabbed through your mother's body." He suddenly has bright red eyes and cuts through the smoke. He lands and covers his eyes with his hand. There is purple smoke all around, but the demon has disappeared. Someone shouted, "There's no trace of him!" That demon turned into smoke and disappeared. He quickly landed on the ground. Everyone quickly found the evil spirit and focused on the 6 core points. Hurry and find the evil spirit. It's obscured by the smoke and hard to see. Then a very bright white light shone from behind. The guy turned around and saw Aki with the ghostly figure of the demon behind him. Half demon and half Aki. Damn it. Aki's body has transformed into a demon with a dark face, and it smiles eerily. The guy points at Aki and shouts, and everyone looks in the direction he's pointing, where the demon is, on the other side. You are just standing there, watching everyone look at you. Aki has now realized that you are no longer yourself, but that the demon has made everyone unable to recognize Aki anymore. Now everyone sees Aki only as a demon. I see, so that's how it is. I am immune to the demon's illusion magic, but from the beginning they were already mentally confused and affected by the illusion magic. Using illusion magic to make others believe I am an evil spirit fighting against me while it watches from above, it's a classic case of the fisherman benefiting. The demon sitting on a cloud of purple smoke with its legs crossed looks down at you with a rather amused expression. Behind it looms a large purple eye. Down here, your teammates are being psychologically manipulated by the demon, so they brandish their swords to attack you. But you don't run. You stand still, holding your red sword and looking at everyone. However, up here there's a demon sitting high above with a large purple eye, watching its opponents prepare to destroy each other. Haha, interesting. Niem Duong and Aki fight to the death. The demon is defeated. Aki's eyes light up with anger. Captain Hein Duong didn't expect to have to fight him. From above, the scene below is covered in a red hue, and the demon is rejoicing. That was truly spectacular. It's been a long time since I've seen such an intense massacre. Aki is furious, seeing us as a joke for entertainment. Fine, then I might as well test the true power of my lightning attribute. A stream of red energy was shot directly at the demon, but it quickly dodged the 2 others. Unexpectedly, this demon blocked the Captain Niem Duong's red nuclear attack. Akai transforms into Crimson Blade King. If the nature of lightning can counter the demon's power, then Crimson Blade King uses the strength of his glowing sword. Niem Duong, angry, shouted loudly and charged to strike it down to avenge the other soldiers. Shichkai Vuong quickly rushed in with the power of the Than Kiem, forcing the captain to bother him to take a short break. The energy from the sword struck down by Shichkai Vuong spread everywhere, knocking the soldiers away. Hiem Duong was surprised. Why is there more lightning? What is this kid's lightning, really? It not only carries the enormous power of a demon, but also makes me feel extremely uneasy. Shichkai Vuong stands among those lying on the ground, just as he predicted. adjusting the intensity of his special lightning to erase their negative states, including this demon's Hoan Thuat. Shich Ki Vuong looks up at the purple eye. The demon is still in the sky, and the demon lord is also surprised by what just happened. The lightning shattered the joy spell. So what is he going to do now? Shich Ki Vuong shouted from below, his voice carrying a bolt of lightning. The demon above the purple eye sat unsteady, and surprisingly, his voice carried the destructive power of lightning. The giant purple eye began to crack and finally exploded, causing the demon above to fall down. The demon ambushed the warrior king from behind. "Go and die, human soldier." The warrior king turned around, his eyes blazing red. "Either you die, or I do." He swung his sword at the demon. The demon was pushed back, luckily blocking his attack, but was struck first himself. Shich Ki Vuong slung his sword over his shoulder and approached the demon. As expected, this demon with 6 cores and 2 nuclei truly was worth the effort. Not only does he possess a strange power from the lightning element, but he shows no fear or tension when facing me. In fact, he seems quite excited, as if he's the demon and I am the prey. Shich Ki Vuong leaps forward, charging at the stunned demon ahead. The ground around Shich Ki Vuong was torn open, but he didn't hit the demon. The demon swiftly evaded his attack. The demon begins to regain its strength. A group of demons appears around Shich Ki Vuong and attacks him. Transforming into multiple demons is not just a simple illusion. Shich Ki Vuong attacks each one in turn. The demons on all sides keep provoking him. It is a combination of the joyful technique and the agile movement of the 2 nuclei, but there is only one true form. Shich Ki Vuong's sharp eyes gradually observe the actions of each evil spirit. Shich Ki Vuong suddenly spoke. "So it's you, huh?" He quickly drew his sword and struck the demon, causing the demons to gradually vanish into nothingness. This guy's power is truly his weakness. My moves are completely useless against him. A light appeared above the demon's head, and in an instant, the Crimson King swooped down, swinging his glowing sword at the demon's head. "Offer me the core of your resurrection seed in sacrifice." The scene shifts to Thukwang City. Lightning constantly streaks across the dark sky. Tudu stood high above, looking down at the skyscrapers, her lips pressed together in silence, but suddenly a piercing scream rang out. That was To. Lu pulled back her hand after striking the other, and Tomo slowly sat up. She looked up at the person beside her and softly asked, "Lu, what are you doing?" But all she received in response was a nonchalant voice. "I'm just sensing Anne's aura," Lu said as she moved forward. "Huh? So that was Anne?" she kept wondering. "Is that thunder? Why is that?" But Lu hadn't had time to answer before hearing Sino's voice. He tilted his head and asked, "What are you guys looking at?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tomo quickly pointed at the flashing lightning and looked at An, both crouching down in thought. Is that An?" Tomoe replied. "I don't know either. I heard that Lu said you can sense Anne's aura there." Hearing that, Sin retorted, "What are you talking nonsense about? That's just thunder. There's probably rain over there. What are you all staring at like that?" He rushes forward with a grim face and yells directly at the 3 of them. Before Anne returned, they hadn't become stronger, so they could only become more trouble for her. As she finished speaking, she remembered Anne's instructions before leaving. "Before I return, I need to strengthen their physical abilities. I want them to have powerful physiques." Anne's face became clearer and clearer, along with his pleading and earnest words. "Please, it's up to you, Lena." At this moment, she silently thought that she had to fulfill Anne's request at all costs, as long as he could return safely. Lena continued to scream, her tone growing more ferocious. "Keep fighting for me. I'm going up now. This time you must defend against my attack for 10 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, Tomo sighed about the difficult task. The 10 seconds earlier, we already endured 5. At this moment elsewhere, the Crimson Spirit King is relentlessly hunting the 6-core demon, and the demon does not hold back, directly revealing his fury. "Damn it, only I can strike from behind others." Before I finished speaking, King Zichki immediately swung his sword forward. He grins mischievously. Could he be faster than lightning? Then he grits his teeth and says, "Why are you so stupid?" The legendary demon is now trembling with fear. Why do I feel an unfathomable and profound presence emanating from him? Is he really just a human warrior? "Stop right there. The demon is dying." The demon Lukakai caught the sword in front of him and shouted, "Damn it! Because of your strange lightning, my core cannot unleash even half of its power. It continues to threaten, but don't think you can get them." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon's core emitted a strange light, and together they died. This was the demon's attempt at self-destruction. Its eyes gleamed with a strange light, preventing its plan from succeeding, and the Crimson King threw a sword to send it soaring upward. The Crimson King slightly smirked and said, "If you want to self-destruct, then call forth the giant." "Let me help you," he said, and shortly after, lightning appeared in the sky. The lightning kept striking the body of the legendary demon, and he screamed in agony, "Are you human or demon after all?" Shichki-Vuong did not answer. Then he simply said softly, "A warrior." His body exploded in a burst of smoke, rising endlessly, and finally the twin core crystals appeared, slowly descending into Shichki-Vuong's hand. He clenched it, then released it, silently wondering if this was the demonic core. The sky gradually darkened, and tonight's full moon shone brightly. In the middle of the forest, a figure unconscious leaned against a tree corner. Niem Duong slowly opened his eyes, let out a cry, and held his head, wondering to himself, "Am I the only one unconscious? Since when?" He looked around and saw that the others were also unconscious like him, silently wondering if everyone was here and all of them were in a coma. Interrupting his tangled thoughts, Tran Niem Duong's familiar voice asked softly, "Captain, are you awake?" In response, he exclaimed in surprise, "But it was him." Aki leaned to the side, one hand on the ground, slightly resting against the tree behind him. Niem Duong was about to draw his sword and rush forward, asking as he moved, "Is it already night? So where are the twin-headed demons?" "It's done. I've taken care of the surrounding demons, you can rest assured." Nan Duong hesitated slightly at the reply, then caught the water bottle you threw over, and you said with a completely calm face, "Take some water, Captain." "Are you saying you handled the twin-headed demon all by yourself?" Nan Duong asked in surprise. "Yeah, but the other team members and I have already done our best." "I'm surprised. It's the 16-armed demon. So, what exactly is your true strength, Aki?" He stood up lazily. "Just consider that I happen to have the ability to suppress this demon, and the most important thing is that everyone survives, right? I will go check if there are any remaining monsters around. It's already midnight, so please rest a bit longer with the other soldiers." Hearing that, Niem Duong turned around and looked around. Everyone was lying on the ground, slumped over, and he figured they probably wouldn't wake up right away. The illusion magic of this demon really makes it hard to defend against. Even I was unconsciously taken over mentally. Aki explained, "The twin core demon at this level is considered one of the top combatants, with 2 different dark cores, and their power is not just double. Are you trying to encourage me? Waking up so quickly already shows you're very strong." But Niem Duong sighed and said, "I am a powerful 6-core warrior, and still the top combat force of Tukwang City. But this time I was underestimated by this demon and couldn't unleash my full strength. It's really frustrating." He frowned, "And as the person in charge of the purge operation of Tukwang City, and also as the captain, I won't pursue your identity further since you saved us. But as a soldier, I can't ignore this." Niem Duong clenched his fists. "I am very curious. As a 6-core soldier and you as an outsider soldier, who can defeat the demon alone, and who is stronger or weaker among the 6-core demon? He suggested we have a little sparring so I can see what your true strength is like." Aki firmly refused. "It's not necessary, Captain. I believe your true strength is definitely not inferior. This time, the lack of information about the demon caused you to be in a difficult situation." Before I could finish speaking, Niem Duong interrupted. "Don't refuse me. Just consider me extremely curious about your strength. His sword is pointed at you, so please spar with me." Does Aki quietly evaluate the personalities of Hu Qian and Hu Thang? That's right. If a warrior doesn't have these 2 qualities, how can they become a strong warrior? Then he corrected his words and said, "I have no problem with that. There is an open space nearby." The bright moonlight illuminated every corner of the forest. They moved to a nearby open area. Zhen Nianyang began to move. He prepared himself for battle and said, "Please don't hold back your strength. If you're truly powerful, let me see it." Aki replied, "I was once as aggressive as you, so I will compete seriously with you," and drew his sword to attack. Niem Duong feels happy. Very good. Like a gust of wind, he rushes toward Aki, launching a wild slash. The red blade kept appearing layer after layer, but then Niem Duong looked around in confusion. Where was he? He saw no one, only the traces of the previous attack. Niem Duong stared up in shock as a shadow leapt down to strike him. He reacted swiftly, yet it was behind him. Above. Niem Duong blocks Aki's sword with his own, then unexpectedly stomps on his hand, causing a deafening explosion that fills the ground with smoke and dust. Aki takes Niem Duong's weapon and suddenly speaks. "You lost. Aki is on top of you. No matter how many times you try to stand up, I will find an opening to counterattack and take your weapon the moment you strike." His cold, emotionless gaze. "Do you still want to try again?" Niem Duong's voice trembling slightly. He's right. Whether I'm prepared or not, I always lose my weapon. It's a gap in strength, in his power, and the pressure he exerts. I only see that in them, Tan Lu Kao. Aki reaches out to help him up. For a moment, his face softens. "That's enough. Niem Duong is still stunned, feeling completely different from just now, or from Tan Luk Hao, almost like a kind elder, sometimes cold, sometimes warm. He quietly concluded that he was truly a mysterious warrior. Niem Duong grabbed Aki's hand and cheerfully said, "All right, I admit defeat." A little later, he rubbed his arm and asked, "Why did you join this temporary team with your strength? You're definitely not an ordinary fifth-tier warrior. You're even the strongest warrior I've ever seen, only second to Tan Luk Hao." Aki frowned slightly. "You muttered, 'Tan Luk Hao is behind them?'" Niem Duong continued. "The 7-hall warrior is the peak, and the gap between the 6th hall and the 1st hall is probably even greater than the gap between the 1st and the 6th. The power of the new 6 hairs is beyond anything a 6-tribe warrior like me can compare to. No one has seen their full strength yet. I heard that some of them once entered a place called the Ancient King's platform alone and came out safely. This surpasses our imagination." Aki suddenly entered the Ancient King card. Turns out they are actually the Ancient King card? You remember how badly you suffered inside there. Aki's face grew serious. "That's not right. They're still hiding something. Niem Duong pulls you back to reality. It's almost dawn, and the other soldiers will probably wake up soon. Will you come back to Tukwang City with us?" Aki calmly replied, "Yeah, let's go back." Just as I had a few things to take care of, Bin Min appeared, sensing your thoughts, and it was time to see the effect of the Demon Recovery Core, so the two of us headed back to Tukwang City. Currently in the command room, Tian Tungsu said to Niem Duong, "Dual cores, 6 cycles, death core, these are formidable." I heard some soldiers say, "There is an outsider with very strong strength. How powerful is he?" He bowed his head sincerely and replied, "He's just a 5th-tier soldier." After the mission ended, he left the team alone. The mission was somewhat successful, but the other team members are also very outstanding, especially the fallen soldiers. Commander-in-Chief of the strategic team, Tian Tungdu. Soldier 7-hued Huang Hach asked in surprise, "I thought a 5-hued soldier would be stronger. If that's really the case, I have to meet him and try to recruit him into our team. If there's nothing else special, then go back and rest. The detailed report can wait until later." After saying that, he turned to look outside, and Niem Duong quickly replied, "Yes." As he just stepped out the door, Niem Duong's teammates took turns saying, "Captain Niem Duong has come out from the Strategic Wind Command, and Captain Niem Duong has come out from the Strategic Wind Command." He didn't respond to them and pondered silently. "I've done what was asked of me." Also, Niem Duong remembered what Aki had said earlier. "Captain Niem Duong, I hope you can speak modestly about my abilities. I joined the temporary team of Tukwang City, but I don't want the higher-ups to notice me. This is my request." At that moment, he looked surprised and asked, "You saved a member of our team, which is something I could do, but aren't you interested in the reward for the mission? Who exactly are you?" Aki let out a sigh. Phew. Then he looked up at the sky and said casually, "I don't know either." At this moment inside the bright castle at a hotel, Aki had just finished bathing and stepped out while drying himself, finally washing away the blood of the demon on his body. After walking to the bed, he looked at the demon suppression core again. Then Aki gently sat down, quietly picking up the core and muttering to himself, then, "This thing." 1 second later, Aki suddenly had a thought. This demon core was indeed completely different from the usual demon heart, especially the aura of evil contained inside. For an ordinary warrior, forced absorption would have consequences. At this moment, King of Crimson suddenly appears, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Well done. You managed to obtain the first demon suppression core so quickly. At this moment, Aki said in panic, "Why did you suddenly appear like that?" He calmly asked the other person, "If you've already obtained the demon suppression core, do you know how to use it? But this thing really is only usable by you, no one else." Hearing that, Aki asked in surprise, "Why?" So Sichki Vuong calmly replied, "Because you are special." At this point, he transformed him to look like himself, causing Aki to angrily shout, "Hey, what are you doing?" And then the Crimson King said, "I like this form of yours. Still, you try to ask, what do you really want to do?" "Don't act so friendly with me," he said happily. Hey, human nature is really bad. Just a reminder, your current form is very effective. The Resurrection Core is a unique product within the internal body of high-level demon beasts. Its power is more than a normal human body can withstand. Too fierce, enough to drive ordinary warriors into madness or even cause self-destruction. But your inner body possesses 2 things that can suppress this raging power? Aki quickly asked him. 2 things? Shichkai Vuong quickly replied. 1 is your demon physique because of my existence, so you are completely immune to any corrosion from demonic aura. The second is the lightning attribute that you self-upgraded through the flower blooming stage. Aki still didn't fully understand his meaning, so he asked hesitantly, "Is this what you mean?" You are creating a lightning stream in front of him, which makes Wong frown in discomfort. In addition, he also ordered with a frown, "Well, this is it. I don't need to see a demonstration. Just put it away." So Aki accidentally discovered King Sichi's weakness and muttered to himself with doubt, "This guy really resists my lightning." Moreover, he also clearly told you something. Your formidable lightning attribute is very effective against demons. It can suppress their power and almost purify their aura, so by combining these two abilities, you can help other human warriors fuse with demon cores. But they must at least have strong enough physical and mental resilience, as without it, the fusion process can easily affect their sanity. The others, you'll only know if you still have something to say when you help them with the fusion. After a moment of hesitation, Aki returned to his original state and asked him, "So how exactly should the fusion be done?" "So I have to help them merge how?" Very decisively. Wong exchanges 1-for-1, naked body, energy merging. Aki screams in terror. "What? How do you combine with a naked body?" King Sichi began explaining step by step. "Why are you so excited?" "To maximize the sense of connection with the other person, isn't this just a very normal thing? Combining means both merging and sensing energy. You can use your own energy to transmit into the other person's body." Aki did so while sensing the changes inside and thinking to himself, "This is really bad. Tuonak is still a guy, Lu and Tuomo are girls, they will misunderstand me as a pervert. Wait a minute, Tunak is the weirdest." He started imagining himself naked, saying, "I'm done changing, let's get started." Then he was scared himself, holding his head and shouting, "I don't want to do anything with a loud man." Seeing Aki react so dramatically, he sighed and asked, "What are you really doing?" Moreover, the Crimson King could not understand human embarrassment at all. While Aki was still dazed from those thoughts, the door of the apartment was turning open. The door opens and Lina enters with a cheerful expression. "You're back, Aki. Aki calmly replies. "Yeah, I'm back. Where are the other three?" The remaining three appeared after the door. Lina called out, "I've taken good care of them." Seeing Aki, the three of them quickly ran towards Tumoi, who was leading, and suddenly asked Aki why he had changed again. Tudu was running at the back. I've gotten used to him. Feeling his aura more easily, he hesitated and said, "I have something important to tell everyone about training." At this moment, he appeared to be extremely serious about the secret he wanted to reveal to everyone. After a while of chatting in the room about the remaining secrets, Lina suddenly stepped close to Aki's private parts, causing him to jump in shock and scream out loud with an angry growl on his face. "Are you serious?" Looking at Aki, Tomo suddenly covers her mouth. "Oh my god, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Naked fusion." When Lina grits his teeth, in the previous life, he was clearly indifferent to all hints and my nighttime attacks. This life, he's very good at playing the game. With a look of contempt, she glared at Aki, the perverted boss. "Do you believe that if I step on you once, you'll be forever doomed and never have an heir?" Tom was trembling in fear of having no successor. He calmly explained, "What nonsense are you talking about? I told you, this is an unavoidable situation. We have to cooperate like this to fuse the demon suppression core. Without my help, they would be corroded by the evil energy inside the core." His voice trembling, he looked down at the foot, threatening his little one, wondering if he could just put his foot down since everything below felt cold and numb. Hearing Aki's words, Lina was speechless and had nothing more to say. She angrily flicked her coat and left. "Let's discuss it. I'll take a nap and call me once you've decided." After saying that, she went out and slammed the door, startling everyone inside. The room was now filled with a silence, and two hesitated. "Lina, what's wrong, senior?" At this moment, Aki became very serious and explained to everyone, "The method is not only unusual, but also dangerous. If it really works, I will quickly go and get the remaining 2 demon recovery cores. For now, this demon core only helps one person level up. Who will be the first to get it?" Tomo, lying on the bed, was deep in thought, feeling very embarrassed despite being comrades because she had to be naked in front of others. She immediately thought of Tunak. Of course, Tunak wouldn't have any issues, especially since her mind at this moment was filled with 7,749 positions with Tunak. In the hidden corner, Tudu hesitated to speak, her face blushing with embarrassment as she said, "I already have demonic power within me, so it should be easier to merge if I try. Maybe I should go first." Zeno immediately interrupted her. "Of course I am the first one. I look extremely determined. Of course I should be the one to try something so dangerous first. My strength and spirit are only useful in moments like this." "All right, thank you for trusting me." Tomo happily supports. I understand and I support. In contrast to everyone's cheerful appearance, at this moment somewhere in a corner, Tudu remains silent. Inside the room, the two of them take off their clothes one after the other. The physical strength Nale has trained has definitely improved a lot. The feeling of being stronger than before isn't bad at all. Sino slowly takes off his shirt, revealing his toned body. Maybe all the male fans of my channel want to have a body like that, right? If you want to achieve it, just leave me a like and subscribe so you can get a physique like that. After changing clothes, Shino asked Aki if he should take off his underwear too, startling Aki as he turned back, holding Shino's small pants tightly. No need to take it off, no need to take it off. It probably only affects a little, just a little. Outside the door, To and Tudu Lu are secretly recording lively moments of the two people from this angle. Their cameras are capturing the moment as they exchange inner energy. Is it okay for us to peek like this? When Lena suddenly appears above the two of them. It's okay. We're just worried about them in case they need our help. Hearing her voice, Tomo looked up and asked, Senior, why are you here too? When Lena gestures silently with her hand, then whispers, let's just focus on the research. The three of them stood quietly outside, watching in as Shino held the demon pill in her hand. If what you said is true, then it contains an extremely terrifying demonic power. The magic stone in your hand emits a hazy glow and also releases a stream of black aura. Even holding it in your hand makes me tremble. Aki begins channeling energy into you and reminds you to relax your grip on the demon core. Close your eyes and use your strength to sense its connection. It will hurt a little later, but don't worry, I will be here to support you. Shinu closed his eyes, his voice steady, and began to enter your subconscious. In the subconscious, a vast space envelops your vision, and a faint golden light gradually appears. I see it now, that golden light spreading further there, like the core of my power. Can the resurrection core recognize a power that suits it? The space inside is starting to warm up from the heat emitted by the golden light. Should I move closer to the yellow light? Thinking that, I slowly stepped toward it. Suddenly he paused for a moment, looking up at the golden light sphere held by a mysterious giant creature. Surprised by that immense primordial demon power, it is truly enormous. You reach out your trembling hand toward the sphere. Is this the mighty primal demon power? Suddenly, the sphere cracks with a sound, releasing a huge surge of power that causes the surrounding space to shake, quickly swallowing him up. Gradually, it begins to invade your body, causing you pain. When you reach your limit, you roar. This is the power of primal demonic force. How can humans possibly have enough power to fight against it? Suddenly, the giant creature opened its eyes and tightly embraced the sphere surrounding him. Damn it, the primitive demonic power that I fabricated is seducing me and invading my mind. Damn it, will I become a monster that still looks rational? Vuong Kai Vuong is watching everything from above. I told you to follow my instructions, or there's a high chance your friend will die from an explosion. He relaxes his hand, and above it, another form is holding a sword. Now, it's your turn. His eyes wide open, creating an eerie sense of pressure. He soared into the air, looking down at his opponent, the Golden Demon. The Golden Demon looked at him, surprised to meet King Kai here. Does this thing still have consciousness? I thought it was just an illusion after all. Shichki Vuong looked down and spoke to the small human version. At the same time, the demon was holding a large yellow light bulb. You can think of this as a primitive form of demonic power, and I am the purest existence closest to primal strength, which is why I can sense it. I can't attack it. If you want to help your friend, then act quickly. Otherwise, your friend might turn into a monster and lose their mind, and I can't be held responsible. The tough and hurt boy was thrown into the air, his steps lifting as he slowly approached. Tunak soared high, unleashing lightning from his palms onto his opponent, causing the enemy to convulse in pain. You can't fall here. The Golden Demon curled up with a round light, looking at him, and its hearing had already picked up something. You have an extremely foul smell on your body. The Golden Demon detected a certain scent, and a bright yellow light rose up with an unpleasant odor. Such a disgusting smell that it must be completely eradicated, and his eyes also detected a certain scent. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a human dressed entirely in golden armor blocked the powerful strike from the yellow demon clutching the glowing orb. The small character in his palm leaped up high, aiming his sword at the opponent. What is that? Why is there another demon here? Golden Demon gazed at its opponent, a primitive and bizarre demon. In a rather dark sky, he looked down from above and shrank in size. It's not that easy to shrink down. Down below, both are ready to fight. If you want to help your friend, you must first deal with the demon in front of you. This is the illusion of the demon-seeking core. The Golden Demon has begun its attack, moving toward the opponent and reaching out its hand. He crossed his arms and watched the Golden Demon with a red chair behind him filled with many eyes and a goat's head with long, sharp horns above. He sat down, crossed his legs, and began to walk. He turned back, looking annoyed at his master for rushing, while the two demons watched them silently. Don't act so bossy and don't order me around. The golden demon, in the shadow of the yellow light, leaves that light and quickly rushes toward the opponent. The golden demon flies toward the opponent, one leg raised to crush them, but a burst of golden light and a loud explosion make your eyes fill with hatred. The fight has worn me out a bit. I catch my breath and say, "Come on, let me see that strange power of yours." As I finish speaking, the golden demon rushes to fight me. He blocks the approaching yellow demon with his sharp red sword. Because the twin core has transformed into a golden core, its power has increased significantly compared to before. With your long claws, you push your feet firmly against the ground. Loi Trien, I kick the yellow demon hard in the stomach and emphasize, "Get out." However, despite kicking with great force, its armored belly remained largely undamaged and unscathed. His eyes blazed with a fiery red as he stared at the golden demon. If it's just relying on your fists, you'll need some skill. That's true, no wonder it's called the legendary defense of the golden core. The golden demon brought its sharp hand to its own belly and condensed it. The giant golden demon pressed its face close to yours in panic, causing you to drop your sword and create a shield that combines offense and defense, with confidence to compete in physical skills. I see. The boy's eyes light up. Then let's see. The golden demon was already trembling a little. What kind of strange power is this? Combining demon strength and lightning power, yet it's so powerful? You use all your strength to run like a lightning bolt toward the golden demon, knocking aside the stones blocking your way. He used a tremendous force with his hand on the sword to pull back, then pierced through the belly of the golden demon with a massive light behind the demon. On both sides of you are two snakes with sharp fangs, furious and savage eyes, devising a way to have it all. Below, a person in a black hood with long claws uses a technique infused with demonic element to create an upgraded lightning clone. You launched a powerful attack at the golden demon, causing a massive burst of light. The golden demon's golden armor shattered into pieces along with blood. The golden demon sat down in pain as the sword pierced its belly, its sharp eyes trembling as it looked at you. He actually managed to steal the demon resurrection core of the demon, even with his resurrection core power. Sichki Vuong looked behind. Even the primal power of the demon felt terrifying. What kind of strange power have you finally evolved into? Maybe I can really use this ancient power of his. He licks his upper lip as if thinking about something very enjoyable, making his plan even more likely to succeed. Then keep evolving, humanity. A strong white light rises into the sky. Continue evolving. Hang. A large white creature with sharp, pointed teeth approaches the boy from somewhere in the distance. He spreads his arms out to the powerful white light. He clenched his teeth and evolved into the five-element form, then reached down with his hand as smoke billowed around his feet. He opens his mouth, and the fangs he exhales release streams of smoke. His eyes glow bright yellow with intense anger. Is there anything else? Bring it all out here. The sixth-stage evolution form is complete. The golden demon silently observes you. Then he watched the young man from earlier with the sword, and the golden demon's armor slowly being pulled into that huge round light and then disappearing. He flew over. Impressive. Consuming most of the demon core's power not only helps you evolve. Both of them watched everything being engulfed by the round golden light, just enough to help your friend awaken the demon's power smoothly. One person's eyes slowly open and light up. Your friend is about to wake up. In a large room, the group of friends sit around the bed, with Aki sitting on it alongside Shino. He touches his friend's back and a yellow light radiates around Sino's body. Tudu Lu leans his head against the edge of the bed, while Tomo, holding the camera, captures a shot of the two friends who seem to be very happy. Are you still not finished? Tu-E quickly tilts the camera in surprise, eyes wide as she responds, "Wait a moment. Tu-Nak seems to have discovered us." Tudu Lu Lim blinks, also startled, and takes a deep breath. Everyone gazed at the golden light surrounding Sin Shino, their faces showing shock. Shino widened his eyes changing, the yellow color becoming more vivid. Lena looked at him and thought, "Tu-Nak's eyes are the eyes of a demon." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and an earthquake-like tremor struck the building. The yellow light flashes, and the three girls scream in fear as Shino's body changes. The beam forms a blazing yellow vortex that explodes in the sky. His body soared into that light. Everyone stared in shock. Suddenly, something is slowly emerging from his back. There's more than one of them, and they gradually unfold, transforming into clearly defined hands with bones, flesh, and tendons. The three girls were startled, thinking it had become four hands, as the smoke covering him turned black and clung to his body. Tu-Nak has successfully evolved into the four-stage demon form with 4 arms and 4 yellow horns on his head. Lena widened her eyes, staring in disbelief. How could it be? Without passing through the core, the demon's power had truly fused with the human. Aki, dressed in a black cloak, confidently said, "Now is not the time to be surprised. Tu-Nak's evolution process has unleashed an overwhelming source of power, and the warriors of Tukwang City will surely notice. We must leave here quickly. Before anyone could react, Huang Hun looked at him. Tu Su Liu quickly ran forward and said, "Then you think of a way. I'll guard the door." But before she finished speaking, she was caught by Sino's large hand. "All four of your big hands grab each person one by one. You speak to everyone, sorry for the rudeness." Aki smiled and took your hand, replying, "So you have a plan? Then I'll rely on you." Tunak. Suddenly, a pair of yellow wings appeared on his back, followed by a loud explosion. You each flew out of the building holding someone in your arms. Tu smiled brightly in admiration. "Wow, I secretly think Tunak is really powerful." The dazzling light flashes away as the group of friends fly off, leaving a large hole on the hotel's roof. The next morning, everyone gathers in front of the hotel. The writing on the building fell down. Everyone is discussing whether the sign on it dropped or not. Someone is trying to calm the crowd, saying it's just an accident and to stop gathering. A young man loudly reports to the team leader that aside from the hole on the roof and the broken sign, no other traces were found. The captain of the Self-Guardians team frowned and thought to himself, "That must have been the aura of a demon just now. I only took a few minutes to come here." Suddenly, the warrior looked up and shouted, "Captain, look over there." Then both of them knelt down together as a mysterious blue light appeared, and a shadowy figure materialized within it, gradually lowering itself. The young man continued, "Why did you come here yourself, Lord Dish Luan?" He looked down with an inscrutable expression. "He is Pham Dich Luan, the newest Luke Hao warrior with the strongest dual-core recovery system. Sino has landed on a mountain with a roaring waterfall." He gradually landed on the ground. Tu-E admired and said, "Oa Tu-Nak, how do you feel?" Sino frowned, raising his hand to look a bit contemplative. He replied vaguely, feeling a surge of demonic power within his body. As he touched the ground, the power dissipated and he returned to his original form. To can freely transform into a human form. Lena still has doubts, but is it possible that the reason for her sudden advancement to the 4th stage is because of Anne's support? Sino recalled the earlier moments and replied, "I felt that even when I was unconscious, Anne was always helping me and coordinating the power of the Demon Revival Core." He continued, "Unfortunately, because the demon's strength is too great and requires time to adapt, I could only advance to the 4th stage. Without that, I might have been able to reach the 5th stage." Lena said after hearing that, "Ang is hiding quite a few secrets, huh?" Aki was silent for a moment before replying, "It seems we can't go back to Thukwang Than anymore. It will definitely attract attention." "Nah, sorry." Lena sighed and replied, "What are you apologizing for? That place is no longer the same as before. If we can't go back, then so be it." Tuolu smiled at Aki and said, "If that's the case, then let's seize the opportunity and help Tuomo and me level up now." Tomo happily agreed, saying, "Yes, I also agree with Tudulu's idea. I want to become stronger too." Lena crossed her arms and asked, "So, what do you think we should do next, Anne?" Aki turned to ask Shino. "Tunak, you said you need time to adapt to your power, right?" Shino admits. "Yeah, I feel like there's a strange power within my body that I haven't yet sensed." Aki chuckled and said, "That's good. I also want to see how strong you are now." He then proposed an idea. "Let's go hunt 6-star demon cores together." Sino reluctantly transforms and poses for Tomo to take all kinds of photos. Tomo is very excited and happy, saying enthusiastically, "That's it." "Yes." Lena, sitting by the roaring waterfall, sensed the sound of footsteps. "What are you looking at? Aren't you usually very straightforward? Why are you so quiet today?" He crouched down and sat next to Lena, tilting his head towards Sino and asking, "Is it because of Tunak?" Lena also looked in that direction, feeling awkward, but finally responded with a slightly troubled expression, unsure of what to say. Seeing the sight of a human soldier and a Daman power merging, she couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in her heart. "If this had happened before, I probably wouldn't have accepted it. And also has demonic energy inside him, right? What will happen to humanity and the demons in the end, I increasingly cannot understand." Aki thought for a moment before speaking. "Lena, I also couldn't accept the demonic energy within my body at first." He remembered the past and continued, filled with hatred and disgust, his face grim, saying that just like how our warriors gained their strength through synchronized core armor with evil, today without relying on this power, I believe we cannot defeat even stronger demons. Or perhaps demons are no longer our only enemies? I imagine countless other enemies, my eyes becoming more fierce. Lena replied, "Except for the demons, the new 6th and the new king. I admit they are much stronger than us before, especially the new king. Even though he is only a fleeting presence, but he gives me the feeling that he is so powerful that I have to fear him." She recalled the previous scene and the powerful and strange magic of the new king, and she continued, "That is definitely not a power that human soldiers can possess. It was also at that moment that someone like me who wanted to fight to the death also wanted to give up resistance. Her body trembled slightly. She continued, "It's funny, isn't it, as a Tanlu cow, yet I am so afraid." "What are you afraid of?" "I am here." A familiar figure appeared in Lena's eyes as she looked at herself in the flowing water and softly spoke. Ang suddenly heard a loud call, "And we've finished resting, let's find a town to stay in." He replied back, "All right." He stood up and told Lena we should go too. After hunting the demon core, we should be able to get the remaining 2 demon heart orbs, especially with a legendary warrior like her here. Lena lowered her head, somewhat hesitant, and replied, "All right." They went until the sun was about to set, and there was a demon chewing on something with blood all over its mouth. Sino stepped closer and asked, "Are you eating rotten meat?" Then he commented, "The 2nd and 3rd level demons can be found everywhere, this place. And found seems to be a very large demon lair." Aki thrusts his sword into the monster's mouth with a loud cry of "Attack, attack." Aki firmly grips his sword and steps forward fiercely. He says, "I've been searching from dawn until sunset, and at last I found a rare, large lair. I hope there are demon cores here, don't let me down." A red aura radiates from him. The demons whisper, "You have the aura of a demon," as a tall figure stands behind them. Shino grabbed the 2 demon heads and slammed them together, causing significant damage. Their heads dropped, and he said, "It's over." Tomo looked on in surprise and admiration. Noticing something inside, Aki explained, "I can sense a powerful force deep within this lair. Maybe we can find the demon suppression core inside." Tudu suggested, "I also want to fight, I can too." However, before she could finish her sentence, Aki interrupted her. "No, I know you also have a demon form, but fighting now would drain both physical and mental energy, and she and To couldn't fight before merging with the demon restoration core. The fusion of Tunok consumes a lot of energy and stamina because he must maintain an absolute state afterward. In the end, he goes deeper and tells Lena to watch over the 2 of them. She agreed. Suddenly, 3 demons attacked from within. They scream so loudly, but there's a human here. Surrender or die. Shino raised his hand and said, "Let me try myself." Aki rushed forward and swung his sword. Sino faces the demon and throws a punch at its head. The other 2 demons are a bit panicked and confused, wondering if this is a demon or a human. In the end, they stomped and shouted loudly, determined to kill whatever it was. They charged more fiercely, and seeing this, Sino Tomoe turned to ask Aki, "Will I also become like this after transforming into a demon?" She imagined herself having 4 hands. Aki frowned and replied uncertainly. Then he fell into deep thought. Tunok became more aggressive and combative after turning into a demon. "I don't know how Liu and To are doing." Shino grabbed the 2 heads of the demon and used the bone flower technique. He said, "I used to be very weak, carrying a core of defense against fame, but faced with a low-level demon led by the top demon of the 1st stage, I could only stand aside and watch the team leader protect the city. Facing a 2nd stage fire-type demon, I could only escape under the protection of the team leader. Now I am different. I have power, and from now on I want you demons to fear me." Aki stepped forward with determination, quickly drawing the monster's attention. Aki frowned, sensing the aura gathering here. Sure enough, it's a demon lair. Seeing them rushing towards him in a frenzy, he felt a bit worried as the number of demons kept increasing. Lena nervously asked, "Do you need my help? I'm worried that if it lasts too long, something will happen." Aki quickly replied, "Then please, quickly obtain the undead system as well. That would be good." Hearing that, Lena pressed her hands to the ground and began to use her power. She took a running start, ready to leap up. Tomo stood excitedly behind them. "Could I witness the true power of a level 6 How?" Lena stomps her foot down hard, causing the ground to sink. With a spectacular leap, she swiftly charges to defeat the evil monsters. This power leaves the onlookers in awe. Is this the speed and strength that Liu Hachtam can achieve? I never even imagined this before. Tomo is completely disappointed because the idol event failed. It was too fast. I couldn't get anything. Tunak, also stunned, exclaimed, "What the hell is this skill?" The demon ahead was wiped out in the blink of an eye. Aki grinned happily. She basically didn't use any skills at all. Watching Lena still rushing at full speed, he continued, "It's just activating the shield and running through." Their conversation echoes through the cave. "Tunak, let's go after them." Liu and Tomo are not allowed to attack. They must conserve their spiritual and physical energy. Even though Lena is moving quickly, she still manages to think that there seems to be a large space deep inside the cave. It seems that earlier the demons burst out from this place. She managed to get inside and quickly slammed on the brakes. Lena carefully observes her surroundings when suddenly a strange voice echoes. Tio Tan, the demon who seems to be the leader, sits majestically on a stone throne, yet somehow manages to reach this place. Your true strength level is different from the warriors I have encountered before. It is the 6th-tier core demon. Lena paid no attention to the demon's words and charged straight ahead. It narrowly escaped, but the throne was shattered to pieces. The demon roars in anger. Vuong Toa, you destroyed the Vuong Toa I love the most. My Vuong Toa. Lena contemptuously steps on the broken stone shard, looking down proudly. The throne. Lena's eyes showed even more contempt. You are not worthy, the evil spirit finally snapped, pounding the ground repeatedly. Are you talking nonsense? Countless tentacles full of evil energy grow from the ground and shoot toward Lena. Tunak has now arrived, ready to play the hero and save the beauty. Let me handle this. He delivered a thunderous punch, easily destroying those tentacles. The demon, like a melting ice cube, felt the murderous aura emanating from behind. Still not enough? Aki has also appeared, sword drawn, threatening to bring out the core. Then he charged forward passionately, blood serum falling like rain. Aki looked at its corpse at his feet, feeling satisfied. Got it, with that demon-reviving core, we're still missing one more. Suddenly remembering, I turned back and asked, Are you okay? It's nothing, just my stamina is a bit drained, so I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with everyone in every battle. Lena glanced at the core crystal in front of her chest. Because of this old core crystal, her energy was almost depleted, and the rare core crystal was hard to find. Especially after the new king took the throne, our old Luke Hao was clearly told not to use the core crystal anymore. Aki silently looked at her. Lena quickly spoke up to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. But I'm also getting old, and no longer forcing myself to become a 6-star anymore. And you, looking at him with an indescribable gaze, seem to have poured all your dreams into him, determined to create a miracle once again for us to witness. Aki nodded with determination and replied, I agree with you. I will regain everything I have lost. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a hotel that looks quite modern, Aki is standing in the hallway, holding a vial of liquid and saying, Finally got both. Now it's time to help them fuse with the demon power. You didn't forget to remind Lena and Tunak to watch carefully, did you? Lena confidently replied, Don't worry. Tunak also nodded in agreement. This is a small C-rank town, so there shouldn't be any problems. She suddenly asked straightforward, And you? Lena's cheeks flushed as she deliberately teased, Can she handle 2 girls at once? Akithan's patience is running out. What nonsense are you talking about? The 2 girls in the room heard the noise, and it seems they are talking outside in the hallway. Tui is hesitant. Lu, do you feel tense? The door opens and Aki steps in. He turns on the light and asks, Are you 2 ready? Who goes first? There was a hesitant reply. Okay, we're ready, Lu stammered. Maybe you should awkwardly continue speaking. Let who do go first. He lowered his head in embarrassment, secretly calculating. Damn it, I don't know where to look anymore. Tui hugged Lu tightly, doing something embarrassing. Actually, Lu really wanted to go first. She just wasn't used to speaking up first. Hudamo, I didn't say I wanted to go first. To clear the awkward atmosphere, Aki quickly agreed. Of course, that's fine. He looked at Lu with a gentle expression. Then Lu can go first. Tue quickly ran to another room, and before leaving, she casually grabbed the camera, smiling brightly. I'll go rest in the next room. I won't peek, I swear. Seeing something suspicious, Lu shouted angrily and immediately put down the camera in his hand. After settling the troublesome debt named Tomoe, she immediately sat upright on the bed, her eyes fixed on Aki Kai, who was removing his shirt to reveal his toned abs. What's wrong? Do I look strange in any way? Why do you keep staring at me like that? Donlu's face is about to burn up. She tries to deny it. No, nothing's wrong. My mind is almost exploding. Is she really taking her clothes off right in front of me? Dulu lowered her head, stammering and unable to speak. That's your sister's thing. She shyly asked with her ears reddening, Do I also have to take off my underwear? No. I can't focus like this. I didn't mean you don't need to take it off. Tomo and the people in the next room look just as flushed as they are. Inside the brightly lit room, Aki and Lu sit upright on the bed and open it. He slowly removes the lid of the box containing the demon core pellet. Aki generously handed the demon core to Lu, who took it with a serious expression. And are the demonic power inside me and the demonic power within my body the same? Even now, I still don't know where that inner strength of mine truly comes from. Domar Dolu kui swang, nung tuevo kau kadwa so havichin min, konholahin dangachmakwa min. Dolu begins to recount her dream. Sometimes I also dream of being surrounded by a figure that is both familiar and strange. That is an extremely powerful yet evil, dark, and unpredictable force. After hearing her confessions, Aki gently agrees. I understand, and since I am also very curious, maybe this time we will find the answer. Holding the demon core in the palm of your hand, then infiltrating your mind with your spirit. Okay. Aki slowly placed both hands on her trembling shoulders. You give the signal. I'll start now. Miss Doliu closed her eyes, memorizing Aki's words, infiltrating her mind and forgetting everything else. Very quickly, she entered a mental state, spirit rejuvenation. Dulao opened her eyes and fell, gradually descending into a space where in front of her a demon was holding a glowing orb. Demonic power. Yes, that is demonic power. It is known as the primordial ancient demon. Dulu slowly stepped forward, lost in thought, with absolute power representing the restoration system. They're all here, and the aura is truly powerful and overwhelming. The demon senses her presence and finally opens its eyes. It is emitting a powerful aura that startles her. In an instant, Du Liu freezes completely, her gaze becoming increasingly hazy. Although evil, if she possesses this power, she will become even stronger. But with a little boy's foot, if she reaches out and touches that glowing orb, she will protect him, protect many people, become a servant of the great demon clan, and gain immense power. Liu's hand trembles, just a little more to reach the orb. Accept the primal demon's power, humanity. At that moment, a hand appeared and grabbed her wrist. Another demon suddenly appeared. Oh no, I can't let that happen, my cute female warrior. Dolu also woke up suddenly, panicked and shouting, Who are you? Are you the demon? The demon in my dream? The demon looked at her intently, then smiled with satisfaction. She wrapped her arms around Dulu's waist, channeling her primal power. She is the Black King, period, one of the 6 great kings who control time and space. Sorry, this girl belongs to me. I already claimed her not long ago. That demon answered a question in my mind. One of the 6 great demon kings, Black King Chi, no wonder I felt something was off. Why does this human body have such familiar power? So it was you already gave her a part of your primal strength, didn't you? Vuong Kai clenched Dolu's hand and affirmed, she also helps me take care of another human? I have my own plans, and I am also very interested in this child. Then she coldly warned, so don't make things difficult for her anymore. At this moment, Dolu hesitated and said, I have demonic power within me, and that form is you. She stared intently at her and asked directly, Are you one of the 6 dark kings of the underworld? Does the pale face of Dulu really mean that she is even more formidable than a demon of the 7th stage? Vuongqi slowly explained, This is truly our first time meeting for you. She touched the plump pink lips of Dulu, but I really miss this mouth. It's indeed you, truly enough to give others a headache. A familiar voice echoes. The demon, witnessing this scene, remarks, Quite rare indeed. Aki and King of Red appear in a cool manner. The demon sighs. The Song Kings gather. Sichki Vuong looks down seriously. Didn't I tell you not to get involved in this? Black Kai Vuong Aki also felt a bit suspicious. Is the power in Lu's body from Black Kai Vuong? Both Vuongqi and Dolu are holding their faces. Shi Chang'eng. They act exactly the same, like 2 drops of water. Dongthan speaks. Your Highness has arrived. Sichki Vuong and Aki land one after another. Black Kai Vuong quickly ran over with a smile and called out to Sich, blushing like a maiden in love and acting coquettishly. Hey, don't be angry. She winked and explained to the Crimson King. You're not allowed to interfere in this kid's affairs. I've been obedient and followed orders. I just arranged a human female warrior as an assistant to help gather information. Aki looked at the 2 powerful demons who seemed quite familiar with each other, and a thought crossed her mind. Hak Vuong Ki, the strongest Apma, controls time and space. What are she and Zichvuongqi planning? Zichvuongqi gently pats her head, helplessly overstepping. Hak Vuong Ki, being treated so gently, couldn't help but feel his heart race and let out a shy shout. He rarely shows tenderness, softly telling her that interfering with anything around him would only increase the risk of being exposed and bring more hidden dangers. Hak Vuong Ki, feeling a bit aggrieved after hearing that, said, I only care, so if that little guy encounters any trouble, you will too. Sich Vuongqi asked coldly and seriously, Do you not trust my choice? Knowing he couldn't say anything more, Black King Yi had to compromise. She smiled seductively. All right, I understand. If you don't like it, I might feel a little regretful. Unexpectedly, she reached out her hand toward Tu Dolu and said sharply, Let me kill that woman. Aki immediately sensed something was wrong, his eyes blazing with anger. You dare! You didn't think it through and rushed straight at the Black Kai King, so I will kill you first. He charged forward with incredible speed, but Black Kai Vuong showed no sign of fear or panic. She simply stood there calmly, pointing her finger to deflect the power of Sich Kai Vuong away from him. Seeing you easily knocked away, Liu was very surprised and called your name anxiously. Aki staggered backward, and you knelt heavily on the ground. You stood still, clutching your stomach, as if that last hit was no trivial matter. Liu hurried past Hak Ki Vuong, panic-stricken, running to your side and calling your name non-stop. Are you okay, Nyang? Your body is trembling, your eyes are blank, and you can't speak. This only makes Lu more worried. Sichkai Vuong crossed his arms and looked on with a hint of warning, saying, "Don't cause him any harm." Hakkai Vuong knew he shouldn't go too far and replied, "Don't worry. I just froze his time so he would constantly feel the pain. I was just joking. I didn't expect him to actually dare to attack King Kai." Then she rolled her right eye to dispel it. Only now does Aki's entire body escape the control of time. Liu, standing nearby, gently pats his back and asks Han Yang kindly, "Are you okay?" His whole body collapses forward and he pushes himself up with his hands on the ground, panting. He Wangqi instantly teleports in front of him. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Aki realizes he is no match for the Demon King Qi and has no strength left to fight back. This is the true power of Vuong Qi. Black King Kai smiles cunningly. "I like this girl so much, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to kill her." Then she reached out her hand, about to do something. Liu suddenly moved, confused and unaware of what was happening, as if a magnet was pulling her like iron, causing her to panic and scream, surprising Aki just as much. Liu is returned to King Black, while King Red turns his back, ready to leave. Duke Aki quickly stands up and says, "Let's go. It seems we don't need anyone to intervene anymore." He turned back and shouted at him, "I can't let her interact with that female demon." His steps came to a halt. "I told you. Do you really not understand anything? She is the Black King Kai, holder of time and space, one of the strongest beings. He is always cold and unyielding in his words. The strongest, the most evil demon, moves swiftly. Seeing Haki Vuong signaling to be silent, he casually says, "If she truly harbors murderous intent, you will take your last breath before you even realize what happened. Moreover, she has never looked down on humans like you, so honestly, this is actually your honor." He said so much that Aki couldn't say anything in reply. Sichkai Vuong also didn't want to waste more time here. He urged you, "Let's leave it to Hak Vuong Kai. Don't bother them anymore. Black King Kai, don't do anything unnecessary." Then, the figures of the two people gradually shattered and disappeared from Lu's mind. After they left, Hak Vuong Ki also didn't want to linger any longer and said to the demon, "Luke Kai, all right, Sich Vuong Ki is gone too. There's nothing fun left here, let's end it." It had no other choice and responded with a yes. As soon as they finished, the two demons turned their gaze to Tudu Lu. She pointed her finger at her forehead, channeling her power into her. Her body undergoes a slight change, her eyes now somewhat resembling Black King, as she instinctively senses the awakening of both the green and the otherworldly energies. Then suddenly, she unleashes her power, and a pair of wings appear behind her. Perhaps the transmission process has been completed. Outside, Aki anxiously paced back and forth. Wasn't it supposed that Lu would be able to awaken immediately? Why haven't you responded yet? The Crimson King must calm you down and stay calm. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu's entire body emitted powerful energy sparks that stunned Aki. A thick cloud of smoke rose as Lu escaped the spiritual realm and stepped onto the ground. Lu appears in front of everyone in an unexpectedly alluring form. The green aura, dark green core, black and white flow. Aki stares in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. "Huh? Is this Lu?" King of Crimson looked at her with a slight smile of admiration in this state, as the energy from the Black King of the Six Paths seemed to have a significant impact on her, fully awakening her. This was unavoidable. Suddenly, she reached out her hand, and Aki's entire body was pulled forward by an irresistible force. He shouted loudly, his body flying toward Lu, who was sitting, and her hand lightly touching his chest. She leaned in close and asked, "Do you ever wonder why Aki softly calls your name?" Lu looked straight at him without any embarrassment and asked directly, "Do you like me? Answer me, don't stammer." "What do you mean?" Aki was confused by her question. In his mind, he thought, Lu in full form, such a carefree personality. Sichkai Vuong, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh in frustration. What the hell is that? Sichkai Vuong continued to sigh in frustration, already possessing great power, yet still caring about these things. Humans really are hard to understand. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound coming from outside the door. The door suddenly opened, causing Tomo and Tunak to fall onto the floor instinctively. Sichkai Vuong quickly disappeared. She turned to blame him. "Tunak, it's all your fault for being too heavy and pressing on me." Such a great opportunity, but Tomo looked up and saw something terrifying, her eyes widening in shock. The scene that caught her eye was Du Lu sitting on the table, clutching a Kai by the collar. Tomo asked curiously, "Lu, what are you doing?" It made Lu feel extremely embarrassed, his cheeks turning red. "Huh?" She covered her blushing face with her hand and hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. It's definitely due to being possessed by a demon, but Tumo definitely doesn't believe it." Oh. Aki secretly felt relieved inside, glad that he didn't know how to respond either. He cleared his throat and said, "So now, it's Tomui's turn." Tomo raised the luminous demon core in his hand, holding it carefully, realizing how light it truly was. But it feels very warm, and her body is now completely bare. Aki couldn't help but wonder about the warmth, and he sternly reminded her, "To, you should take this more seriously. This is not a game, and if you don't focus, the demon core might react adversely." Tomo raised her hand to give the command. Understood. So you're taking this seriously?" Aki could only sigh helplessly. Honestly, he really couldn't ease her worries. He placed his hand on Tomo's back and carefully advised her, "Remember to stay calm so you can sense the rebirth demon core. After entering the space of the resurrection core, you will face the primal evil spirit." He said seriously, "You will have to endure attacks on both body and mind, but rest assured, I will enter with you and do my best to help." Aki channels energy into Tomo's body, repeatedly emphasizing what is important. During this process, he must focus his mind and ensure that he controls it, not the other way around. She closed her eyes, Aki's reminder still echoing in her ears, but the most important thing was to see if she could sense the power of the resurrected demon core before entering the space. She didn't forget to comfort her. Tunak and Lu also took quite some time to succeed. Seeing Tomo unmoving, Aki's eyes widened in surprise. Has she already entered the space? When did she succeed in sensing it? You immediately shut your eyes tight and focus your mind. Damn it, I have to enter the space right now. By the time Aki opened her eyes, her appearance had changed. Shichikai Wang looked at Tomo and praised her. As expected, your friend is truly unusual. Not only was she not attacked, but now she has entered the space and is standing confidently in front of the demon, absorbing spiritual energy. The demon looked at her, and Tomo also looked up at the demon, her gaze calm and not hostile at all. She successfully absorbed all the energy from the high-level demon. Aki opened his mouth in shock. Even the primordial demon. Kai Kwang smiled in response, as if even the primal demon's power liked her, and yet it willingly gave her all the energy it had accumulated in its core. Tomo gradually absorbs the abundant energy, her body emitting a mysterious blue light that grows brighter, tearing through the surrounding space. 2 small horns grew on Tomo's head, and she was also equipped with new accessories. The most special thing was the beautiful wings on her back. Yes, the morning sun condensed into a sphere and To disappeared inside it. King Shichikai couldn't believe what just happened. He didn't need our help at all. It's really strange. Your friend from the sphere just emitted a huge amount of energy, and Tomo seems to be breaking free from a cocoon. She now has a new title, the Enchantress Luke Kai Lambok Suku Tomo, and even Tumo is stunned by this achievement. What is this? Is it already done? I thought it would be very troublesome. She called out, her wings behind her beginning to flap together. Tomo thought to herself, wait a minute, this might be able to increase speed. She immediately tiptoed and flew as fast as Idolina, with Tomo instantly appearing in front of Aki to surprise him. Too fast, she praised herself. Wow, Anne, I'm really strong right now. Aki also nods in agreement. Oh, right, you're much stronger than before. Deep down, I suspect that Tomo might actually be a super genius operating under a secret identity. All right, let's go. Suddenly, 4 colorful beams appeared on the roof, shooting straight into the sky. Everyone looked at those beams of light, confused and whispering, "Look, what are those lights up in the sky? Is something flying up there?" They ignore the gossip and rush past everyone. Those 4 beams of light are Aki, Lina, Tomo, and Dolu. He told everyone it was time for us to find a suitable place. You need to be careful to adapt and adjust team coordination, Lina suggests. There is a huge demon cave in the west of Thukwang City, a massive cavern that even the city's warrior team avoids. Hearing this, Aki asked her, "So there must be quite a few powerful demons inside, right?" Her eyes are brighter than the stars, but I think we can go there and check it out now. Thinking to myself, a devil squad, huh? The 4 Star Guardians continued their journey, and their strength would probably be enough to deal with the new 6 heroes soon. The next morning, Aki and Lina stood hesitantly by the stream. You're surprised you're not coming with us anymore? Your tone now becomes hesitant. Is it because I made you unhappy? She lowered her head, not because my nuclear energy was almost depleted. In theory, I can't help anymore. If I keep going with you guys, I'll just be a burden. Aki, angry, gave Lina a quick slap on the cheek, causing her pain, and hurriedly explained himself. What do you mean a burden? What are you talking about? How can you not be able to help at all? You're one of the 6 heroes. Besides, wasn't it you who reminded us about the nearby demon cave? At worst, I'll find a new rare core for you. Aki reached up to gently rub the spot where he had hit her earlier, softly comforting her. She just needed a new core. Lena still stubbornly refused. No need, just go straight. She turned and walked away. Actually, I just couldn't keep up anymore. Lena herself didn't want it that way either, even if it meant dragging Lei along with heavy steps. Aki immediately questioned, but what does this have to do with her not keeping up? Once she's put it back on, isn't it still possible? With her combat experience, definitely. Lena interrupted him, her face filled with sadness. Gangan just forgot. I'm already old and can't stay with you much longer. She continued explaining to Aki. Thanks to the green core's regenerative ability, I've maintained this youthful appearance. Otherwise, I would have become an old man by now. Seeing that you remain silent, Lena said again, I am still young, so I forget that I am actually a father now. Just a little more fighting, and I am exhausted beyond endurance. She compares herself to her teammates, while he and the other three are in their prime, especially now that they possess demon power. I no longer have the strength to understand or guide. If Hugh keeps staying by his side, I will only end up holding him back. So she took your hand and begged, I want to leave. Just watching you from afar is enough. Being with you like this only makes me sadder. Do you understand? Aki couldn't agree. Lena, even if you really can't help anymore, I don't care. All right, don't say anything else. When you go to save Da, find me and take this. Then she shoved something into your hand. Aki looked at it with curiosity. What is this? She introduced. A positioning compass that allows you to find me anytime through this. Lena pointed to a spot on the compass where a blinking blue light indicated my location. An alert sounded immediately. Win, Lena, status is good, she explained, and it even has a voice reminder function. I've prepared something just for you. If you ever need help in the future, you can find me anytime. Lena also handed Aki an extra roll of paper. Here's another one. I have noted the exact locations of some places with demon activity and some small notes that might be useful for you. Aki carefully tucks the item into his shirt. All right then, so where do you plan to go? You can't go back to Dawn City anymore, can you? Lena replied calmly. Don't worry, ordinary soldiers can't do anything to me. After all, I am Win Lena. There are still some. My treasure's in Bright Dawn City. I will go back to tidy up a bit and then move to a smaller town farther away to support the caregivers. What do you mean by aging gracefully? Don't say that. Are you planning to leave right now? Shouldn't you say goodbye to them? Lena pondered. It's better to leave quietly. I've been used to living alone all these years, but your presence lately makes me feel unfamiliar. Oh, right. That girl Lu. Aki was startled, turning to look at Lu. Lu was standing far away but could also sense that the two people were talking about her. Her face unconsciously flushed red. Lu tilted her head, exuding the aura of Bain Guang from the novel. Then she turned to continue chatting and laughing with the two teammates. Lena reminds Aki that Lu cares about him a lot. Don't overlook her feelings. Aki said nothing and just pondered silently. After all, he's always been a fool in this aspect. Her words are full of hidden meaning. A sinister light has begun to shine down on the river surface. It's time to say goodbye. Lena decisively turns her back. All right, I'm leaving now. There's a small town nearby where I can catch a bus back to the city. Watching her back, Aki said aloud, in short, if I find the 7-color green core, you can't refuse then. Lena smiled softly. He's really an idiot. No girl would want to appear lost in front of the one she likes, especially when there are better girls beside him. Doru, Tomoe, and Shino run over. Hey, did Senior Lena leave already? That's right. She didn't even say goodbye. Aki looked back at Lena's gradually disappearing figure. She only turned around to handle some personal matters. Dulu regretted that he hadn't had the chance to thank her yet. Senior Lena has helped us a lot recently. Tunak immediately asked, So now are we going directly to the Demon Beast Cave? Aki nodded. Yeah. According to Lena, this cave is very large and houses many powerful demons, making it the perfect place to test our current combat strength. Aki turned and walked away, casually looking for something. Tunak wondered, what kind of sword is that? Aki exudes deadly intent. The green core of the 7th type. Next time I see Lena, I will give it to her. The 4 of them now look ready to fight, each with a dangerous expression. Tunak shouted, All right, let's return to the city of Min, where the tall buildings shine with lights at night. Quick, let's go over there and check it out. If it's a demon, eliminate it immediately. That shadow is Lena. She has returned to the Dawn City, hiding in an alleyway. The patrols here are also more frequent. As expected, the shockwave from Snow's previous awakening still keeps them on alert. Lena finds a safer entrance. Luckily, the window inside the house is still open. She activated her extraordinary speed, and in the blink of an eye, Lena had climbed into the room through the window. She quietly calculated that she had to be faster, finish with the head, and leave immediately. Lena kept searching tirelessly. It should be left here, right? Why can't I see it? No way. I don't know when Dan sat behind her. I didn't expect she would actually turn back there. Looks like I was right. Lena wins. She suddenly turns around. Dalan crossed her arms, her face calm in front of Lena. She said, "Do you think I will let you go this time?" He is the new Lu Hao, the strongest Green Corps swordsman, Van Dien. Hearing that, Lena started to get angry, but I just had some things to take care of outside recently. "Are you Luke Hao Chi then, that you can just barge into my house at will?" "Van Da Dan." Dan didn't answer, silently took out something from his pocket. He gently smiled while holding a small box in his hand. "You left here, and even returned specifically for this. Is that why?" Lena seemed surprised to see that box in his hand. "Why is it in your possession?" Memories of it began flooding back into her mind. At that time, she was with everyone fighting to destroy the monsters. Lena scolded him as she ran. "Why did your lazy guy come here? There are many people waiting for him to organize everything." Aki immediately turned around and responded. "Lena, you're so kind. I have this to show you." Then he took something and held it out to Lena. It turned out to be a sparkling necklace. "It's a necklace I just made. I'm giving it to you." Lena takes the necklace and secretly admires how beautiful it is. Returning to the present, Dan suddenly broke through her memories of that moment with a sarcastic remark. Until now, she had always been careless about everything. Only this one was kept carefully, thinking it was some kind of treasure, a handmade necklace from stone. But it's actually old and ugly. Lena trembled, clenched her fists in anger. He continued to mock, "Don't tell me it was a gift from some guy." Before Dan finished speaking, Lena charged straight at him. "Give it back to me." She reached for the necklace, gripping it tightly. Suddenly, Dan delivered a powerful kick to her stomach. Lena couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The kick just now made her hit the ceiling. Lena managed to escape, but Dan, as persistent as a leech, kept chasing after her. His strike was so powerful that Lena slammed into the wall on the balcony. She used her foot to create friction and slow herself down. Finally, she managed to stop. "Hate it," Lena muttered with a frown. "The energy inside your body is too weak now, and your broken arm can't be healed." Dan slowly approaches her mockingly, and the energy in her body is now similar to that of an ordinary soldier. His lips curled slightly. "In that case, she will die." Old woman Lena gritted her teeth and clenched the ring in her mouth, glaring with fury. "No matter what you say, I used to be Liu Hao. The new king also agreed with me. If I willingly give up my identity, I will no longer disturb my life. So you won't even obey his orders?" Dan hesitated and asked again. However, from the previous shockwave, Toy Cam sensed a faint aura from her, suspecting she might be somewhat connected to the suspicious character. "Moreover, do you think the king would care about an aging, washed-up old woman like you?" With that, he suddenly transformed into a sword. Lena turned back to look at the cat puffed up behind her. He raised his sword and shouted, "Go to hell!" It rushed forward at full speed. In that life and death moment, Lena turned back to protect the cat. She pulled the cat back but accidentally frightened it. Dan's sword caused a big explosion. The dust is thick and hazy. Lena, in her torn clothes and covered in wounds, pats the cat's head and gives it a warning. "Next time you fight, stay a little further away." The cat was so scared it ran away on all fours. Suddenly, Dylon rushed over and grabbed her tightly. He sneered, truly naive. If she struggled a little, she alone could completely avoid this attack. But it seems like there's quite a commotion. Dan quickly pulls her away. "Let's go outside the city walls." He and she rush past the buildings. Lena was thrown forcefully towards the trees, taken outside the city, and directly slammed into the forest. The dust and smoke gradually fade away. Lena keeps her mouth tightly closed around the necklace. She sat motionless under the tree, too exhausted to move, while Dan stood above, watching her miserable state without feeling any pity. "Lena, your core, I can barely sense your energy anymore," he said, looking at her broken hand with a hint of sarcasm. "I heard that these hands of yours once saved over 600 people in a battle. Truly impressive." Dylan raises her leg with an evil smile, but unfortunately, from now on, it can only be a memory. Lena's scream echoes through the forest as the scene shifts to the demon's cave, where Aki's group is searching for something. The demon's core, Tunak, also intervenes. "The four of us need to work together to defeat it. We're not quite in sync yet." Aki happily smiled as he obtained the heart of the spirit of the demon. "It's great, we got it." Suddenly a scream rang out, piercing his mind, and Aki turned to look at the cave entrance. Seeing his unusual expression, Tunak asked softly, "What's wrong?" Aki nervously replied, as if the direction of the city's letter suddenly made my heart race. He pulled out a compass to search, quietly wondering if I should try the compass Lena gave me. The compass shows that Lena is in a near-death state. Seeing her condition, all four of them were shocked. Dulu immediately summoned her wings and suggested they leave right away, returning to the forest where Lena was tormented. Dan was still continuously unleashing his powers. Aki and the others are rushing at lightning speed. Aki says, the compass shows we're nearby. In front of them, the four of them immediately found Lena. Aki angrily thought, damn it, why is Lena's aura so weak? They rushed towards her at full speed. When they saw Lena's condition, all four of them paused for about 2 seconds. In front of them, Lena was weakly leaning against a tree trunk with her hands shattered and her arms cut off, scattered on the ground. Lena sat there with her eyes closed, but her mouth still clenched around the necklace. Seeing her condition, the four of them were all horrified. Timo covered her mouth. Sally? Lena, tears started to flow down her face. It's her. Tunak looked at her arm lying on the ground, trembling with anger. Dulu shouted loudly, the 2 arms of Lena are broken, and she has lost too much blood. Save her first. Then she used her power to heal. Timo wiped her tears, turned to Tunak, and said, let's keep an eye on the surroundings. This residual core aura is definitely not something an ordinary enemy can do. Tunak and To spread out to protect, and he shouted loudly to defend the area. Aki looked silently at Dulu, healing her, his gaze drifting to the necklace. Lena bit her lip and kept it in her mouth. Aki remembered her expression when she received the necklace. Thank you, I really like it. Lena promised at that time I will cherish this gift very much. Aki knelt in front of her and softly asked, did you come back just to get this bracelet? You grit your teeth. This is clearly just a worthless bracelet I casually made back then. Suddenly, Dulu turns around with a very serious expression, and the situation becomes extremely dire. It's not just the arm positions. Lena's internal organs are also severely damaged. Dulu continued, the 6-colored core energy of Lena has been completely depleted, so she cannot heal herself. Otherwise, with her level. Lena seems to move slightly at this moment, struggling to say 2 words. Aging. When Dulu hears this, her eyes widen. The effort to maintain her youth suddenly disappears, and she begins to cry out loud. Her breathing and heartbeat have... Tears streamed down Dulu's face as she tremblingly said, Lena, she's about to die. Everyone watched attentively as Lena was being treated. Suddenly, Aki had a fleeting thought. Do I need a heart core crystal? He sat down heavily and whispered, Lu, is there any way to save Lena? With my current abilities, I can only try to delay Lena's death. I have restorative energy and can still use the power of time and space granted by the Black King Orb. Liu immediately came up with an idea to seal Lena inside the space I create, doing her best to slow down the flow of time in her life. She continued, but in doing so, I also wouldn't be able to move and would have to exert all my strength to maintain the stability of the space, though it wouldn't last much longer. She anxiously reminded that before sunrise, if a better solution isn't found, Lena will be puzzled and ask why there is a demon near Thukwang City who can defeat her. Even if her strength is not as great as before, she still wouldn't be defeated by a demon. Suddenly, Aki spoke out and gave an order. Lu, just follow what she says and try to keep Lena alive. She nodded. Then he approached Timo to give instructions. Stay here and protect Lu and Lena. Don't let low-level demons bother her and interrupt her skills. Then he stepped beside Tunak. Tunak, follow me. Tunak, after hearing, asked, what do you mean? So you know who did it? You remain silent and Vanon's image appears in A's mind. Suddenly you shout out a name that leaves everyone stunned. Van Lan, the new 6th leader. You confidently assert that the remaining strong aura of his still lingers. I'm very familiar with him. I've fought him before and know his aura and style well. Keeping Lena alive is definitely for her own good, isn't it? Doru knew his name and anxiously spoke up. Although we demons are strong, we can't defeat Van Dalen, and if there are other new generals inside the city, what should we do? This is too risky. Aki tried to reassure Lena, saying the remaining 5 generals have missions outside the city. Trust me, I don't have much time left. Doru's eyes widened as he silently thought that Ngong's expression couldn't stop him. He turned around and stepped forward angrily. Despite how annoying he is, he turned Lena into bait. Doru looked at his back as he walked away and quietly asked Ngong, so what do you plan to do? He clenched his fist, Van Eki burning with fierce fire, leading a large group to kill Van Dan and extract his core. Cut to the fortress Aki mentioned, beams of light attacking fiercely. Tunak looks over, showing disapproval, and rushes straight in to find Van immediately. I'm afraid it's too risky. Fighting inside the city could endanger many innocent people. Moreover, Sunrise City is not a place to be entered lightly. After all, it's the strongest S-rank town of humans. Aki continued, explaining that the energy shield is made from energy extracted from demonic cores with incredible defensive power, capable of blocking a full-force attack from a level 6 demon. From inside to outside, it's fine. We didn't encounter any obstacles when we flew out earlier because the system is set to be safe. Tanak looked at him in surprise and asked, "How do you understand the Sunrise Fortress so well? If that's the case, then lure him outside." Tunak looked at the city and said, "I understand." A loud explosion rang out, and the people inside the city asked, "What's that falling?" The man with curly hair asked, "What the hell is that?" The woman replied, "I don't think she's a soldier." The smoke cleared. The faces of Tunak and Aki appear, and he shouts, wait, those are two humanoid demons." The man with curly hair shouts loudly, "Quickly activate the city's laser defense." He cursed inwardly. Damn it. When dealing with humanoid monsters, the automatic counterattack system doesn't always work accurately. The Vifia's rotating gun, both of them, all laser guns are aimed at them. Aki looked at it for a moment, thinking how ironic it was that something he personally built now pointed straight at him. He gritted his teeth, feeling completely regarded as a demon. Aki raised his voice and said, "We are not here to invade the city and have no intention of harming anyone. Tell Van Dylan to come out here." The curly-haired guy was stunned to hear you mention Dan's name, and then shouted loudly, "The name of Lady Dylan is not something you can call casually, you lowly, evil creature. With me here tonight, don't even think about approaching the city." Thinking of Lena's situation, he couldn't help but feel angry. "If you try to stop me, you'll die," the curly-haired man shouted and fired. Laser bullets from the gunfire towards Aki. He blocks all the laser shots with his hands. The people there started to be stunned and stammered, saying that he blocked the laser cannon's attack. They watch Tunak block the cannon and shout loudly, wondering how strong this demon's body really is, and urgently calling for backup. Tunak quickly calms himself down. "Were you about to kill them just now?" At this point, Aki has completely lost control. At this moment, a mocking voice echoed in his mind. A swarm of ants. Just kill them all. Aki silently thought, "Shut up. They are just ordinary guards. I don't want to hurt innocent people." A group of people rushes over in a panic, shouting, gathering and attacking with demonic pressure. Soldiers near the city wall hurry to support. Suddenly, a blue light flashes from inside the city. Tunak asks in surprise, "What is that flying up?" Van Dylan's figure appears in the moonlight, a blue sword rushing straight at Tunak. Tunak braces himself, pushing the shield to its maximum. Dan rushed toward you, kicking to break the shield. A loud bang sounded, and Tunak was thrown back, but Aki caught him with his hand. Tunak's eyes suddenly widened in panic as he saw the person before him and exclaimed, "It's Van Dylan." Dan stood there with one foot raised, wearing a cold, faint smile, surprised that he could withstand the attack just now. Not bad. The people on the city wall saw him and shouted, "It's Lu Hao, Lord Dan. The city is safe now." The crowd shouted loudly, activating all the laser cannons and ready to support. Van Dylan looked at the two humans and asked, "Are those humanoid demons appearing?" "I didn't expect that. Sure enough, that old hag is involved with your beastly demons. Are you her subordinates? When did the demons and Lu Hao start working together? What shady deal are they making?" After speaking, he stepped onto the ground. Dan smiled cruelly, his voice full of sarcasm. "Could it be that old hag is deliberately trying to look younger to offer her body to you demons for your satisfaction?" He laughed loudly. "That is truly a shame for a human warrior, but luckily I have already crippled her." Aki, furious at these words and filled with murderous intent, cursed under his breath, deciding to unleash his power openly in front of everyone. Dan silently thought about the lightning. The energy was too strong, and why did he feel so familiar? Are these two demons somehow connected to Lena? The city gate is gradually opening now. Aki asks Tunak for help. "I just need you to do one thing for me." Tunak replied, then continued, holding back the entire reinforcements. The group of soldiers stepped out from the city, shouting to support Lord Dalen's attack and kill the demon. Tunak asked, "And you?" Aki pointed at himself. You draw your sword and go towards Dylan. I must personally kill Van Dan." Aki's steps remain as powerful as ever. You rush forward to attack Dan head-on. He quickly uses his shield to block the strike. But it seems this shield is too thin to withstand Akai's sword strike and quickly shattered into pieces. Dan had to step back a few paces because of the attack, and a subordinate anxiously shouted his name, "Lord Den." Don frowned, recognizing that this aura was very familiar. While he was lost in thought, Aki charged forward with his sword. Dan's whole body then glowed as if blessed from above, standing relaxed with his hands behind his back. While Aki was wildly swinging his sword, Dan's aura gently deflected the strikes, helping him stand relaxed with nature. Suddenly Dan's mouth curled into a smile, as if he was pleased with himself. Aki, still wielding his sword tirelessly, shouted, "Ha ha, you're falling for the enemy's counterattack." That counterattack caused some bleeding, making Aki momentarily stunned. After regaining his composure, he seized the incoming energy and clenched his teeth tightly. You grit your teeth in pain, pulling the aura to gradually draw Dai Lan back toward you. After the enemy reaches you, Aki delivers a surprise kick to Dan's stomach, making him grimace with a few drops of blood spilling out. Dan then had to take a quick breath. After catching his breath, he suddenly burst into a very dangerous laugh. He immediately launched a surprise attack, catching his opponent off guard. That aura was constricting Aki, pulling him upward under Dan's control. Dan laughed triumphantly. "You damn trash demon. With this fighting style, you..." A deafening explosion shattered the earth along with that beam of light. Dan was thrown into the air, still mid-sentence. "Do you dare to fight me?" A red sword appeared, spinning around before quickly stabbing into the ground and shattering the earth. It stands alone, steady and unshaken. The group of people in the distance rushes toward something but cannot get close to Lord Dian. "At least we have to deal with this demon. This demon keeps disrupting our formation. Quickly surround that side." A stream of yellow light from above pours down, causing the group to fall back with screams. They used their bodies to break so hard they almost smoked. One of the team members looked at his leg in surprise. "Huh? I'm not hurt." The other person looked at their hand and then sighed before continuing. "Strange. It just makes us louder." Tunak seemed thoughtful when hearing the question. Why doesn't this demon use a deadly move? His eyes blaze with irritation as he thinks there are too many and he can't let them get hurt. Move faster to the right. Tunak was thrown forward before being ambushed from behind, only able to shout once. "Huh." You grind your teeth, eyes blazing, and spit out each word. "Damn it." Behind Tunak, he saw the figures of two strangers on the wall and thought to himself. The two figures, one tall and one short, holding shining tools, are the two shadows from earlier. One male, one female, who are identified from afar as the attack team leaders. The girl holding a giant hammer looks ahead and says, "Even though it's a bit far, you can still withstand my attack. This demon's strength is at least 5th stage. The man with the beard is a 5th stage warrior. Where did that dog-heartedness come from? She even dared to make Liu Hao appear for a major battle. The girl with the hammer is also a 7th rank warrior. She looks scheming and excited. It's been a long time since an unruly demon dared to attack the Dawn Fortress unprovoked." The two failed warriors just shouted and turned back to find only a beam of light where the person had disappeared. Below the city, a man with a very serious face shouted loudly, "Call in artillery support to defend the city." Aki's yellow pupils flickered slightly as he silently thought, "Damn it, those two failed warriors." A golden protective circle appeared on the ground, clashing playfully, and he whispered to himself, "Then I also have to help hold the line." He stands alone inside the protective circle as enemy attacks rain down upon him, and in an instant he collapses onto the ground, seemingly powerless. Aki, exhausted and with a tired, expressionless face and contemplative eyes, thinks, "Damn it, the two failed corps still can't win." Dan saw Aki in a difficult position, so he quickly flew up and threw many spear-like beams at him. Aki remained still and motionless, his eyes gazing at the enemy with a sharp glance. Finally, the protective circle is broken by a giant golden egg, and those around it also suffer injuries. Tunak's mouth drips with green syrup as he screams in pain. Snow on the golden egg suddenly flashes. Someone's voice is about to be heard, and it's about to brighten everything. Everyone around is badly wounded. Some are covering their mouths in fear, about to cry. However, Aki was not afraid at all. He seemed triumphant as he shouted, "Sichvuong Ki, lend me your power," while using all his strength to attack and shouting, "Die, demon!" The ground beneath explodes. After the attack, he chuckled smugly. "Ha!" Still daring to come to the Dawn City, not knowing his limits. As soon as the taunt finished, one of his ears was physically hit so hard it tore apart. Dan looked at the wreckage in front of him caused by his own actions and wondered what was going on. That move should have been enough to kill it, right? Where did it get such immense power from? King Kai just rose from the wreckage, pointing his finger. I was wondering how long I would have to wait before he asked for my help. The arrogant, prideful waste of time grinds his teeth in frustration, now several times stronger than before. "No, your aura is more than 10 times stronger. What's going on?" The majestic image of the king appears incredibly powerful, standing tall with his red sword firmly on the ground, and in a blink, he retracts the sword from afar. King of Wonders, holding his sword with a darkened face, said with a slightly provocative tone, "Long time no see. The Crimson Dynasty. What do you think?" The soldier stared in shock, wide-eyed, stammering as he spoke. The evil core in his chest is trembling, as the scene before him reveals a figure wielding a sword in midair, emanating a deadly aura. Everyone steps back in fear and whispers, "What is that?" That aura is the aura of evil. Leaving everyone behind, the dying soldier ran forward without looking back, only leaving behind the words, "Hurry back to the city." Seeing him run around wildly, she turned her head back, her face furious as she shouted, "I'll crush anyone who dares to move." Someone stands there dazed, contemplating the surrounding scene. Unlike before, Aki boldly steps forward with spreading energies, thoughts filled with amazement and an unfamiliar aura. Aki's face is cold and stern. Dan looked down from above with a cold smile and said, "I didn't expect you to hide your true strength. Not bad. You're a failure demon, but even if you are a failure demon." He released bursts of green energy around him as steel wires shot out, gripping the wires in his hand with a mocking smile and daring words. "Don't forget, I have 2 7th-stage core nuclei." As he finished speaking, both sides charged into battle. But suddenly, Dai Lan froze. Aki's strike was so swift and light that he couldn't react in time. The force and brutality of the blow sent Dan flying far away. Seeing that, the soldiers shouted in panic, "Great Lord Dian has been knocked back. Hold on to your weapons." He stared intently, then gradually fell into thought, his body beginning to disintegrate as he squinted, deep in concentration. Although I forced my mind to control this body, in the end, it is still a human body, and with my spiritual power too weakened, my strength is severely limited. Down below, a scarred curve and a deep hollow remain, and I am still not satisfied with my martial arts, she thought, huffing. The strength in this state is really weak. Looking at the scene before her, everyone is very resilient. Someone shouted, "Master Diong seems to be. Everyone thinks he has no strength left and will faint somewhere, but he still maintains a defensive stance when landing. Dan, tense, is thinking of how to deal with this, as that last attack's speed and power far surpassed that of a demon at the 5th stage. Seeing you standing there waiting, I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect to encounter such a difficult beast. I can't show any more signs of weakness. Also, the destroyed town will affect my reputation." Stepping out of that hole, determined to fight. After all, the demons are now too close to the town. Clenching the tool tightly in hand, a teasing look appears on the face as he prepares for silent combat. Let's change the battlefield. A deafening roar echoes as rocks shatter and blinding light flashes. Aki remains calm, waiting for an intense battle to unfold. He rushes toward the opponent, taunting words regardless. "Stay away and fly far away from me." Aki remains standing, motionless, head bowed, with no words to respond as the clash erupts in a blaze of fire and light, like a life-and-death battle. The space was eerily silent. Aki suddenly burst out, shining brightly and knocking the opponent away, his hands trembling with exhaustion. Vanon's desperate scream echoes as the soldiers below tremble and stammer, "Great Lord!" He rushes down from the sky, his face no longer triumphant but filled with panic and fear as he falls. A huge surge of energy radiated from all directions, creating a blinding light. Aki began to move, and everything happened quickly. The deafening scream and the powerful attack unleashed with such brilliance that it seemed to tear everything apart. "I never thought you could actually block it." Aki stood firm and replied, "How dare you use such a dangerous move directly at me? Are you crazy and not care about the town?" His voice grew harsher and more stern. "Evil as I am actually protecting the town." He was about to protest and say something, but then the voice ordered, "Cut off his remaining hand. Inside him is a body connected with tightly sewn tendons." He coldly said, just like how he treats Lena, "Cut it all off." A terrifying voice echoes, "I'm fine, but I wonder if your body can handle it." Aki's body is making cracking sounds as Dan tends to the wound. Aki looked at him confidently and said, "The one in front of us is already considered one of the strongest warriors. It's a rare opportunity. Kid, before your body collapses, I'll teach you a few tricks." Far away on the horizon, the sun is gradually rising, and suddenly a flash of light cuts through the forest, splitting 3 or 4 monsters in half. A monster rushes quickly toward Toe, but she swiftly twists and jumps onto its back, dodging the attack. Then she kicked the monster's back forcefully, causing the ground to crack and debris to scatter everywhere, blood splattering everywhere. The blood splashed on her face, making Tomo frown slightly in discomfort. She stands on the corpse of the monster she just defeated, coldly uttering a single sentence. Continue. Under a tree, Lena is badly injured and unconscious, next to Tudu Lu, who is creating a shield to protect her from the monster's attack. Her face is extremely grim, she thinks hurriedly. Damn it. Time is running out, I must quickly take the 7-star core back. Meanwhile, in another part of the city sky, 3 streams of energy continuously clash, sparks flying everywhere, until an explosion erupts overhead, blasting 2 people away. Van Dylan grits her teeth, gathering all her strength into her hand, rushing forward, her mouth close to each word, saying, "Die for me." Instantly, a series of green, crescent-shaped energy waves rushed toward the Crimson King. He only raised his hand and easily deflected all of Dan's attacks, causing the counterattacks to be reflected back and become even more sharp and fierce. The attack forced Dan to struggle to dodge, but he still couldn't avoid injury. He silently assessed his strongest move. That surge of power struck the ground, causing the earth to shake and a long crack to form. Suddenly, Dailan's face changed as he realized that King Sich Kai had somehow circled around behind him. Dan's face is filled with horror as he immediately turns around and stabs Dan in the stomach. He looks down at his own bleeding stomach with a terrified expression, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. He guesses that this demon's current strength is even beyond the 7th stage, and that he can use sword energy to extend his attack range. Dan's two subordinates, witnessing this, exclaimed in horror, "Master Den! Master Den! He's actually in a weaker position." The red-haired man with a worried look shouted, "Let's go help him!" Sino, knocked down, grabbed the legs of the two people on the ground and muttered, "No, you can't let you interfere." The old man, seeing this, became furious and immediately drew his sword to stab Sino, causing him to cry out in pain. Does this moment of failure mean I am different from the 7-star warrior? Is this also my current limit? He lay still on the ground where he was stabbed in the back, the wound beginning to crack open. But Master Lena had to use a higher level of power that she had previously set aside to suppress the demonization. Suddenly, a powerful force descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, both of them were extremely amazed, never expecting the demon to have such strong willpower. The little red-haired boy shouted loudly, "Evolved! Growing a 5th wing!" Sino supported himself on the ground, forcing himself to stand up, looking straight ahead with a cold expression, silently determined to protect the one he wanted to protect. Meanwhile, Dailan was thrown far away by the Crimson King, her body torn apart, one arm severed. He gritted his teeth, using his remaining arm to muster the strength to stop it reluctantly, then adjusted his body to generate the non-blinding Tran bullet and swung his hand forward to command the Tran bullet to go. Danjin shot quickly towards King Sichi, but with a single strike he sent Dan flying dozens of meters away, causing a loud explosion that left a deep crater in the ground. In the middle of the crater, Dailan's body was bleeding heavily. Both arms useless and panting, he asked unconsciously, "Did he cut off my arms?" He forced a smile, guessing that he was mocking the action I did to that old ant. Interesting. Aki inside also looks uncomfortable, blood flowing from his nose and mouth, struggling to remind him that there's no more time, kill him and extract his core. The golden eyes of Crimson King still looked coldly at Dan lying on the ground as he raised his hand to gather the blazing red energy into his sword. He only confidently said, "Killing me? Is that underestimating me too much?" The blue energy suddenly enveloped Dailan's body, spreading from his shoulders and arms, which then grew stronger and slammed down on the ground, while his other wounds began to heal, allowing him to slowly stand up. He let out a strange smile and muttered, "I once agreed with the king never to use this form." Dan's body still couldn't stand upright, but suddenly 2 green wings sprouted from his back. "It seems I have no choice but to kill you now." Both King Crimson and Aki stared in disbelief. Demonized, Dan with the demonic form looks up and smiles dangerously. The Crimson Realm King was a bit surprised, staring intently at Dailan and evaluating her. Then suddenly he smiled softly, "You're quite thoughtful." From above, the Crimson Realm King calmly analyzed, fighting while quietly retreating from the Dawn City. Even with the demon transformation here, it shouldn't be detected, right? "So, I only praised you. Because of that," he looked up at the sky, shrugged with a nostalgic expression and said, "How long has it been since an enemy forced me to use this state?" He confidently said, "I even hate this look. This state is truly unbeatable." Dan's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a trace of his presence. He immediately appeared in front of the proud Crimson King, smiled and launched an attack while still mocking, but it must be admitted that the strike sent the Crimson King flying straight to the ground, shattering into pieces. Dan spun around, one hand shooting out a black rope to hold the Crimson King down, while the other swung forward. He shouted loudly, "It's not over yet." The sound made the ground shake and crack open from numerous cuts. Dailan looked down with a grim expression, still radiating power, frowning as he carefully observed below without any slack. Amid the deep pit and the lingering dust and cuts, a figure gradually appears. The Crimson King stands still, his sword blocking his face, his cold eyes fixed on Dan. His brow furrowed as he thought to himself that the power after transforming into a demon truly exceeded my expectations. Dan, still high above, looked down with a smug expression. and couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. As a humanoid demon, you've done very well. He laughed maniacally, his voice full of sarcasm. You can't defeat me, Shichki Vuong replied mockingly, not showing any fear. Oh, no one has ever dared say that to me before. He clenched his sword tightly as a blazing red force poured down from the sky into him. The shockwave of energy bursts out around him, distorting the terrain, and the continuous flow of energy hitting him non-stop leaves Dailan utterly astonished. No way. What level is this? Suddenly, Shichki Vuong's eyes turned cold with anger as he looked at Dailan and said, I'll show you what true power is. But suddenly he froze, eyes tightly shut, suppressing the pain as blood kept flowing from his body. Tiny drops of blood are falling to the ground. He's reaching his limit. Shichki Vuong's body is covered with cracks and wounds, his lips pressed tightly. If he hadn't withdrawn in time, he would not only have died from his body being shattered, but perhaps even my spirit would have been destroyed too. Shichki Vuong glanced at Dan high above and sighed to himself, never expecting to find interest in that opponent. Truly ridiculous. Then he exhaled loudly, maybe because he slept too peacefully, he's just bored now. Although his eyes were full of reluctance, he still had to smile bitterly and compromise. Fine then. Suddenly Shichki Vuong's eyes widened. Dailan was also a bit surprised. His aura returned to how it was at the beginning. What's wrong, Shichki Vuong? Why didn't you just kill him at such a crucial moment? But he quickly regained his composure and let out a breath. Huff, don't be so foolish. Shichki Vuong's voice still echoed in Aki's mind as it reached him, his body floating, the red cords on him beginning to fall off. If I didn't pull out in time, this body would have exploded long ago. You're dead, and I will disappear too. The voice of the Crimson King still sounded worried, but he had already turned into a demon. Now my power can't defeat him, my teammates are still waiting to get the core. He's trembling all over, looking terrible. He silently calculated, inside the Crimson Kingdom holds my power, you just haven't tapped into it yet. Try transmitting your consciousness into the weapon. Shichki Vuong's hand still tightly grasped the sword as he felt it. It will guide you on what to do. It will show me how to do it. You mean it can talk? The red sword appears in my mind. The Crimson King dynasty was my most trusted subordinate in the past. The battles it has fought are beyond your imagination. Kid, wake it up. Facing Aki, Shichki Vuong simply said, if even someone like that trash can't be killed by you, then you're worthless. I have to admit I chose the wrong person. Seeing King Crimson fall to the ground, motionless, Dailan burst out laughing mockingly. I understand now that previous state was not yours. There is another powerful force within your body, but now you are too weak to control it anymore. Dan laughed loudly, full of pride and arrogance, raising his hand to deliver the final blow. Then go ahead and die. The Crimson King's gaze was heavy and unresponsive as he closed his eyes and waited silently. If you can hear me, answer me now. Then suddenly, Shichki Vuong's cold gaze opened, staring straight ahead with killing intent. The Tumo power surges through the Shichki Vuong forest as she swiftly moves past, unable to see the figures or the energy sweeping everywhere, slaughtering many monsters with blood splattering. After the frenzied massacre, To struggles to stop herself. She frowned, biting her lip hard, thinking that although they were all low-level demons, the number was overwhelming. A loud roar echoed from the dark forest as a dense horde of monsters appeared all at once. Suddenly, a monster's foot steps forward, causing the small monsters to retreat in fear. 2 level 6 demons and 1 level 5 demon stride confidently, speaking with delight as they pass. The bloodline scent of you humans here is truly fragrant. Seeing these 3 demons, Tumo was both shocked and terrified. Tudu, seeing no reaction from Tumo, asked what was wrong. Tumo, sweat pouring down her face, forced out a smile and replied, Lu, focus on protecting Lena and don't worry about me. It might get more intense than before. The 6-armed demon licked his hand with a sinister smile and said with a hint of excitement, it's not like humans. Also a humanoid demon, so better to keep one alive for research. But I won't let any of you survive. Then, Tumo charged forward, knocking a Luke Kai demon away and stabbing the monster with her weapon for a fatal blow. Her face was cold as she thought, I should take out one first, but suddenly her expression changed to shock as she looked behind her, and the 2 remaining demons also charged at her, their faces full of excitement. You're pretty quick too. Then they swung 2 powerful strikes at her back, leaving her no time to defend. She gently lifts her leg and jumps into the air. To gathers her strength, spins around, her cold eyes fixed, her body swiftly rotating in the wind like a cyclone, gracefully executing the 1-sword wind slash to push the 2 demons back. They put their hands on the ground, surprised and saying, "You actually changed positions to force us to retreat." The red six-armed demon was even more excited, already gathering a sphere of energy in her hand to counterattack. "If you've used your skills to leave us no way out, then I'll do the same." But before it can react, Tomo rushes forward, jumps high, and plunges down with all her might. The red six-armed demon quickly raised her hand to block a massive energy blast coming from ahead, her face showing great difficulty. Tomo, angry, thought, "Damn it, my body is reaching its limit." Her face paled again as the brown six-winged demon she killed earlier was slowly getting back up. "Did you think I was dead? I will deal with the one who cannot cause trouble." He laughed loudly and then quickly rushed towards Tudu, who was healing Lena. Tudu hurriedly raised her hand to block the attack, but Tomo immediately charged forward and struck forcefully, causing the demon to fall to the ground and spew out a stream of green blood. She grits her teeth in anger. "How dare you?" Seeing Tomo successfully block the attack, Tudulu's face feels a bit more relieved. But suddenly Tui was ambushed from behind, let out a cry of pain and was knocked away. Monster blood splattered everywhere, and Tudulu was stunned with wide eyes. Her desperate scream echoes through the vast forest, her mouth covered in blood as she breathes heavily. Looking ahead, her heart still refused to give in as she clenched her teeth. "Damn it, my body is about to give out." "But you beasts!" She spun around and struck the nearby five-stage demon lord hard on the head, then shouted in fury, "You must die." To spun his weapons with both hands, unleashing a flurry of slashes that decapitated the five-star demon and split the red six-star demon in two. The monsters all retreated in fear, while Tomo's hands trembled uncontrollably as he desperately shouted to threaten. "Keep going, you bunch of scum. The monsters are trembling with fear and dare not advance." They gradually retreated, slowly disappearing into the forest. Seeing that, Tudu cheered happily. "They've retreated. Tomo, you did it. Are you okay? What's wrong with you?" Tomo remains standing motionless as the fragments of armor on her body disappear. She then collapses unconscious. With this fighting stance, tonight she has killed 2 six-stage demons, 1 5-stage demon, 6 4-stage demons, 16 3-stage demons, 22 stage demons, and 45 1-stage demons, successfully protecting her teammates. Returning to Aki's position, a voice echoes along with the image of a blood-red eye in his mind. "You are not the Crimson King. How can you have awakened me?" In battle form, Aki still couldn't hide his surprise. He raises his hand to the sword he's holding and thinks to himself that the Crimson King dynasty can still communicate with him through his mind. The Crimson King dynasty is actually a living being. At this moment, Van Dai Lan, surrounded by poisonous vines and ready to attack at any moment, kept wondering as he looked toward Aki. He wondered with a puzzled expression what kind of strange trick this guy was up to now. Without waiting long, Vand took advantage of Aki still lost in his thoughts and launched a full-force attack. The poisonous vines from Van Di Don rushed quickly toward him, accompanied by the words, "No matter what, if you lose the strength you had earlier, you will definitely not be able to defeat me." Seeing the vines and gusts rushing toward him, Aki calmly raised his sword with a determined look, ready to fight at any moment. He told the blood-red eye on his sword, "Red King Dynasty, first let's kill the one in front of us." After hearing your proposal, the blood-red eye on the sword simply responded with one word, "No." Along with Aki's surprised cry, realizing that the Crimson Kingdom would respond like this, the vines suddenly shot down rapidly toward the ground where he was standing. Vanan's poisonous vines collide with the ground, causing loud explosions that crack the earth into large chunks, and the force of the attack sends debris flying, making the scene even more desolate. The poisonous vines stop on the ground, forming long, deep gouges. Dust and debris fill the air. Everything clearly shows the fierce destructive power of the attack Van launched earlier. Facing Vanan's assault and the unexpected non-cooperation from the Crimson Kingdom, Aki couldn't counter his attack and found himself on the defensive. At this moment, Aki is being wrapped up by Vanan's poisonous vines. His face shows pain and suffering as the vines restrict his movement. His limbs tremble from exhaustion, but he still grips the sword tightly, with red aura emanating from his arm, holding the weapon. It seems that is Aki's energy, and that energy is gradually being absorbed by the surrounding vines. Perhaps he can also sense his own energy being slowly drained away. Aki's face shows pain and suffering as he silently thinks that the vines are absorbing his energy. Now that Vandalan has controlled Aki with his deadly vines, he smugly says, "If you're wrapped up in my deadly vines, just wait to turn into blood and water." Then Van looked down at the ground where Aki was still suffering from being controlled by his technique. Aki's body is lifted up by the vines to the middle, and his face is constantly grimacing in pain. He thought to himself, his energy steadily draining away. As Ju prepared to encircle his body with a determined gaze, Aki communicated with the spirit sword through his mind. He asks, "Why does the Crimson King dynasty refuse to fight alongside me?" Ju continues to encircle Aki's body more and more, and the sword in his hand now emits a strange red glow. The voice of the sword echoed in your mind again, saying, "Only the Crimson King can fight alongside me. Who are you?" As soon as the sword's voice finished, your internal energy surged wildly. Around him, the vines continue to close in on his body. At this moment, from above, Van saw the blazing red energy emanating from inside the vine ball he created to trap Aki. Then, a massive energy explosion occurred, causing the vine sphere to shatter from Aki's inner energy and scatter into the air. A massive burst of energy erupts, accompanied by lightning bolts radiating from its center, as the surrounding scenery is shrouded in dust. From the smoke and dust of the explosion, Aki appears holding a blood-red sword, surrounded by blazing red sparks and fragments of broken vine tendrils. At this moment, his eyes flash with a bright red lightning. White smoke billows from Aki's mouth, and he confidently declares that even if he loses, he will stand up and fight to the death. After seeing Aki emerge from the energy explosion, Vanillan began to adopt a defensive stance. A green aura radiated around him. A worried expression appeared on his face. Vanillan thought about the strange lightning he had used from the beginning. But why did he have the lightning element? Then his gaze gradually turned dangerous, but there was still a hint of concern mixed in. Vanillan silently thought that he had to deal with him quickly. At this moment, the Crimson King dynasty seemed to be pondering something. Then suddenly the sword burst into loud laughter as if it had figured something out. The clean lightning passing through Aki's sword also looked down in surprise at the sword in his hand. The Crimson King dynasty suddenly spoke again, saying, "So this is the power. You are now worthy." After hearing the white sword's words, his grip on the sword tightened, his voice resolute. "Okay." Then Aki raised his sword to the sky, with streaks of red light and lightning surrounding it. He thought to himself, "Then let's fight together, Sichuang Trio." As Aki finished speaking, the sword in his hand shattered into pieces, shocking him completely. His eyes widened in surprise, and he cried out in astonishment. Then, the shards of the sword gradually gathered in his hand, forming a sturdy red armor just like Aki's original sword. After the armor was fully formed before the young man's astonished eyes, there was now a red eye on his arm, just like on the sword. That eye spoke to Aki, saying, "I will let your little guy see the true power of my Crimson Dynasty." The surprise faded, and the young man smiled. Aki looked at the armor just created by the Crimson Dynasty, a triumphant smile on his face as he thought, "Indeed, you are very strong, Crimson Dynasty." At this point, Vanillan was gradually losing patience. Greenish drops appeared on his face. Vanillan, feeling annoyed, thought to himself, "I increasingly don't understand what kind of monster he really is." Then, the greenish aura surrounding him suddenly burst out, transforming into a serpent that twisted around him. Vanillan thought, "I must kill him immediately." The snake created from Vanillan's energy rushes toward the ground where our main character is standing, as his thoughts echo, "Use my strongest skill." At this moment, Vanon's eyes also flashed with streaks, almost cracking his face, as he raised his claws to gather a massive energy and directed it toward the ground. The giant serpent with its fanged mouth rushes quickly toward Aki. He remains steadfast in place as if nothing has happened, ready to face his opponent's alien beast attack. Suddenly, Aki leapt up, stomping hard on the ground beneath him, then charged straight toward the approaching serpent. At this moment, only a stream of red light is seen rushing from where he just stood toward the fierce serpent, as our hero clenches his fist with his eyes blazing. He tore through the wind and shouted, "Come on!" The clash between Aki and the serpent continued as the red beam of light shot straight at the serpent, causing a blazing explosion across the sky. At this point, Vanillan finally realized in shock that his skill had been destroyed by him. How could that be? Aki's energy beam gradually approached Vanillan, and he threw a punch straight at him. At that moment, the intense confrontation caused their energy beams to merge and light up the entire sky, followed by a powerful explosion. The shockwave from the explosion spreads outward in all directions as Vanillan struggles to defend against Aki's attack. His face is still cracking apart, his eyes bulging with streaks of energy radiating around him, and he screams in frustration, "No way, you can't beat me." After hearing that, he calmly replied with an indifferent attitude, "To me, you're just a fake second-rate fighter." Then Aki musters all his strength and punches straight at Vanillan. The surrounding energy blazed brightly as he shouted, "I was once a king." Vanillan continued to desperately block the enemy's attack. His hand was trembling now, as if he was about to lose his strength. The two beams of blue and red light still clashed fiercely. Vanillan started trembling as he asked, "I was once the king, Ngang. No way you're dead." Vandalan finished speaking, but no longer waited patiently. Aki rushed forward, punching through him and determining the winner and loser. Even after losing, Vandalan still couldn't believe he had been defeated. His eyes are filled with shock and regret as Aki flies straight past him at high speed, the surrounding green energy gradually dissipating. Vanan's fall from above echoes across the sky as he turns to look at the battlefield and speaks as if answering his past self. That's the right answer, you stupid idiot. Two energy spheres are rushing through the sky above the vast mountain range, when suddenly a figure appears and disappears along their path. At this moment, Aki rushes to catch the two green spheres in his hands at lightning speed, then quickly dashes away, leaving only a streak of red light across the vast sky. Aki said, "Got it, let's head back quickly. On the outskirts of the city where the land is scarred with traces from the battle. What's wrong with this guy? We've attacked him multiple times, yet he still stands up." The red-haired kid replied in disbelief. Not only his defense is astonishing, but the aura of this humanoid demon grows stronger with each attack, as if he will never fall. Sonobo's entire body was covered by a protective shield as the two others continued to assess him. That's right, he looks like he's just defending himself to stop us from advancing. Truly a terrifying opponent. The eldest son reluctantly said, "We can't let you pass." The red-haired kid shouted angrily, "No matter what he is, we need to kill him quickly. It's been going on too long. If this continues, the other soldiers will lose faith." The old man with white hair quickly agrees, saying we should focus on all our energy together. The ground beneath both of them had already been crushed into pieces. They both said together, "The final blow will kill him." Suddenly, two streams of energy shot straight into the sky, then quickly merged into one, forming a powerful attack rushing directly at Shino. He couldn't react in time, standing frozen as a fleeting sense of helplessness crossed his mind, thinking maybe he should close his eyes and surrender to this assault. "Aki, I hope I've bought enough time for you." Suddenly, a strike from above descends to block the attack from those two. Aki in the body of the Crimson King charges forward, unleashing a lightning-fast strike that sends both of them flying. Neither can withstand it and immediately faint. Seeing Aki in front of Shino, I felt relieved and called out to him, "Aki." He turned his head with a gentle smile and explained, "Don't worry, they just fainted. We've got the core. Let's go." Aki and Shino quickly removed their demon forms and ran to find their teammates, their faces full of worry, thinking to themselves, "Why does the smell of blood feel so strong? They probably are close to where they are." The two suddenly froze in front of a pile of dead monsters scattered everywhere. To the surprise of Aki and Shino, Tomoe rushed forward quickly, striking Aki hard enough to force him to struggle to block. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Tomoe unconscious before him. Aki hesitantly asked, "Are you too?" Seeing her expressionless face and vacant eyes, he guessed she had fainted. Still holding her hand tightly, he asked in disbelief, "What did you do to cause all this?" His lips trembled, and with a sorrowful, gentle voice, he comforted her. "We're back now. Tomoe, it's okay." She hesitated slightly at his words, then relaxed and leaned forward. Seeing that, Aki quickly reached out to pull her into his arms, while in the distance, Tudu continued treating Lena, his voice full of concern echoing back. "Tomoe, he has lost consciousness but is still protecting us." She breathes a sigh of relief, looking somewhat more at ease, smiling softly, finally holding on until the two of them returned. "In Tudulu's hand are two Shakyun cores," Aki asked in surprise. "The 7-star core, I didn't expect you to actually defeat Liu Hao." Then she gently places the core close to Lena's unconscious chest. The core is quickly absorbed by Lena, and a powerful energy radiates from her body. The powerful energy flow is so intense that it affects a large area of forest, and Lena's once lifeless face begins to recover visibly to the naked eye. Her mouth still clenched a necklace, her complexion returning with a hint of vitality as a green energy from her shoulders spread around her, and her arms gradually regrew. Aki was overjoyed and shouted, "It's a success, Lena's body is starting to recover." Surprised, Tudu suddenly collapsed to the ground, both of them panicking and calling her Lu. Aki helped her up, placed her in Shino's arms nearby, observed carefully, and then sighed in relief. Luckily, Lu only fainted from overusing her power. Shino looked at Tudu and Tomio, then suddenly smiled affectionately and said, "They must have exhausted all their energy and vitality." Aki beside them also looked at the two with a reassuring smile and praised, "These two are truly amazing warriors. Wonderful girls." You say with a still smiling face, "Shino, could it be that both of them just now?" Suddenly he paused and looked suspiciously at Shino, calling out, "Shino." Aki sighed softly with a gentle smile, thinking, "Have you also exhausted all your energy? Rest up, my brother. The warm sunlight gently bathes the surroundings, and I quietly think to myself, I will watch over everyone until you all wake up. Rest well, thank you all. On a lush green hilltop, playing with the wind and clouds, Lena lies on the grass as if sleeping. Suddenly, her eyes open wide as she wakes up. She props herself up with her hands, her face full of suspicion. Lena's face is full of confusion. She wonders if she's dreaming. Then a voice echoed, pulling her back to reality. What was Lena staring at? In front of her was a group of people in red cloaks standing proudly among the clouds, and one of them turned his head. It was Aki in the form of an alien warrior. He gently asked Lena, "What's wrong? You look like you're in the clouds." Her face was filled with confusion as she hesitated and said, "I think I just had a very long dream. It was a very, very long dream, and I even saw myself. In the end, my hands were gone." A brutal scene flashes through Lena's mind of herself, covered in blood with her arms torn off in a tragic sight. Aki chuckles softly, but speaks in a gentle, reassuring tone. This silly girl must be so tired lately that she's been having strange dreams like this. Then a girl quickly approached Lena, took her hand and said, "My good little sister." She knelt in front of the confused Lena and gently comforted her. "Relax a bit, it's just a dream." The face that appeared was Selin, the queen of the purple nuclear fog, the strongest at that time. She smiled gently and said, "Don't think too much anymore. Look, the new city is almost finished. It might be the first S-rank city in history." In front of her appeared a magnificent and sturdy city, the new hope of humanity, and Koss, with a lively face and a bright smile, exclaimed excitedly as the second strongest red nuclear flame at that time. "And I also told them that the residents willingly built a huge statue right in front of the city gate to honor you." Aki stood there looking uncomfortable, with a resigned voice sighing and saying, "I already refused, but no one would listen." The strongest yellow nuclear lord Yasunari also spoke. "You are our king, the one who brought hope and a future to the survivors. This statue is entirely deserved for you." A young man with blue hair and a gentle face also agreed. Of course, he deserved it. Everyone cheered together, nothing more important. Aki said nothing, only helplessly sighed. People are indeed talkative, but he couldn't hide his happiness and quickly turned to walk back to the city, urging them on. "So, which city should we go back to?" Savi, who now looks serious, and says, "I hear recent ancient royal cards often have strange phenomena. I'm thinking about whether to send troops to investigate." Hearing Savi's words, he also seriously analyzed that there are still many important projects within the city that need to be promoted. "I plan to dig tunnels connecting all the towns together for easier resource sharing." And then, a sword symbol is depicted through Aki's description as he continues, "I hear there's a rising religious power." Lena remained sitting there, listening to everyone talk, her mind still lost in a daze, when suddenly a voice called out, "Lena, hurry up and catch up." She happily responded when she heard that. "Yes, I'm coming right away." As her hand hit the ground, a strange sensation spread through her. She collapsed in pain, her arms gone, only fresh blood flowing continuously. She knelt on the ground, helplessly looking at everyone. Their shadows fade before her eyes as she screams in agony, clutching her hands. "Wait for me, everyone, wait a little longer." Akai. Suddenly, everything returned to Lena's sight. Aki, Tudu and Shino sitting there. Aki's eyes widened in shock. He gently helped Tudu lie down on the ground, then hurriedly ran to stand in front of Lena and asked quickly, "Are you awake?" She looked over her body, silently thinking that her body was full of energy. Could it be that the two 7-kernel nuclei had merged and attached to her? Lena trembled all over as she stared intently at her hands, her voice trembling. "My hands have grown back." Aki suddenly rushed over and hugged her tightly, his voice excited. "That's amazing." Lena stared blankly at the battlefield behind Aki, with corpses of monsters scattered everywhere. Why did everyone do this? "I'm sorry, everyone. It's all my fault. I caused too much trouble and almost hurt you all." Aki held her tighter, gently comforting her. "Don't apologize, Lena. We are all willing to do that for you. No matter when, teammates are still teammates, and we wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice our lives." A type of event is being recounted through a cheese narration. Lena shouted in surprise. "Did Vandy Dan die? This time it's going to be troublesome." When the new king and the 5 members of the 6 Heroes group learn about this, they will definitely act immediately. Your face tightens with worry as you say, "We have to leave here right now. Priority is to recover immediately." Aki agrees and replies, "Yes, everyone is exhausted now." The image of Yasunari appears in Aki's mind, recalling that although 3 of the old 6 heroes have fallen in battle and Desa was captured, there is still one person left. Yasunari, the Great Land, carries a golden core. After being seriously injured, he voluntarily abandoned his identity and hid in a secret town. Faint memories of him walking alone through the sandstorm appear in my mind. I ponder. We can go there to find him. That place should be safe. Then suddenly Aki's face brightened with excitement as he affirmed his old comrade. He immediately said, "All right, let's go right away." Lena also agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I will treat them first." Lena focused her energy to create a protective barrier around the 3 teammates' resting area to begin healing. She didn't stop the treatment and seriously said, "The nuclear energy of Vanan is truly terrifying, so powerful that my hand regrew itself, and I didn't even need to use force to heal them." Seeing Tudu lying there, as if asleep, Lena spoke with gratitude. This is also a reminder from Lu Jiangkan about a very powerful green nuclear core. Lena smiled, her eyes shining with reassurance and admiration, saying, "Aki by her side has gained a new, very strong companion." Aki asked, "Is this distance far?" She still didn't stop the treatment and replied, "It's not about the distance, but even if we find Yasunari, he might not be willing to help us." Lena still focused on her treatment, her voice trembling. After he died, Yasunari fell into despair and even harbored resentment towards him. Aki's eyes briefly showed a sad gloom, and he continued, "Blaming myself for abandoning them and causing everything that happened later." But he quickly shook off the negativity, his eyes regaining determination as he said firmly, "I must meet him and explain everything directly. In a barren valley, the earth mounds are cracked and lifeless, and there is a large, dark, and ominous cave inside. Lyot, dressed in red armor, stands in the cave, carrying a mysterious bag and lost in thought." He looked down on them with contempt, snorted coldly, truly a disgusting and filthy bunch. The watch on his wrist vibrated, and he felt a hint of surprise inside. "An urgent call. It's been a long time since I last received one. In the dark cave, spherical energy blocks float in the air, and a faint answering machine sound echoes. Has the item been obtained yet?" He irritably replied, "I got it. You used an emergency call to ask me this stupid question, huh?" He shouted harshly at the person on the other end. "I've come to get the item so many times. Don't you trust me anymore?" The other person paused for a moment, then said, "Den is dead." The shocking news froze Liet in place, his face pale, as the calm voice on the other side explained to Tan Lu Hao, the core of the dual heart and dual chamber with a red hue, that a subordinate reported an attack by 2 powerful demon-human hybrids. He asked back with anger and frustration, "Wait until I return, and then hand the investigation over to me." They hesitated to answer and said, "We'll discuss this later at the company." His eyes flashed with murderous intent and his face was full of blood vessels. "I'm going to investigate. I'm not asking, I'm telling you." Light here is also staring intently at the watch, waiting for a response. After a few minutes, he finally pleads, "Please. I understand. I will let the other 3 know. Later, I will send you the current investigation results, which will help you." The other person gently consoles Lai, saying, "You must stay calm. I know you and Don grew up together, and we also feel very sad." The space falls silent again after the line goes dead. In that quiet moment, Liet remembered the happy days when they played together as children. He was overwhelmed with grief to the point of trembling. He called out to Don in despair. He was overwhelmed with pain and hatred. He shouted, "Don, why did you? I will definitely avenge you." The cave is shattered by immense power soaring into the sky, accompanied by a furious scream that shatters bones. Elsewhere, 2 streaks of light flash across the sky. "Are you tired? Let's take a break for a bit." Tudu replied politely and gently. "I'm fine with Tomo, it's just tiring for Shino, who also has to carry both of us." Shino calmly said, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine, let's keep going." Lena in Aki's arms encourages everyone to persevere, to kill Vannon, as this is a earth-shattering matter. I fear the remaining 5 or 6 are already starting to investigate. Our current situation and circumstances are extremely dangerous. Try to reach the town where Aniem is before sunset to be safe. Aki saw her worry and softly comforted her. Everything will be fine and safe. Tudu looked silently at the 2 people in front, and after a while the group arrived at a lush green city in the middle of the forest. Lukchow small town, a peaceful and tranquil scene. Aki lands outside the city and orders the transformation to change color. He looked at the city excitedly and said, "I didn't expect there to be a level C city like this in this area." The group stood in front of the city gate, surrounded by trees, fresh and simple. Lena quickly and lightly introduces, "Luke Chao Tiu Tran. Many years ago when Anim left, he told me he would come to this place, and I never expected it to be such a beautiful place. Let's go." The others nodded in agreement and followed in. Tudu Liu asked, "Aki, are we here to find the old Liu Hao?" "Anhim's territory, right?" Aki replied straightforwardly. "Yes, it was Lena who advised us to come here to consider our current situation. If we are attacked by the remaining 6 stars, it would be very troublesome. Tudu lowered his head shyly. What I mean is, I understand this. Are you okay? Are you okay? You suddenly stopped, feeling a bit curious, but as I observe you passing by, who exactly is he? Lena, walking ahead, saw the two of them close, and her eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. Aki also stopped. He asked seriously, "Who am I? What do you mean?" "This is Aki. Aki and I, within this body, are both confirming that I am the former king named Aki, who died half a century ago and was revered as the strongest warrior. You said you're not hiding anything, which made Sino and Lena in front of us freeze. I was reincarnated and transported to the present, existing through this body." Tutu looked shocked, unable to believe it, and trembling. Zeno's face froze as he asked again, while Tomo stammered, "What are you saying, Aki brother?" Aki calmly replied, "If you want to know, I don't think there's any need to hide it anymore." Aki the outsider warrior appeared and replied, "I will tell everyone what happened to me and the secret within my body." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Aki begins to tell everyone everything about himself. Lena remains silent, showing no signs of surprise. Both Sino and Tudu stared in surprise, trembling with shock. Sino couldn't believe his ears and turned to ask Aki, "Brother Aki, what you're saying is hard for me to understand right away. Are you joking?" "Time travel. Rebirth. You said you were the king 50 years ago. The strongest warrior, Aki. Aki led humanity to build the luminous city. That's just too unbelievable." Aki continued, saying, "Because of certain reasons, I traveled back 50 years to the present, living in this body and within myself." He hesitated before adding, "With the Red King, the demon Bat Kai, one of the 6 strongest kings." All 3 were stunned and panicked upon hearing that. Sino repeated in shock, "Vuonki, Batki. Aki, are you saying there are demons stronger than the 7 Kai demons in the world?" Tudu frowned and said, 8Q, King Q. Aki spoke. "Liu, she also has a similar power within her body, the ability to control space and time. His interruption is thanks to the Black Crown, a different crown symbolizing the Black Core." Tudu was surprised to realize that it was the Demon King, the 8 trigrams, the Black King rune, although I had already guessed it. Lena suddenly exclaimed, "What exactly is this royal relic and why is it parasitizing on both of them? What are their goals?" Aki frowned and replied, "I don't know either. The Crimson King seal has never fully revealed its plans to me. I only know that it seems to have cooperated with other King seals before. In the scene with the Crimson King and the Black King, Aki is certain it is the Black King. He recalls that in the past, he entered the Ancient King's tablet and discovered the existence of the 8 kings. He recalls his body covered in blood, but their power was fundamentally unable to resist. I don't know why it chose me, nor do I know its true purpose." He closed his eyes and continued, but I could sense it had its own plan, possibly even related to the fate of humanity. He bowed his head and said, "But now I have something more important. The appearance of the new king and the new 6th. I need to save Da." "Ah, you hesitated. I must meet the one called the new king." He looked up at the sky and wondered where he was ultimately trying to lead the survivors. Tudu anxiously asked, "What are the goals of the Crimson King and the Black King? Aki, will you forever coexist with the Crimson King or not?" The boy bowed his head and replied, "Is it my final destiny?" "I don't know." Liu said thoughtfully that the power of the Crimson King orb makes me stronger, but its existence is also like a double-edged sword. You think I can feel it watching me, waiting for something, but now I have no secrets left. Everyone is my teammate. I think they need to know these things. Whether it's for everyone or just for me, maybe it's all for the best." Sino scratched his head and said, "Aki brother, your secret is really terrifying." Sino looked to the side and forced a smile. If Tomo is still awake, with her personality, she would be so shocked she'd go crazy. I look into Aki's eyes and say, "But no matter what king you are, I trust you. You are my brother." Tudu frowned and said, "Aki, thank you for telling us, but all of this is too much. What can we do?" Aki smiled and replied, "No, all along this journey I should be the one thanking everyone. You've done more than enough." He turned to Lena and said, "Keep leading the way. Once we find a Niem, we'll tend to our wounds first and plan the next move." She looked at Shino and Tudu, still troubled, and thought to herself that this was really hard for young soldiers to believe. She turned and walked away. They needed some time to get used to it. Everyone continued walking when suddenly a loud scream came from afar towards them. "Don't go any further." Lena was startled and turned around to see the most formidable defensive soldier. He raised his weapon and loudly said, "Sorry. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. This city has never welcomed foreigners, so please leave now." Lena shouted from below, "We are not enemies. We just need a place to recover. And please let us into the city. Our comrades are injured." We have an old friend inside the city. The soldier didn't believe and said, "Are you really injured if you say so?" Old friend, who knows if you are really demons in disguise? Our place has never had outsiders before and doesn't need outsiders. Lena replied irritably, "These people are really unreasonable." Sino continued to plead, "Everyone, we truly need a place to train and recover. We come from Hilo City." One of them, with magic power, flew straight down to Shino's feet. The soldier shouted as he swung his spear, "Enough! If you don't leave now, do you believe I will kill you all?" The red magic energy appears around Aki as he approaches again and repeats, "Kill us." He reaches out and grabs the bow he just shot down. He broke it. His face was full of murderous intent. He said, "Do you believe I will level your entire town?" His eyes bulged with veins and burned with a fierce glare. The soldier shouted in panic, "What is that look in your eyes?" He firmly declared, "You are indeed demons," and he ordered us to prepare for battle. Everyone below shouted to comfort Aki. Sin said, "Brother Aki, stay calm." Lena was startled and asked, "Aki, what are you doing?" The opponent is a first-rank warrior. Tudu secretly thought, this murderous intent, the Crimson King's chi, is infiltrating Aki's inner thoughts. Suddenly, a figure appeared and leapt forcefully onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave and landing on the surface. Aki's murderous aura disappeared when he saw that figure. He stammered, "Anhim." The figure appeared with a strong white body wearing a yellow cloak, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Master Anim said, "The murderous aura is so strong, let me see who dares to act recklessly in our town." The soldiers were startled and exclaimed, "It's Master Animi." The soldier who spoke earlier said, "Lord Aniem, these people insist on going inside and even threaten us." The crowd cheered. "This is great. Lord Aniem has arrived." Aniem stared intently at Aki, and the two looked at each other as Lena hurried over, removing her armor and smiling. "Wait a moment, it's me, Lena." Aniem's eyes lit up. He took off his hat, revealing a face that looked older, scarred, and weathered. The old man suddenly asked, "Lena, why are you here?" Lena hurriedly explained, "Aniem, we need to recuperate. My teammate was seriously injured." She pointed to Mo and continued, "We mean no harm. We just want a safe place." The old man thought for a moment, then closed his eyes and ordered to open the door. The frightened soldier said, "But Lady Aniem, the aura just now was filled with magic power around the old man." And he said, "Don't worry, I am here." He also obeyed and said yes. Then he ordered the door to be opened. The brown wooden door swung open, revealing a stunning scene inside. The heavy door was pushed open, revealing a large man in red clothes walking in, carrying a suitcase. "You're here, Light?" This sister is Tarina, the new chief of the bureau, with a purple dual-core crystal, a rare core. Then she hesitated and said, "Leet about Den, I am very sorry." Although he heard, he didn't respond, his face darkening. Then he placed the white suitcase on the table. But Liet said nothing, only slowly opened the suitcase. After showing Tarina the neatly arranged multicolored core crystals, I finally spoke. "I have returned with the new safe core batch." Liet's hand brushed over the colorful stones before stopping at the green one, but his choice was the red stone right next to it. That hand firmly clenched the gem before turning away and saying in a cool tone to send DN's battle info to me, whether it's a demon or anything else, but Tarina quickly stopped her. "Wait a moment." Hearing that, Leet stopped and asked in a deep voice. "You go ahead," Tarina replied calmly. "Someone will accompany you this time. This is an order from your superior." She let out a sigh, probably knowing Liet wouldn't like this, but she couldn't do anything else. Hearing that, he was startled and turned back to ask, "Is this the arrangement of your superiors? Do you mean the king or what?" Before the sentence was finished, someone from the corner of the room, who had been standing there unnoticed, spoke up. "Is this also the first time I've acted alongside you humans?" The mysterious figure approaching is Chi-Dyu, a handsome demon with a refined face, appearing with a bright smile and an enthusiastic attitude that's hard to tell if genuine or not, hoping for a pleasant cooperation. Then the two of them set out together. But Liet, not liking his teammate for this mission, didn't bother to wait and quickly walked ahead. Chi-Dyu Ungdong followed behind, knowing the other didn't like him, yet he still shamelessly teased and provoked. "It seems you're not very happy when I accompany you, huh?" Leet asked sharply, then continued, "If it weren't for orders from above, I wouldn't even bother to look at a 5-tier demon like you. Just stay out of my way. I have no goodwill towards you demons at all." None of his words reached the ears of Chi-Dyu. Han Nan frowned and said in a deep voice, "So." Light continued with a fierce tone, "I can crush you with one hand, a 5th-tier demon." As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly pierced through the chest by a giant scythe. Could it be that the demon got so angry that he lost his mind and killed his own ally? Light roared in pain. "How dare you ambush me?" His whole body bulged with veins, eyes wide and rolling back, pupils constricted, shouting angrily, "This damn thing." But then suddenly the sickle on his chest disappeared, and Shidyu's indifference left Liet feeling embarrassed and speechless. Seeing this, he stepped forward and said, "Let's go." Looking down at his chest, he saw it was completely healed, and Liet was left speechless with a dark face. Then he thought to himself, "It's illusion magic, and not even low-level illusion magic. Even I couldn't detect it immediately." His doubtful gaze shifted to Shidyu, silently confirming that this guy was definitely not Wu Qi. Now Shidyu finally smiled and said, "You just said I am Nu Qi, but that's only what I want you to see." He turned back with a gaze full of resentment and said, "Let's go, Mr. Li. I also have a grudge I cannot forget." The scene shifts to a small wooden house, where a loud scream of shock shakes the entire place. Hu Hua, chewing nervously, looks on curiously and asks about what's happening. "Our strength is pretty much on par. That's really impressive." Seeing the excited attitude of the little boy, Liu chuckled and said, "I knew Hu Hui would react like this." Sino, sitting nearby, was speechless as he watched the kid eat so quickly like a machine. "Hu Hui, the spiritual core isn't for the purpose you mentioned earlier, and the kid doesn't care. Just keep stuffing food into his mouth." So delicious. While the three of them were chatting inside the house, another group of three was talking outside in the garden. It seemed quite important because the atmosphere among the three of them was a bit tense. "That's how it is, Aniem," Lena excitedly said, "so our current goal is to go rescue Deza and his team. The three of them are very strong. If they can coordinate well, we might be able to." Suddenly, Aniem stepped forward, approaching Aki without a word, and delivered a hard punch right to his face. Lena stared in shock, unable to understand why Aniem did that. After being hit, Aki lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lena hurriedly ran over to stop him when she saw him about to strike again. "What are you doing?" But she couldn't do anything because even her own hands could no longer be controlled. They trembled and slowly pushed away. Lena could only curse now. Aniem's overwhelming anger caused him to lose control. Her eyes blazing with a fierce golden light, she charged forward and threw a punch while shouting out the frustration she had kept inside. "Do you know how hard we all struggled after you refused to listen to everyone's advice and went into the ancient royal tomb alone? Do you know what I had to do to get through this?" Aki didn't dodge or fight back. She just lay there silently taking it. Inside the house, the three young people heard a loud noise and were very curious. Liao quickly jumped out the window and ran outside, loudly asking what was going on. Seeing Aki being beaten, she panicked and shouted, letting go. Aniem used her power to control everything and prevent anyone from approaching. He shouted loudly, "Stop! No one is allowed to interfere." After landing 7,749 consecutive punches on Aki's face, Aniem finally stopped. "But it's not over yet. He grabbed your collar and pulled you up, then poured all his strength into shouting in Aki's face. At that moment, teammates were dying or injured, and we had no place to hide. And you, our king, you just left back then, and now you suddenly appear and talk about saving someone." Faced with those accusations, Aki could only bow his head and apologize, then look seriously and say, "Aniem, please join me again. This time I will repay you 100,000 times over." His words made him cry. The loud noise made his wife and son run out, worried to see what was happening. Seeing her husband fighting, she was very surprised. His young son angrily shouted, "Who are you?" "My father doesn't like you guys. Get out of here now," Lena said nervously, startled. "That is Aniem's family." Hearing this, Aki also turned to look back, and suddenly the space became quiet. Only the sound of the wind can be heard. After a while, he also released Aki and softly said as if begging, "Nang, our king, please forgive me. Now I am no longer the great Aniem of the past." He lowered his head and continued, "I fled to this small town, met the person I wanted to love, lived with them. I cherish them very much and am very content with my current life. I no longer possess the strength I had before. Here, I can only protect them, protect this small town." As Anhim's words reached this point, a gust of wind blew past, lifting her cloak to reveal a severed arm. Aki's eyes, filled with sadness, looked at the helpless old general crying in front of him, unable to do anything. Anim forcefully slams her hand down, not knowing what she's about to do next. Suddenly, he bows his head in front of Aki's surprised face, pleading desperately, "Please leave here after you recover." Liet is lying sprawled on the ground, exhausted from a fierce battle, struggling to stand. Liet shot a deadly glare at the person in front of him. He was furious, the one who had killed Den. About 3 hours earlier, Liet and Shidyu stopped at a rocky outcrop as the scene shifts to a peaceful wooden house under a vibrant orange sunset sky. Inside the house, Tomo smiles happily and says to Frank, "Little brother, we really didn't come to cause trouble. We just need a safe place to rest for a bit." She winked, stuck out her tongue playfully, and said, "I have no intention of ruining your family's happiness." Frank blushed shyly and looked away awkwardly. "I understand, it's okay. Yes, I know, sis." The boy's face flushed as he nervously glanced at Tumo, his sister. Suddenly, Sino appeared, patting Frank on the shoulder. "We're good people, the ones who eliminate pressure." The boy glanced away and replied indifferently, "Yes, sir." Now in the kitchen, the food in the pot is starting to boil loudly. Valia, chopping vegetables, said, "It's really great to have 2 helpers. It's the first time in the house that so many people have come to eat together. I really can't handle it alone," she continued. Valia turned to smile at the 2 girls, saying, "Honestly, for all these years, not just our house but almost no one from outside has come to this island town. So at first we were a bit tense, even distrustful, and our attitude wasn't great. And I'm truly sorry and hope you understand." Laudu lowered her eyes and replied, "It's okay, we understand. After all, we suddenly barged in." She smiled and continued to Valia, "Sorry for the trouble." Lena also spoke, "Please don't mind, we are very grateful to have a place to rest. Your Excellency and Brother Aniem accepting us is already a great kindness." Valia happily smiles and says, "It's nothing, it's nothing. Once the meal is ready, let's all enjoy a good feast together." The scene shifts to a green meadow where Aki sits alone, gazing at the enormous shining sun on the horizon. He purses his lips in contemplation, silently observing the landscape ahead. Suddenly a figure appeared behind Aki, and Aniem suddenly spoke. He pursed his lips, looked at you sadly, and then slowly approached. Aki looked up at Aniem, and he couldn't help but be reminded of someone else. Aniem suddenly opened her eyes wide as she looked at the person in front of her. He lowered his gaze and spoke sincerely. "Just now, I had to admit that even with Lena as a witness, what you said about reincarnation and time travel is really hard to believe. At first, I couldn't accept it at all." Aniem recalls the past, feeling a bit emotional, and having hit him a few times. Now thinking back, it was really rude. He steps onto the lush green grass and slowly moves forward. Immediately after, Aniem lowered 1 foot onto the dark green grass and bowed respectfully. "Demon King, Aniem respectfully bows to you." After a moment, Aniem sits on the grass and recounts, "I was seriously injured that year and fled to this town, almost thinking I wouldn't survive." He reminisced about the past. It was her, my current wife, who healed my wounds and took me in. And Niem, with a sad look, continued, "She has never asked about my past. She just quietly stays by my side. Later, we developed feelings for each other, and I decided to give up everything." Former Lu Hao Aniem of the land. He recalls her gentle smile. "I just want to be her husband, protect her, and protect this town. After having a child, I have someone else to protect. This peaceful, simple life is the most precious treasure in my life." Aki smiled happily and looked at him. "Aniem, I truly rejoice that you have found a place to belong." My eyes suddenly grew sad. I've never dared to dream of a life like this, when everyone calls me the strongest warrior, and finally calls me the king. I am very clear. I am not someone who longs for that life. I am someone who creates that life for others. That's why I've never dared to stop. Aki recalls the past and says, "That year I ignored everyone's advice and resolutely entered the old king's tomb to seek the truth. Those damn Kovwangbi bring endless disasters. What secrets are they hiding? If I don't go, who else can go?" He frowned and continued, "Clinging to the so-called temporary safety is just fooling myself and others. As long as the ancient King Pagoda still exists, there will be countless deaths and unknown tragedies. I have no other choice." Aniem suddenly spoke. "The king's victory in the demon hunt was only temporary, the safest moment, deceiving those who were afraid, including myself." He looked at you intently and then continued, "That is also why you are the king, not someone else." Aki looked up at the sky now with a new king. "I also want to know where he will lead humanity. But after fighting Famdish Luan, I realized that the so-called new 6 heroes can actually turn into demons. This makes me very worried." "Wait a moment," then I curiously ask, "What secret is the new king hiding?" And Enhiem shouted in panic to stop him. "The king advised you not to confront the new king. I have seen his strength with my own eyes. It is an absolute power that cannot be defeated, a power that instills fear." Aki's face suddenly tensed with blue veins. "No matter what, I must meet him at least once." Moreover, he smirked and asked, "Do you know I don't have the strength to defeat him?" Aniem widened her eyes, stunned by Akai's current appearance. The scene shifts to a small room where everyone is gathered around a large table. Valia brought out the salad bowl and shouted, "Let's eat." I deliberately changed to this big table. Aniem happily smiled brightly, It's been a long time since it was this lively, really good. But at this moment, Aki's sword suddenly floated in the air, emanating a dark power. He looked in confusion at the sword called Trio Hongvuang. Suddenly, a powerful energy burst from the sword. Aki silently thought, danger is approaching. The entire space seemed to turn gray. Sino, terrified and confused, asked, what's going on? In the sky, a majestic bird with overwhelming energy appears, and inside the house, Aki shouts, watch out! Instantly, the bird dives straight at the house to attack. A huge explosion suddenly erupted, and the house was reduced to a pile of debris. Everyone has now safely escaped from the house. Dust and smoke rose from the wreckage, swirling everywhere. The nearby birds were also flying around. Shiryu calmly stepped out of the wreckage and said, as expected, you're hiding here. The bird that attacked the house earlier is now shrunk and perched on his finger. Chideo smirked slyly and said, it only takes a little time to trace you through the memories of the birds along the way. Suddenly, a deep voice asked, is that you? Light bowed his head and slowly stepped out of the wreckage. His sharp eyes looked up and said, the one who killed Den. Light felt extremely confused by Shiryu's suggestion and asked him again why he said I should bring you. Around the place where Dan and Shiryu listened, he calmly replied with a very reasonable answer that might help in finding him. I ask you, earlier you said our goals might be the same. Why did you say that? Hearing this question, Shiryu quickly came up with an answer. It was a painful past for him, but he didn't go into details with Lie, only briefly mentioning it as a matter of personal grievance. Light slowly added, planning to take something out of his shirt pocket, because finding that person was no simple matter. Throughout the journey, I have gathered quite a few clues about the person I am looking for. In the end, the only clue pointed here, and just as luck would have it, Liet looked out into the space in front of him, where the ground had been destroyed. All traces of chaos from a fierce battle. Such a coincidence, right? Liet pointed to the sky and explained further, seeming a bit reluctant. As for cooperating with you, that was the decision of our superiors. Liet didn't catch all of Chiryu's words, only wanting to find the whereabouts of the one who defeated Dien earlier. You said you had a way to locate the killer of Dien, you're wasting our time. As Liet was speaking, Shiryu suddenly interrupted. It seemed he needed absolute silence. Turns out, Shiryu was just playing with the birds. He raised his hand to greet a bird, saying, don't scare the others. Then Shiryu communicated with the bird, appearing very mysterious. Tell me, little one, what have you seen? The bird tells a rather long story, but in a language Liet cannot understand. But Shiryu can understand this language, so he translates it so Liet can understand as well. Oh, you mean there are 4 of them in total? The human soldiers like us demons are all injured and fleeing. So, where did they go? Soldier, which direction did they go? The bird is still talking with Shiryu. Is that so? Very good. Then Shiryu releases the bird back into the sky, and he and Liet head straight in one direction. Soon, Shiryu and Liet arrived at the location and found Akai's group. Liet looked furious, gritting his teeth with veins bulging on his face. A human warrior, yet you managed to kill Den. Are you the one? Shiryu can sense the strength and uses it to judge Aki. His aura must be. So that's it. I don't know how you gained the power of the abyss, but this strength is truly fascinating. Aki, unaware of the opponent's strength, immediately asked the Red King dynasty on his right, what are these two's abilities? The Red King dynasty took a few seconds to analyze the difficult situation at hand, then offered an assessment based on Aki's experience, indicating they are stronger than the young boy with the 6-horned head. The Crimson King emphasizes Shiryu, seeming to be a tough opponent, especially with that closed-eyed look. He observes the aura around Shiryu and then makes a comment. His aura is very strange. Liet couldn't wait any longer and decided to strike first. Lai shot like an arrow toward Aki, his eyes full of murderous intent, saying, you killed Den. His power is immense, comparable to that of a lion. All of Aki's teammates couldn't withstand this power. They all instinctively defended, or were thrown back. Liu is very worried about Aki, calling out his name to check if he's okay. Aki! Liet's attack was very powerful, but Aki fully utilized the Chain of the King to avoid it. Tan Liet was extremely surprised to see his move blocked by Aki. Yet somehow he managed to block my gun attack. Then Aki continued to use the Crimson Empire to deflect Liet's strike. Seeing Aki's resilience, Liet could only tremble and grit his teeth in anger. Relying on Aki's strength, Liet quickly accused him, glaring with a murderous look in his eyes. This is the moment. This is when you killed Den. Liet launched a direct attack at Aki and a bloodshed ensued. Seeing Aki injured, his teammates were extremely worried and rushed in to ask about him. Aki Liet suddenly unleashed a tremendous power, which gradually became overwhelming. I will make you die in pieces. Teacher Aki, witnessing the monstrous power before him, makes a judgment based on experience. This name is similar to Van Dyen, with a demonic aura, so he will also become a demon. Lu has no idea about these people. She turns to ask her teammates, are they Lena's team? Hearing Lena's response, everyone seems frozen in place. Master Hong Lialina spoke very seriously, revealing a look of fury towards the people in front of her. Tan Luke Haochinat. At this moment, Anyem is protecting her family. Frank and Valia, having just witnessed this scene, are very frightened. Anyem is determined not to be useless and quickly thinks of a way to help. Why? Why so fast already? With my current strength, how can I help? It seems everyone in Aki's team is already ready. Tomo unleashes his move and Sino quickly follows, summoning immense power. Lu is also ready to support Aki in fighting the two enemies right in front of them. When everyone was ready, Lu led the team and gave the command without hesitation. Let's go. Lena didn't want to be left behind, so she made up her mind and decided, I'm joining too. Aki understood Lena's feelings and gave her an order. Escort the Unheim family out of here. Lena seemed unwilling to accept this order. She tried to explain her reasoning, but Aki was Hong Su Liet, the most powerful being in the New Forest. Aki explains to Lena how dangerous these two are. The other one is a high-level demon. Did you forget what I told you before? High-level demons never appear alone. Thanks to Aki recalling the knowledge, Lena remembered how dangerous these two are. High-level demons usually travel in groups. Finally, Lena made her own decision. She turned to Anyem and gave an order. Snaim, take your wife and leave here first. Hearing Lena's words, Anyem didn't know what to say, because he still wanted to fight. Lena, I can't let Anyem's family fall into danger. She took Anyem's hand, and Lena also took Frank's hand. Then Lena took Anyem's family and moved to the other side, where Lu's group was charging forward. All three of their targets are Liet, who can relatively easily withstand the attacks from Lu's group. Lu looks at the opponent in front of him and makes an observation. It seems to be a tough battle. This guy's reaction speed isn't Hong Hach, but Lam Hach. The more Lu fights, the more he feels something's off, so he keeps fighting more recklessly. Moreover, I keep feeling this uneasy sensation that I can't put into words. On the other side, Shidyu remains so calm, still enjoying the delicious meat. It seems we've disturbed him. Your happy dinner is just below, and he blames Shidyu for being indifferent. Why didn't you fight him with me? It seems that Shidyu isn't very concerned. He's still busy enjoying the meat. Sir Lie has incredible strength. Aki remembers Shich Fuang's warning and has a plan for himself. Be careful, that guy has a strange aura. Aki looked up at the enemy ahead, seeming to sense Shidyu's strange and extremely dangerous aura. Shidyu was still standing on the cliff, with a massive force before him. Tulu and Shino are still fiercely attacking Let Hong to defeat him. Lu encourages her teammates and emphasizes what everyone must do. Don't let him escape the encirclement. Even though he's a new lieutenant, right now we just need to unleash the demonic energy to suppress him. Lu looked at Saki and Shidyu, then silently thought of a plan, forcing her to create space for Aki to deal with another opponent. Shino launched a powerful attack at Liet, but Liet dodged the deadly strike. Shino continued to fight hand-to-hand with Liet, but Liet also managed to block the attack. Even as the attacker, Shino still felt a sharp pain from Liet's incredible defense. The pain and physical strength of this guy are truly terrifying. At this moment, Liet's face shows no emotion as he continues to block the attack with his hand. Taking advantage of Liet's focus on Shino, To seizes the opportunity to strike secretly. To aimed for a surprise attack, thinking Liet wouldn't be able to block it. Taking advantage of her missed strike, Liet moved lightly like a feather, slipping behind To, then looked at To Mo with an expressionless gaze, completely devoid of emotion. To Mo was stunned, realizing that her attack was ineffective. Is this real or fake? Lu is still standing from afar analyzing the situation. She deduces that this Liet is clearly Hong Hach, but his speed is like Lam Hach's, and his defense resembles Hoang Hach's. This is the true strength of Hongsu Liet, the new 6 heroes. But just a small failure. How could Lu's group give up and stop attacking? Still, Qin Lu also knows that this battle has gone off course, yet he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong here. The 3 members of Lu's group attack Liet together, but to no avail. On the other side, Shidyu and Aki still haven't made a move. Aki looked at the opponent in front of him as if he had waited too long and lost all patience. He gathered his strength and prepared to strike first. If you won't make a move, then let me handle it. The ground around Aki shatters as he prepares to fly toward Shidyu. Aki punched Shidyu hard, while Shidyu used some move. As he brushed past Shidyu, Aki realized his strike still hadn't hit Shidyu. The afterimages didn't hit. Aki tried attacking a few more times like that, but he still couldn't land a hit on Shidyu. Shidyu suddenly appears standing very relaxed, still holding a reed and complaining, "I really am not good at fighting warriors like you." Then Shidyu suddenly disappears right before Aki's eyes, vanishing, and Aki concentrates his mind, seemingly having sensed Chidyu's location. Aki immediately turned around and managed to block Chidyu's attack from behind. After a quick exchange of moves, it seemed Chidyu was still not satisfied. Too fast, but still not enough. It seems Aki has understood the meaning behind Chidyu's words. Is he really using that much power? So you want to compare speed? Aki doesn't forget to utilize the great power of the Crimson Kingdom, so let's have a speed contest. Then, Aki moved like a lightning bolt across the sky, causing Shidyu to freeze in place for a moment. Before long, Aki appeared right in front of Shidyu, who looked on in astonishment with a chain of thunderous strikes. Then Shidyu was hit by Aki's attack and was thrown far away, but Aki still managed to catch up with him. Aki and Shidyu face to face, catching up with you, then Aki strikes directly at Shidyu's chest. This time, Shidyu couldn't hold on. Shidyu was struck down, his hands trembling as if he were in pain. Shidyu praises Aki while at the same time holding the chain of the kingdom. Impressive indeed. Suddenly, behind Aki is Shidyu, who rushes to attack him. Unfortunately, he's mistaken and kills the wrong person. Aki feels like he's in a daze. The person he was about to defeat turns out to be Lu. Lu is now saying a few final words, his tone somewhat blaming Aki. Why did Aki? Even Aki didn't know why he mistakenly struck Lu. He stammered, "Why, Lu?" At this moment, the Crimson King seems to see through everything. The Crimson King realm reminded Aki, "Kid, you need to watch carefully. It's an illusion spell." Hearing the warning from the Crimson King realm, Aki suddenly snapped out of his trance. In front of Aki, there was no Chidyu, no Lu, not a single person. On the other side, Liet was fiercely resisting the attack of Lu's team. Liet is very strong. It seems this is a tough fight for all three members of Lu's group. While the three of them were fighting, Trat Lu noticed something unusual, and her team decided to land and end this long battle. The reason is simple, because Lu can no longer see her opponent, or Li. Shidyu stands on the high rock, revealing a contemptuous smile, his body emanating a terrifying aura, as he calmly declares, "You have been too careless." Liu gritted her teeth, silently realizing that Shidyu's formidable power was the reason for her constant sense of danger. So that was his illusion magic. Tomo seems to have uncovered a difficult truth, and she doesn't seem very willing to accept it. The guy fighting us never really existed, and Sino isn't willing to accept it either. In another part, Sino greatly admires the strength of the man standing before him. We've been toyed with by his illusion magic for so long, but it feels so real. Aki witnessed everything that just happened and realized his own arrogance. A powerful illusion technique to a certain level is indistinguishable from reality, and he never expected it to be a high-level demonic illusion. When they escaped, Aki shouted loudly, wanting to ask about Liet's whereabouts and hear it directly from Shidyu. Where is that Liet guy? After hearing that, Shidyu still appeared relaxed and unconcerned. He did not leave that rocky outcrop. What about him? Shidyu chuckled sinisterly, his words carrying a dark undertone, having already gone to find the one who left earlier to play. And hearing this, Aki's group all felt uneasy, recalling the remaining comrades, Lina, Aniem, and Shidyu, calmly sitting on the cliff, recounting the events to Aki's team, who still didn't understand what was happening below. I told him that if he came here, no one would survive. As for you, I can finally confirm. That day, it was the scent of both of you, Shidyu said as he looked down from above, his eyes implying Aki and Lu. Lu was a bit confused about what Shidyu was saying and shouted angrily, "That day, the aura of the two of us. What are you talking about?" In Shidyu's memory, the dark past from long ago reappeared. This piece of memory makes him want to forget. That day, it was the two of you. Shidyu gritted his teeth, seeming to harbor deep hatred for these past enemies. Killing the little one was something he had already agreed with Master Leet to do in order to avenge and eliminate you. Zhidao looked anxious. He released his aura, causing the surrounding air to ripple. But I couldn't hold back anymore. In an instant, a loud sound rang out, and the ground suddenly trembled violently. The surrounding space is disturbed. Someone shouts, "What exactly is going on?" The ground is shaking. Someone guesses it might be an earthquake. Someone shouts to be careful, and everyone moves to a wide open space in order. Aniem and Lina try to move quickly forward when a voice shouts, "We are the Tong." Someone angrily yells, "Don't pull me." A voice calls out loudly. The sign in front has fallen. "Be careful!" Someone is shouting to make way. "Everyone stay here and don't run around, okay?" Someone looking at Aniem shouts, "Wait a minute, is that Lady Aniem over there?" "Husband, you have to be careful." Dad, I will protect Mom really well. Aniem turned around and ran back, telling Lena, Lena, come with me to the city wall. Something's wrong with this sound. I need to check it out. What is this? How is that possible? We've never seen a scene like this before. What are you just standing there for? Reporting the situation, Lord Aniem. Realizing something, Aniem's eyes widened with shock as he saw a large gathering of demon armies ahead, their eyes shining like a distant sunset. The demon army turns towards Aniem's group and roars in fury. Lena looks down quietly, her face filled with horror. Lena exclaimed, "The Demon Lord!" Aniem raised an eyebrow, assessing that this level is at least the third stage of the Demon Lord. A map appears in Aniem's mind, and his voice echoes, "The small town of Lukchao is quite far from the source of the evil spirit's gathering. This time, the evil spirit is summoned intentionally." Lena squinted, thinking for a moment, and deduced that the two figures who appeared earlier were Liet and Shidiu. Suddenly, a red shadow flashed by, and Aniem and Lena were startled, looking up at the sky as a person soared over the city wall and plunged straight down to the ground. Someone's voice rang out in surprise. "What is that flying out of the city?" The person who just landed is Let. The ground cracked open from the impact, dust and smoke billowing into the air. Aniem and Lena stared wide-eyed, surprise clearly visible on their faces. Aniem exclaimed, "It's Hong Su Liet." Liet propped one hand on his knee, raised his face, and his eyes shifted toward Aniem's group. It turns out that the new Lord Hao today is cooperating secretly with the demons, meaning that the new king himself appeared openly before us without any disguise. It seems he has already made his decision, so he put his hands behind his back and said as he walked, "You don't know how to talk before you die." Aniem tilted her head slightly, and he whispered, "Let's see if the small town of Lukchao can survive today." The Demon King army advances together, pressing toward the city wall. From afar, Liu is observing the situation at the wall. She exclaimed, feeling the oppressive demonic aura approaching. Aki stood still, calmly giving orders. "Everyone go to the clinic for Lena and Aniem." Lula leaves in frustration. Aki alone, his aura and illusion magic are definitely at the Demon King level. Aki coldly interrupts her. Quickly after hearing Aki's response, Liu gritted her teeth. She remained silent for a long time, helpless. "All right, let's go." "No!" Aki slightly lifts one foot, and the ground instantly cracks into pieces. Like lightning, Aki leaps to Chidu's position and calls out, "I'll handle this." Aki strikes fiercely with both hands, attacking Chidu. In an instant, his body seemed to tear apart. Under attack from Iki, Chidu remained calm, a faint smile on his lips. In an instant, Chidu disappeared, and the surrounding space was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Aki was stunned, standing silently for a moment, his eyes blankly gazing into the void around him. Aki looked around, a thought crossing his mind. A dark shadow, a space of illusion. Suddenly, 3 faint points of light appeared in the distance. The 3 lights rushed forward, approaching Akai's location. Liu's image suddenly appeared within one of the 3 lights. She looked around, her voice filled with panic. "Everything is changing around us. Where is everyone?" Liu Dao looks around and calls out loudly, "Aki, are you here?" To's image suddenly appears, her face showing clear confusion. She squints, her voice filled with unease. "Hey, where is this? Is this another illusion?" The perspective shifts to Shino, who looks around nervously. Sino stands still, gazing at the ground, wondering why it's cracked and broken. Aki quietly observes his teammates, his thoughts appearing. Are they all under the illusion spell? The illusionary space is too powerful. This strength is already beyond the 7th stage. Suddenly, Shidu approached from behind Aki, his face changing as his voice rang out. I say Shidu takes a step forward, and in an instant his legs begin to transform into a suit of armor. Shidu halts, his body gradually changing, his voice becoming increasingly dangerous. "I am extremely eager for you to see them die one by one." A shining armor appears, covering Shidu's body, and a line of text appears. Apocalyptic Super Tier, Shidu. Shidu smiled wickedly, his voice full of arrogance. "I enjoy playing with those who have some strength like you. You won't be killed immediately by me. Watching you suffer is truly a wonderful feeling." Suddenly, a lightning bolt touches Chidu's finger. His eyes flicker downward. A sound rings out. Crack. Aki swings his hand. A bolt of lightning strikes directly at Chidu's location. Aki's voice echoes, "Thunderclap." Aki turned to look at Shidu, who had disappeared without a trace. Shidu's voice rang out, truly a mighty blow. Shidu reappeared, smirking mockingly, and said, "Even if you strike hard, you're only hitting my illusion." Aki looked at the opponent and concluded, "So it's true. You're also an illusion. Rushing to attack is just a pointless effort." Shichvuong's thoughts suddenly appeared. The kid is right. Stay in shape. This kind of illusion magic is the one I hate most, with no real entity to cut down. Shidu crossed his arms and praised, "You're calmer than I thought. As if you have a lot of real combat experience. Wasting energy on me here is truly foolish, since this is my illusion after all." Shidu chuckled softly and continued, "I can even control the flow of time." He raised an arm and stepped toward Aki, reminding him, "Don't waste the stage I've prepared. You'll like it. Look up and see your 3 teammates leaving. You've only been here a moment, but they've been trapped here for 2 days." Aki turned around, looked up at the reflections of his teammates, and suddenly realized something. Liu's image appears, her entire body restrained by what looks like vine-like ropes, which are wrapping around her as she gently moves her hand. Liu swings both hands forcefully, unleashing swift slashes to cut the controlling vines. Her voice echoes loudly, "Get out." The vines are cut and fall into the nearby swamp. Liu leans forward with her hands on her knees, panting heavily, thinking to herself, how can she escape from here? It has been a long time. All attacks have been useless. Liu opens her eyes, looking over her wounds, her breathing still rapid from exhaustion. Liu takes a deep breath and casts a healing spell on herself. A sound echoes, restoring her health. Suddenly, someone's voice echoes, startling Liu. "Your healing power is unmatched, but the swamp here will devour all your vitality." The scene shifts to another space, where the blazing sun shines its rays onto the dry, barren ground below. Sino is running at full speed, with thoughts flashing through his mind. Where is the exit? How can I dispel this illusion and escape this damn situation? Suddenly, 2 tornadoes appear from the distance. They rush straight toward Shino. Sino raises his hand forward, directly colliding with the 2 fierce tornadoes. As soon as he dispersed these 2, more tornadoes suddenly surged toward Shino, pushing him back before he could react. "Your defense is like a mountain, but in this desert it will corrode your soul." "It's been 2 days, Sino. Is your teammate still alive?" Sino collapsed, his breath exhausted. Chidyu's voice echoed. "You should also give up now and die with them." The scene shifts as Mo fights alone. Tu stands in an endless space as identical clones of her begin to emerge around her. In the blink of an eye, those clones bend their knees and rush forward. The clones keep rushing towards Mo, and she has to struggle to fend off their attacks. Mo frowns, her mind filled with frustration. "Damn it, these clones keep coming out. I guess I've been fighting for 2 days straight." Suddenly, Shidyu's voice echoes from somewhere. "Your speed is limitless, but in this realm, you will lose your reason." Shidyu suddenly appears, his colorful feathers soaring into the air. Shidyu smiled, spreading his arms wide, and asked, "Can you escape from yourself?" Behind Tomo, her clones continued to emerge, and a voice echoed. Standing up, the scene shifts. Aki quietly observes his teammates. His thoughts revealed that their consciousness had been trapped in the illusion for 2 days already. If they didn't break free quickly, they would be tormented until their minds and bodies were exhausted, and they died. Aki furrowed his brow, trying to think of a way, but his attack was useless. They were the same, knowing it but unable to do anything else. Aki's hand clenched tightly and trembled, feeling helpless as breaking the illusion from within was impossible. Suddenly, Aki's eyes widened as his mind realized something. Wait, it can't be broken from inside the illusion. Aki's hand emits a beam of light as he wonders, what if we can break this illusion from outside? The scene shifts back to the city wall. Lena's voice echoes, "We must stop him." And there's also the demon tide. Anim looked straight ahead and said to Lena, "Let's face it. Even so, I must protect this place." Anim shouted with determination. "No matter what, we were once Liu Hao." After hearing Anim's response, Lena frowned and smiled excitedly. Both Anim and Lena lightly jumped, and the wall shattered into pieces in an instant. They leapt away from their previous positions, their eyes fixed on the horde of demons below. Both Anim and Lena leap downwards. A streak of light stretches across the sky as they land on the ground. They eliminated some of the demons below. Anayim and Lena got up, their eyes fixed on the enemies, ready to fight. In the distance, Liet raises his hand to signal, causing the demon army to halt suddenly, and a sound echoes. Stop Liet speaks, Anyem, Dadi, Win Lena, the remnants of Luke Haoku. Old 6 hairs or the old king, they are already history and belong to the past. Liet suddenly clenched his teeth, and his face momentarily grew sharp spikes. Liet stands still. A surge of power begins to emanate. His hair gradually turns white, and his body is now clad in blazing red armor, with eyes shining with fierce authority. Lena looked at Liet with wide eyes and thought, demonization. Liet gently bowed his head and challenged, "Old 6 Hao, come together if you dare." Thousands of demonic tides emerge from behind. Light moves forward and softly says, "The demonic tides will swallow this place. Your 3 beloved comrades don't have much time left to stand here in silence with you. Come on, unleash your power. His hand trembled violently, veins bulging. He laughed maniacally and then strangled himself. Go ahead and go crazy trying to kill me. The thing I want to see most is your frantic, hopeless look. Watch the people you cherish being tortured to death before your eyes. Then Shidio laughs excitedly, and you can do nothing but linger with me in the illusion. Finally, with all my strength, I will take your pitiful life. It will be so beautiful, little bean surely will love it. You grit your teeth and say, "Are you underestimating my teammates too much?" Suddenly, Shidu freezes and stares intently at the floating images as if in shock. Lu is being tortured in the swamp, with vines wrapped tightly around her, her face showing intense tension. She silently thought that as the team leader, she absolutely couldn't give up first, and had to find a way to help them. Meanwhile, Shino was fighting alone against the fierce whirlwinds in the desolate desert. He struggles to fight back fiercely. Shino thought to himself, it's just the desert and the raging wind. An intense battle as Tomo faces a series of terrible lightning strikes, her face full of determination. Everyone must witness the unwavering fight of these warriors. Shidio wonders why my illusion magic tortures everyone until they break. Aki calmly said, "You don't understand, do you, Demon Lord? Have you never wondered why humanity has not perished all these years?" He laughed out loud and pointed at him, sneering, "You're only kept around because you still have some use, you lowly race called humans." Suddenly, his leg spun 90 degrees. So what? A gentle wave of energy slowly emanates from his hand. Then I will adopt a human stance. Aki raised his hand to eye level and said with a cold, icy expression, "Defeat you." Immediately after, his body releases a fierce light that spreads throughout the space. Shidio trembled in fear. Why do I feel afraid of his aura? The fierce lightning shot out from Aki's hand as he resolutely declared, "Trust, courage, and hope." This is the reason why our humanity can never break free from the cycle. The sky turns fiery red. Clouds gather to form a giant storm eye. The ground beneath Chidio's feet gradually cracks and shatters, he fears. He wants to break my illusion from outside. Aki raised his hand to the sky, clenched his fist with all his strength, then struck down fiercely and shouted, "Break this illusion for me." Immediately, a furious lightning bolt descended from the giant storm eye straight into Chidio's illusion. Lightning also strikes above the heads of your teammates trapped in the illusion. Then suddenly a light emerges from the swamp, where Liu is being held. Meanwhile, beneath Shino's feet, cracked pieces of earth shattered and light emerged from them. The space around Tomo also gradually cracked open, with light shining inside. Liu's eyes suddenly lit up with joy in his heart. Shino and Tome were also stunned, a thought flashing through their minds. Aki. Only he became furious, his body radiating a dark energy. He growled, "No way. What power do you truly possess to maintain my illusion?" A massive explosion has occurred, with light spreading across the sky. At this moment, Lena and Anim also see a blinding white lightning outside the city walls. He wondered aloud. Lena looked up at the fiery red sky and exclaimed, "It's Aki!" An Ainhiem spoke. "This aura is completely different from the one when the demon transformed earlier." The evil creatures also looked up in amazement, gaping in confusion, while Liet stood silently observing, ignoring their panicked retreat, his eyes full of doubt. Has the demon named Shidiu been defeated? Or is his illusion magic useless after all? Immediately after, he became furious, crouched down, his body radiating intense energy, proving that he couldn't trust the demon. Then, Leet charged at those two with lightning speed. Anandheem sensed the danger approaching and stepped forward to protect Lena. He managed to block Liet's attack with the earth shield in time. His punch roared like a lion, blowing away everything around him for hundreds of meters. Aniem's golden shield began to crack from the force of the blow. He threw a powerful punch that pierced through the golden defense shield and headed straight for Aniem, while a warm hand from behind gently touched his back, using healing energy to try and save him. He was knocked back and thrown far away, while Lena behind him was tending to his wounds and trying to hold him back, using all her strength to transfer more energy and power to Aniem. Lena asked Hananiem. He spoke up. "How are you?" His punch just now fractured my chest bone and pierced through the earth defense that I could previously withstand against the demon horde of the 5th stage. She furrowed her brows, silently thinking that this guy's demonic power was stronger than Van Dion's. His deep voice resonated from his throat. "Are you trash from the old era?" He radiated a fierce aura as he uttered words of contempt. Even my punch couldn't handle it. So boring. After that furious storm, the illusion shattered, and Aki and his teammates gradually landed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they thought to themselves the illusion had shattered. Aki turned to look at them and asked, "Han, are you okay?" "Be careful," Lu exclaimed as he saw Shidiu standing proudly on the pile of wreckage. That guy is extremely dangerous. My breath is heavy as I speak tiredly. That demon's illusion magic makes the five senses unable to distinguish reality from illusion. It looks just like real life. He crossed his arms and lowered his face to his knees. If it weren't for everyone's trust, he might have already fallen apart. Sino spoke. All the torment in that illusion felt so real. Each fall made him think it was the last time. You still look like you're ready to fight, but I know Aki will definitely find a way to break it. Tomo agreed. Yes, we have Aki with us. But if it weren't for Aki breaking the illusion, we might have truly lost our way forever in the illusion. Shidyu hovered over the wreckage. She had to admit that his strength was greater than any of the failed demons we had encountered before. His face was full of resentment, and Shidyu thought to herself, lightning electric power. This is his exclusive ability. He raised his arm, focusing his power into his hand. Lightning makes people feel terrified and disgusted. He already used this power. Then Shidyu launched a direct attack at Aki's team and shouted loudly to kill the little brat. Aki was not inferior either. He focused all his electric power into his fist to fight back. He blocks Shidyu's fierce attack, and the pressure from the collision is incredibly intense. Lulo asked nervously, "Do you really want to fight him alone, Aki? Stay calm and trust me. Follow what I told you before. Hurry and go to support Lina and Aniem." A terrifying explosion with immense pressure erupted right between the two of them. Smoke and dust billowed up, shrouding the entire area in fog. After the explosion, the air gradually calms, leaving a desolate and ruined land around where the two collided. Aki's team had already fled right in front of Shidyu, without him having time to react. He clenched his teeth and said, "Yet he let them escape." Suddenly, from the white smoke and dust behind him, a deep, provocative voice echoed. "Too bad for you, huh?" Aki said as he emerged from the white smoke. "It seems that my lightning power can counter your demons. The silver-white lightning bolts gently and gracefully shoot out from your entire body. Lightning bolts start wrapping around Aki's arm, turning it white. Seeing this, Shidyu trembles slightly, secretly guessing that lightning is being generated on his body. Every step you take on the grass leaves a white trail. Aki has transformed into a demonic lightning form. You dare to provoke him, charge in. Hearing that, he became furious. Spread your wings, acting all high and mighty. In a flash, Shidyu suddenly appeared right behind him, ready to strike with a deadly blow, quickly raising both hands in front of him to unleash his illusionary technique. Two giant arms stretch out in front of Aki, illusionary claws tearing at the heart. Aki remains calm, swinging his hand behind his neck, a thunderous roar, and then a mighty white dragon created from lightning bursts forth from Aki's swing. Shidyu's face showed great seriousness and surprise at the power he had just witnessed. Immediately after, the dragon shattered Shidyu's attack, knocking him back. Knocked back, Shidyu roared in fury, still unwilling to give up, as he launched another attack, breaking the demonic shadow. The terrifying sharp-beaked monsters created from darkness continuously rush at Aki like starving creatures. But he jumped really high to the middle of the stage to dodge the attack and create some distance. Akatung Thwang Loi. His entire body unleashes a wave of electricity that knocks back the monsters. Shidyu is completely stunned and speechless as he witnesses the scene before his eyes, unable to react in time. He quickly moved to dodge the continuous silver-white lightning bolts shot out from Akai's body, then charged straight at him at an incredible speed, ignoring the surrounding lightning strikes. Both of them began a fierce and brutal one-on-one fight right in the fiery sky. Shidyu was beaten to a pulp by Aki and was thrown hundreds of meters away through the air. Shidyu trembled with pain, his body almost unrecognizable after Aki's attacks. Aki's face was extremely cold as he said, "I can break the illusion from the outside, the skill I use to suppress it, and your physical combat skills can't match mine. Give up." Shidyu clenched his teeth, intending to reserve some strength to kill your teammate. Then, a single eye appeared above his head, shooting out dark energy, and a huge dark gate emerged behind Aki. That is the ultimate illusion, the torment of agony. Shidyu stands confidently in the sky and says, "Are you ready to face the most painful death?" Aki, with a fierce face, cold eyes, and a savage smile, responds with a swallowing voice. He secretly thought that a black hole-like illusion appeared directly on my body. What kind of power is this? Shidyu raises both hands forward as if casting a powerful spell, releasing black energy that can swallow everything, then responds. A black hole immediately appears on the target's body, compressing the single target damage to the maximum. This is a strike you cannot avoid. Aki's face is full of seriousness. This move is truly formidable. As expected, the demon has mastered illusion magic to the highest level. Your body is gradually being pulled into the black portal. You angrily look at your left hand and say, "I didn't expect this to affect my energy-gathering process." He sneered and stepped into the endless black hole. Enjoy it slowly. And so he was carried away by the endless black hole until he disappeared. The dark black gate slowly shrank right over Aki's body. Only the arrogant one uttered 2 words. Devour. Meanwhile, he spoke with a haughty attitude, claiming that the so-called suffering black hole is a space that gathers endless torment, where one will experience eternal agony until death. No creature can survive and escape from the black hole of suffering. Aki is pulled into the strange space. He cried out in intense pain as he felt his body being drained of strength, as if an invisible force was pulling out all the energy and electricity inside him. The white mirror in front of his chest suddenly shot out faint lightning, trying to resist the draining of his energy. Then, the silver mirror in front of him suddenly glowed and let out 2 words as it radiated. He is floating among hundreds of skulls with different expressions. The skulls with their blank eyes and gaping mouths as if about to devour him suddenly emit terrifying white energy streams trying to invade. Those white streams of energy slowly seep into your chest, beginning a painful torment. Aki's body trembles violently with unbearable pain as he moans helplessly, his strength rapidly drained. Then the bones and joints in your body seem to be broken by an invisible force, emitting haunting, cracking sounds. Skulls continue to invade your body one after another. These spirits are not real entities but are the essence of pain condensed through illusion magic. There is a pain as sharp as a knife cutting, a torment as burning as fire, a freezing cold that pierces to the bone, and intertwined with despair, fear, and regret in the mind. The images of comrades flash through his mind before Aki finally utters. My memories scream into the black-purple void of the black hole. Aki's consciousness seems trapped in an eternal cycle. Aki's face quickly aged, life force draining away as he felt himself fading rapidly, skin sagging, bones stiffening, hair turning white, and his strength dwindling to nothing like a tiny speck of dust. But then, everything reversed. His body returned to that of a child, but he carried the painful memories of his previous aging. He kept shouting, his hair gradually turning black. He was slowly growing into a teenage boy. He has lived through countless lifetimes. Sometimes he was an ordinary person, a naive child holding a teddy bear, but he had to watch the people he loved gradually fall victim to evil, witnessing his loved ones pass away one after another. In another life, he was once an ordinary soldier with a handsome, mature face, becoming one of the failures on the battlefield, torn apart by demons. There was a time when Aki, the lonely king, appeared in his divine form as a mighty ruler wielding a sharp sword. Amidst the brutal battlefield, he was the only survivor among fallen subordinates, burdened with endless regret. Each time the memories shift between the past and the present and back again, Aki's body also ages from youth to old age. Every cycle of reincarnation adds new layers of pain. The endless cycle of reincarnation torment has torn the body apart, shattered the spirit, and broken the emotions. Shi Dieu Bok Suong Dat, Chi X Long Sak So Du Kan Kwa Han Roi Suong. Standing before the black sphere imprisoning Aki, he proudly declared that for him it was like experiencing countless years of life and death in the black hole. Each second passing was endless torment. Even if the 6 spirits reappear, I fear it will be difficult to survive and leave this place. The wings behind him spread out, and he soared into the sky, shouting, "Open the sphere and let it open." He looked up at the fiery red sky outside, and then fell silent for a moment, as if reminiscing about distant memories. Shidio recalled the joyful, warm moments spent with loved ones, feeling truly happy. The small black seed sphere imprisoning Aki suddenly cracks open a large fissure and gradually disappears. He raised his hand and stood before Aki's fragile body, speaking as if his master had avenged his son. Shidio stood calmly with arms crossed, looking at his weak body with a contemptuous gaze. He smiled and asked, "When did you start suffering to the point of death?" His eyes slowly opened in the dark purple void, revealing the terrifying white eyes of the lightning demon form. Aki once again transforms into the formidable lightning demon form, terrifying Shidio. He shouts in fury, "Impossible, no one can resist." In that moment, Aki vanished completely before his eyes at an incredible speed, leaving no trace, then suddenly appeared behind Shidio and struck him, the fiery breath escaping from his mouth. Aki exclaimed, "Foolish, you confidently declare that I am the strongest human warrior. 5 years ago, the sky opened wide as heavy rain poured down like nature's fury, bloodstains blending with the torrential rain flowing across the cold ground. A lone figure silently walks among the scattered corpses, blood staining the ground red. Shidu stands quietly in the rain, his wet hair plastered, heavy drops of water trickling down. He put his hand into his clothes, and indeed, this place had been destroyed like this. Rebuilding another base was no longer possible. Shidio gently curled his lips into a gentle smile. I also told them to be gentle. Why so rough? His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, murderous intent. As expected, those subordinates still haven't been enlightened. Their evolution is too slow. Suddenly, a hand reached out through the pouring rain, grabbing Shidyu's collar and yanking him back. The sudden movement caused the atmosphere to freeze for a moment. He immediately turned around and looked back, and in front of Shidyu was a girl, lying motionless on the cold, wet ground, her breath faint and ragged. As soon as he saw that face clearly, Shidyu froze in place, his eyes wide with shock. He knelt down on one knee and looked at the girl. Human, you've clearly lost consciousness and are about to die, yet you still cling to a stranger like me. Shidyu couldn't help but gently touch the girl's cheek. Is that instinct? The instinct to keep living is truly fascinating. Humanity, huh? Both resilient and fragile, he slowly spoke with a cold, deep voice. I can make you live on, but at that moment, a tremendous power from Shidyu suddenly erupted fiercely. You will forget that you were once human. A purple stone suddenly appeared from his chest, sparkling amidst the gloomy rain. Hey, little girl. The relentless rain keeps pouring down, heavy drops continuously pounding the purple stone in Shidyu's hand, as the wind begins to howl fiercely, swirling through the damp space. From now on, I will call you Little Bean. The purple light suddenly erupts fiercely, tearing through the rain and darkness, spreading across the deathly space that envelops everything. Amidst the heavy rain, a faint butterfly suddenly appears, trembling as it flutters gently in the air. Aki suddenly rushes from behind, striking with lightning speed, leaving Shidyu no chance to react. He trembled as he spoke, saying, "Back then, the rain was like a thin sheet of water covering my whole body just like now." As soon as he finished, Shidyu's body suddenly stiffened, and then lost all strength, collapsing. Sorry, Little Bean. He collapsed in the pouring rain, his wet hair covering his pale face. Shidyu clenched his teeth, his jaw tight as he tried to swallow the pain and the raging fury. In front of Aki, the blue stone hovered, continuing to emit a brilliant light. Strange symbols gradually appeared on the surface of the stone, twisting like living creatures and glowing faintly under the rain. Aki slowly reached out to take the stone, his fingers gently closing around the flickering light. The stone suddenly trembled, its light flickering violently before suddenly shifting to the side, as if deliberately avoiding his hand. However, Aki quickly reached out and grabbed the stone, clenching it tightly in his palm before it could escape. You look at the stone in your hand, the core of the shattered relic. If it weren't for the lightning electric power that just happened to counter his nature, I wouldn't have absolute confidence in winning this battle. Aki couldn't help but be surprised. Even here he could feel the intense fighting power of the new Lord Hao matching his current strength, standing firm against them. Aki silently resolved that in the future he would have to face even more powerful demons. Enemies, the new king or other royal artifacts, even the hidden schemes behind them. I must become stronger to protect everyone. Then Aki decisively pressed the stone into his chest. Then go ahead, only by growing stronger can you keep searching for the answer. The stone clings tightly to you as the light erupts violently, pain piercing to the soul. A tremendous wave of power erupts, surging like a raging sea, causing the surrounding space to shake. Aki screams in pain, tearing through the rain as his body trembles with the fierce explosion of energy inside him. On Aki's face, veins bulge violently, his facial muscles twitch uncontrollably, and the fierce aura within him erupts uncontrollably, spreading out like a tidal wave. The sky below, the rain suddenly begins to shake violently. Huge gusts of wind start to appear and roar continuously. From the sky, a giant tornado suddenly forms and howls as it crashes straight down. Aki's eyes trembled, then slowly moved, eyelids twitching as if struggling unconsciously. His eyes gradually opened, revealing a vacant yet deep gaze that reflected a strange, sinister light. Aki shouted loudly, "Yes, keep evolving into any form, directly evolve into the complete 8th stage." Immediately after, the space trembled violently, shaking intensely, and the air roared as if torn apart. The wind howled deafeningly, sweeping away patches of grass from the ground and lifting them into the sky. Aki's hair whipped wildly in the raging wind, each strand striking into the storm, blending with the pouring rain. He calmly walks through the pouring rain, each step steady and unwavering. Aki has fully achieved the form of the 7th stage of the demon, with an aura of evil and darkness enveloping his entire body. The giant wings behind him slowly folded and then descended onto the wet ground, one side replaced by lightning. I will immediately burst forward like an arrow tearing through the wind. Everyone, I am coming. At the same time, on the battlefield outside the city walls, it was a scene of blood and wind, with our forces nearly exhausted or wounded against a formidable enemy. Meanwhile, Leet moved forward coldly. one raising a shield to cover the entire wall, another healing and restoring the five of them. You two old men are quite something. For a moment, your voice deepened, but even with these three trash added, you can't break my armor, aren't you ashamed? Lena gathers her strength to defend. Damn it, what kind of defense does he have? It can't be broken. Not even a Niem can do anything more. Not only that, his fist is also very heavy. My defense won't hold out much longer. At this moment, Liu's gaze never left Lai. There must be a weakness somewhere. That red membrane has to be revealed clearly. Thinking that, she quickly jumped behind Leet. Just as Liu was about to ambush, the surrounding force field around Leet blocked her. Not only that, but Liu was even knocked back by its power. However, thanks to this, Liu was able to be certain. Everyone pay attention, no wonder it's getting harder for us to fight. The red membrane on his body is absorbing our attacks, not only making him more resilient but also boosting his fighting spirit, making him even more courageous. This is probably his exclusive skill. Hearing that, the two nearby teammates immediately prepared themselves. After unleashing her power to cover her body, both of them rush towards Leet at the same time. Sino loudly warns, "Two, let me handle his frontal attack." She looked for an opportunity to break through his red barrier, but before they could do anything, two streaks of power suddenly appeared before them. Worse, Shino was hit by Liet, but Tomo reacted quickly and dodged aside. Without time to think, she had no choice but to use her ultimate move. Swift as a bee, just as the thorn was about to pierce Liet, Tomo suddenly halted. Wait. Because she was recalling Lu's words, attacking directly would be absorbed by his shield and only make him stronger. However, Liet just finished dealing with Shino and was turning towards Tu. In that instant, he struck with all his might, leaving only a blinding flash of light where Tomo was standing. Faced with such overwhelming force, the beam of light was knocked far away. Witnessing this, Sino was powerless and could only shout Tu's name. It seemed like Tomo was in trouble, but surprisingly Lu spoke to reassure everyone. It's okay. It turns out Lu managed to pull Tomo away from that attack. It didn't hit, don't worry. Before they could catch their breath, Leet charged forward with murderous intent, and in front of the two of them, the red light transformed into a giant beast bearing its fangs. You two keep jumping around, just die for me. Seeing that, Shino hurriedly rushed in, using all his strength to block between the two with a steel divine charge. Even though he knew Liet's ability would immediately absorb the energy from this attack, after absorbing it, Liet would become even stronger. He kicks Shino and then leaps high. Seeing Shino in danger, Lena's eyes show extreme tension. She shouted, but at this moment Lena still had enough energy to heal Shino. She regained her composure and recovered. A moment later, a gentle blue light enveloped and healed Shino's body as he recovered. Lena cautiously looked towards light, luckily managing to heal Shino before he grew even stronger, with a very heavy punch. Now I can't move to focus on healing if he attacks me. As soon as I thought of that, Liet's furious and deadly gaze was already directed at her. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed straight to Lena's side. Only then did she realize Liet's plan to use the shield to disperse the formation. His initial target was always me, the one with the healing core. While Lena and Anyam were still stunned, a sudden beam of light shot down above their heads. Its trajectory is aimed straight at Liet, who is rushing forward at incredible speed. Unexpectedly, with this single strike, Liet was hit and sent flying backward. Soon after, a blazing red sphere was hidden within the dust and smoke. When the fog cleared, the protective aura around Liet also vanished instantly. You clearly weren't involved in this situation, so how could you break my perfect shield? Thinking this, Liet looked back at the others as if seeking an answer. There, a figure with flowing white hair has appeared from somewhere. The person is Aki, and this defensive shield is a perfect, invincible barrier. Seeing you, everyone else couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. Aki. At this moment, Aki looks incredibly majestic, with that steady back enough to reassure everyone. It's me. He tilted his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Leave the rest to me." At this moment, Liet still seemed to be observing and hadn't yet realized the strength of the person in front of him. In just a moment, Aki's figure transformed into a red tornado, and within seconds, a hand with golden claws reached for Liet's face. Without hesitation, Aki immediately poured all his strength to crush Liet into the ground. But it wasn't over yet. His feet pressed firmly on the ground, as if the explosion was about to happen. Sure enough, Aki used his incredible speed and force to drag Liet, leaving a long scar on the ground. Liet in Aki's hands had no strength to resist. How could his power be so immense? My blood power cannot escape. Then, the surrounding space seemed to fade away, leaving only a streak of red light. When Aki reappears, he is dragging Liet like a toy flying up to the sky to die. Once he reaches a high enough altitude, Aki puts all his strength into a throw, sending Liet crashing back to the cold ground. Then, from the point where Liet hit the ground, an explosion of rocks and dirt erupted as if to devastate the entire world. Lu was stunned and exclaimed, "It's evolved again. So powerful, Uncle." Tu urged everyone to fight him quickly and help us. Meanwhile, Aki was still standing silently in the sky, as if admiring his own achievement. Under the ground, Lit Fuang endured several hits before finally crawling to his feet, gritting his teeth until blood vessels bulged on his face. "After killing Vandailan's people, you've actually evolved. The overwhelming power surging through Liet's body, so I will do my best to tear you all to pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying power engulfed Liet's body. From that place, a colossal pillar of energy appeared in the dark sky. Even Lena was a little frightened seeing this. Is this really his full power? We didn't use this kind of power earlier because we didn't deserve it. And at the center of that shining pillar, Liet is pressing both hands to the ground, as if about to attack someone. Suddenly he opened his mouth, his hot breath steaming through clenched teeth, as Light entered his highest power state, with his core glowing fiercely in a berserk battle armor form. However, Aki's face remained completely expressionless from start to finish. Liet, unable to wait any longer, suddenly plunged his foot deep into the ground and charged at Aki with all the strength enveloping his body. And Aki also refused to stand still and take the hit, immediately unleashing his power and rushing forward. Soon after, a clash and coiling of two forces took place in the air. It seems that both are evenly matched, having fought for a long time but still on equal footing. At this moment, Aki quietly calculates, combining the white heart and demonic transformation. Thinking this way, a bold plan gradually took shape in Aki's mind. What he wanted to use could only be achieved through a new fusion of power. Then, a sudden flash of light appeared before Aki's eyes, phantasmic core magic. The beam grew stronger, forming a powerful energy shield with the illusionary death core spreading. Suddenly, an energy sphere appeared, and the figures of the two disappeared. Light is dragged into a strange space, a place filled with his shattered memories. Unprepared for this move, he instinctively utters a name he thought he had long forgotten, Van. At the same time, cracks appeared on the giant energy sphere outside. After a deafening scream, Liet successfully shattered the sphere. Meanwhile, Liet's pupils dilated, his aura showing he had entered a berserk state. Not only that, in the white expanse, Liet clenched his teeth tightly, his white hair flying with the wind. At that moment, Aki rushed in with a wind-breaking kick, catching Liet off guard. However, his gaze remained unwavering, only exuding coldness. Then, Aki spun in midair and delivered a kick to Liet, creating a long streak of light in the sky that fell straight to the ground below. Furthermore, Liet's fall accidentally punctured a corner of the magical wall behind him. As he lay sprawled among the dirt and stones, he kept wondering, was it only the red and white after all? When did I suddenly gain the power of Death Core as well? While Liet was still confused, Aki slowly flew in front of him. Something strange happened. Aki's figure suddenly transformed into Vandailan, and in that dreamlike moment, Vandailan called out Liet with a familiar voice. At this moment, Liet suddenly was overwhelmed by those feelings and called out loudly for Vandailan. At that time, only white surrounded the two of them, and Vandailan ran toward him. As soon as Liet reached her, Vandailan threw herself into his arms, leaving him stunned, whispering in his ear, "Liet, it's enough now, let's go." Although Jiang was unwilling, Liet's body trembled as his mind was in intense turmoil. After a while, he finally calmed down and made a decision. Yes. As soon as the words finished, Liet's whole body trembled slightly, and a stream of blue blood was spat out from his mouth. It was none other than Aki. He just struck to finish Liet, feeling the pain engulfing his body as Liet reached for what was once Vandailan, the sword. By this point, the cold blade was pulled out, still stained with hot blood. With nothing left to support him, Liet's body collapsed painfully. By then, he had seen through everything. Liet had realized what he had just seen. Illusion magic. Even as my life fades away, I still silently cry out in despair, which is why I hate illusion magic so much. After that quiet voice, Liet's body slowly fell to the cold ground, and in an instant, all Aki saw was Liet's lifeless, cold body. A moment later, the blazing red core dropped out of Liet's body. The core was a crimson gem, and suddenly it seemed to sense something and floated up, hovering in midair. But Aki didn't take them, but turned around and walked away. Seeing his strange behavior, everyone was surprised. Aki coldly moved the energy core aside. "Lu, please hold this for me." As soon as she touched it, Lu felt its aura. The core of that guy, with an endless source of energy, like two hearts beating as one. Aki then explained that it would be useful for their next level up, so they should take good care of it. Then he approached his two teammates, Aniem and Lena, who had been working hard. With everyone here, I can finally feel at ease to support them. Lena was still worried, but the battle was not over yet. The demon horde is still nearby, and they have lost their leader's command. At this moment, Aki's gaze shifted toward the demons, seemingly unsure whether to continue the attack or retreat. Then, Aniem spoke up. It's troublesome now, even though they've lost their leader. With this many demons, they could easily lose control and become completely berserk. If they all rush forward, even if the town and its residents know everything, Aki remains very calm and reassures everyone around him. Don't worry. Wait a moment, Shino. Aki can handle this many enemies. They can't compare to these two. But they are really too many, Tui continued. We will charge together. Lu immediately suggested making a plan. In response, Aki glanced back as if deep in thought, now facing not just one, but an entire army of demon lords. Leave it to me. After a moment of contemplation, Aki immediately exerts his full strength on his toes. Then, a few stones from the ground shattered and flew up at his command. They quickly formed a vortex surrounding Aki. In just a moment, the power of the vortex expanded to the heavens, but it wasn't over. From the gloomy sky, a blazing red light suddenly appeared. That's just the beginning, and the demon army below is trembling non-stop. Sure enough, the light from Aki's vortex of power is pushing the demon army back. Then a huge beam of light descended from the sky, striking the demon army below. When Aki reappeared, a white dragon was wrapped around him. At the same time, Aki's pupils shifted into two different colors, his gaze filled with unstoppable energy. Now, the power emanating from him was enough to submerge the entire vast sky. Just as Aki slightly parted his mouth, he revealed two sharp teeth, like a beast. Following Aki's command, the dragon born from his power opened its mouth and roared fiercely. The roar immediately forced the demons to retreat, clutching their ears in pain. With that one move, the demons had to withdraw from Aki's base. After a few moments, the figure of the demon army was nowhere to be seen. The enemies retreated completely, leaving behind a devastated battlefield from the fierce battle. Aki's teammates haven't recovered from the shock yet. Oh my god, this whole thing was unexpected just from a scream. Aniem was so stunned that he caused the demon horde to retreat in fear, automatically. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his pupils contracted as if he had seen something. In front of Aniem is the straight back of Aki. Aki, our king, what terrifying level has your strength finally reached now? The battle here has ended, and suddenly the sky begins to clear again. In the Kwangthon Palace Council Chamber, a figure stands by the window, gazing into the distance. That person is Tarina. Her eyes hold a deep sadness. At that moment, a tear in space suddenly appeared behind Tarina. In an instant, the tear grew into a huge space vortex. There, round objects emitting strange colors appeared. And then Luan led Barros and Ho out of the black hole. Lan just arrived and immediately questioned what exactly happened and why Liet is also dead. Barros stood beside him in silence, seemingly waiting for an explanation. The most difficult one is probably Ho, because he doesn't even have a face. Hearing Luzan's voice, knowing they had arrived, Tarina slowly turned her head back and directly expressed, "So I think the four of us need to gather and act together. Do we really have to leave right now? I thought you guys would stay a few more days. We can't afford to delay. If we stay any longer, a battle might break out in the town. Thank you for providing us with the war chariot." Then he asked Lena, "Do you have any specific news about the location of the Duke?" At this moment, she produced a small object and said, I can't find the exact coordinates. The new king is extremely strict about information related to the former 6 heroes. Aki quickly guessed the approximate location. Lena continued, "You just need to go to the nearby area and this compass will react. Because the place where the Crown Prince is held is a tall tower called the Sunset Tower, and that name leaves Lu in constant shock." She whispered again, "The Sunset Tower." Only then did Lena reveal, based on the fragmentary information I received, I heard that there is a mysterious and terrifying creature guarding it. Because of that existence, the vast land hundreds of miles around the Sunset Tower has become a deadly zone that even demons refuse to approach. Shino and Tomo exclaimed in surprise, "What? Even demons fear and despise it." Lena didn't reply, but from her eyes it was clear that this was probably the reason why the Sunset Tower could imprison a powerful warrior like the Demon Lord, a creature capable of driving away even demons. Moreover, that place probably doesn't hold only Dukha. I wonder if there are other unknown beings there. Are they enemies or friends? A moment later, Aki calmly reached out and took the compass. "Okay, I understand," but Lena pulled her hand back. "It's okay, Aki, I can hold it myself." She rolled up her sleeves as if she was ready, but her core and demonic power were much stronger than I had imagined. I was planning to continue studying the combat data of Pham Dich Luan and Leet on the way, analyzing the fighting styles of Tan Lukao in hopes of helping you in the upcoming battles, but Aki made the decision early on. Lena, stay here. Immediately, the atmosphere here grew as tense as possible. Aki, knowing Lena was in shock, explained, I hope you can stay in this castle and help Anim protect this place. With you here, I will feel much more at ease. Hearing that, Anim said nothing, only watching Lena's actions. And she, who has been motionless all this time, remained silent in an unusual way, but she also knew she could only accept. I understand. I will follow your arrangement. As Lena finished speaking, the city gate was filled with an awkward, tense atmosphere. Only Lena knew how turbulent her heart was, and she could no longer help Aki. That's right. I can no longer keep up with their level of combat. Facing enemies like the New Green Horn, I really can't do anything. On the contrary, it became a burden to them. While she was lost in her sorrow and helplessness, Aki reached out his hand. Thank you. He gently pats Lena's head, every word full of sincerity. Thank you, Lena. Then Aki got into the car and left Anim's base with his team. When only the two of them were left, Anim finally spoke. Do you think that will be okay? I still believe that with your personality, you would have to go with Vuong no matter what, and your feelings for Vuong. Hearing that, Lena's mood once again darkened, as she softly called out, Aki, the sky above you is where a moon is shining. He bears a mission and responsibility that no one of us can imagine or understand. Moreover, I am no longer at the age of a girl who can do whatever she wants. Neo, under that moonlight, Lena sighed. A Niem. This era no longer belongs to our generation. My feelings for you are to support you wholeheartedly, not to become a burden for you. Then she fell silent again, watching the convoy carrying Aki's group fade into the distance before her. After that, Lena stretched and turned away. Let's go. There are still many things we need to deal with inside the city. The route ahead on the compass shows a very long journey. We will pass through 3 level A towns, one of which is not far from us, so we can rest there for a while. Hearing that, Tomo's eyes lit up. Huh? Really? An A-ranked town? She couldn't hide her excitement and raised her camera high. This is great. We can finally reach the big town. My camera hasn't been maintained in a long time. Only Shino seems visibly annoyed among everyone. He clutches his stomach as it growls loudly. Sino scratches his head in confusion. Honestly, I'm pretty hungry too. Before they could enjoy the dinner sister-in-law prepared, the battle began. Remembering that feast, he suddenly felt his stomach growl louder, and after fighting, he also used up a lot of energy and strength. Honestly, I could eat an entire cow's head right now. Then suddenly, Sino froze as if something had just happened. It turns out he just wanted to clarify, not that the two are correct. Tomo burst out laughing. I believe you can finish it all, Sino replied kindly. Thank you. I can share a piece of my steak with you. Aki, focused on driving in the front seat, suddenly asked, Lou, what about you? I want to take a bath. I wonder when Tomo heard that. She rushed over and hugged Liu's neck. All right, then I'll help you settle the score. Liu blushed and refused. No need. Tu wondered why, and Sino became even more excited. Aki, I can also make tea for you. Aki was panicked. I don't need it either. After a while, Aki drove while calculating. It was time to raise their strength to the next level. I don't know how long it had been, but a bustling city appeared before the three of them. By late at night, their car had stopped in front of an A-grade hotel. At the reception desk, Mortis was busy calculating the hotel's revenue. After a while, he finally stopped. Today's revenue is quite good. The 4 guests who arrived just at dusk look like warriors from elsewhere. Their rough appearance makes it hard to gauge their true strength. For a moment, Mortis remembered Aki's group and the powerful gold card, but one young girl among them was very generous with her money. She booked 2 rooms on the highest floor of the hotel, which is also the best and quietest place. It seems she must be some wealthy young lady, even though she's just traveling with 3 friends. Just then, Seba arrived to report, Boss, isn't the captain of the second tournament in the town also resting on the 3rd floor with some subordinates? They're so close to the new guests, it should be fine, right? As soon as he mentioned that person, he became extremely tense. That squad leader, though a core 5-star warrior, was famously lecherous. Among the 4 soldiers who just arrived here, 2 of the girls look both beautiful and adorable. Mortis sighed, applying eye drops, hoping the outsiders would be wise and not recklessly provoke the wrong people, or it could lead to big trouble. The scene shifts to door 308, where 4 people are sitting cross-legged inside, focusing on their training. At this moment, the core stone that Aki had given earlier is between Liu's hands, and gradually, cracks have appeared on the core stone in her hands. A moment later, the core orb absorbed by Liu gradually dissolved, and only then did Aki dare to take a deep breath. It seems like you're feeling very relieved. Aki's face remains completely calm, her words spoken softly as if nothing happened. It's over. Facing you, To has just finished absorbing the demon core and is slowly opening his eyes. At that moment, Aki said, "During this battle, we obtained a total of 3 core stones of the 7th rank. I also guided the energy to increase everyone's internal energy. You explained that the foundation might be a bit unstable, but with a little practice, you'll probably master it quickly." At the same time, Eki also announced good news that everyone is now likely to be a 7th-tier warrior. Hearing that, Shino still couldn't believe it as she looked at her hand. In such a short time, she had leveled up multiple times, and now she had become a 7th-tier warrior. However, Aki also had to remind them that everyone is my teammates and the most important companions. Although using this special method has greatly increased everyone's strength, on the road ahead, even in the distant future, there may still be countless difficulties and obstacles waiting for us. So I want to emphasize that this is the only thing I can do for everyone. Lu immediately interrupted, "Aki, don't say that. We are soldiers. Having the ability to protect humanity is the meaning of our existence. If it weren't for you, Aki, the 3 of us wouldn't have reached this level, let alone in such a short time." Shino added, "I can't even thank you enough. Honestly, when I was in Hero City, I thought becoming a core soldier in this lifetime was already incredible enough." Tomo nodded. That's right. Besides, we're a team." Then she reached for the camera. "All right, don't stop now. Everyone, let's go capture this great breakthrough moment." Liu tilted her head toward Aki, her face involuntarily flushing with embarrassment, but she quickly regained her courage. So a photo of 4 members full of passion and sincerity was taken. A moment later, a sudden scream echoed from female room 307. Tomo looked uncomfortable. "I can't do it. I can't. My whole body is sticky with sweat." Over there, Liu is also smelling the glove that has been with her for many days. She has been fighting nonstop for days, and it's been a long time since she had a proper bath. Moreover, I heard that this hotel even has a special natural hot spring reserved for the warriors. Liu's eyes showed clear happiness and anticipation, along with her beautiful clothes. Hearing that, Tomo's eyes lit up. The hot spring. I've only heard of hot springs in old books from the City of Heroes before. I didn't expect to experience it firsthand here. It must be really relaxing. I don't know how long has passed, but Tomo finally managed to say that it's almost done. Let's go tell Shino and Aki they can go soak in the hot spring. Liu also didn't object. All right then, I happened to be passing by there anyway. After a while, persistent knocking echoed outside Aki and Shino's door. Hearing the sound, Shino cautiously peeked out. He cautiously looks outside. Someone? Immediately, brilliant and unusual sparks flickered in Shino's pupils. He was astonished, almost unable to believe his eyes at the sight of Tomo and Liu. At this moment, Aki, who had been silent in the room, finally noticed the strange thing. "Liu, you're already late. Where are you 2 going?" the other 2 stammered. "We are going to soak in the hot springs. There is a free hot spring here." Tomo mentioned it and called the 2 of them. Tomo excitedly asked Aki and Sino if they wanted to join, and both almost said yes at the same time. "No, even if you don't stay, you'll still blush." "Wait, Tomo, what are you talking about?" Tomo is so naive. She still thinks it would be fun if everyone fought underwater using demonization techniques. But in the end, they still went to the hotel's hot spring bath. Tomo was wondering why they still separated men and women. The book says you can soak together, but at this point Liu couldn't take it anymore. She immediately gave Tomo a slap. Liu reminded her, "Stop messing around. Using your demonization powers isn't a game. Next time we go to the beach, if no one is around, I'll play with you." Then she quickly pulled Tomiui inside. "Let's go in now. Aki and Shino will be coming down here later." Just then, the curtain of the neighboring men's room was drawn up. At this moment, Bach stepped out and suddenly froze in front of the door, realizing that his gaze had been captivated by the youthful beauty of Tomo and Liu. Seeing that, Bach couldn't hide his lustful licking of his lips. Where did this fairy come from? A dark and dirty thought suddenly crossed his mind. Tonight, he's got some company to play with. Bach looked straight at the 2 girls in front and softly said, "These 2 are truly the finest I've ever seen. Judging by their appearance, they must be tourists from elsewhere." Immediately after, Viber also looked directly at the 2 girls in front, and everyone rushed toward them. "Oh, you 2 are so beautiful. Is something wrong?" Tomoe stepped forward and said, "Sorry, I think you have the wrong person." Bach smirked and said, "Nothing's wrong, no mistake. You 2 sisters, I am the captain of the 2nd squad of Than Nguyet Yin, a 5-star nuclear soldier. His name is Bach." He smiled as he stared intently at the 2 of them. "So, are you 2 beautiful girls interested in going out for a drink with me tonight?" Bach secretly chuckled to himself. No woman has ever been beyond his grasp. He thought to himself that as long as he showed them his identity and strength, no one would remain unaffected. and he would easily conquer them. Bach smirked cunningly, secretly feeling pleased. Too easy, just like today. Lu coldly said, "Second platoon, what about the 5-star nuclear soldiers? It just reminds me of a worthless scumbag." Tomomi smiled and said, "If there's nothing else, don't block our way." Lu coldly replied, "We need to go to the hot spring now." Bach fell silent after hearing this, his whole body trembling with anger. "Do you dare to look down on me?" He stood in front of the two girls and slammed his hands against the wall. Bach smirked menacingly as he looked down at the two girls. "Then tonight you two have to let me have my fun first, got it?" The two girls are so ungrateful. Lu looked at him coldly and asked, "What if I refuse?" Bachman said with a cunning smile. "What if I refuse?" He licks his lips with a perverted smile and replies, "Of course. It's with force." Suddenly, two figures approach, and within 3 seconds they disappear from the scene. Those two are none other than Aki and Shino. He frowned, his sharp eyes glaring at them, and both girls immediately changed their expressions, crying out in turn. Aki and Shino. Shino, suppressing his anger, stares fiercely at them. Bach angrily shouts, "Do you guys know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? I'm Aki and I'm warning you." He starts counting down in a low voice, and Ba Viber shouts angrily, "Hey, you dare to disrespect the city captain." Ignoring his noise, Aki continues the countdown as before. "Come on," Bach spun around cursing. "What the hell is counting for? What does it matter when it's done? I'll count for you." As he finished speaking, a wave of power shot towards him. Bach froze, eyes wide with disbelief. In less than a second, he was hit by Aki's punch. Bach was overwhelmed by that force and was thrown far away, crashing hard into the wall behind him. Aki's face was full of bulging veins as he counted down the last numbers. 3. The entire group of Bach's subordinates watched his overwhelming power and couldn't help but feel fear. Everyone hurriedly ran towards Bach. "Captain, Captain." Bach slowly got up from the rubble, coughing uncontrollably. His face was now covered in blood and dirt. He stammered, "Your speed, you're a soldier too, but you're not wearing combat clothes. So how come you can still?" An ordinary soldier must wear specially designed black combat uniforms, especially a special energy conversion device on the chest to safely channel and control the destructive power of the demon core. The higher the synchronization, the greater the strength the soldier gains from the demon core. This is an experience that everyone in this era knows about. Aki whispered to himself, but it seems like the four of us haven't known for some time. Bach was startled as he looked at the four of them, his eyes filled with fear. He silently thought to himself, "I no longer need to rely on external objects like combat suits." Immediately after, all four of them radiated a power that made everyone shiver in fear. Bach broke out in a sweat, his whole body seeming to tremble. After witnessing that power, they ran for their lives. "You guys wait there for me." Lu turned around to speak, but suddenly froze in place because right in front of her was Aki's alluring, muscular body. Aki couldn't help but be stunned. He glanced curiously down at Lu. Aki looked at her blushing face and couldn't help but wonder, "Lu, why is your face so red?" "Thank you," Lu hurriedly runs away shyly. "Come on, let's go to the hot spring now." To seeing through Hong Tran, smiled softly. After a noisy day, it's almost over. An unusual but warm hot spring trip is beginning. In the women's bath, a small hot spring pool is set amidst the natural scenery. Liu's delicate white legs slowly step into the water. Feeling the hot water, she let out a satisfied cry. Over there, Tomo was pulling up her towel to cover her full bosom. She stands in the water, stretches comfortably, and lets out a satisfied cry. Tomo responds with a joyful sound. This feels so relaxing, like my whole body is about to melt away. Someone on this side comments in admiration. "Look at those two girls. They are female warriors. Do female warriors also have such beautiful skin? They're truly admirable," another person added. "And not only that, just now in the changing room I also faintly saw their abs, and they look even more impressive than my damn old man." Suddenly a girl approached and said, "These two girls," she asked in a questioning tone, "are you warriors from outside? Your demeanor is truly impressive. Would you like to have a sip?" She then placed the 2 fragrant teacups down and, holding one, introduced, "This is our city's specialty of Ingan Nguyet. Lai Tuyet Ding tea, when steeped in the hot spring, takes a sip and feels very relaxed." Lu quickly responds, "Yes, thank you." Over here, another girl with a tray of tea approaches Tomo, saying, "Come on, the girls around are also eager for you two to try ours." The group of women were captivated by Liu's beauty and eagerly invited her to try their tea. And she also suggested, "Try my tea first. If not, then try mine." She smiled happily and replied, Okay. Thank you, everyone." Lu didn't know how to respond to the kindness of others. At this moment, Tomo had already finished the cup of tea she was offered. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the tea in her hand, praising it. So good. To happily said after finishing her tea, "Give me another cup." Liu sipped the tea in his hand, silently thinking that as a team leader he should be as open-minded as To. At the same time, behind the screen was the adjacent men's bathroom, and a group of men with wide eyes stared blankly in the same direction. They whispered among themselves, looking at Aki and Shino's muscles, probably high-level warriors, right? They all whispered among themselves, looking at each other in confusion, seeming much stronger than an ordinary warrior. Maybe they are high-level warriors? Hey, 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 look at the scars on their bodies. Those are marks from fighting demons. Keep your voice down, don't offend them. They don't seem easy to get along with, do they? Don't talk nonsense. Mino gazed intently in one direction, then suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Aki! Aki also glanced over, and he also called out in a low voice before speaking. I have a question, Aki also responded. Me too. You asked, why are they so far from us? The people over there bow their heads in fear, whispering anxiously. Wait, it seems like they are looking this way. Aki and Shino appeared terrifying and sinister in the eyes of those around them. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, everyone finished bathing. All four of them stepped out at the same time, almost in unison. Don't they look a bit lifeless? They're getting too comfortable. To raised a finger and said, how is that possible? Let me tell you, when we were soaking in the hot spring earlier, those girls were extremely enthusiastic. Not only did they invite us for tea, but they also showed us many fun spots in Nganguit City. Both guys looked at each other in silence, puzzled. Tomoe was so surprised he shouted, huh? How can that be? At this moment, Liu suddenly turned around and walked away. Let them be, let's go, To asked in surprise. Huh? Where are we going? Liu smiled and replied, helping To exchange for a new lens. She happily shouted, I love you so much. Tu, holding the camera in her hand, couldn't help but feel excited. You're giving me such an expensive lens. She smiled happily and thanked him. That's wonderful. Thank you, Luno, Liu replied. As long as you like it. The group ahead muttered quietly as they watched the four of them. The four are Lamhach Barros, Huanghe Luzan, and Zhach Terena. Aki calmly walks ahead of them, passing by. Suddenly, Aki and Terena both stop at the same time and say together, Stop, stop! Both of them fall silent at the same time. No one says a word. Liu glanced at you with a puzzled look and asked, Aki, why did we stop? All three of them suddenly widened their eyes in surprise, secretly amazed by the aura of those four people. Terena shot a sharp glance at them before ordering her companions to turn away, while Aki's group remained silent and serious, all of them facing each other with a tense atmosphere. Both sides face each other, and the atmosphere here seems to be suffocating. Aki and Terena continue to stare silently at each other, then suddenly Terena looks up and smiles, revealing her beautiful face. Aki was stunned by that and looked at her in confusion, but then Terena turned around and ordered her subordinates to leave. Liu asks his father, Aki, do you know them? That woman seems to be smiling at you, Aki replied absent-mindedly. No, I don't really remember them. I wonder why. Why did the quantum core energy near his left eye suddenly react like that Sino carefully analyzed, as their aura was extremely strange, each of them incredibly powerful, and when they stopped, there was an aura as if it was complete and unbreakable. Tue couldn't help but wonder, could they be an elite squad of some A-level town or a mercenary army? He secretly feared maybe they are actually demons. She suddenly called out loudly to the four people ahead. Wait a moment. At this moment, a loud voice shouted from afar, and immediately after, fireworks exploded into the sky. The scene before them was dazzling. Tomo's eyes sparkled. Fireworks from the Moon Festival celebration. She excitedly raised her camera to take a picture. This really is the fireworks. In Hachlak-Tuthan, they had only heard elders talk about it before, but it was more beautiful than they imagined. Aki and Liu both gazed in awe at the stunning scene before them, and he squinted his eyes inwardly, thinking that a life like this was truly wonderful. Liu turned back to look at the four people, and she couldn't help but be stunned as they had disappeared without a trace. Liu silently thought, those four people are gone. Suddenly a deep voice called her name. Aki looked up and admired the beautiful fireworks display. Beautiful indeed. Liu Jing looked up, stared intently, and then responded. Yes, the fireworks display is still ongoing, mesmerizingly beautiful. Terena and the others stand on the roof of a building, silently gazing down at the city. Hoso spoke first, Terena. Are the four people just now the ones we're looking for? She tilted her head and replied, although not certain, she could confirm that all four were top-tier warriors with extraordinary strength. Truly surprising. Terena recalled Aki and then said, especially the leader, that guy interests me more. Barros asked, If you're not sure, wouldn't it be better to kill the wrong ones than to miss and just deal with everyone directly? Man, why are you guys so hasty? Our mission this time is to follow the information we collected earlier. It's possible that the group who killed Dailun and Lai passed through here, but that doesn't mean they haven't already killed indiscriminately in the level A city without distinguishing right from wrong. Understood? We are still human warriors, great heroes of the 6 seas, not some evil spirits without consciousness. He skeptically asked. So, Tarina, are you planning to use the Death Soldier Golem technique? She smiled mysteriously and said, Yes. Tonight I will find a chance to turn that handsome guy into my perfect puppet. Tarina raised her hand and continued. If the person we are looking for isn't them, then we already have clear evidence. But if they really are the ones we're looking for, then using him to sneak through the crowd seems like a good idea, doesn't it? Wouldn't it be more interesting if he personally killed each person one by one? That's when Liu Jian finally spoke. The power of the undead warrior technique is truly astonishing. It silently invades the opponent's mind, completely seizes their consciousness, extracts all their secrets, and with just a thought, erases their awareness, turning them into a living body without thoughts, making them the most loyal undead warrior. The 6-phase core warriors under her command have become an army of undead warriors. He said with a cold face, the previous demon army with their terrifying strength, combined with their fearless spirit, teaming up to kill a 5th-stage warrior is as easy as eating candy. Barros glanced at her, his tone intrigued, and said, Quite convenient. Hose continued, Your soul core ability. Tarina couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's too much praise. Hauso lowered his voice and said, Van Leet and the others will avenge you too. Tarina placed her hand on her chest and declared, Wait for me a moment, handsome. Tonight I will uncover all of his secrets. The festival scene has covered the entire Samyuat town during the Nganguyet festival. People are pouring out onto the streets everywhere, joining the lively festival atmosphere. Tomo happily looks around, excited by the bustling scene. Is this the festival the sisters at the hot spring mentioned? Liu also feels overwhelmed by the crowded crowd. That's right. No wonder it's a level A town. At that moment, Tomo's gaze was caught by a stall on the sidewalk. She quickly grabbed Shino's hand. Shino, let's go play ring toss again. Seeing how close they are, Aki and Liu both laugh spontaneously. At that moment, a strange light was emanating from the rooftop of a distant tall building. It was Tarina who had followed here. She watched each move of Aki's group. They really have a good bond. All right. Tarina's voice carried a strange aura, so good that it made others instinctively want to destroy it themselves. At the same time, she also made an interesting discovery. It turned out that the beautiful girl named Liu was actually the team leader. However, Tarina is still guessing, but in reality, the true leader of this team is that handsome guy named Aki. As she mentions his name, she curves her lips to reveal excitement matching that of the former king. That's interesting. The magic emanating from around Tarina can now begin. As soon as the words finished, her figure vanished without a trace into the air. At the same time, Shino was holding a bunch of dolls, the prize doll from the ring toss game. He couldn't help but praise, surprised that Tomo was so skilled at ring tossing. Among them, only Aki seems to have just realized something and suddenly froze. Standing before him was Tarina. She deliberately radiates her magic to lure Duaki over. It seems Tarina is very confident in her plan, even appearing to taunt. At this moment, Tarina's pupils began to glow, accompanied by a dangerously intense gaze. Realizing the threat was imminent, Aki immediately stopped as his friends were still playing around. Tomo was the first to notice something was off. Why did he suddenly stop? Aki immediately said cautiously, I saw 4 warriors earlier, but her eyes and aura have completely changed, right there in front of that tree. Hearing that, the 3 others quickly gathered around Aki, their faces full of suspicion. However, unlike Aki, they couldn't see Tarina. It's nothing. I just didn't want you guys to worry, so I corrected myself. Maybe I was mistaken. You just don't know that you've been targeted from behind by a hand. Tarina reached out as if to touch Aki's hand, teasing intentionally. As soon as he saw her over there, Aki immediately turned his head around. This time, Tarina was bold enough to directly approach and touch him. Then she narrowed her eyes slightly and muttered 2 mysterious words to activate them. A circle of magical symbols appeared beneath Aki and his friend. Aki was pulled into the subconscious world where Tarina had locked him away. For him, in reality, he was just dazed and stunned for a moment. She further revealed that only I and you are the ones who can enter this dark spiritual world. Then Tarina generated magical energy in her hand. But from now on, there is nothing about you that I cannot discover. I am very curious about your true value. It seems Tarina is very curious about Aki. Anyway, This is the first time I see a key as big as this. With that, she clenched the glowing weapon in her hand, and then Tarina leapt straight toward Aki, saying, "Become my undead servant." Tarina confidently said, "My move has never failed. As long as I can forcibly unlock the opponent's mental defense chains, I can completely seize their mind, consciousness, and inner self." Just as she was feeling proud, a giant hand reached out from behind Aki and then grabbed the chain binding him, pulling it sharply. At this moment, Tarina, who was confident, froze in place, completely unprepared for this to happen as Aki transformed into that giant demon right in front of her. At the same time, Crimson King also appeared, fighting in his red armor with white hair. Half of Tarina's face is shrouded in darkness, her eyes showing terror. Shichwang looks at her and coldly says, "What Khan, you picked the wrong target." In the dark space of the mind, Crimson King has completely taken control. Tarina stands stunned. What exactly is this? Is this his mental defense skill? I've never heard of a mental defense ability that terrifying. She is still questioning herself. No way, this cannot be something that the human will can create. No, this shadow is not his will at all. What exactly has parasitized his body? Now Tarina wants to find out who this Aki really is. A while later, the Crimson King slowly speaks. "You think you can probe this body's mind just based on yourself. What kind of useless skill is that? How ridiculous." With that, he drew a long sword and shouted, "Get out!" Immediately, Tarina inside was struck by Zichwang's sword. Among the crowd in the real world, Aki was still lost within the world of consciousness. At this moment, the other three had noticed Aki's abnormality and kept asking, "What's wrong?" At this moment, Tarina's figure has also disappeared from the real world. Only then does Aki come to his senses, quickly searching around. "It's nothing. Could I have been mistaken?" Aki doesn't understand anything. I still remember seeing Tarina. I clearly saw her just now. Seeing nothing unusual, Aki quickly told his friends, "It's okay, let's go." Tomoe nodded. "Yeah." Even though I can't see him anymore, Aki still hasn't stopped doubting himself for seeing that high-ranking warrior, but I can clearly sense through my illusion energy that I am unaffected by the illusion. So no matter what, I must stay cautious. Then Aki temporarily put this matter aside, planning to go for a festival walk with the other three, but he didn't expect that Tarina was hiding behind the stall next to him. She hadn't dared to show her face after what happened earlier. What exactly was that just now? Tarina recalls the scene from earlier. Just a wave of her hand was enough to break my strongest illusion. She still hasn't calmed down, but luckily she ran fast, or my head would have been cut off. Just as he returned, the shop owner saw Tarina and asked, "What are you doing hiding behind my counter?" Moreover, her situation isn't stable either. Damn it, my aura is in chaos. Tarina quickly uses her magic and says, "Ignore my existence," as a powerful force swiftly influences the shop owner, causing him to turn and walk away. Yes, only now does Tarina have time to check her body. Damn it. But the passive skill that removes existence, which was used to hide herself, was also nullified and broken apart. Tarina immediately realized that everything was due to the parasitic shadow in Aki's consciousness, making her unable to perform her necromancer spell. I can't just disable it like that. Thinking this, she quickly regained her composure and stood up from behind the counter. This time, Tarina silently resolved that I cannot fail twice. I will thoroughly and ruthlessly destroy your squad from the inside out. But she had already planned, and this time her target would shift to the white-haired girl beside Lu. Over with Aki, he is still having fun on the street with his friends, especially Tomo. Maybe among the four of them, only Tomo can truly enjoy himself. Does he look like a clown? Lu quietly covers his mouth with a smile, unaware that he has been targeted by Tarina among the crowd. She immediately used her magic to reach the four people in Aki's group, which was also part of Tarina's plan to keep a bit more distance and avoid Aki's interference this time. However, Tarina also knew that performing such long-range actions would consume a lot of energy. As Lu was walking, a chilling sensation ran down her spine. Then, a strange lock appeared on Lu's body. Using someone like you, the captain, as a loophole to break through and destroy this death squad might not be a bad option. Now Tarina dares to appear. Though not as strong as Aki, your secret key is also very powerful. Once again, she clenched her hand around her glowing weapon, and Tarina recited the spell, "Decode the secret for me, and become my puppet." But for Lu, Tarina faced no obstacle and easily inserted the key into the lock. Then, the light from the key traveled along the cracks in the lock. As if sensing each other, the chains beside them started to move. A triumphant smile immediately appeared on Tarina's face. "If I unlock it successfully, I won't be in the same place and fail twice. I am Tan Lu Kao." Suddenly, a blue light shone onto Tarina's face, and then the mental space, which was originally black, was engulfed by a blinding light. What the hell is this with the Dark King behind me? Seeing Tarina, she approached her with extreme coldness and slowly moved toward her. The Dark King immediately questioned, "You dare use a mental skill on my little darling?" The Dark King walks past Tarina, her dark dress fluttering with each step. She looks at Lu, who is under control, and raises her hands with a somewhat exasperated tone. You really are a treasure that makes people worry." Tarina's key seems to be sealing her away. Hak Vuong approaches Lu, placing her hand on the key inserted into her. Dark Queen gently pulls out the key, softly breaking the seal on Lu. She narrows her eyes and presses her face close to Lu's. Hak Vuong whispers into Lu's ear, "I have shared part of my power with you so you can have abilities beyond ordinary humans to stay by Zich Vuongkai's container and protect him. Don't let me down. Although I don't know what that little worm plans to do with my beloved. But this probably isn't good news, right?" Hak Vuong points her index finger at Tarina, and a surge of energy quickly gathers. She whispered, "I don't like this at all." In an instant, the Black King unleashed a burst of energy from her hand. It swiftly flew past Tarina's head. She remained still, as if feeling the pain, and let out a cry. Hak Vuong turned to look at Lu and said, "I've helped you vent your anger." She stepped closer and gently placed her hand on Lu's cheek. Hak Vuong gently kisses Lu on the forehead and softly says, "Protect the vessel of the Crimson King well." Hak Vuong places a finger on Lu's lips, and her voice echoes, "Of course, I believe you will do your best. I understand your sincerity, but good intentions alone are not enough." Hak Vuong releases her grip, a faint smile on her lips. She continued, "Anyway, that Aki is an important part of our plan." The Black King's body gradually disappeared, and she softly said, "I'm leaving now. Don't let anything happen next time." The surrounding space shattered into pieces as the Dark King gradually disappeared, her distant voice echoing, "Now easier to break into our house." The sound of cracking echoed throughout the space, with light seeping through the newly formed cracks, while Liu and Tarina remained still, a blinding light suddenly appearing between them. The scene shifts back to reality. As if waking from a dream, Liu suddenly snaps awake, gasping out loud with Aki standing beside her. He turned back, his tone curious. "What's wrong?" Liu placed a hand on her head, looking confused as she replied, "I just feel strange." Sino turned around with a bright smile on his face and called out loudly, "Aki, why are you two just standing there like idiots?" Tomoe excitedly added, "That's right, come over quickly, there's still many interesting places over there." Aki slightly bowed, eyes looking at Liu. He whispered, "Let's go, our captain." Liu nodded slightly, blushing. Liu gently replied to Aki, "Let's go." Liu and Aki headed toward Shino and Tomo. Their group gradually disappeared into the crowd, leaving Tarina still motionless behind. Tarina stood silently, her entire body unmoving, as if no one around noticed her presence. A voice echoes, maintaining the stealth effect. Suddenly, Tarina's eyes blaze brightly, and her body jerks suddenly, ending her stealth effect. The people around turned their heads, realizing Tarina's presence. One person approached her and asked curiously, "What is she doing?" A message appears saying the stealth skill has ended, and someone shouts excitedly, "Wow, she looks so fresh. Is she performing some kind of act with this pose?" Suddenly, blood started to flow from Tarina's ear, running down her face. She snapped awake, beginning to cough up blood, which shot out of her mouth with each cough. Exhausted and powerless, Tarina sank down, her hands pressing against the ground to keep her balance. Everyone around was terrified, stepping back in fear as someone's voice echoed, "Blood is coming out." Tarina put her hand to her mouth, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. She muttered, "No, it can't be. A direct mental attack. Who exactly is trapped in my illusion spell?" Tarina sat motionless. Suddenly a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. In an instant, Tarina vanished completely. The people around her were all extremely panicked. A little dust rises where Tarina just disappeared, and someone shouts in confusion, "What's going on?" Someone else added, "They disappeared." The scene shifts to the top of a building where a light flickers in the air. Tarina appears, her body slumped forward with Hose standing motionless in front of her. A magic circle appears in Hose's hand. It was he who transported Tarina back, and a line of text appears, shifting space. Barros, Hoso, and Luan all run towards Tarina at once. Luzan's voice echoes, "Tarina, what exactly happened?" Tarina opened her eyes wide, her voice trembling. "I was directly hit by a powerful mental attack. My core mental state is severely damaged. My head hurts as if it's going to explode. I need to start mental recovery immediately." The images of the Crimson King and the Black King appear in Tarina's mind, her voice still tinged with fear. Even Aki or Liu, they all seem to be protected by divine demons. I can't even figure out what just happened. Luzan, Barros, and Hoso remain silent. They looked at Tarina trembling on the ground, one of the group asking in wonder, what kind of divine being is that squad after all? The scene shifts back to the summer festival. The photos just taken by the camera appear, capturing the fun moments of the entire Aki group. Tomo, holding the camera, hugs Lu tightly. Tomo's voice echoes, saying the new camera is already complaining. Lu, you're truly my god. This one works much better than the previous one. Thanks for giving me this new camera. Lu reached out to ruffle Tomo's hair and gently said, you're overdoing it. Just liking is enough. Lu told everyone, let's head back to the hotel. Tomo pouts and says, don't hold me like that. From above, many people are gathered in front of the hotel. A line appears, showing the tourist's dream. The Hot Spring Hotel, the main entrance. Near the hotel entrance, a loud, angry voice echoes. Follow me inside and bring them out. The woman you're looking at them with, no one will escape my hands. Bach appears, his body surrounded by shining armor. He shouts loudly, what the hell is going on here? Maybe the core of his problem was with him before, but this time he's changed both his equipment and his core to new ones. This time I have to teach them a lesson properly. Isn't that Captain Bach? Which unlucky guy dared to provoke him? Who would have thought that the poor girl would end up with him? A soft voice whispered. Who said he had previously fought and killed demons? His strength is indeed very formidable. Mortis chuckled softly, rubbing his hands together to reassure Bach. Captain Bach, what wind brought you here? Did my establishment not serve you well? Your Excellency, be generous and consider my face. Can you not be angry here? Bach frowned and shouted, get out of here. Stop talking, don't waste words in front of him, or he will have those people you just provoked thrown out here. Bach glanced at the hotel and shouted, if you want, I don't mind helping you rebuild it in a new architectural style. Mortis quickly calmed him down. Captain Bach, don't be angry. Those guests went outside to watch the fireworks festival and haven't returned yet. Viber suddenly appeared beside Bach. He whispers, Captain, look over there. They're coming back. As soon as he finishes, Bach stands still for a moment, as if waiting for something. From afar, Aki's group approaches, chatting happily. Bach and his squad quickly move toward Aki's group, his voice ringing out, it's perfect timing, you damn fools. Bach's guards quickly surrounded Aki's group, a voice shouting, surround them. Aki stood still, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. Aki glanced up at the man in front of him. Bach stood tall before Aki, emanating an unpredictable aura of deadly intent. Bach's core energy flares up as he roars, open your eyes wide, you dogs, and see clearly. I am a 5-tier core warrior, the captain of the 2nd squad of Silver Moon City. Bach grabbed Aki's collar and continued, his tone full of contempt. You half-baked dogs, you don't even dare to wear combat gear, yet you have the nerve to attack me. You dogs, are you regretting now? Kneel down and apologize to me immediately. Aki remains calm, motionless. He stays silent for a long moment, confusion clearly visible on his face. He asked in wonder. Then a voice from behind chuckled softly, a local saying, they don't even bother to pay Bach any attention. Bach clenched his jaw tightly, furious, and shouted, what, Mortis? Where did you come from? He hurriedly intervened. Wait, Captain Bach, don't get agitated. Mortis clasped his hands together, trying to persuade Bach. They are still young and naive. Please don't resort to violence here. I've already taken out my best wine. Just wait for you to come in and drink. You still dare to play dumb with me? You bastards are exactly the same as you were at the hot spring. Sorry, I thought you were someone important, so I didn't pay much attention. Now I remember. The memories of Bach and Lu Tomi at the hot spring come flooding back to Aki. You mock him, saying you are the ones at the hot spring entrance, speaking rudely and plotting to harass my 2 female teammates. Aki puts his hands behind his back, steps forward, and coldly concludes, brat. Bach's eyes turn bloodshot, anger clearly visible on his face. He swings his arm fiercely at Aki and shouts angrily, damn you, die! It's over. Aki, stay calm. You stand motionless as the enemy attacks, and in an instant Aki swings his arm forcefully, sending Bach flying far away. Viber hesitated, then looked towards the fountain where Bach was thrown to. The fountain was dented in one spot, water splashing into fragments, dust filling the air. Big brother Bach. A large wound appears on Bach's face. Aki coldly says from afar, your face looks like it's asking for a fight. Aki turns to Viber and softly says, sorry about that, I went a bit too far, and you guys can compensate for this damage. Bach's guards all rush towards Aki at once. One of them shouts angrily, want to die? In an instant, the guards launched a flurry of strikes at Aki's position. Aki stood still, and with a single punch, he knocked all the opponents away. Witnessing what just happened, Mortis and those around him couldn't help but be amazed. Aki remained steady, then suddenly shifted his stance and turned himself around. On the other side, Bach's guards were knocked away by Aki and fell right into the water pool he had flown toward. Did you just say you have fine wine? Yes, there are also delicacies. Please come inside. Early in the morning at a hotel, it seems a guest is checking out and doing so successfully. Aki pulls the door open forcefully, followed immediately by Tomoe, Liu, and Shino. Aki's group was quietly leaving the hotel when suddenly a sound started to ring out. Right in front of Aki were Mortis and the staff. They are bowing respectfully. Good morning, 4 distinguished guests. Then, Mortis carried a bag without knowing what was inside and walked past the bowing staff. He is facing Aki, then Mortis also bows his head, showing respect to Aki. He hands the bag to Aki. This is a gift of fine wine for you all. Please accept it. Aki was surprised to find himself and his team receiving a gift for no apparent reason. Why all of a sudden? Mortis made no further explanation, still bowing his head and repeating, please accept it. Although Mortis didn't say anything outwardly, deep down he knew how much Aki had helped him, and thanks to Aki's group, Mortis no longer had to worry about dealing with Bach. That damn Bach probably has no face left to cause trouble anymore. Over with Aki, you still seem very awkward receiving such a valuable gift. Why did you give us such a valuable gift? Lou whispered to Aki nearby. She also seems to understand a bit of Mortis's intentions. If he refuses, it will make the hotel owner quite uncomfortable. After reminding Aki, Lou closed her eyes in thought, feeling a bit of admiration for the Aki standing in front of her. He didn't even care about what happened yesterday, taught Bei a lesson, and even helped the hotel out of trouble. That's true. He's used to small matters like this. Aki is always that slow to understand. After thinking, Lou stepped forward and reached out to take the gift bag from Mortis. We'll accept it. Thanks a lot. So when did a car arrive to pick up Aki's group? Liu calls out to everyone, let's go. Aki at a base, unsure which organization it belongs to as the base door gradually opens, with Aki driving a motorcycle and sitting right behind him are Shino and the team, while Aki, still riding, also honks to warn pedestrians. Aki holds a Jadia GPS, observes the destination point, and signals to the team. The location has now been confirmed to be northwest. Aki furrowed his brow, calculating the time. At this moment, he was still driving the motorcycle at a very high speed. If we go at full speed, we should arrive in 2 days. Tomo sitting behind seems very excited to hear that the group is almost there. Finally time to go rescue Uncle, huh? Seeing Tomo so happy about such a mysterious mission, Lou immediately reviewed the information. According to Lena, Lak Not Thop is an important base where the new king is holding Senior Deza. Lou turned around to communicate with Tomo, brushing her hair blown by the strong wind. The challenges and dangers there remain an unknown. So from now on, we must put aside our previous playful attitude and prepare for battle. Realizing that this is not a leisurely trip, Tomo suddenly becomes serious. Understood, Captain. Tomo looked over at Shino. It seems she wants to send a signal to Shino. We will do our best to help Aki. Then Tomo turned completely towards Shino and asked again, as if to confirm the information. Is that right, Shino? Since when has Aki been wearing sunglasses? He quietly thought about Deza Dessa. Dessa's motorcycle kept rolling on the deserted desert. My old friend, I've come here. About half an hour ago, Aki's group passed through a base located in that sandy desert. Half an hour ago, there was a towering skyscraper here, and next to its foot was a group of people, the Ngan Nguyet Signal Tower. It turned out to be Luzon's group. Luzon is holding up Tarina. Tarina gazes into the distance where Aki's motorcycle is parked, heading towards Lak Not Tower. No doubt about it, the fact that you could be seriously injured and that this destination is now confirmed. Tarina is furious. Remembering Leet and Den, and her anger intensifies as she grits her teeth. Those damn bastards killed Light and Den, it was them. Suddenly it seemed that Hos had sensed something and made the first move. Hos still maintained his aura to fly up high, then signaled to his teammates that they were coming. Barros, hearing this information, was already prepared. He couldn't wait any longer. Then let's go all out. Ho, quickly teleport us in front of them. Why rush? Don't you see how Tarina is doing right now? She's still injured, but she's trying to reassure her teammates, saying it will take at least 1 or 2 days for her to recover to her previous state. Don't worry, I have locked their route with my spatial coordinates. They are vehicles, and we are space. Ho thought that made sense. He agrees with Luzon's idea and says that once Tarina recovers, we will follow. It won't be long. Luzon grew more and more confident because he realized that his team had a significant advantage. Moreover, that squad probably didn't even know. At the Lak Not Tower, Liu Yan's face darkened as if he was saying something very terrifying. Is there something waiting for us? Still in the desert with that same look, but now there are traces of some ruins. Aki's team is still riding on the road. By now, the sun has started to set behind the mountains and no one knows how long Aki's group has been here. See, when the sun disappears, night falls. Aki's group is entering a dense forest, and when the sun rises again, they pass through a coastal area full of shrimp and fish. It's been almost 2 days. According to Aki's plan, we should be arriving now. 2 days later, Aki looked at the vehicle's control screen, appearing a bit annoyed. Clever. The energy crystals are also depleted. Since the vehicle can no longer be used, Aki decides to walk. Liu's group agrees too. It's not far from here, let's walk over. Not far ahead, Aki's group saw a tower in front of them. Everyone in Aki's group recognized its name. It was the Lost Sun Tower. However, all 4 members of Aki's group sensed that something was wrong. Aki spoke first, appearing very cautious about this towering spire. This aura is extraordinary, full of violence and killing intent, and Liu, standing nearby, also speaks, her eyes showing an indescribable worry and sorrow. This is an ancient, mysterious tower with no one around, so Liu activated her power because she sensed danger. A red aura radiates around her. Gradually, Liu's hair color changes to half black and half white, and the aura she emits turns blue. Tomei was also ready, having already activated her power. Shino was no exception, as it seemed the whole group had sensed the danger lurking ahead. The 4 members of Aki's team stood close together, each guarding a different direction to prevent a surprise attack. Everyone was watching very closely. Shino commented, "This atmosphere is really strange, almost as if it confirms what Shino said." Tomo continued, "I also share Shino's feeling. I can sense countless, dense, evil, murderous intentions." Of course, Liu's feeling was no different from the others. She added to Tomo's words with no clear purpose, as if she had existed here for a very long, long time. Aki could sense this more clearly than anyone else, adding that it was madness, a kind of chaotic will. After speaking, Aki bent down and reached his hand to the ground as if searching for something, and deep beneath that furious hatred, he acted while adding more. Around Aki, the Liu group remained highly alert, yet beneath that was a suppressed sense of sorrow. Even though the true enemy seemed to have vanished into invisibility, Aki could still feel the overwhelming aura of the Terena group present here. This feeling is like being lost in an advanced demon realm. Tomoe is very curious about this invisibility. She asked Aki why, but there was nothing to see, no sign of any demons. Aki seemed to realize everything and calmly explained to the Liu group, "Don't you all see it? Don't tell me they're demons. Since we entered this area, have you seen any living creatures at all?" Only then does the Liu group start to notice the surroundings. Looking up, they see some birds flying overhead. Liu's group also observes a few things on the cliffs. A mutated termite snake. Termite snake. Then it seems they have entered the heart of the question. Aki continued, "Did you even see any living plants?" Then Aki summarized the most important information, and it seems like they are being watched from above. There's nothing here. At this moment, the 3 members of Liu's group finally understood Aki's meaning. They were all stunned. Aki calmly continued what he was saying earlier as the ground and rocks shattered around him. Here there is only silence before small stones are also affected by a shockwave, slowly lifting off the ground as a powerful aura radiates from Aki like never before. Aki also sensed this. He gritted his teeth because by the time he realized it was already too late, as a surge of energy suddenly burst forth from all directions, like awakening from a long sleep. Amidst the turbulent space, Shino remained alert enough to notice something unusual. As soon as he saw the strange phenomenon, he quickly warned his teammates to watch their footing. Not long after, a powerful dark red energy surged up from the ground. Shino pushed Liu and Tomo back, moving with incredible speed. Aki was just as quick-witted as Shino and stepped back to avoid the attack. After a display of power, the energy gradually receded and disappeared, followed by a groan coming from beneath the ground. The power surged even more fiercely, and Iki watched the scene unfold with his own judgment based on his experience. This level of energy is definitely not inferior to Lead, one of the fierce auras we have faced before. Aki's face grew even worse as his senses became more and more acute. No, even in terms of quality and intensity of energy, it surpasses it. The scream tearing through the empty red-tinted space of the energy stream shatters the dull colors of this desert. Ta saw this scene with 102 and couldn't help but feel worried, but she was also extremely surprised. Who is that figure of Kwang Tru? So that was Daisa's scream. As Daisa appears, the dark red energy gradually disappears. It seems that Daisa has endured something, he keeps shouting, but finally Daisa stops yelling and the red energy disappears. Daisa appears with a fierce expression, his face seemingly stitched together from torn pieces of cloth. Hino, upon seeing Daisa, couldn't help but worry about the future. You stare at Daisa with wide eyes, thinking to yourself, this guy. Liu also senses that Daisa is a character powerful enough to shake up the battle. Tu shows a look of confusion and worry. She has realized the dangerous and extremely powerful situation ahead. Because he sensed the danger, Liu warned Aki, who was alone in front. This humanoid demon must not be underestimated. Aki is powering up, we have to work together. Right now, Aki seems out of his mind and he's heading straight for Desa. Seeing Aki in an abnormal state, Shino and Tomo do their best to stop him. What's wrong with him? Come to your senses, Tomo shouted loudly, calling Aki's name. She hopes Aki can regain consciousness after someone calls her name. Aki. It seems Disa is very satisfied. He tilts his head back and laughs mockingly. Then Disa plans to launch a powerful punch directly at Aki, and the group behind Lu are all affected by this attack. Lu and Shino cover themselves with their hands. When Lu opens her eyes, she witnesses a terrifying scene. Disa is gradually getting closer to his target, Aki, who keeps moving forward without stopping. It seems like Aki isn't afraid of the strong Disa in front of him. Why is Aki walking over there? When they reach a certain distance, Aki suddenly speaks, as if trying to call out to Disa. Aki steps close to Desa, with both hands extended, as if to embrace him. Your eyes look at Desa as if you're seeing an old friend. Desa, it's you. At this moment, the three members of Lu's group finally start to realize who this person is and why Aki is so bold. He is Desa, and Lu's group has witnessed the entire scene before them, with Aki facing Desa. They gradually realize that he is the old Six Hues they need to save. Surprised, their teammates watch as Desa knocks Aki away. A powerful blow that distorted the ground, causing Aki to fall to the ground in pain. Shino, standing outside, saw his friend being attacked and shouted in worry, "Aki!" Desa's name does not let Aki go. He rushes swiftly towards the fallen boy. Desa's sharp iron arm is about to strike Aki's neck, and he lies there helpless, unable to resist. At this moment, Shino rushes forward like lightning, using his own arm to shield Aki. Desa radiates an incredibly terrifying power, causing the ground to collapse and crack apart. Shino's armor has cracked, and the spear attacking still tries to thrust downward. Shino silently thought about this power. Suddenly, Tomo and Lu quickly flew in to knock away Desa and rescue Shino. Lu quickly assumed a fighting stance and said with determined eyes, "We will protect you." Tomo also frowns, her eyes full of rage. Tu nervously calls out to Sino. Sino immediately steps back, understanding his teammate's intention, and responds accordingly. Now it's a 3-on-1 fight with 3 people attacking from a distance, but he seems very strong. Lu, with her quick agility, keeps flying and jumping in the air to dodge the attacks. But Tomo seems to be struggling as he no longer has enough strength to defend himself. Shino is bleeding from the attack, biting his lip but still unable to retaliate. Lu saw the situation was getting worse and warned everyone, "Don't hesitate anymore. Look carefully, he's no longer Desa. She looked at Aki lying motionless and shouted, "Aki, wake up! What's in front of us is just a killing machine long dead, no soul left, only the evil core still operating." Lu continued using harsher words to awaken everyone. "Look around, why is there not a single insect or blade of grass here? Why is this place so eerily silent? Because everything, every living being has been devoured by him, completely consumed by this monster." Aki heard every word from Lu clearly, but he remained still with no reaction. While distracted, Lu was ambushed by Desa, but luckily someone warned him. "Be careful, Lu is dispersing. Desa is now extremely aggressive, wildly swinging his sword around." Desa suddenly remembered something and quickly scanned the surroundings with his bloodshot eyes. He immediately saw Aki slowly getting up, his whole body dark and lifeless. Desa saw and locked onto his prey. He quickly spun around, kicking his large leg and rushing toward Aki. Once again ignoring the 3 people standing outside, Desa throws himself fully at Aki. A huge explosion occurs. Shino, Lu, and Tomo rushed forward in great concern, shouting together, "Aki!" Desa attacked while roaring fiercely, determined to kill Aki. Lu's face now looked pained. She was trying to hold back, and she said as she turned around. Da's sharp hand was right against Aki's neck, but he didn't fight back immediately. Instead, Aki quickly turned to dodge and punched him square in the stomach. Lu's eyes widened, expecting Aki wouldn't evade. But no, he had already begun to counterattack. Suddenly seeing Desa's whole body lift into the air, Aki only needed 1 punch to take him down. Shino and Tomo are relieved that Aki has decided to fight back. Both of them shout, "Aki, Aki, Aki, Aki," clenched his teeth and said very slowly, "I know from the moment I saw his eyes, I already sensed it." Aki, with tears in his eyes, painfully says, "But she told me, how can I accept the man who once vowed to become the strongest demon hunter, now turned into this?" Aki clenches his fist, determined that the only way is to prevent him from continuing to live as a monster. The other 3 remain silent after hearing Aki's decision, perhaps still hesitant. Desa, just after being beaten, turns back. He appeared right behind Aki. The 3 of them swiftly rushed towards Desa, shouting Aki's name. Aki's heart is filled with pain. He closes his eyes tightly, feeling overwhelmed with regret. "Sorry, Da." Aki turns his head and looks once more at Desa, who is being attacked from behind. Sorry. Then the four of them joined forces to attack Disa, aiming to defeat him and end this suffering. After the final punch, Lu landed on the ground and asked herself if it all felt a bit unreal. Is it finally over? Tomoe and Shino seem a bit worried about Aki, to hesitate slightly before calling out. Senior, Aki is still lost in sorrow for having to fight Da with his own hands. Rest in peace. But at this moment, a huge and terrible explosion erupted from the ground, where Da was just defeated. Aki widened his eyes, surprised by what was happening before him, while still silently calling out. A huge object appears with 3 gems, red, yellow, and blue, and it slowly stands up. Desa is not dead. He has come back to life, carrying all 3 gems as he rises. Disa roared loudly, and now, the real surprise is this group of 4. Everyone now has the answer. This is the 3-point heart. Lu trembles all over, thinking to herself that even if the body structure is that of a demon, this is still hard to believe. And it's not just about the accumulation of power. Seeing the energy radiating from Desa's body, Lu was terrified. The energy density had surpassed the 7th level. Desa was now even more aggressive than before, roaring loudly before charging straight at Aki's group. That huge foot leaves a trail of wet ground wherever it goes, showing how powerful Disa is. At this moment, Disa transforms into a giant 3-colored tornado, attacking Aki, causing everyone to panic. Sino quickly volunteers to be the first to fight. He says to everyone, "Let me." Sino recalls An Hiem's battle, and decides to follow the method his senior, An Hiem, from Luke Chao Tio Tran used, quickly choosing to activate the Earth Armor technique. He is trying to use his strength to maintain this protective circle for everyone, but it seems about to be broken by Za's power. But Desa immediately struck Shino away, proving that her power was truly formidable and no longer something to be overlooked. A pair of blue wings immediately spread out, ready to fight. Tomo quickly dodged and escaped. She kept using the illusion/skill, but the sharp thorns on Desa's body released red spheres. When Tomo saw it, her eyes widened with shock as red spheres continued to attack her. She kept dodging but couldn't keep up because the enemy's attacks were too relentless. Lu outside also got caught in the crossfire unintentionally. The ground where she stands was shattered by gunfire, and Liu recognized this move as very familiar. It seemed to be a space technique. Liu quickly seized the opportunity to attack, standing in front of Da and launching a strike, a space-cutting blade. After exhausting all her strength, Da still remained unharmed, and she was incredibly surprised. She looked at that giant body and marveled, never expecting to activate Huanghuo's power without any damage. Another person is rushing toward Desa, but he quickly notices. Tomo's eyes are white, and she is charging forward with great determination. Desa quickly realized it, clenched his teeth, turned his head to look at Tomo approaching, then squeezed a large red gem from his mouth, which grew bigger, and immediately threw it toward Tomo, rushing in. She was a bit surprised. A terrible explosion had occurred. I wonder if Tomo managed to avoid it. Desa's strength is truly extraordinary. Desa spun around, and wherever he turned, an explosion followed. Tomoe struggled to escape, surrounded by thick smoke and dust. Now everything was obscured and shrouded in fog. Lu saw Tomo in danger and, worried, shouted, "Tu, watch out!" Tu, with her agile body, kept flipping to dodge the attacks. After escaping, To replied to Lu, "I'm fine, damn it. This guy is too strong." Sino also realized the problem. The attacks not only had incredible power, but also came so rapidly that it was suffocating. He didn't care at all about the pressure on his body. Even though his muscles are torn and bleeding from overexertion and his bones crack under the pressure, his assault never stops for a second. At this moment, Da steps toward Lu. She jolted in fear, but Aki leapt forward, swinging his arm to push Desa back and save Lu from falling into danger. Aki drops from the air to the ground. Just as he lands on his toes, something happens again. Aki lunges into a direct fight with Desa. The two, with their incredible strength, have made the ground uneven. Aki and Desa are evenly matched. They keep fighting without a clear winner, and Aki fights on while thinking to himself, "You're suffering here so much that you'd rather be dead, right?" Dachan frowned, eyes filled with sadness. "You must be suffering a lot if you can't stop anymore," Aki thought with determination. "Then let me make you stop." After ending all this, you shout at everyone. Aki gives the order. "Everyone, follow me upstairs." To and Lu glare with murderous intent. Sino does the same, and the 3 of them shout in unison, clearly giving the order. Then all 3 charged forward together. Seeing Sino risking his life, Lu quickly warned Shino. But Sino did not hesitate at all. He ordered the metal shields to emerge, and they instantly appeared. Sino reassures, "Leave it to me." then pushes the shield toward DSA. This is the ultimate 4-hit technique. Liu and Tuo recognized the opportunity, and the two of them spoke together. At this very moment, Liu immediately jumps up and launches an attack. The space layer on this side is coordinated seamlessly by Tumo in a lightning-fast blink. Seeing DA attacking from both sides, Aki immediately flew in front of him and launched a decisive strike, not hesitating as he directly attacked Zhongyun's slash. Aki's strike shattered 3 gems on Diza's body. Surrounded from multiple sides, Diza couldn't counterattack and immediately fell down. A pair of hands quickly supported Diza's head to ease his pain. The ugly skin on Diza's body is gradually fading away, revealing a familiar face. Uncertain under the unclear vision, Diza softly calls out. Lord Diza opened his eyes to the ugly stitched-up skin on one side of his face and weakly asked, "Did you come to pick me up?" At that moment, his head suddenly cracked open with spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly. Then Diza's body shattered completely into dust and gradually vanished with the wind. The sky turned dark and foggy, leaving no trace of existence behind. Aki collapsed to the ground, his trembling arm uncontrollably dropping dark red blood onto the cold earth, making a painfully dry sound. Realizing something was wrong, the people around shouted in fear and worry. King Aki spoke, his voice trembling but trying to stay calm. "Don't stay here." He grits his teeth tightly, closes his eyes, and his chest heaves violently. Aki trembled, trying to calm down. "I've regained my composure, let me calm down first." Liu stood nearby, his worried eyes fixed on Aki, but he held back from approaching. Sino silently watched everything, his hands clenched tightly, his body tense to the extreme. As for Tomo, he gently bit his lip, his face showing deep unease and concern. No one in the group spoke further, only quietly watching Aki in the heavy atmosphere. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away in a remote area, a giant crack suddenly appeared in the peaceful sky, as if something was tearing through space from the other side of the expanding world. From inside the crack, small white points of light appeared one after another, then shot out like meteors streaking across the sky. A bird flies across the sky, panicked and crying out as it senses something unusual, but before it can escape, beams of light pierce through its body. He spoke first in a deep voice. "Are you sure the squad that killed Liet and Dien is in this direction?" He coldly replied, "Are you doubting my deduction skills? They are nearby and their aura seems to have broken through that guard dog." The girl frowned. "The 3-spirited monster after being modified. Even if we join forces, it will be hard to deal with. It seems we have underestimated that rat too much." He laughed loudly. "Isn't that a good thing? If we can kill that monster, it proves they are worthy opponents for me. It's been a long time since I had a proper fight." Tarina coldly reminds you to tone down that madness and not forget to wait for the king to emerge from seclusion, especially if he finds out the culprit who killed Liet is still alive. She whispers, "You all understand his anger very well, don't you?" No one responded, and the group fell into a terrifying silence. Tarina then ordered, "Use the head of that squad to calm Vuong's fury." The sky is covered with clouds of mist, and the wind whispers through Disa's grave. Aki speaks, his voice steadier but with underlying resolve. "Let's go," Lo asked directly. "So Vuong and Senior Desa, why do we still need to continue towards the tower? Is it because we need to investigate something?" He said slowly, initially thinking that the thick aura of this land was caused by Desa, but doesn't everyone find it strange? Aki's gaze darkened. After defeating Desa, the aura in the air didn't fade, but became clearer, more tangible, and more intense because only that presence remained. In the silent space, the other 3 were all stunned as they faced the truth. Aki continued explaining. "Remember when Lena said the king was in seclusion?" She whispered softly. "Could it be the new king?" The new king remained silent. "That's right. The crown prince is at the top of this tower." Under the gloomy sky, the 4 of them looked up in amazement at the enormous tower before them. At that moment, 4 huge stars suddenly appeared in the dark night sky and shot straight down to the barren ground, creating a blinding flash of light. When the dust settled, Tarina's group was standing firmly in front of them. Lan spoke up, wanting to disturb the king in seclusion, and he said this while angrily throwing his coat onto the floor. Lang roars, the mixed bloods in the twin core DN sensed a familiar aura, and Lu, Tomo, and Sino simultaneously thought to themselves. The twin core, the 4 people from the small town earlier, all 3 of them, upon seeing that scene, were shocked and whispered internally that it was the 6 cores. In the midst of his tribal rage, Aki lost his composure, his face emotionless, and then he spoke just in time. Seeing the danger, Liu reached out to stop Aki from advancing. She softly said, "The king, your goal is not them." Tui said firmly. That's right, Aki, these 4 are just guard dogs. You don't need to stop, go deal with that damn new king and drag him off the throne. Sino said, King, go ahead, handle the more important matter. The others rushed forward, shouting, Leave these 4 to us. Aki roared silently, his body twisting violently as his aura completely transformed, and a pair of enormous black wings tore through the air behind him. In an instant, Aki shot straight into the sky, tearing through the wind and rushing toward the giant tower. Watching his figure, Liu Jian roared, his voice filled with fury. Come down here. He raised his hand high, energy gathering intensely, a meteor cannon forming and surging violently, but before he could strike, the space in front of him twisted and reflected, blocking the attack. Lu calmly extended her hand, her gaze cold and terrifying, locking onto Lan and his companions. Your opponent is us. The limits of the body today will no longer stay at the old level. Transforming, she begins to dash forward with explosive speed, heading straight for Tarina. But the arrow suddenly stopped in front of Tarina, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Tarina tilted her head slightly, her cold, emotionless gaze. Get out of here! An invisible force erupts, hurling Tomo away and causing him to roll across the rocky ground. Tarina coldly glances back, her face grim as she faces the raging surge of power. She raises her hand to stand, a deadly aura evident on her face. Her legs gradually transformed into sharp, non-biological structures, exuding a dangerous aura. Observing this change, her deep voice was not just about boosting energy, but also altering her body's structure. He smirked slightly. Did the recent battle help you find enlightenment? She lowered her voice, each word like a nail hammered into the ground, prompting Lu to shout loudly, Unless you cross over our corpses. Hearing that, Liu Jin burst into loud laughter, his shoulders shaking with uncontrollable excitement. He said loudly, Interesting, very interesting. I thought they were just slightly stronger than ordinary bugs, but it turns out they are wolf cubs bearing their teeth and claws. Hoso speaks slowly, his voice emotionless. If that's the case, Burros nods, his aura erupting completely. Then I'll deal with you first. In the very next moment, all 4 enemies stomped their feet on the ground simultaneously, unleashing their overwhelming power. Damn it! From top to bottom, the entire tower is reinforced with a special metal. He channels his strength into his foot and stomps hard on the ground, unable to directly destroy the top of the tower. Then Aki decided to strike back. He thought to himself, so I need to find a weak point at the base of the tower. A devastating attack strikes the foundation directly. Billowing dust rises fiercely. When the dust settles, the base remains unmoved, standing firm against all forces. Seeing that, Aki couldn't help but grimace in annoyance, his hand gripping the sword tightly without any strength. At that moment, the sword in his hand emitted an ancient voice. This is the rule of power. It goes on to explain that there is a highly obscure and chaotic ancient energy swirling inside the tower. This gate has been sealed completely by that ancient energy. The sword continues, seals, rules. There is nothing in this world. You silently gaze at the giant gate before you, your eyes gradually sharpening, and Aki's voice lowers, confident enough to seal it in front of us. The sword laughs loudly in response to that madness. Aki raised her sword and shouted angrily, causing a powerful shockwave. With a devastating slash, the tower reacted for the first time. Tarina's face changed. Your friends trying to break the main door is truly foolish. That seal was set up by the king himself. The dust settles. Aki stands before the gate, her lonely figure shrouded in dark lightning. Where a small crack just flashed, black lightning spreads like a spiderweb, and the door emits red sparks, forming a magical barrier. He gathers all his strength again, ready to strike the second blow. Break! The door cracked open, with long cracks spreading and carrying an overwhelming pressure from inside. Seeing this, the 4 others were stunned, frozen in fear before that power. Tarina's voice was unmistakably panicked. Could he really break the seal? Lu sneered coldly, blocking the attack while shouting, Your king is nothing more than this. Everyone, do not be careless if the door has already been opened, Lu said as he attacked, so we definitely can't let you go in there and disturb him. Barros frowned, feeling the pressure mounting rapidly. They are not weak. We must deal with them quickly. She gritted her teeth, her eyes cold as ice, radiating a chilling aura that enveloped everything. Tarina shouted, I won't allow anyone to disturb the king in seclusion. In front of the dark cave entrance, Aki stood there for a moment before slowly stepping inside. He stood silently observing, unable to help but be amazed. Now around him was an incredibly vast space, filled with special characters. He guessed that the highest point was at least 100 meters, and this place must have used some kind of space-bending technique. The actual interior area is at least dozens of times larger than it appears from the outside. The voice from the sword echoes, "Be careful, kid. This aura is not ordinary. Even I feel unfamiliar and uneasy." That voice speculated as if something had forcibly mixed all kinds of chaotic powers together. Watching my figure before his eyes, he muttered to himself. And then, the feet with sharp claws appeared. The horde of demons crowded in, surrounding him. "They're surrounding us, surrounding us." Aki calculated there are at least 40 of them. Looking at the monsters, he secretly judged that at least some were 4th-stage demons, even 6th-stage demons. They were baring their teeth at him, and he clenched his jaw in anger. This is the new king, a royal heir who must save the world, protect humanity, and be a hero who should despise demons to the bone, eradicating them completely to prevent any future threats. Aki questioned why you kept so many high-level demons captive in your own lair just to guard your so-called seclusion. His eyes widened, and immediately a fierce red light burst forth. The demon horde began to tremble in fear. Aki had already started to attack, placing his hand on the ground to defend himself, slaughtering the dark armor. The demons also immediately charged forward. "Don't be afraid, go ahead." Suddenly a shout rang out. "Stop." Sharp claws are ready to strike at him. Aki smirks. Each floor of this tower is prepared with the same welcoming ceremony. Then you stomp your foot, causing the stone floor to crack and shatter instantly. Aki charged at the demons, "So I will take on all of you." The scene shifts to another place where lightning-like flashes streak across, and the energy continues to unleash destruction. The scene has become desolate. A voice echoes. "Sino, are you okay?" Tomoe asks with concern. "You have taken all the damage for everyone." Lu quickly stepped forward, saying, "Sino, let me heal you." But Sino still bravely said, "I can keep fighting." He glared angrily upward. "Even if it's Tanhaukiet, I will definitely tear some flesh off him." Seeing that, Tarina sighed and said, "Their strength is truly not weak, forcing the 4 of us to fight together until now, despite their battered bodies." She irritably ordered, and also called the bugs over, "Quickly deal with them and fight with all your might." And then the waves of power surged forth, growing stronger and stronger, and as soon as they gathered enough strength, they struck down Shino and his group. Lu opened her eyes wide in shock as she looked at those streams of power. Tanlukao already possessed incredible strength, and now it had increased tenfold. In front of her is the new 6th star Tarina, standing in the air and looking down with the horns appearing in her demon phantom form. Next is a massive warhammer, the fierce battle hammer. It is the weapon of the new Green Marshal in the demonic twin-core form. He also appears with sharp horns, followed by the appearance of Lietna, Barus's weapon. He is the new 6th star Barus, with a dual-headed demon form. Finally, the time-space scepter, the weapon of the demon form with twin cores. Seeing this, Lu felt worried, but with the increased density of the twin cores and demonization, she silently thought, "Aki, we can only go this far with you." She grits her teeth and silently vows to go all the way. Then Lu shouts, "Aki's squad launches the final attack." The two sides clash fiercely, blood splattering everywhere, with dazzling flashes of light and explosions. The 3 monsters are gathering energy to attack, but suddenly all 3 are struck down by a single burst of power, and Aki swiftly takes them out one by one, with his eyes wide and white. "You're too slow," I said. Aki stomped his foot down and coldly said, "So you like to greet me that way." As soon as he finished speaking, Aki swiftly used his speed and overwhelming power to wipe them all out. "Use your lives to cleanse this ground for the tower." The room is now filled with fresh blood. Fierce flashes of red lightning and blinding white light are erupting violently. The thick smoke gradually disperses. Through the smoke, Aki lowers his sword to the ground. The surroundings are filled with nothing but corpses. First floor, demons are completely wiped out. A deadly glint flashes in his eyes as he speaks in a grim tone. The next level, the scene shifts to another place, where bright yellow lightning flashes across the sky. Shino is fiercely battling the enemy in the air, looking incredibly intense. He gathers his strength and then plunges straight down to the ground, causing rocks and debris to scatter everywhere. The scene shifts to Eiki, who has also cleared out all the demons. Second floor. All demons are dead. In another place, where Lu is, she screams at the pile of broken stones. Sino. A crack appears in the sky behind Lu. "Do you still have time to care about others?" A burst of energy shoots out to attack her, and Lu quickly blocks the strike. Over here, Aki has cleared out the demons on the 3rd floor. The demons on the 3rd floor are all gone. Switching to Lu's location, she clenched her teeth and silently remained alert. Strange. Why does her body suddenly feel heavier and slower? Lu turned around and looked back, wondering if the voice was coming from behind her. Tarina smiled, holding her scythe, finally realizing it. Ah, the poison causes hallucinations. She stared sharply at Lu and warned her, "Don't struggle anymore. No one can move freely within this formation." Aki is currently sweeping through the demons on the nth floor. Switching to another scene, an explosion of energy with blinding lightning spiraling around, a small figure standing amidst the fierce power. Tu was pushed back by the overwhelming force. She gasped for breath, exhausted in front of her intimidating opponent, who pointed his weapon at her and taunted, "Little sister, your speed has slowed down." At the final level, Aki thrust his sword deep into the body of a demon. He thought to himself, the last guardian is actually a seven-headed black serpent demon. Aki raises his hand, channels his inner strength, and a dark energy emerges. The stones with special symbols on the demon's body suddenly fall off. The stones fall to the ground, then fly toward A Kai. He silently thinks, red represents power, yellow represents defense, blue represents speed, green represents healing, and purple represents illusion abilities. He clenched the two stones in his hands, thinking to himself, and now the black stone representing space, red, yellow, blue, green, purple, and black, had fully assembled. A surge of power erupts fiercely, dark energy swirling around him. Aki closes his eyes gently, silently contemplating his mastery of space. Suddenly, his eyes widen to reveal two different colored eyes, looking incredibly fierce. Aki raises his finger and whispers to himself, "Is this the power of all attributes?" He poked his finger into the space, tearing open a portal to reveal another dimension where the flow of space could be felt. He looked toward the door, thinking to push it open. That was the top of the tower. Aki suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, as if sensing something. He quickly turned around, and behind him was the so-called new king. "Now you can't activate the shield anymore, right?" Then he slammed his hammer down and shouted, "Die!" But the space and time suddenly turned gray and seemed to freeze. Stopping time in the dark space, the sky suddenly emits green circles. Over here, Aki concentrates with his eyes closed and whispers, "It's been a long wait for everyone. You send a message to your teammates. I have collected all kinds of cores, broken through that barrier, and fully fused them." "Wait a moment," Aki said in a low voice. "I will make you evolve again at the same time."